Chapter 97, A Loss Indeed. Whom can he blame? He himself is at a loss for whom to hold accountable. In truth, he is aware that he does not align with Zhou Xi's aesthetic preferences, yet he still yearns to experience the sensation of persevering against all odds. However, it seems that Zhou Xi is unwilling to allow him even a minor collision, as she promptly rebuffed him on the road. Nevertheless, he is not one to easily concede defeat. He is determined to confront this metaphorical wall. Aside from Zhou Zhao, who is solely focused on indulgence, Zhou Yu has also discerned Zhuang Jin's affections for his mother. Yet he knows that his mother would undoubtedly reject Zhuang Jin's advances. Observing this, he did not dwell on the matter further. After the collaboration between the two companies was finalized, Zhuang Jin remained as the responsible party. Before departing, Zhuang Yin took the time to impart earnest advice to Zhuang Jin throughout the evening, fearful that in a moment of impulsiveness, he might commit an irreversible mistake. "Oh, brother, I am no longer a child. I possess discernment and will not act recklessly. Even if I cannot advance further with Xi, I will maintain my dignity and refrain from becoming the type of person she detests." In light of this, Zhuang Yin felt it inappropriate to say more, for his younger brother is no longer a child and deserves some respect. "Very well, as long as you exercise discretion. Yes, I understand. I will diligently attend to the project, and I shall pursue her earnestly. However, I will need your assistance regarding our parents." Mentioning their parents, Zhuang Yin felt a headache coming on, but for his brother's happiness, he would endeavor to persuade them. "I will do my utmost on that front." Although he harbored the intention, he could only do his best and could not guarantee success. After all, 6 years ago, he had also failed, and upon reflection, it seems his parents were correct. "Thank you, elder brother." The third day of the 12th lunar month marks the birthday of Elder Master Qi, and on this day, the Qi family gathered in full attendance, without a single absence. The elder master surveyed the lively living room, feeling a profound sense of joy and contentment. However, it wasn't long before he sensed something amiss. In his lifetime, he and his wife had born 2 sons and 2 daughters, and with their sons-in-law and daughters-in-law, they had a total of 8 grandchildren. Yet, why were there only 5 grandchildren present? Among these 5, 3 were granddaughters, leaving only 2 grandsons. What a loss indeed. He hadn't even managed to recoup his investment. He glanced at Qi Xingzhou, then at Qi Dage, and finally at the 2 4-year-old grandsons nearby, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and the deeper his discomfort grew. Finally, he coldly beckoned to Qi Xingzhou, this unfilial son, saying, "Qi Xingzhou, come with me to the study." Qi Xingzhou had anticipated this moment. Gently placing down the chess piece he had been holding, calmly rising to follow the elder master upstairs, entirely disregarding Qi Dage's gleeful expression. However, as he passed by his eldest nephew, he quietly leaned down to whisper in his ear. Considering his younger brother's vengeful nature, he inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the next moment his troublesome son approached him with a toy in hand, bounding excitedly. "Daddy, my uncle said sit. How dare you sit down? Go stand against the wall." The elder master was already incensed upon seeing Qi Xingzhou. Had it not been for the need to maintain decorum in front of the younger generation, he would have lost his temper in the living room. At the remark, Qi Xingzhou's motion to pull out a chair faltered for merely 3 seconds before he regained his composure and strolled to stand against the wall. Observing Qi Xingzhou's nonchalant demeanor only fueled the elder master's ire further, as he slammed the walnut he had been holding onto the table. "Come over here and sit down." Oh, were you a goose? I'm asking you when you'll bring home a daughter-in-law. Will you give me some grandchildren?" Such inquiries bombarded him during every family gathering. With time, he had grown accustomed to them and did not take the elder master's futile tactics to heart. After berating him for a while, the elder master felt a release of pent-up frustration, and his mood improved significantly. He then sat down to impart earnest counsel. "Xingzhou, my boy, I am growing old, and among my 4 children, you are the only one I worry about. I fear that once your mother and I depart, there will be no one left to share a warm meal with you." The old man's words were candid. Although the bond among the 4 siblings was strong, each of them had their own little families to tend to. When the elderly couple is no longer present, the ties that bind the 4 siblings will inevitably weaken. As one generation fades, the next loosens its grip, leading to estrangement in the end. Noticing Qi Xingzhou with his head bowed in silence, he felt it inappropriate to continue, opting instead to issue an ultimatum. "At 40, Xingzhou, I shall grant you a few more years, but but if by that age you remain unwed, you will have to heed my arrangements." With that declaration, he rose and departed without allowing a retort. Upon exiting the study, the old man bore no trace of the earlier melancholy. Whistling a cheerful tune, he leisurely descended the stairs with his cane. The occupants of the living room regarded him as if he were bewitched, save for Shiren and his family, who exchanged knowing glances. There was speculation whether Qi Xingzhou had divulged the matter of having children to the old man. Just as Qi Lanqi was about to inquire, Shi Rongguang quickly shook his head, indicating that it was not the right moment for such questions. On his return home that evening, Qi Xingzhou retrieved a bag of snacks from the car for Shiren, saying, "Remember to share these with your classmates at school." Qi Xingzhou felt a pang of understanding. He knew precisely how it would unfold. The double standards were indeed glaring. It was perplexing that he used to be lectured for indulging in snacks, yet now it was entirely different. The envy was palpable. It was truly enviable. All right, just in time, as Zhou Zhao has been craving chocolate. I shall take some to school tomorrow to share with them. A son is a son, and a nephew is a nephew. This arrangement not only included the treats that Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao adored, but also the mung bean cake that Shiren cherished. The collaboration with Nanyang had a designated manager overseeing it. Zhou Xi merely inquired about the project's progress at the appropriate times. However, Zhuang Jin's various indirect encounters and straightforward approaches left her somewhat overwhelmed. "Sister Xi, may I invite you to dinner this evening?" Concerned that Zhou Xi might bring along Zhou Zhao and his brother, he hastily added, "Just the two of us. I have matters I wish to discuss privately. Of course, I have something to say to you as well." Zhuang Jin assumed her efforts had been acknowledged and responded with delight. Wonderful. She believed in maintaining a clear distinction between work and personal life, not wishing to conflate the two. Zhuang Jin's recent antics had sparked quite a bit of gossip within the company. The flowers, afternoon tea, and her overt displays of affection had crossed into excessive territory. Some claimed they were a couple. Others suggested Zhuang Jin was merely her lover, while some even asserted they were a secretly married pair. Such absurdity, if left unchecked, could ultimately jeopardize their project collaboration. As the evening's work concluded and she prepared to meet her appointment, Zhou Xi pushed open the office door to find Zhuang Jin waiting like a peacock, displaying its plumage. "Sister Xi, let us go. I have already made a reservation at the restaurant." Chapter 98. Jealousy. Zhou Xi nodded. "All right, let's go." Throughout their journey, Zhuang Jin endeavored to enliven the atmosphere, invoking shared memories from their time abroad to resonate with Zhou Xi. It must be said, Zhuang Jin possessed striking looks and a keen intellect. He oscillated between assertiveness and gentleness, shrewdness and charm, at times exuding an alluringly delicate demeanor that captivated many. Had it been her previous incarnation, she would have found it challenging to withstand his advances. "Jia, have I upset you?" Zhuang Jin queried, as Zhou Xi swallowed the glutinous rice cake in her mouth. "Not at all," she replied. "Then do you dislike me? Otherwise, why aren't you speaking to me?" Zhou Xi, at a loss for words, placed the box of rice cakes in front of him. "Taste it, and you shall know." Such a sticky treat was difficult for her to swallow, leaving little room for conversation. Zhuang Jin, perplexed yet deeply infatuated, followed her every command, devoid of any critical thought. He obediently stuffed the rice cake into his mouth, secretly delighted that Zhou Xi cared for him and remembered to include him in her enjoyment of delicious food. However, the moment the rice cake entered his mouth, he realized he had misinterpreted her intentions. Upon their arrival, Zhuang Jin retrieved a bouquet of fresh flowers from the trunk and presented it to Zhou Xi. Jia, flowers are befitting of beauty. May you find joy every day." To his surprise, as he handed the flowers to Zhou Xi amidst the bustling crowd, his voice was not so subtle. Instantly drawing the attention of passers-by, Zhou Xi politely declined. "Thank you, I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline the flowers." This scene was witnessed by Qi Lanqi, who had come to shop for her in-laws. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and turned to the nearby Shiren, Xiaoren. "Can you see if that person is your Aunt Zhou?" Shiren nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is Aunt Zhou." Upon confirmation, Qi Lanqi felt a sense of impending doom. It's over. Your second aunt is about to cease being your second aunt. What should we do?" Driven by a desire to maintain a legitimate familial connection with Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, he suggested, "How about we call your second uncle tonight to inquire?" "All right. It's been quite some time without any word from him. Do you think he intends to acknowledge Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao? Or is he?" Noticing his mother's imagination running wild again, he promptly halted her. "Let us not entertain those thoughts just yet. We'll ask your second uncle tonight." Realizing she had strayed into her habitual line of thinking, Qi Lanqi felt a bit embarrassed. All right then. In the restaurant, Zhuang Jin had arranged for a violin performance in the private room, casting an amorous ambience. Observing Zhou Xi's discomfort, He felt a twinge of disappointment and waved to cease the music. After much contemplation, he mustered the courage to inquire, Zhou Xi Jia, have you sensed my feelings for you? Zhou Xi gently set down her chopsticks. I'm sorry, Zhuang Jin, but I only see you as a friend. There is no possibility for us to progress further. Upon hearing her words, Zhuang Jin's spirit visibly diminished. Zhou Xi, is there something about me that you find unsatisfactory? Zhou Xi intended to clarify her stance once and for all. Thus she replied resolutely, No, you are wonderful, but I only regard you as a friend, past, present, and future. That's all right. Zhuang Jin's voice trembled with emotion. You could try to see me not merely as a friend, but as a genuine man. With time, as he gazed at Zhuang Jin, whose eyes were reddened and glistening with unshed tears, Zhou Xi inexplicably felt like a heartbreaker. I assure you, I am not. It must be said, a beautiful person crying presents a uniquely poignant scene. Zhou Xi shook her head gently, attempting to dispel those ill-timed thoughts. She then tore off a piece of paper from the table and handed it to the tearful Zhuang Jin. Zhou Xi Jia, did you know? I liked you 3 years ago. Back then, I was nothing but a carefree young master, indulging in pleasures. 10 minutes later, Zhou Xi found herself listening to a heartfelt confession of unrequited love. It was indeed moving, yet she had long surpassed the age where such sentiments could easily sway her. Besides feeling touched and a sense of regret for Zhuang Jin, she held no further thoughts on the matter. Zhuang Jin, thank you for your affections, but I'm sorry I cannot offer you the response you seek. I hope you find your own happiness soon. Since she did not harbor feelings, she felt it best to eliminate any lingering expectations and make a decisive resolution. Yet Zhuang Jin was undeterred. He believed Zhou Xi simply did not understand him well enough to harbor affection. Zhou Xi Jia, it's all right, I'm not in a rush. You can take your time to get to know me before deciding. Could you perhaps refrain from rejecting me so hastily? Though I may not possess your excellence or wealth, I humbly ask for a chance. I genuinely like you. You have been my motivation for striving in recent years, Zhou Xi. Zhuang Jin, with tears streaming down his face, exuded a tragic beauty. Zhou Xi marveled at how she had somehow become the inspiration for a young man's aspirations. In truth, she felt that Zhuang Jin did not truly love her. Rather, it was the allure of the unattainable that ensnared him. Moreover, she genuinely found him unappealing. During their time abroad, his extravagant lifestyle had led him to accumulate a multitude of romantic entanglements, far too many to count. She believed that even if they were to become a couple, the novelty would eventually fade, and Zhuang Jin would likely revert to his former ways. Observing his despondent demeanor, Zhou Xi donned her black-framed glasses and slammed her palm on the table. Enough. Startled, Zhuang Jin jumped. You're a man in your 20s. Must you act as though the world is ending simply because of rejection? Half an hour later, Zhou Xi and Zhuang Jin exited the restaurant. As they appeared, Qi Xingzhou in the car immediately fixed his gaze on the two figures at the entrance. Admiring Zhou Xi's elegance, he found Zhuang Jin, adorned with sunglasses and clutching flowers, rather bothersome. What a show-off. Who wears sunglasses in the dead of winter? I certainly don't. After their earlier heated exchange, Zhuang Jin had lost some of his charm in Zhou Xi's eyes, and he still felt a bit dazed. Upon reaching the car, he extended the bouquet toward her. Zhou Xi Jia, although you have rejected me, would you at least accept these flowers as a final token of my sentiments? Zhou Xi did not take them, urging him to get into the car, but the stubborn young man stood his ground. Zhou Xi Jia, could I have one last hug? It's nothing more than a simple embrace between a sister and her brother. Zhou Xi, wishing to avoid further debate, quickly embraced him and then entered the car, departing. I'm leaving. You should head home early as well. Once Zhou Xi left, a triumphant smile spread across Zhuang Jin's face. He was far from ready to give up and would continue his pursuit. Inside the car, Qi Xingzhou observed the unfolding scene, his fists clenched, unable to conceal his burgeoning anger. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he threw open the car door and marched toward the vexing sight before him. Chapter 99. The shattered rose as she watched Zhou Xi's car disappear into the distance. Zhuang Jin stood in place, clenching her fist and offering herself an encouraging gesture. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, Zhuang Jin, you can do this. However, she was suddenly jolted by Qi Xingzhou, causing her to stumble and emit a series of tones reminiscent of a primary school student practicing intonation. Oh dear. Feeling as if the floor had turned scalding hot beneath her feet, she struggled a few steps before ultimately collapsing with a resounding thud. The once pristine rose lay scattered on the ground, now marred and stripped of its former elegance and grace. With the flower ruined, the inexplicable frustration inside her subsided a little, and Qi Xingzhou felt somewhat relieved. Yet, as he observed Zhuang Jin sprawled on the ground, a twinge of guilt washed over him, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose. His intention had merely been to ruin the flower, never to knock her down. Who could have anticipated her sudden turn? Excuse me, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Qi Xingzhou approached to help Zhuang Jin, but she recoiled from his touch. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. I was eager to get inside and didn't expect you to turn around so suddenly. Regardless, it was he who had caused her to fall, so he felt obliged to take responsibility. Let me escort you to the hospital for a checkup, just in case. And I will compensate you for the flowers as well. From the moment of impact, Zhuang Jin had been in a daze. She was bewildered as to why she had fallen and even more perplexed by the incessant buzzing presence around her. Wait, I'm fine. Please don't speak. Just let me gather myself. She stood, brushing off the dust from her hands and straightening her clothing. After testing her legs and confirming she was unscathed, she waved dismissively at Qi Xingzhou. I'm perfectly fine. You should go about your business. It was merely a pity for her flower, which had met its untimely demise less than a day after being born. How unfortunate. Like Zhuang Jin, Qi Xingzhou's gaze lingered on the bouquet on the ground. It was winter, and finding roses so vibrantly beautiful was no small feat. He must have put considerable thought into procuring them. Qi Xingzhou acknowledged that his earlier actions had been rather childish, yet he bore no regrets. Nevertheless, since he had damaged someone else's property, he felt compelled to offer compensation. Estimating the value of the flowers, he extracted 400 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhuang Jin. I apologize, your flowers are truly exquisite, but I may not be able to replace them with an identical bouquet. I can only provide financial compensation. Zhuang Jin, unpretentious, accepted the money without hesitation, stowing it away in her pocket. It's all right, you didn't do it on purpose. The flowers had not been delivered, and she had no intention of caring for them, so keeping them served little purpose. Although they were destroyed, she had recouped her expenditure on the blooms, resulting in no loss, indeed a small gain. Zhuang Jin felt quite astute, envisioning herself as a particularly competent businesswoman, capable of reaching her brother's level with time. Qi Xingzhou observed Zhuang Jin, who appeared almost foolishly cheerful, and found himself puzzled, unsure whether she genuinely cherished the bouquet or feigned affection for it. Yet, such distinctions had become irrelevant. What mattered was that the flowers were gone. Let us eat, he declared, since they had already arrived at the restaurant. Returning on an empty stomach was not an option. Following the menu they had ordered earlier, he replicated it for himself. Among the 6 dishes, 4 were rather spicy, which did not align with his palate. As he consumed the unappetizing meal, he began to reflect on why he had rushed over upon hearing about Zhou Xi standing with someone else while holding flowers. His actions had been decidedly undignified, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. After much contemplation, he arrived at a singular conclusion: responsibility. He understood the kind of person Zhuang Jin was and had insight into Zhou Xi. He did not wish for Zhuang Jin, who had just begun to find her footing, to disrupt the tranquil and happy life of Zhou Xi and her 2 children. Yes, his unusual behavior today was entirely born out of a sense of duty. Thus, yet again, he suppressed the nascent feelings of love blossoming within him. Whether he would later regret this decision remained uncertain. Having dealt with Zhuang Jin, the metaphorical time bomb, Zhou Xi felt considerably lighter. She pulled out her phone to call home, as she had scarcely eaten anything earlier and was now quite hungry. Young master, little master. The boss has instructed to prepare chicken noodle soup. Would you like me to prepare a serving for you as well? Given their previous tendency to compete for food, the chef had to inquire in advance. I don't want chicken noodle soup. I prefer a serving of pasta. Just don't serve it early. I want to eat it with my mother. Zhou Yu, not picky, opted to have chicken noodle soup alongside Zhou Xi. Brother, how come you're so young? And before he could finish his thought, Zhou Yu raised a pen and lightly tapped his forehead. Focus on your homework. The final exams are approaching. Do you remember what you said last time? Zhou Zhao, slightly haughty, lifted his chin. Of course I remember. I've been studying diligently these days. I should be able to secure 2nd place. I believe in you, his brother replied before returning to his essay. It was not until Zhou Xi returned, and Zhou Ping called for them, that they finally descended. Good evening, mother. Dear Ms. Zhou Xi, your youngest son Zhou Zhao sends his greetings. Good evening, my darlings. Upon hearing the affectionate term darling, Zhou Yu felt a wave of shyness wash over him, his ears turning a soft shade of red, reminiscent of freshly picked cherries. Zhou Zhao, on the other hand, relished being called darling by Zhou Xi. With the final exams approaching, how is your revision going? Zhou Zhao recognized that his mother brought up the exams largely due to him, considering his brother consistently topped the grade rankings. So, he promptly set down his fork and replied dutifully, very well. I assure you, I will make significant progress compared to the midterms. Good, I believe in you. His mother affirmed. Though Zhou Yu did not require such encouragement, she showered him with care nonetheless. And you, Xiao Yu? Zhou Yu, notably composed, responded. Everything is within my plans. This time the score gap should narrow to 8 points from full marks. He delighted in Zhou Xi's proud gaze upon him, just as she was now. My 2 sons are simply too outstanding. It seems at the next parent-teacher meeting, I shall have to engage in a bit of humble bragging. When other parents inquire about how I raised such exemplary children, I shall respond, "Oh, I really did nothing. They are all self-motivated. They can effortlessly achieve first and second place without the worries of school admissions, which I find quite regrettable." Ha, just kidding. If I were to say that, it would definitely invite a wave of resentment, and you too might be ostracized by the entire class. However, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were blissfully oblivious, proclaiming, "It's all right, mother. Say whatever brings you joy. We are not lacking in friends and are not afraid." Chapter 100. I found the father of Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao for you. Brother is right. Mother can say whatever she wishes, and we are unafraid. Zhou Xi chuckled as she affectionately ruffled their hair, urging, "All right, let us eat the noodles." Mother is a mature adult, and wouldn't he utter such thoughtless remarks? Zhou Zhao feigned solemnity. Mother is indeed too exceptional. The Shi family's interpersonal relationships were rather intricate, at least from Shi Ren's perspective. Siblings may appear to be close-knit. Yet, in truth, they are separated by an insurmountable chasm and discord, viewing one another as rivals. They vie for the family inheritance, compete for familial resources, and seek their parents' attention. Beneath the veneer of smiles lies a profound dissonance of heart and mind. They are all mere pretenders. He harbors no fondness for the stifling yet ostentatious atmosphere of the Shi family. In contrast, he finds a greater affinity with the Qi family. Upon spotting his cousin from his aunt's side approaching with an examination paper, he decisively turned to leave. It was all just pretense. While others engaged in idle chatter or played chess, he alone feigned studying. What was this? Did he somehow absorb knowledge more effectively in the ancestral home than at school? It was all an act, a family of pretenders. Nonetheless, this cousin dared not brazenly intrude upon his sight. His academic achievements paled in comparison to Shi Ren's, and his father's lineage could not rival that of the Qi family, although it bore a hint of ostentation. Each visit to the ancestral home saw Shi Ren donning his finest attire, deliberately parading before his cousins and younger relatives. This time, he had even brought along the watch gifted by Zhou Yu and the others, aimed at provoking their envy. After dining and reporting his academic progress, Shi Ren felt no desire to linger. He made a swift excuse to prepare for his final examinations and departed. Let those siblings engage in their perennial contest of comparison. He longed to return home for a barbecue. Following their earlier conversation, Zhuang Jin had noticeably tempered his various little antics, at least concerning work. He had not requested Zhou Xi out alone again, nor had he indulged in the customary gestures of sending flowers or afternoon tea. Conversely, Qi Xingzhou exhibited some unusual behavior, inexplicably reminded of Zhou Xi, leaving him somewhat puzzled about his own emotions. He decided to visit his parents to clear his mind, only to find a newspaper interview featuring Zhou Xi on the coffee table. Captivated by her radiant smile, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the article. As he perused the impressive list of her accomplishments, an uncontrollable swell of pride surged within him. However, his elation was short-lived as he was soon met with sarcasm. "Oh, the old bachelor has returned?" Qi Xingzhou felt a tinge of helplessness. He would concede to being a bachelor, but he would not accept the label of old. "Dad, you shouldn't belittle your own son like that." I'm merely stating facts. Should I refer to you as young bachelor for your approval?" With that, his father snatched the newspaper from his hands. "Return my newspaper. If you wish to read, have your significant other buy you one. Don't touch mine." Unreasonable. That old man was utterly devoid of reason. Qi Xingzhou said nothing, rising to prepare himself a plate of fruit in the kitchen. Self-sufficiency, after all, leads to abundance. Zhou Xi, chairwoman of the Zhou Group, with a doctorate to her name. The youth of today are indeed remarkable. I barely completed high school. Yet here she is, not only a doctoral candidate, but also managing such a substantial company. Truly impressive. A commendable young woman. Qi Xingzhou nodded in agreement, recognizing her excellence. However, observing his father's smug demeanor, he couldn't resist asking, "Dad, how do you know she oversees a large corporation?" His father raised the newspaper triumphantly, declaring, "Isn't that obvious? Anyone featured in this newspaper, especially in such a prominent manner, cannot possibly be an ordinary individual. We have relatives in business. Yet their names are nowhere to be found here, simply because they do not measure up." Noticing his son's composed demeanor, his father had a sudden revelation and tentatively inquired, "This girl seems quite successful in her career. I wonder if she shares your penchant for procrastination in personal matters?" At his father's questioning tone, Qi Xingzhou instantly bristled, casually retorting, "Who knows? If you can't manage your own son, do you intend to meddle in the affairs of other single individuals?" You know full well. This minor exchange appeared to divert Qi Xingzhou from the topic, yet his father, being astute, sensed the subtle disquiet beneath the surface. However, he harbored no suspicions. Rather, he merely perceived that his old bachelor son had taken a liking to this exceptional young woman featured in the newspaper. Alas, for his son's happiness. He felt compelled to take action. Otherwise, relying on Qi Xingzhou, he might pass away without ever seeing him bring someone home. Without delay, after Qi Xingzhou departed, his father promptly retreated to his study to devise a plan. If his son was lackluster, then the father would take charge, regardless, while he still drew breath. Qi Xingzhou must establish a family, or he would rest in peace. Unbeknownst to Qi Xingzhou, who had just enjoyed a hearty meal before returning to work, his father was plotting with a fury that no one could extinguish. As the new year approached, Zhou Xi found herself exceedingly busy, aside from breakfast. It had been several days since she had enjoyed a meal at home. She was eager to wrap up her company affairs, distribute bonuses, and grant holidays, ensuring that everyone returned home for the new year with full pockets and joyful hearts. Amidst this atmosphere of revision, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao faced their first final examinations since returning home. Despite the busyness, Zhou Xi made time to escort her two sons to school on the day of the exams. Xiao Yu, Xiao Zhao, do your best. After the exams, Mommy will come to pick you up. Yes, Mommy, you do your best too. For students, final exams rank among the most significant events in their lives. Performing well means a pleasant holiday, free from the embarrassment of being singled out during red envelope distributions. Conversely, poor performance could lead to dire consequences: no red envelopes, an overload of chores, and the incessant nagging of parents. At the slightest sign of dissatisfaction, all grievances would be directed toward their academic performance. They might even ask during dishwashing or sweeping, which is more comfortable, studying or working. Every parent hopes for their child to soar high, and poor results bring distress to both parents and students alike. Due to the finals, the school entrance buzzed with heightened activity, as many parents arrived to send their children off, underscoring the importance they placed on the examinations. Upon spotting Zhuang Jin waiting for her in the lobby, Zhou Xi couldn't help but frown ever so slightly. Dislike was dislike. She had no patience for those who clung on relentlessly, whether to others or to herself. This young gentleman ought to address serious matters. Otherwise, she would insist on having Nan Yang replace him next year. Sister Xi, I found Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao's father. Hearing his words, Zhou Xi's countenance darkened immediately. If she could, she would slap this muscle-bound, simple-minded fool right in front of her. Fortunately, Zhou Bao was quite capable. Without her needing to say a word, he stepped forward and swiftly subdued Zhuang Jin, dragging him into the elevator. In fact, when those around them heard Zhuang Jin's declaration about finding the boy's father, they immediately sensed his imminent doom. Foolishness, pure foolishness. Every employee in the company knew that the terms father and husband of the boss were strictly taboo. Although curious, they all possessed the discretion to remain silent, suppressing their inquiries and comments. Zhuang Jin had indeed stepped into a trap today. He had it coming. Before departing, Zhou Xi cast a glance at the department head. As soon as they left, the department head approached with a stern demeanor. As the new year approaches, it becomes imperative to focus on our tasks and avoid jeopardizing our year-end bonuses with careless words. Everyone here is astute enough to discern what should and should not be said, as no one wishes to offend the monetary gods. Once the supervisor speaks, the atmosphere shifts back to productivity, with everyone striving towards the yet-to-be-received bonuses. In the office, Zhou Bao busily collaborates with Zhou Xi, having tossed Zhuang Jin aside, neglecting him entirely. Zhuang Jin only awakens when his slumber has been sufficiently replenished. Sister Xi, what has happened to me? Why does my neck ache so? One cannot expect otherwise. This discomfort is a result of the sleeping position Zhou Bao had devised for him, which is unpleasant, yet not life-threatening. Zhuang Jin, preoccupied with informing Zhou Xi about locating the fathers of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, has no time to ponder why he finds himself on the floor, nor why his neck is in such agony. After a brief stretch, he immediately rises, almost proudly proclaiming to Zhou Xi, Sister Xi, I have found the father of Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao. You won't believe it. I stumbled upon him by chance. That scoundrel is living a pitiful life. Just the other day, I saw him eating a boxed meal on a construction site, looking like a vagrant. Zhou Xi, having finished reviewing documents, signs her name before lifting her gaze to question, how do you know he is the father of Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao? By appearance, of course. Although he looked disheveled, he bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao, Zhuang Jin asserts. Zhou Xi gazes at him as though he were a fool. Not long ago, did you not claim that Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao resemble me? How can they now resemble someone else? Zhuang Jin smacks his forehead in frustration. I misspoke. To be precise, it is the childhood likeness of Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao that closely mirrors him. Skeptical of his words and unwilling to delve further into the topic, Zhou Xi dismisses him curtly. I have work to attend to. You should promptly deal with your project matters, or I shall have your brother transfer you elsewhere. Zhuang Jin is taken aback, unable to fathom that his credibility with Zhou Xi is non-existent. Sister Xi, I am not deceiving you. I genuinely found the father of Xiao Zhao and Xiao Yu. Observing Zhou Xi's impatience, he immediately raises his hand in a vow. I swear it is true, if I am lying. May I never earn another penny and become utterly destitute. Zhou Xi ignores him, engrossed in a multi-million project, and presses the call button, instructing Zhou Bao. Please escort Zhuang Jin out. Sister Xi, I truly am not lying. That man is indeed the father of Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao. As Zhuang Jin continues to plead, Zhou Xi directly contacts Zhou Yan, requesting that Zhuang Jin be replaced as the project leader next year. Xi, you really Zhou Bao. Having long held contempt for Zhuang Jin, seizes the opportunity presented by Zhou Xi's order and drags him away. Not a single word of Zhuang Jin's claims holds weight with Zhou Xi. Although the situation had been chaotic, she could ascertain from the fabric of the man's clothing, the watch on his wrist, and the jade pendant that the father of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao likely did not belong to an ordinary background. It is not that laborers on construction sites are to be looked down upon. Rather, she believes such a person should be capable of achieving greater heights. However, these matters are of no concern to her or the trio of mother and children, and she deems it unnecessary to dwell on them. As Zhuang Jin is unceremoniously dragged from the office, he stamps his foot in displeasure at the restroom door. What is the meaning of this? Why bring me to the restroom of such a tall building? He glares at Zhou Bao's retreating figure, vowing to investigate this matter thoroughly and earn Zhou Xi's respect. Yet, the immediate priority is to return to the office and call his brother. If his brother were not unwell, his office telephone would surely be ringing off the hook by now. As anticipated, upon reaching the office door, he finds his assistant anxiously pacing. Zhuang Jin. General Yin has called 5 or 6 times already. The assistant informs him urgently. Feigning calmness, Zhuang Jin nods. Yes, I am aware. You may return to your duties. Of course, General Zhuang, the assistant responds before departing. Once alone, Zhuang Jin's composed facade crumbles, revealing a sycophantic demeanor. Hello, big brother. Zhuang Jin. Do you recall how I instructed you before I left? Of course, I remember. Please, brother, do not rush me. Allow me to explain. The situation is as follows: that nonsense is of no interest to me. For the remaining days, you are to complete your work diligently, otherwise, I shall ensure you regret it. With that, he hangs up abruptly, leaving no room for Zhuang Jin's explanations. Brother, hello, are you still there? With both his brother and Zhou Xi doubting him, Zhuang Jin's irritation grows. He initially considers venting his frustration on the office phone, but ultimately chooses to stomp his foot instead, opting for a cost-free outlet for his anger. Zhu Chong, have you arranged the people I asked you to? Barely 2 minutes after sitting down, the assistant rushes back in to attend to his frugal boss. All is arranged, sir. Would you like to go and see now? Indeed. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, He Chun-Lai sits nervously on the bed, utterly unaware of how long he has been confined by a group of individuals who appear menacing yet may not be. Please let me go. Our boss is about to distribute salaries, and I have yet to receive mine for this month. The bodyguard nearby shakes his head impassively. No, you cannot leave. After yet another rejection, the towering young man, standing at over 6 feet, curls up and begins to cry. Woo 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 woo. He contemplates making a break for it, but he is not foolish. The imposing figures surrounding him are muscular and intimidating. If he dares to flee, he would undoubtedly be severely beaten. Chapter 102. Chi Manua. Trapped and unwilling to force his way out, he can only sit in place. Consumed by anxiety, after 2 days of inexplicable confinement, he feels increasingly aggrieved as he reflects on his past experiences, resulting in tears. Since losing his mother at the age of 8 and his father remarrying, he has become the superfluous member of the household. He bears the brunt of household chores, receives the least food, and wears the most tattered clothing. At home, he is bullied by his stepmother and younger brother, while at the construction site, he faces harassment from co-workers, and now he finds himself captured by strangers. The more he Chun-Lai thinks about it, the more miserable he becomes, and his sobs grow louder. The bodyguards surrounding him exchange glances, momentarily unsure of how to react. It is only when Zhuang Jin forcefully kicks open the door that silence descends upon the room. Upon entering, he locks eyes with the tear-streaked man sitting on the bed. Zhuang Jin is taken aback to see a grown man crying so helplessly and is astonished to learn that his subordinates have bullied him to the point of tears. For reasons unknown, perhaps out of a sense of proximity, he lifts his foot and kicks the nearest bodyguard. What is going on? How could you make him cry? Did you beat him? Under Zhuang Jin's stern gaze, the bodyguards collectively shake their heads. No, we did not, boss. We did not lay a single finger on him. They are principled individuals, not thugs. Then why is he crying so pitifully? He wishes to receive his salary. Oh, the salary. That is indeed important. But if he cannot leave, why can't you go and fetch it for him? Use your brains. Yes, I will do that right away. Gazing at the sobbing man before her, Zhuang Jin felt a moment of bewilderment. Was it truly possible for such a cowardly individual to have fathered the astute young boys, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao? Yet, upon observing his face, which bore a striking resemblance to that of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao in their childhood, her conviction solidified. Such likeness could only signify a father-son bond. Hailing from Haishur, of a similar age, and possessing such similar features, it was unmistakable. Driven by an urgent desire to validate her assumptions, compounded by her preconceived notion that He Chunlai had wronged Zhou Xi and her 2 children, Zhuang Jin dismissed any attempts at explanation from He Chunlai. She relied solely on her own conjectures and investigative findings to form her judgments. "Kid, I shall introduce you to someone, and then we shall see if you dare to claim ignorance," she declared, tugging He Chunlai out the door. Her intention was to confront Zhou Xi with He Chunlai, granting her the opportunity to mete out whatever punishment she deemed fit. She merely hoped that Zhou Xi would witness his responsible and masculine side, allowing him a chance to pursue her. Though He Chunlai was an honest man, he was also a man in his 30s, and even a clay figurine has its temper. Having escaped from home for so many years, he had navigated through a foreign city. Those who walk barefoot fear not those in shoes. When pressed, he too could retaliate fiercely. Typically, he lingered around construction sites. But this bustling street Zhuang Jin was leading him down was entirely new to him. Drawing from his previous experiences of fleeing, He Chunlai swiftly devised a plan. Seizing the moment, he flung open the car door and leapt out. Zhuang Jin slapped the bodyguard, who remained momentarily stunned, and shouted, "Quick, pursue him. The man has already fled. What are you waiting for? Are you expecting me to chase after him?" He Chunlai sprinted with remarkable speed. But the pursuing bodyguard was no novice. Just as he felt the heat of pursuit, he dove into a military vehicle parked by the roadside. This particular outing of Old Master Qi was private. The task at hand required discretion, which was why he had brought only one bodyguard. Coincidentally, the bodyguard had been dispatched to fetch food, thus allowing He Chunlai to enter the vehicle. The first instinct of Old Master Qi was to assume he was being targeted, and he swiftly summoned the fierce demeanor he had once displayed on the battlefield, demanding, "What are you doing?" "I beg your pardon, sir, I am not a villain. I am being pursued by nefarious individuals. May I trouble you to hide me?" He Chunlai, uncertain if his pursuers had seen him enter the vehicle, remained hunched down, afraid to sit up straight. Old Master Qi, seasoned and perceptive, could tell that the young man beside him did not exude the aura of a nefarious character. However, he needed to observe further before drawing conclusions. Moments later, several men in black rushed past the vehicle. Judging by their attire and demeanor, they indeed appeared formidable. Curiosity piqued, Old Master Qi inquired, "Young man, whom have you crossed?" He Chunlai was at a loss. He was merely an honest worker at the construction site, leading a life of labor, meals, and sleep, without any opportunity to offend such distinguished figures. As for the matters Zhuang Jin had mentioned, he had truly had no involvement. Trusting the military vehicle, He Chunlai replied candidly, "I do not know. That day, I was working at the site when I was taken away. They accused me of abandoning my wife and children, labeling me a coward without responsibility, and locked me in a hotel." After listening, Old Master Qi refrained from offering any opinion. After several seconds, he finally spoke. "I shall take you to the police station. If you are innocent, they will assist you." He Chunlai neither agreed nor disagreed, only murmuring, "Thank you, sir, for your kindness. I shall wait until they leave before exiting the vehicle." Those individuals were clearly not ordinary, and he decided it best to relocate to another city. If he could not confront them, he would simply evade them. Life could continue. "They have departed. You may sit up now. Remaining hunched will cause discomfort," Old Master Qi casually remarked, catching He Chunlai off guard. Indeed, he realized that staying bent for too long could be quite uncomfortable. Could he still stand upright? After a brief pause, He Chunlai gradually straightened his posture, and indeed, his back felt considerably better. He felt relieved, yet Old Master Qi's complexion turned pale. "Manu? Manu? Manu? Do you know Qi Manu? What is your relationship with Qi Manu? Is she still alive?" The old man's emotions began to unravel. As he clutched He Chunlai's collar tightly, the bodyguard returned from his errand, mistakenly believing that He Chunlai had bullied the old man, nearly reaching for the weapon concealed at his waist. "Manu, oh Manu!" One pulled forward while the other tugged back. He Chunlai wanted to assert himself and break free, yet he feared harming the old man, and found himself at a loss. Observing the old man's emotional turmoil and the bodyguard's flushed face, He Chunlai sensed he had landed himself in serious trouble. 10 minutes later, the old man's emotions finally stabilized. Though he continued to grip He Chunlai's clothing. "Child, tell me, do you know Qi Manu?" In the old man's expectant gaze, He Chunlai Chapter 103, He Chunlai, son of Qi Manu. In the old man's hopeful gaze, He Chunlai nodded, but before fully committing, he cautiously added, "I know Qi Manu. But perhaps the Qi Manu I know is not the same as the one you are acquainted with." The old man was clearly no ordinary individual. He was not someone a typical rural woman like his mother would know. His current predicament was already chaotic enough, so caution was prudent. Upon hearing this, old Master Qi promptly retrieved a weathered pocket watch from his pocket, along with a photograph of his siblings, pointing to Qi Manyu and asking, "Is the Qi Manyu you know someone who looks like this?" The photograph, recently restored, was no longer as faded, although the individuals within were somewhat indistinct. Despite its small size, the image was clear. When He Chunlai leaned in for a closer look, astonishment crossed his face. How could his mother appear in this photograph? Who were the other individuals depicted? In fact, from He Chunlai's shocked reaction, old Master Qi had already formed a rough understanding. Yet this was no ordinary matter. He had encountered too many disappointments over the years. This time, he hoped to hear He Chunlai affirm the answer he longed to hear. Yes, the person in the photograph bears a striking resemblance to my mother. Qi Manyu, from Su Province, 19. With each piece of information old Master Qi provided, He Chunlai nodded affirmatively. He felt an inkling that the Qi Manyu the old man sought was indeed his mother. "Child, I am your uncle, your mother's brother." I sob after confirming the news. The old man once again succumbed to tears of emotional collapse. However, this time, the bodyguard, having grasped the situation, refrained from interrupting the reunion of these long-lost relatives. He Chunlai stood in a state of disbelief. An uncle? But his mother had often recounted how her brothers had perished on the battlefield long ago. Yet this tearful elder did not seem to be lying. Could there be some misunderstanding? Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to console the elderly gentleman before him and prevent him from continuing to shed tears. He Chunlai, emulating the way his colleague next door comforted his wife during her childhood, gently patted the back of old Master Qi. He softly reassured, There, no more tears. Let us speak calmly." Though old Master Qi was not a sentimental man, at that moment, his tears flowed uncontrollably, stubbornly refusing to be wiped away. "My child, where is your mother?" He Chunlai, avoiding the elderly man's hopeful gaze, murmured, "She has passed away, succumbing to complications during childbirth when I was young." In an instant, old Master Qi, overwhelmed with grief, collapsed backward, losing consciousness. An hour later, the Qi family arrived at the hospital in an orderly manner. When old Master Qi fell, both the guard and He Chunlai were left in a state of shock. "We must hurry him to the hospital. If anything happens, we cannot bear the responsibility." Fortunately, there were no serious issues. With proper rest and emotional control, he would be fine as long as he avoided extreme joy or sorrow. When old Madame Qi saw He Chunlai standing at the doorway of the ward, her reaction mirrored that of old Master Qi. However, she managed her emotions better and did not outwardly display them. Perhaps fearing that He Chunlai might leave, she ushered him inside with her. Upon awakening, old Master Qi's gaze remained fixed on He Chunlai, and as his condition slightly improved, he resumed his inquiries. Fearing that any stimulating question might cause the old man to faint again, He Chunlai hesitated to respond. Fortunately, old Madame Qi gently patted his back, offering reassurance. "It's all right. Do not worry, speak freely." He Chunlai gratefully nodded in acknowledgement. "What is your name?" "Uncle, my name is He Chunlai, bestowed by my mother. I hope my life can be like spring, eternally warm and vibrant." Speaking of Qi Manyu brought a tender smile to He Chunlai's honest face. A rare warmth in his life. Old Master Qi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, a fine name. What year were you born?" Feeling bashful when discussing his age, He Chunlai scratched his head. "August 1st, 1949. I am 37 years old." Old Master Qi nodded thoughtfully. 37. "Have you started a family?" When the topic of marriage arose, a hint of embarrassment flashed across He Chunlai's face. His head, which had been held high, drooped as he replied, "Not yet." After his mother's passing, Qi Manyu had died less than 3 months later, and his father remarried a widow from the neighboring village. His father, a profoundly selfish man, cared only for his own feelings. As for his son, still young and remarrying, he exhibited little concern for He Chunlai. The widow, unreserved in her disdain for him, never concealed her contempt and aversion. Neither of the couple was virtuous. When affectionate, they were sickeningly so, yet during arguments, neither spared the other. With time, He Chunlai became their outlet for frustration, suffering from hunger and neglect, and was denied an education. When he turned 17, his step-parents attempted to marry him off to the widow's dim-witted niece. Reluctant, he was drugged, bound, and beaten severely. Seizing the opportunity during the wedding procession, he fled with the $3.50 he had saved over 17 years. Without a letter of introduction, he was virtually invisible, unable to go anywhere. Initially, he hid in the mountains for several years before mingling in the black market. It was only after the policy opened that he began working on construction sites. Over the years, he saved a considerable amount, but he had grown fearful of poverty, reluctant to spend on food or clothing. Had he not encountered old Master Qi, His plan was to work on the site for a few more years and return home at the age of 45 to build a house and adopt a child for his old age, allowing his life to pass quietly. However, upon hearing He Chunlai's story, both Old Master Qi and Old Madam Qi felt a deep sense of compassion for this only child left by their late sister. Qi Xingzhou and his siblings remained silent, exchanging glances, yet continued to keep their heads down, absorbed in their thoughts. They felt sympathy for their cousin, but it was merely that, sympathy. They had never met the aunt spoken of by their parents, often hearing her name, but feeling little emotional connection. Naturally, they cared for this cousin, but there was a lack of closeness. Conversely, they harbored deep resentment for the unfaithful uncle, who squandered money on a mistress while refusing to send his wife to the hospital for childbirth, ultimately leading to her death during a difficult labor and the loss of both mother and child. Chapter 104. Seeking the Grandson. Human nature. Regardless of the circumstances, finding a descendant of Qi Manuel was a cause for celebration. That evening, the entire Qi family congregated to celebrate the discovery of Qi Manuel's lineage and the reunion of the family, sharing a meal together. Observing the honest and simple He Chunlai, Shi Rongwang felt a renewed sense of foolishness for his earlier baseless assumptions. He removed his glasses to clean them, deciding to visit the optician the next day for a new pair to avoid future difficulties in seeing clearly. The arrival of He Chunlai temporarily diverted Old Master Qi's attention from Qi Xingzhou. In the older generation's mindset, remaining unmarried was deemed a grave transgression. Now, with an additional person defying convention in the Qi family, there was much to ponder. While concerned for He Chunlai, Old Master Qi did not forget to seek vengeance for his sister. He Chunlai would not be sent back, but someone must be dispatched to investigate the situation back home, at the very least to ascertain whether his father and stepmother were still alive. However, based on the adage that good people do not live long, while evildoers thrive, it was likely that the two were still among the living. Since they were alive, this matter could be addressed. The family reunion gathering concluded rather late, and Qi Xingzhou chose not to return to his solitary dwelling, opting instead to stay at home. After a rather heavy dinner, he awoke in the middle of the night, thirsting for water, and encountered He Chunlai, who sat motionless on the sofa, lost in thought. Seeing Qi Xingzhou descend the stairs, He Chunlai immediately stood up, visibly anxious. "Cousin, what do you need? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Qi Xingzhou waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, cousin. I merely came down for a drink." He Chunlai was a few months older than Qi Xingzhou, thus the latter addressed him as cousin. Observing his elder cousin, who appeared a decade older despite their similar ages, Qi Xingzhou felt a pang of discomfort. From dinner until now, he had noticed He Chunlai's nervous habit of picking at his nails. Though He Chunlai seemed cheerful, he was, in reality, plagued by profound insecurity. Previously, he had thought his life was manageable, rough around the edges, yet he had saved a considerable sum. He felt he fared better than some co-workers who squandered their earnings on indulgences. However, upon entering the Qi household, witnessing the excellence of his siblings and cousins, he was overwhelmed by a sense of desolation and inferiority. At 37 years old, illiterate, and having achieved nothing, he possessed only his physical strength and little else. He relished the act of devouring his meals heartily, while his newly discovered relatives dined with an air of refined elegance. He had a penchant for cold water, whereas they preferred the warmth of tea. While he found himself perplexed by the complexities of Go, chess was a commonplace pastime among the Qi family. He harbored fears of becoming a burden or a source of shame to the Qi household, concerned that over time, they might come to look down upon him. He pondered that, rather than facing disdain in the end, it would be better to depart now, preserving at least the initial beauty of their encounters. After finishing his drink, Qi Xingzhou retrieved a plate of dim sum from the cupboard and brewed a pot of floral tea to serve. This evening, he intended to engage in a meaningful conversation with He Chunlai. Upon seeing Qi Xingzhou emerge, He Chunlai stood up awkwardly. Qi Xingzhou set down the tea and snacks, saying, "Cousin, we are family." The moment those words left his lips, He Chunlai's eyes brimmed with tears. It had been 2 decades. He had been without family for 20 long years. From his earliest memories, his father had often reminded them of their long-lost aunt. In truth, Emmanuel had always doubted the fate of her brothers, who were reportedly lost alongside the Qi brothers when they enlisted. Moreover, their belongings had been returned home, further complicating her belief. Given the chaotic circumstances at the time, as an orphan without kin, she had no choice but to leave with others from her village. The journey was arduous, far from her homeland. With a single shell falling, all her possessions were obliterated, leaving only her fragile life intact. Much like Qi Manuel, He Chunlai had endured a lifetime of hardship. The two brothers conversed until the early hours of the morning. Now reunited with the Qi family, he hoped their warmth would heal the wounds of the past and allow him to embark on a new chapter in life. In stark contrast to the Qi family's atmosphere of reunion, Zhuang Jin found himself in a state of disarray. Ever since he lost track of someone that morning, he had been unable to focus on work. His assistant was handling the project matters. After much effort, he had finally located the scoundrel, only to have him slip away. Truly, he was quite cunning. You must find him and bring him back to me. Otherwise, pack your bags and return home. It was as if he had locked horns with himself. He would not relent until He Chunlai was found. After the Qi family finished breakfast, only the elderly couple and He Chunlai remained at home, gazing at the snowflakes drifting in the sky. Old Master Qi suddenly recalled the incident of He Chunlai being pursued the previous day. Having finally found his sister's child, he was eager to do something for him. Simultaneously, for safety's sake, this issue needed resolution. Chunlai, could you tell me once more why you were being chased yesterday? Certainly. He Chunlai cradled the peanuts that old Madame Qi had just placed in his hands and recounted the events of the past few days. Old Madame Qi could not abide the arrogant and bullying young lords, and her anger flared. What? Is it possible that such tyrants exist in this world? Old Master Qi patted her hand reassuringly. Do not rush, let the boy finish. He Chunlai shook his head. Uncle, I have finished. Old Master Qi, a man who had weathered many storms, believed He Chunlai's words but did not fully trust them. After all, He Chunlai had spent many years in the black market. What if he truly had? Chunlai, are you certain you haven't engaged in anything inappropriate? He Chunlai, momentarily taken aback, innocently asked. What do you mean by anything? Old Master Qi Henti anticipated his sluggish response and shot him an irritated glare. Ahem, you know, that sort of thing. Once He Chunlai grasped the implication, his face flushed crimson. Although he had not engaged in such activities practically, he had certainly heard discussions about them in the dormitory. However, the topic felt inappropriate to bring up in front of an elder, causing him to hastily wave his hands. No, uncle, I truly have not. All right. If you say you haven tea, then you haven tea. He Chunlai grew anxious. I really haven tea, uncle. Then why do people say those two children resemble you so closely? He Chunlai was equally perplexed. I don't know why, but I truly haven't done anything of that nature. In old Master Qi's view, He Chunlai might have inadvertently become involved with someone while drinking in the black market. Regardless, should a child exist, he must acknowledge it, assume responsibility, and make amends. There could be no evasion. All right, go get yourself ready. We'll go out for a stroll shortly, and perhaps we can find my two grandsons whom you haven't yet met. Although his nephew was still a bachelor, he at least had two teenage sons, which was somewhat comforting. At the very least, it was better than the solitary Qi Xingzhou. However, if it turned out that he had indeed wronged someone in the past, he would not shield himself, but would navigate the situation to provide compensation. After all, without rules, there can be no order. One must adhere to the law. Having been married for decades, old Madame Qi naturally understood her husband's schemes. Observing the shifting emotions on his face, she slapped him lightly. You would rather trust outsiders than your own nephew? Old Master Qi coughed a couple of times. My dear, you still do not understand men, nor human nature. Chapter 105. Visiting the school to see the children. Humph. Are you implying that I have never understood you all these years? If I don't understand you, does that mean Ming Shuhua does? As his wife prepared to dredge up past grievances, old Master Qi quickly interjected in a plea for mercy. Oh, I was wrong. My mouth speaks nonsense. Lord Fenghe, please forgive me and don't hold it against me. Old Madame Qi ignored him, casting a fierce glare before turning on her heel and leaving. Glancing at the meticulously prepared dim sum and tea on the table, she returned in a huff and swept them all away. Those who angered her were unworthy of enjoying her carefully crafted offerings. Old Master Qi reached for the tea only to find nothing there, forcing a sheepish smile. I cannot provoke her, not in the slightest. Old Madame Qi, with her frail legs, chose to remain at home, shelling beans. While planning to prepare an extra dish for dinner. Return early, do not wander into places you shouldn't tea. All right, we will be back promptly. Anticipating that they might not finish their business by noon, he reminded them, by the way, we want to be back for lunch. You must remember to eat well at home, don't settle for less. All right, I understand. And you too, don't drink outside. Old Master Qi did not respond. Slipping away swiftly, that was a request he could not fulfill. Despite old Master Qi's white hair and limited wardrobe, his sense of style was anything but ordinary. He always remained at the forefront of fashion. Qi Xingzhou and his brother's work did not allow for flamboyant attire, nor would they permit him to dress them up. However, He Chunlai was different, tall and muscular. He was a natural model, perfectly suited to showcase his uncle's choices. Floral shirts paired with black pants. White shirts with black trousers. He Chunlai awkwardly adjusted his somewhat peculiar outfit and gently expressed, Uncle, I'm not very accustomed to wearing these clothes. Old Master Qi waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense, they suit you well, you will get used to them. Uncle this outfit is splendid. Go inside and check if it fits. I will find you a pair of pants that match. After 2 hours of shopping, Old Master Qi made a grand gesture and purchased 10 complete outfits. He had always cherished the idea of purchasing clothes for his sister, yet at that time, financial constraints rendered such desires unattainable. He could only afford a few exquisite hair ties. Now that his sister was no longer with them, he resolved to compensate for all his past shortcomings through his nephew. During lunch, He Chunlai accompanied the elderly gentleman to indulge in an authentic hot pot meal. At the dining table, the elder insisted on serving He Chunlai with ample portions of meat, fearful that he might go hungry. "Uncle, that's enough. My bowl is nearly full. You should eat too." Yet, the elder continued to place another piece of meat onto his plate, saying, "I'm of an age where digestion is a challenge. You should eat more to make up for my share." This meal marked the most fulfilling and satisfying dining experience that He Chunlai had enjoyed in many years, with an abundance of white rice, ample meat, and rich, flavorful wine. After the meal, the elder took him to the inn where he had been detained a few days prior. All of He Chunlai's belongings had been confiscated by Zhou Xi and his associates, stored in the drawer of that very room. After a fruitless day searching for Zhou Xi, they decided to stake out the hotel, anticipating his return like a hunter awaiting prey. As they approached the hotel, a mere 500 meters away, the elder instructed He Chunlai to alight from the vehicle, intending for him to walk the rest of the way. Several bodyguards following behind had changed into civilian attire to avoid arousing suspicion. Upon spotting He Chunlai's figure nearing, the head of the bodyguards swiftly ordered his subordinate to call Zhou Xi, announcing that their awaited guest had finally arrived. He Chunlai was engulfed in shadows of his past, and as he drew closer to the hotel, his legs grew increasingly unsteady. However, the thought of the bank book inside, along with the several undercover bodyguards trailing him, instilled a sense of resolve. At the very least, he needed to retrieve the bank book, as he intended to use the funds within to buy gifts for his family. "Boss, why is that old man following him?" The head bodyguard waved dismissively. "No need to mind him. He is likely just an ordinary passerby. We are doing a good deed, not engaging in any nefarious activities. Just be cautious not to harm the old man." Step by step, He Chunlai was caught off guard and seized. To prevent any further attempts at escape, the head bodyguard instructed his men to bind him securely. They mistook the elder for a new guest and reassured him not to be afraid, explaining that they were apprehending a criminal. "Criminals? Are you law enforcement?" "No. We are avenging our family. Once we settled the score, we'll be taking him to the police station." The elder wished to inquire further, but Zhou Jin's arrival left him with no opportunity. He approached and kicked He Chunlai forcefully, exclaiming, "You wretched creature, refusing to take responsibility for your actions." This kick ignited a chain of events. At the elder's command, his bodyguards charged forth. The ensuing clash lasted a mere 10 minutes before the victor was clear. The elder sat on the bed, while He Chunlai and Zhou Jin stood obediently, ready to answer questions. "Young man, you seem civilized. Enlighten me about today's events." Zhou Jin did not respond, but pointed at He Chunlai, asking, "Old sir, could you first confirm if you are related to him?" The elder nodded yes. "You all drove him into my vehicle yesterday, which is how I found my relative." "I see," Zhou Jin replied, realizing the investigation had indicated that all of He Chunlai's relatives resided in his hometown. Only then did he feel reassured enough to recount the entire story. As the elder listened, his perception of He Chunlai grew increasingly dubious, and he gazed at him with an unintentional hint of reproach. He Chunlai felt aggrieved. Was he not fully aware of his own actions? Why should he bear the blame for the misdeeds of others? Could we first see those two children? Zhou Jin wanted to agree, but suddenly recognized the precariousness of the situation. He could not allow himself to be led astray. Consequently, he shook his head and refused. "That is not possible. You have gone to great lengths to find us, yet now you deny us the chance to see the children. How can I be sure you aren't deceiving me?" The elder's cunning proved formidable, no matter how astute Zhou Jin considered himself to be. He was no match for the old fox's guile. In just a few exchanges, he was persuaded to accompany them to the school to see Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, under the pretext of confirming their identities in case of any misunderstandings. However, as they drew nearer to the school, Zhou Jin's intelligence began to return, and he realized that proceeding without Zhou Xi's consent was perilously reckless. But who was the elder? He offered no room for retreat, quickly elevating Zhou Jin's resolve with just a few words. The path became increasingly familiar. Was this not the route to his grandson Shirin's school? "Young man, what are the names of my two grandsons?" Zhou Jin, reluctant to engage with the elder, averted his gaze and refrained from answering. Chapter 106. The elder becomes aware. Today marked the final day of the semester exams, and Zhou Xi had finished her work early to pick up Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. However, she had evidently underestimated the tenacity of the throng of parents at the school gate. Despite her early arrival, she found herself among many others who had arrived before her. As a result, she had to park her car over 200 meters away from the entrance to avoid being trapped later. Zhou Xi navigated through the crowded masses with the three siblings, enduring several jostles before reaching the school gate. The elder had arrived the earliest, securing the prime position. And as Zhou Xi and her group squeezed in, they found themselves standing right beside him. The striking demeanor of the four compelled him to steal a few glances, which proved momentous. Was this not the prospective daughter-in-law he had previously identified in the newspaper? How could she possibly be here? Could it be that she already had children? Noticing the elder's gaze, Zhou Bao silently stepped forward to shield Zhou Xi. Observing this, the elder ceased his scrutiny and redirected his attention to the school. Zhuang Jin had spotted Zhou Xi from early on, but dared not let her see him, cowering like a quail behind the bodyguards. At that moment, his regret reached its zenith, and he could only pray that Zhou Xi would not discover him. Otherwise, he would not only face her wrath, but also bear the consequences of his foolishness. How foolish, how terribly foolish. He never imagined he would have such an embarrassing day. As the exams concluded, the proctor urged the students to cease writing. With the collection of answer sheets by the invigilators, the sound of desks scraping against the floor resonated through the building. Prior to the exams, Teacher Wang had convened a class meeting to discuss the holiday protocols, thus allowing the students to leave immediately after tidying their classroom. The exams were a matter of results, with discussions postponed until the outcomes were revealed. This was a tacit understanding among their small group. How delightful it was to finally commence the holiday. Of course, it would have been even better if the teachers had not assigned such a heavy load of winter vacation homework. Zhou Yu adjusted Zhou Zhao's misaligned clothing and hat, saying, "Come on, Mom must be waiting for us at the gate." "Okay, brother, will you play games with me for 2 hours tonight?" "Sure, no problem." After the exams, a bit of relaxation was warranted, as long as it did not lead to prolonged despondency. "Zhou Yu, can I come over to your house during the winter vacation?" "I want to come too. I want to come too." Song Lei and Shi Ren, both only children, greatly enjoyed the lively atmosphere of the Zhou household. "Of course, you are always welcome." As soon as students began to emerge, the elder inquired of Zhuang Jin every few minutes, "Has my grandson come out yet? Have you seen my grandson?" Due to the presence of Zhou Xi, Zhuang Jin dared not speak loudly, opting instead to pull the old gentleman down to crouch beside him. "Don't rush. Once we get out, I'll show you, but you must promise me not to raise your voice." Observing Zhuang Jin's rather flustered demeanor, Old Master Qi felt a hint of confusion. After pondering for a moment, he tentatively inquired, "Have you perhaps seen the child's mother?" Upon hearing this, Zhuang Jin paused momentarily before retorting in a hushed tone, "Old sir, refrain from asking questions that shouldn't be asked. If you wish to see the child, just follow my lead and refrain from speaking too much." Old Master Qi nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I shall heed your advice." Though his expression remained gentle, his mind was busy calculating the intricacies of the situation. Firstly, the mother of his two grandsons was undoubtedly present. Secondly, the quest for the child's father was likely initiated by the young man without consulting his family. Overcome by guilt, Zhuang Jin directed all his attention to the throng of students densely packed in the school. He was eager to locate Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, allowing Old Master Qi to see them briefly before making a swift exit to mitigate the risk of being discovered by Zhou Xi and her companions. As Zhou Yu and his companions reached the entrance and beheld the bustling crowd outside, they stood still, momentarily paralyzed. "So many people? Are we going to get trampled?" Zhou Zhao patted Song Lei's shoulder, reassuring him, "Worry not, my brother. With our stature, we will surely stand out amidst the crowd." He then inquired, "So, will you be heading home on your own, or will your uncle and aunt be picking you up?" Shi Ren adjusted his clothing nonchalantly, replying, "My parents are busy with work. I'll head back alone later." Song Lei, on the other hand, was fortunate as his father had come to fetch him. "It's rather chilly today. Riding a bicycle can be quite cold. Perhaps Uncle can give you a lift home?" Zhou Yu, fearing that Shi Ren might refuse due to pride, added, "We are friends. There is no need to stand on ceremony." "Indeed, we are friends. And I had no intention of being formal with you." Shi Ren secretly mused. "After all, we share blood ties." From his post at the entrance, Zhuang Jin quickly spotted the striking figures of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao amidst the crowd and promptly directed Old Master Qi's attention to them. "Look over there. The two most handsome and tallest individuals in the crowd are them." "The tallest and most handsome? That must be the two children standing beside my grandson." To avoid any misunderstandings, Old Master Qi pulled Zhuang Jin aside for further confirmation. "Are they the ones in the black and blue down jackets?" Yes, indeed. Please take your time observing. I will step out to wait for you, but you must only look and refrain from speaking or approaching them." With that, Zhuang Jin yanked off a security guard's coat and covered his head, bending low as he dashed out. Fearing that if he lingered, Zhou Xi might spot him, he deemed it best to leave quickly before Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao noticed him. Old Master Qi nodded at Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, acknowledging their remarkable external attributes, but wondering why they appeared so familiar. Next to him, He Chunlai, upon recognizing the brother's resemblance, became increasingly convinced that this was a case of mistaken identity. He was well aware of his own limitations and knew he could not possibly father such striking children. Concerned that the old gentleman might be obstinate, he leaned closer and whispered, "Uncle, do not continue looking. It is surely a mistake. They cannot be my children." Old Master Qi glanced back, but remained silent, secretly agreeing with He Chunlai's assessment. The boy's appearance indeed suggested a possible mix-up. It was not that he looked down on his nephew. Rather, there were certain truths he could not voice without betraying his conscience. "Grandfather, what brings you here? Have you perhaps discovered something?" Shi Ren, from a distance, was drawn to the sight of the old gentleman crouched on the ground. Initially, he thought there had been a stampede at the school gate. However, upon noticing old Master Qi's unwavering gaze fixed upon Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, he realized that his grandfather must have uncovered that astonishing revelation. Old Master Qi withdrew his gaze, standing up with Shi Ren's assistance. "I have come to take you home for dinner. All right, I'll just say goodbye to my classmates." Although anxiety gnawed at him, Shi Ren politely bid farewell to Zhou Xi, "Goodbye, Aunt Zhou." "Farewell, Zhou Yu, Zhou Zhao, and Song Lei." "Yes, goodbye." The old gentleman also took note of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao standing beside Zhou Xi, feeling a twinge of regret. It was no wonder he found those two children familiar. They were, after all, the offspring of the daughter-in-law he had meticulously chosen. What a pity. If only he had known sooner, years could have been spared. Alas, it seemed the Qi family was simply out of luck. In the car, old Master Qi wore a stern expression, remaining silent, while He Chunlai sat upright, not daring to breathe. Observing the increasingly grim countenance of the old gentleman, Shi Ren's heart sank gradually, eventually plummeting to an abyss. Noticing Shi Ren's discomfort, old Master Qi assumed he had misbehaved at school and, with a stern demeanor, asked, "Shaoran, do you have anything to confess?" Shi Ren was taken aback that his grandfather would target him first, feigning calm as he gazed at old Master Qi. "No, grandfather." Old Master Qi, convinced of his suspicions, continued, "I am offering you a chance to come clean, embracing the principle of better a friend in death than a foe." Shi Ren prepared to extricate himself from the matter. "Grandfather, you know." Old Master Qi inwardly praised his own perspicacity, maintaining his stern demeanor. "Yes, I am aware. You have 3 minutes to clarify everything." At this moment, Shi Ren's ability to think nearly vanished. Frightened by his grandfather's tone, he blurted everything out. "Grandfather, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I should not have concealed from you that Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao are indeed the biological children of my second uncle." Chapter 107, The Father of the Grandson. "Grandfather, I apologize. I should not have hidden the truth that Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao are my second uncle's biological children. However, I truly did not intend to keep this from you. I wished to inform you sooner, but before I could voice it, you discovered it yourself. Nonetheless, this only demonstrates the strong connection between you and Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. The bond of blood is indeed powerful, unbroken by time or distance." Old Master Qi was a kind-hearted elder, yet when angered, he could be quite intimidating. Recalling his previous outburst, Shi Ren felt his legs weaken. Before old Master Qi could react, He Chunlai in the front seat excitedly clapped his hands, proclaiming, "I knew it. Those two children are definitely not mine. They are my cousins." He finally had the opportunity to prove his innocence. However, his words sent old Master Qi into a frenzy, causing him to faint outright. Amidst the terrifying atmosphere, no one seemed to notice. Shi Ren hesitated to look at old Master Qi, fearing a reprimand. Yet the more tranquil the car became, the faster his heart raced. With no other option, he stubbornly turned to check on the old gentleman's condition, ready to adapt as needed. The sight startled him. "Grandfather, are you all right? Please don't scare me." After calling several times without a response, he shouted to the security personnel in the front, "Uncle Ma, grandfather has fainted. We need to get him to the hospital." Upon regaining consciousness, old Master Qi scanned the room and, failing to find the one person he longed to see, closed his eyes and struggled to suppress his anxiety, slowly asking, "Where is Qi Xingzhou? Is he here?" As the tension escalated, her face flushed with urgency, her hands striking the bed with a resounding clap, demanding his immediate presence, now, at once. The elderly matriarch of the Qi family appeared bewildered, questioning the commotion. "Xingzhou cannot leave. He will see you only this evening." She insisted that he hasten to meet her post-meeting, wishing to confront him about whether this rebellious child had indeed forsaken the Qi surname. The elder Qi was muttering angrily, leaving Qi Gu and Qi Sa, along with the matriarch, utterly perplexed. What was happening? Had he ingested gunpowder? The insiders exchanged glances, none daring to speak amidst the mounting tension. Seizing the moment while the doctor was examining, Shi Ren quietly slipped out of the ward. Spotting Shi Rongguang and Qi Lanqi approaching, he rushed forward. "Mom, Dad, Grandpa has learned about Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao being the children of my second uncle. What? How did your grandfather know? They exclaimed. Did your second uncle tell him? Shi Ren shook his head, recounting how, after school, his grandfather had been watching Zhou Zhao and Zhou Yu intently at the school gate, remaining silent and somber in the car, urging him to confess. Believing his grandfather had already discovered the truth, he had unwittingly divulged the information. Yet, it seemed his grandfather was unaware of this matter, or he would not have fainted from the shock. Regret washed over him for having spoken so freely, not only infuriating the elder, but potentially jeopardizing his second uncle's plans. How could you reveal such a thing? Qi Lanqi scolded him sharply, unable to contain her emotions. Shi Rongwang attempted to intervene, but his efforts were in vain. Acknowledging his fault, Shi Ren bowed his head in silence, filled with remorse. Had it not been for the elder matriarch emerging at that moment, the trio might have lingered outside the ward for quite some time. What's the matter? Why are you scolding the child upon arrival? The matriarch inquired, shielding Shi Ren behind her. It's nothing, Grandma. It's my fault, he replied. Qi Lanqi, unsure of how to address the issue, opted for silence and entered to see the elder. The moment she stepped inside, the elder Qi wasted no time, demanding, Lanqi, did you know about this matter all along? Dad? She stammered, seeking assistance from Shi Rongwang, who was about to step in when the elder matriarch interrupted. What on earth is going on? Why did he faint today? I want a clear explanation. The elder Qi struggled to articulate a coherent thought amidst his fury, directing his ire at Shi Ren, whom the matriarch could not chastise due to his youth. You too? She turned to Qi Lanqi and Shi Rongwang. Tell me what happened without hiding anything. Finally, it was Shi Rongwang who stepped forth to bear the brunt of the storm. Mom, my second brother has 2 twin sons outside, about the same age as Xiao Ren. This revelation struck like a bombshell, leaving everyone in the ward stunned. Qi Gu was the first to react. What? My brother has children? And twins at that? Their ages are similar to Xiao Ren's? Cheetah saw, sensing the grim expressions on the elders' and matriarchs' faces, discreetly pinched Qi Gu, signaling him to remain silent and listen to the elders. This ungrateful child has kept my grandchildren hidden all these years without bringing them back. Does he wish for the heavens to strike him? The elders' tirade grew increasingly absurd as Shi Rongwang could not help but interject. Dad, my second brother only recently learned of the children's existence. He did not intend to keep it a secret. Did not intend to? Then why has he not brought my grandsons back now that he knows? The elder's ire turned towards the quaking Qi Lanqi, and he pointed an accusatory finger at her and Shi Rongwang. And you too, knowing about this. Why did you not inform me? Were you waiting for the day I am buried beneath the earth to tell me? After enduring the elder's tirade, the matriarch finally regained her composure. Is what you said true, Rongwang? Yes, Mom, it is true. Upon receiving confirmation, the elder matriarch could not restrain herself from delivering a sharp reprimand to Shi Rongwang and Qi Lanqi. You two fools, how dare you conceal such significant news from us? She then turned her ire upon the elder Qi. Having grandsons is a joyous occasion. Why are you in such a foul mood? We should rejoice and prepare to welcome them with open arms. As for their father, once we return home, you may deal with him as you see fit. There is no use in being angry here. It would be wiser to focus on recovering your health so you can exert your strength when the time comes. The elder Qi retorted grumpily, bring them back? They likely do not even know of my son's existence, let alone that of our family. Your son has never even been called father. The matriarch turned her gaze back to Shi Rongwang. Is this true? Yes, Mom. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao are indeed unaware of my second brother's existence. The matriarch was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qi Xingzhou to be so inept. However, upon hearing her grandsons' names, she quickly brightened. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao are indeed splendid names. So, their mother's surname is Zhou? Yes, it is Zhou. Shi Rongwang chose not to elaborate further, believing it best for Qi Xingzhou to introduce himself in due time. Upon learning that the elder Qi was already aware of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, Qi Xingzhou felt an unexpected calm wash over him. Perhaps anticipating the confrontation that awaited him, he chose not to rush home, instead leisurely ordering several dishes at a restaurant, savoring each bite. To facilitate a meeting with Zhou Xi and the others, he specifically requested a table near the entrance, ensuring they would see him as soon as they finished their meal. In the private room, as a reward for Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, they were each allowed a bottle of soda for this special meal. Cherishing this rare indulgence, the siblings sipped slowly, reluctant to finish it too quickly. Mom, I feel so happy, Zhou Yu exclaimed, nodding in agreement with Zhou Zhao, who echoed his sentiments. Zhou Xi chuckled. Are you two so easily satisfied? As a proponent of nurturing her children with abundance, she found their simplicity surprising. We eat well, dress well, and have a wonderful family around us. For me, this is the most beautiful thing in the world. Zhou Zhao's words unexpectedly conjured a vague memory from over a decade ago in Zhou Xi's mind. Just as this thought began to form, she forcefully cast it aside. Turning to her sons, she said, "Mom feels the same way. As long as our family remains healthy and safe, I find true happiness." Ding dong, the rebate system credited 5,000 yuan. After finishing their meal, the trio prepared to leave when they were met by a hurried Zhou Xi. "Sister Xi, something has happened to the elder at home. I need to return early to check on him. I've entrusted my assistant with the remaining matters, and he will ensure everything is wrapped up before the new year." Zhou Xi nodded. "I understand. Go ahead." Zhou Xi offered a grateful smile before hesitantly adding, "Sister Xi, could I borrow your plane temporarily? I fear if I delay, I may miss the chance to see the elder one last time. Rest assured, I will return it in perfect condition." In order to maintain a harmonious collaboration, Zhou Xi has long cultivated the habit of observing her partners. Hence, even by noon, she was already well informed about everything that transpired with the Zhuang family. Although he was clearly languishing in the embrace of his mistress, the official narrative portrayed him as overwhelmed with work and fatigue. Nevertheless, the subsequent public relations efforts were executed flawlessly, leaving no hint of scandal to escape. It appears that Zhuang Yin truly is an exceptional decision-maker. "Very well. I shall have someone make the arrangements," she remarked. "Thank you, Sister Xi." Due to the matters concerning Zhuang Jin, Zhou Xi and her two children were entirely oblivious to Qi Xingzhou, who was also dining in the same restaurant. Qi Xingzhou hastily pursued outside, but all he caught was a glimpse of Zhuang Jin escorting Zhou Xi into the car. Unable to contain himself, he gripped the peace token in his hand tightly, causing it to creak under pressure. If it had merely been a misunderstanding before, he now clearly recognized his own feelings. He could not abide the presence of other men around Zhou Xi, nor did he appreciate anyone vying for her attention. He suspected he might indeed be. As the car drove several meters away, Zhou Xi turned her head to glance out the window a few times. Yet, the figure she had seen earlier had long since vanished, leaving her to conclude that it must have been a trick of her imagination. With Zhou Xi departed, Qi Xingzhou found himself devoid of any appetite to continue his meal. He called the waiter to pack his food, and then he simply took it home. At the Qi residence, the family, centered around the elder Qi and his wife, sat neatly together in the living room. They awaited Qi Xingzhou's return. Even as the clock struck 7 and he remained absent. "Is that ungrateful child not back yet? Surely he must have finished by now. What is he wandering about for?" The elder Qi's wife patted his hand, signaling him to be patient. "He will return eventually. There is no need to be anxious." Just then, the sound of a car echoed from the yard. Qi Deji stood up to peek outside, then quickly dashed back, exclaiming, "He is here. The second brother is back." Qi De, observing his gleeful demeanor, could not help but slap him playfully. These brothers, despite being in their 30s or 40s, still behaved like children. "Xiaoren, take your younger siblings upstairs to play." Though he longed to stay and witness the unfolding drama, he had no choice but to escort the two little ones upstairs. To his surprise, one of the small children clutched his hand and innocently inquired, "Cousin, is Grandpa going to spank Uncle's bottom?" The child's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly clear for all to hear. Qi Deji agreed. Little Jin's suggestion is quite good. Upon hearing this, he received another pinch from Qi De. Ren dared not respond, awkwardly guiding the little one as they hurried upstairs in a flurry of steps. This commotion was best avoided. It was wiser to retreat for the sake of their safety. As Qi Xingzhou pushed open the door, a cup came hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. However, his reflexes were sharp, and he swiftly sidestepped to evade it. Seeing him dodge, the elder Qi grew even angrier and bellowed, "Come here and kneel." Qi Xingzhou leisurely surveyed the circle of individuals seated on the sofa before placing the takeout box onto the dining table and sauntering over to take a seat. Sensing the elder Qi's impending wrath, the elder Qi's wife interjected promptly, "Xingzhou, what exactly is going on with the child?" Qi Xingzhou, fiddling with the button that Zhou Xi had dropped 16 years ago during their New Year's celebration at his aunt's house, spoke slowly. "I was drugged back then, but I managed to escape. While on my way to the hospital, I inadvertently encountered a young woman who had also been drugged. Subsequently, It was only recently that I learned she gave birth to 2 children. Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao are now 15 and are classmates with Xiaoren." Qi Xingzhou's account was devoid of any concealment. "Then why did you not inform the family?" the elder Qi pressed. Qi Xingzhou sighed, responding with deliberation, "I will tell you. But not at this moment." The elder Qi continued to interrogate, "When do you plan to share this with us?" "When Xiao Jin and the others have grown up and you are no longer fixated on having grandsons." With a resounding thud, an apple struck Qi Xingzhou squarely on the forehead. "Why didn't you wait until after I was dead to tell me I have 2 grandsons? Let me make this clear. The Qi family will not permit their bloodline to be lost. You must acknowledge those children, or I will see to it that you face the consequences." Qi Xingzhou had anticipated such a reaction upon revealing the truth. "Acknowledge them? On what grounds should I? I have never provided for them, nor have I ever bought them clothes. My knowledge of their existence does not even extend beyond a month. Their mother has cared for them, providing for their every need and ensuring they were well looked after. Just because I am their biological father, does that mean they owe me their allegiance? Am I worthy? The elder Qi was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he was not worthy. However, Chapter 109, Family Law. Yet, these were his own grandchildren, the blood of the Qi family. He could not simply stand by and watch them drift away. Humanity is inherently hypocritical. Even a venerable man of over 60 years cannot escape such duality. If they were grandsons, he yearned to bring them home immediately and compensate the mother, hoping for a heartwarming reunion. But if they were granddaughters, regardless of the circumstances, he would ensure the mother paid a price. But could this obstinate son really comply with his wishes? The elder Qi sighed, preparing to shift his strategy. I understand all that you have said, but bringing them back would be in their best interest. Father, Zhou Xi is the owner of a multinational corporation possessing vast assets, and there are countless individuals eager to curry favor with her. Although her connections within the country may not match ours, she does not need our so-called connections, for she will only grow stronger on her own. Aside from burdening them with unnecessary social obligations, what can we offer them? They are thriving as they are. Our only role is to quietly protect them and assist when they require help, not to suddenly appear and complicate their lives. Of course, this did not preclude him from acting, but he simply could not voice it yet. The elder Qi categorically rejected Qi Xingzhou's assertions. No, this is non-negotiable. You should have informed us immediately when this incident occurred. Your mother and I could have helped you find a solution, allowing for a more appropriate resolution. If you had confided in us back then, you would have been settled with a wife and children by now, and we would not be in this predicament of being unable to acknowledge our grandsons. Qi Xingzhou conceded that he had mishandled matters in the past. It was indeed his fault. Strength in numbers could have led to a different outcome had he been forthright with his parents. Yet, he had been immature and presumptuous at the time. Furthermore, the Zhou family was notoriously secretive, and although he had searched extensively, he never considered the madwoman in the alley. When Zhou Xi eventually left the country with the children, tracing them became impossible. I don't care how you feel about it. I'm giving you 3 months. If you cannot acknowledge the children within this time frame, then we will handle it my way. The Qi family now had only this branch left, as the elder son's family had a pair of twins. Due to their position as public servants, they were unable to have a second child. Understanding one's own son is an intricate affair. Qi Xingzhou is undoubtedly a simpleton, and it is highly probable that he will never marry or have children throughout his life. Unless, of course, the individual in question happens to be the mother of his 2 beloved grandsons. Otherwise, this foolish son of mine is destined to a life of solitude. Old Master Qi's words are intended to exert pressure on Qi Xingzhou, for otherwise, he might remain ensconced in his shell for eternity. When the day finally arrives that he is willing to emerge, he may find that others have already found their happiness, leading to profound regret. Madame Qi remains silent, her stance mirroring that of her husband. Qi Dage revels in the misfortune, feeling that he can finally avenge the years Qi Xingzhou mocked him for being an old bull courting tender grass. Qi Dajia expresses her astonishment, never imagining that the household's old bachelor brother would actually have a child. Sure, Rongguang and Qi Lanqi have no voice in this matter, while Qi Dajia and her husband sit quietly, refraining from offering any opinions. The living room is enveloped in a silence that is punctuated only by the voices of old Master Qi and Qi Xingzhou. Yet it is filled with a cacophony of anxious hearts, racing and uncertain. Regardless of whether an agreement is reached, it is certain that Qi Xingzhou will face a punishment. This matter is settled. I shall grant you 3 months. With that, the old master rises to leave, but upon reaching the staircase, he halts and turns back to deliver words that tighten everyone's hearts further. Kneel in the ancestral hall. I shall come by tomorrow morning. There are national laws and familial regulations to uphold. The news of Qi Xingzhou's child is cause for celebration. Yet the fact that he has caused another to become an unwed mother is undeniable, and the child has been left to wander for so many years. Upon careful reckoning, he has violated 3 family rules, warranting 9 lashes. The rules were established by the old master, who is also the enforcer. The first to be punished was Qi Dage, who received 3 lashes and lay in bed for 3 days. Now, Qi Xingzhou stands as the second to face such retribution. Though pained, none dare plead for mercy, for this is what Qi Xingzhou rightfully deserves. Xingzhou, have you eaten? Mother will heat up some dishes for you. Qi Xingzhou shakes his head. No need. I have dined outside. One must face the consequences of their misdeeds to learn a lesson, and Qi Xingzhou harbors no objections to this situation. Without even drinking a drop of water, he rises and proceeds to the ancestral hall. Pushing open the door, he gazes upon the brightly lit hall and drops to his knees with a resounding thud. This act of kneeling is an expression of repentance. lamenting the suffering his irresponsibility has inflicted upon his wife and child for so long. He repents for failing to fulfill his duties as a father, for taking away a young woman's purity without assuming responsibility in a timely manner, and for the burden he has placed upon his parents. In the study, Shi Ren sits across from old Master Qi, meticulously recounting every small detail since his acquaintance with Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. Grandfather. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao are exceptionally bright. While abroad, they participated in numerous competitions and amassed trophies that require a dedicated room for display. Upon their return, Zhou Yu dominated the first midterm examination, securing the top rank, while Zhou Zhao, though somewhat inattentive in class, achieved an impressive fourth place. Their characters are equally commendable. One is steady and reliable, the other lively and cheerful, and their brotherly bond is remarkably strong. Aunt Zhou is a conscientious businesswoman with a strong sense of patriotism, having donated no less than 70 million to our school. Additionally, she invests in any research projects beneficial to national development, including those led by Professor Zhang in agriculture and those in new technology fields. Despite their wealth, they exhibit none of the arrogance or hubris typical of affluent youths. Their demeanor is courteous and well-mannered, a testament to Aunt Zhou's careful upbringing. In summary, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao have been nurtured splendidly, and both Song Lei and I envy their familial atmosphere. Old Master Qi nodded in agreement, recognizing his keen insight. Although he had only briefly met the two grandsons, it was evident they were no ordinary individuals. With proper guidance, their future achievements would surely surpass those of their father. Little Ren, it appears you were the first in our family to discover that Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao are your cousins. Shi Ren smiled awkwardly and nodded slightly. Yes, grandfather. Can you tell me how you made this discovery? Actually, it was a fortunate coincidence. When I visited Aunt Zhou's home, I came across childhood photographs of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, and they struck me as somewhat familiar, though I could not recall where I had seen them. Later, when my second uncle asked me to retrieve photographs from the studio, I inadvertently spotted a picture of my second uncle as a child, and it was then that I remembered the source of my familiarity. Chapter 110, Confirming Intentions. Old Master Qi nodded. So that is how it is. Have Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao mentioned their father to you? Shi Ren shook his head. No. In the case of other single-parent families, they might inquire about the whereabouts of their father or mother. However, Zhou Xi has provided Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao with the best love and material conditions in the world, rendering their need for a father who has never been present unnecessary. They would not wish to bring up a topic that might distress Zhou Xi. Shi Ren accompanied the old master for nearly an hour, and finally, upon exiting, he had no time to drink a sip of water before being whisked away by Qi Dage. Little Ren, hurry and tell uncle about your discovery. Right. And also wishes to know. Drawing from his previous experience, Shi Ren took his time to recount the story, waiting until everyone seated on the sofa was present before he began. The story is as follows. Well done, Little Ren. You are a great contributor to our family. Thankfully, Mother brought out the photographs. The phrase "the joys and sorrows of the world do not intersect" is vividly reflected in the contrasting atmospheres of the Qi and Zhou families. Unlike the occasionally tense and joyous ambience of the Qi household, the Zhou family maintains a consistently cheerful environment. Zhou Xi's company affairs remain unresolved, and she has been exceedingly busy these days, leaving her no time to accompany Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. However, the brothers do not require her presence. This year marks their first spring festival spent back home, a momentous occasion for their family. To enhance the festive spirit and overall experience, Zhou Xi has assigned the task of purchasing New Year goods to her sons. This year, she intends to be the hands-off manager, providing funds while remaining uninvolved in the affairs of the household. She will eat whatever is prepared. The following day, after Zhou Xi finished breakfast and left for work, Qi Xingzhou was still kneeling in the ancestral hall, facing his punishment. Despite having fainted twice in recent days, old Master Qi's strength remains formidable. With each crack of the whip, the lashes rained down upon Qi Xingzhou with considerable force. In just a few moments, his back is left bloodied and raw. Yet, Qi Xingzhou exhibits remarkable fortitude. Despite the excruciating pain, he bites down on a towel, uttering not a sound. Outside, Qi Dajia gently tugged at her husband's sleeve. "Mu, is the medical kit ready?" Qi Dajia's husband, Mo Qi, nodded in affirmation. "Yes, everything is prepared. You need not worry. With me here, nothing will go awry." Mo Qi is a doctor, hailing from a family of medical practitioners, and he is the inheritor of this lineage, possessing impressive skills. Their union was facilitated by the elders, and their relationship has flourished since marriage, serving as a rare example of love blossoming after marriage. "You've worked hard." Mo Qi smiled gently. "It's no trouble. Your brother is my brother. We are family, and this is my duty. If it weren't for the Qi family's assistance back then, the Mo family would have long since ceased to exist." Mo Qi understood the essence of gratitude. treating the parents and siblings of the Qi family with utmost kindness, earning their affection and respect. After the 9 lashes were completed, Qi Xingzhou bowed thrice before the ancestral tablet, then staggered to his feet and departed. Witnessing his bloodied and battered back, the elder Mr. Qi felt a swell of emotion in his eyes. He contemplated asking if it hurt, yet sensed that such a question would be inappropriate at that moment. Ultimately, he refrained from speaking, turning away only after Qi Xingzhou had exited. "Brother-in-law, please increase the dosage of the medication. I have work to attend to shortly." Mo Qi hesitated, ultimately exhaling a sigh and simply uttering a word of farewell. The Qi brothers presented a curious spectacle. One had married a wife 13 years his junior, while the other astonishingly had 2 sons aged 15, both of whom were no ordinary characters. As Mo Qi emerged from administering the medication, she was swiftly grasped by the anxious Lady Qi Shaoqi. "How is Xingzhou faring?" Mo Qi reassured her, urging her not to fret. His spirits remained high, and as long as he did not develop a fever, he would be fine. Qi Xingzhou maintained a daily exercise regimen, his physical condition superior to that of his elder brother. Thus, barring a fever, there were no significant concerns. "Oh, thank you for your efforts. I shall refrain from entering, as I fear my presence may cause him discomfort." Qi Xingzhou was notoriously obstinate, and given his current mood, no one but the doctor would find favor in his company. This had been his nature since childhood, a stubbornness that had persisted for over 30 years. Before she could finish her thoughts, Qi Xingzhou emerged, fully dressed. "Xingzhou, where are you going? Your injuries haven't healed." He paused for a moment before replying, "Mom, I have work to attend to. I'll return this evening." Aware that his parents were concerned for him, he had developed an aversion to their care since that incident, even when it came from his own family. Watching Qi Xingzhou limp away, Lady Qi muttered about his misfortunes. On the 21st of the 12th lunar month, all employees of the Zhou group, save for those on duty, commenced their Lunar New Year holiday. Observing the joy radiating from each employee's face, Zhou Xi felt an authentic happiness swell within her. Money was not a concern for her. In fact, she possessed an abundance that was beyond count. Previously, she had aspired to accumulate vast wealth, but now she found joy in the notion of using her fortune to foster happiness for others. As Zhou Xi admired the beautiful scenery, Qi Xingzhou sat in his car, gazing at her intently. He sought to ascertain whether his feelings for her were mere fleeting infatuation or something deeper and more sincere. Throughout life, one experiences many fluttering moments, some stemming from admiration, others from a desire to protect, and some from a longing for companionship. The intensity of such feelings varies. Some may be a mere 1%, while others reach as high as 70%. This was his first experience of such a flutter, and he yearned to determine the depth of his feelings for Zhou Xi. He was reluctant to act impulsively without understanding his own emotions, fearing a conclusion of mutual disdain. Thus, he dedicated time each day to linger for half an hour outside the company building, a monotonous yet never tiresome routine. He had witnessed Zhou Xi in a flurry of activity, seen her radiant smile, and observed her icy demeanor. Each facet captivated him. He had come to realize that his feelings for her reached at least 80%. This 80% was not due to their past intimacy, nor because they shared 2 children, nor out of a sense of obligation. It was solely because she was who she was. As Zhou Xi turned to leave, Qi Xingzhou drove away. Qi Xingzhou was known for his intense disposition and unyielding nature, possessing a vengeful spirit that belied any outward gentleness. This was the assessment made by his former adversary, though it may sound harsh. It encapsulated the truth known only to him. He was acutely aware of the man he truly was. He desired his son, he desired Zhou Xi, and he yearned for happiness. Chapter 111, Red Envelopes. Amid the crackling of firecrackers, the old year departs, and the warm spring breeze ushers in the new. "Happy New Year, Mom." "Happy New Year, brother." "Happy New Year, Mom." "Happy New Year, Xiao Xiao." Zhou Xi produced 2 cards and handed them to them. "My darlings, Happy New Year." The atmosphere in the Qi household during this year's celebration was less vibrant than in years past, tinged with a sense of joy intertwined with restraint. Elder Mr. Qi cast a glance at the assembled family and remarked, "I hope that by next New Year, we will have 3 more members in our family." At this, all eyes turned toward Qi Xingzhou. He calmly selected a piece of fish, and when no one else moved, he added, "Why are you all staring at me? Hurry and eat, or the dishes will cool, and you'll have to reheat them yourselves." Every year, the family prepared their own New Year's Eve dinner, with everyone from the elderly to the toddlers participating. The quality of the cooking was secondary to the spirit of involvement, enhancing the festive atmosphere. According to tradition, Elder Mr. Qi would handle the cleanup on New Year's Eve. Qi Degu would wash up on the first day of the new year, followed by Qi Xingzhou on the second day, and the 2 brothers taking turns on the third day. After the meal, they spent some time together in the living room. Around 11 o'clock, Qi Xingzhou drove to the Zhou family villa. Although still distanced from the laughter and joy inside, this was the closest he could get for now. Xiao Zhao stood in the courtyard, bundled in a thick down jacket, waving to Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu. Mom, brother, come quickly. It's almost midnight. Let us set off fireworks together. Coming. Be careful. The ground is slippery. Don't fall. Okay, I know. To enhance the festive spirit, Zhou Ping and the others had set up a countdown clock in the courtyard. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. As the countdown reached 5 seconds, the fireworks in the courtyard were ignited. The moment the countdown concluded, they soared into the sky, bursting into a dazzling display. Watching the vibrant fireworks illuminate the night sky, Qi Xingzhou whispered a Happy New Year towards the villa. In a sense, under the same fireworks, their family of 4 achieved their first reunion. Later that night, after Zhou Yu, Zhou Zhao, and Zhou Bao had retired, Zhou Xi hid 200 red envelopes of varying amounts within the house. The individual who discovered the most envelopes before noon the next day would receive the grand prize of 100,000 yuan in cash. This family activity had been a tradition for 5 years, making this the 6th year. Though elder Mr. Qi could not meet with Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, he still prepared 2 red envelopes for Qi Xingzhou, including those from the previous 14 years. Once the 2 children returned, Qi Xingzhou, as their father, would present them. This was a New Year's gift from their grandfather, and Qi Xingzhou accepted it without hesitation. He turned and entered the house, placing them into 2 identical boxes, which contained gifts he had gathered for Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao during this time. He was uncertain about the best gifts to give, so he decided to prepare 2 of what he deemed the finest offerings for them, to be given when the opportunity arose. That night, Qi Xingzhou dreamt once more of the past, but this time, the figures were no longer indistinct shadows. Instead, they transformed into Zhou Xi's exquisite visage, accompanied by 2 adorable children who resembled his younger self in every way. This marked the first time he dreamed of their family as a quartet. In his dreams, he found Zhou Xi, met her parents, married her, and had children. The 4 of them lived together in blissful harmony, never parting ways. As he dreamed on, Qi Xingzhou laughed himself awake. Sitting up, he gazed at the cold, empty room, lost in thought. Brother, I've already found 6 red envelopes. How many have you found? Zhou Yu counted the envelopes in his hand, totaling 9. Ah, you found so many. No, I must continue searching to win the 100,000 yuan prize. Observing Zhou Zhao's eager demeanor, Zhou Yu pointed toward the study. Xiao Zhao, I've already checked the flower room. I suggest you look in the study. You might uncover something unexpected there. Zhou Zhao was obedient to his advice. All right, thank you, brother. I won't hold back. After an intense competition, it was Zhou Zhao who ultimately claimed the 100,000 yuan prize, though this was largely due to everyone yielding to him. Elated, Zhou Zhao joyously counted the red envelopes in front of Zhou Yu. Brother, do you want me to share half with you? Zhou Yu shook his head with a smile. No need, just treat me to ice cream later. All right, I'll cover all your ice cream next year. The Zhou family had no relatives, and there was no obligation to visit others during the new year. They simply needed to stay home and enjoy good food and fun. Mom, do you want potato chips? Zhou Xi reached out from the sofa, making an okay gesture. Sure, I want the corn flavor. Mom, do you want oranges? Mom, do you want beef jerky? Mom, do you want a midnight snack? From New Year's Eve to the 8th day of the new year, Zhou Xi gained 3 kilograms. Zhou Yu's weight remained unchanged, while Zhou Zhao lost 2 pounds. Looking at the numbers on the scale and feeling the noticeable flab on her belly, Zhou Xi was disheartened. One must accept aging. Just then, Zhou Zhao approached with cheese crackers and asked if Zhou Xi wanted any. Hearing her sorrowful tone, he thought something terrible had occurred. Mom, what is wrong? Zhou Xi, with a pained expression, waved her hand dismissively. Nothing, I just gained 6 pounds. Recalling Zhou Xi's bizarre weight loss experience, Zhou Zhao was at a loss for words on how to comfort her, suggesting that Zhou Xi lose weight was akin to asking her to refrain from eating meat. It was simply unfeasible. In an effort to help her regain her figure before returning to work, Zhou Yu offered to join her in her weight loss journey. But she refused. No need. You 2 are still young and growing. You must consume enough energy each day. Just don't call me when you snack. The 6 extra pounds on her body were likely 3 pounds from the brothers' feeding, 2 pounds from Zhou Bao's indulgence, and the remaining pound from her own sedentary eating during the New Year festivities. The company, wishing to enjoy the holiday and buoyed by the previous year's stellar business report, allowed all employees to resume work only after the Lantern Festival. Through Zhou Xi's relentless efforts, she finally regained her pre-New Year weight by the small year. For the Lantern Festival, they would eat glutinous rice balls. And there was no debate over flavors in the Zhou family. They all loved sweet rice balls with peanut filling. The Qi family, like most northerners, preferred meat-filled rice balls. Chapter 112, A Grand Reunion. Gazing at the glistening rice balls in the bowl, Qi Xingzhou recalled Shi Rin's earlier remarks about Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's preferences. Perhaps it was time for him to taste the sweetness of the rice balls. Noticing his hesitation to start eating, the matriarch of the Qi family wondered if he was unwell. Xingzhou, what's wrong? Are you feeling ill? No, I want to try sweet rice balls. Sweet? But you've always disliked sweets, she replied, puzzled. I didn't like them before, but now I wish to give them a try. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and headed to the kitchen to prepare the peanut filling, exuding the essence of a dedicated homemaker. What a curious turn. Why the sudden desire for something sweet? Could it be that work hasn't been going smoothly? Fearing that the matriarch would continue her wild speculations, Shi Rin quickly interjected. Grandma, Uncle wants to try sweet rice balls, possibly because Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao only enjoy sweet ones. Upon understanding the situation, the matriarch chuckled, covering her mouth. How delightful. Finally, someone can keep your uncle in check. Shi Rin chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. Xiaorin, come help me with the peanut filling. Coming right away. This was his chance to make amends. He had to ensure he was always available, or he would feel indebted. Ever since the elder Qi learned about Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, Shi Rin had felt a nagging sense of guilt. Seizing this opportunity, he prepared to sincerely apologize to Qi Xingzhou. Yet, after much contemplation, he struggled to find the right words to express himself. Seeing his demeanor, Qi Xingzhou subtly furrowed his brow. If you have something to say, just say it. Why keep it bottled up? What is there to hesitate about? He couldn't comprehend why the younger generation seemed to fear him, as if he were a monster. Uncle, I'm sorry. If I hadn't let slip that information, Grandpa might not have learned about Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao so quickly. Qi Xingzhou understood. It was indeed due to that incident. It's not your fault. In any case, your grandfather would have found out sooner or later. You needn't feel guilty. Although Shi Rin knew that Qi Xingzhou held no grudge against him, hearing those words truly alleviated the weight on his shoulders. After that, he was no longer so intimidated by Qi Xingzhou. In truth, upon reflection, Qi Xingzhou had never scolded or punished him. His fear stemmed from Qi Xingzhou's imposing stature and perpetually serious demeanor, coupled with his deep-set brows and eyes. Having received forgiveness, Shi Rin worked with renewed vigor, collaborating with Qi Xingzhou to create a batch of remarkably tasty sweet peanut-filled rice balls. Once the small year passed, the schools reopened, and various industries quickly resumed normal operations. Upon arriving at the office, Zhou Xi received a report call from Xiang Ziming. Zhou Fangfei, having faced setbacks, chose to take preemptive action. Understood. Keep a close watch on her movements and proceed as planned. I'll handle matters with the Zhou and Qi families. Notify me immediately once she is caught. Theft of commercial secrets, damage to property, infringement of reputation, when all her transgressions were combined. It should be sufficient for her to spend several years behind bars. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Rather than seeking immediate satisfaction, she valued long-term fulfillment. Since Zhou and Qi's parents cared about their superficial harmony and family reputation, she would shatter their beautiful illusions with her own hands. Zhou Fangfei valued her identity as the esteemed daughter of the Zhou family and was concerned about Qi Guangyan. Therefore, she would transform her into one of those she once mocked, stripping her of her most cherished connections. If Qi Guangyan was hypocritical and loved to perform, then she would ensure he remained ensnared in his own duplicity, forever masked and devoid of sincerity and kindness. Every individual who had wronged her would face retribution. Piece by piece, while the Zhou family pretended to assist her in finding her biological parents, it was merely a facade. Due to the passage of time, it is nearly impossible to uncover any useful identity information. Such statements are entirely nonsensical. Lies, merely lies. At that time, they were reluctant to let Zhou Xi depart. Thus they did not assist her in searching for her biological parents. Later, when their disdain for her grew and they sought to send her away, it was Zhou Fangfei who resisted her departure, not out of benevolence, but rather to inflict further torment upon Zhou Xi. As for Zhou Yuxi, despite his outwardly charming demeanor, he harbors a despicable nature. Zhou Xi once witnessed him engaging in repulsive acts with her undergarments during the period when she was confined after confirming her pregnancy. Several nights, he stealthily entered to grip her throat, demanding to know who the father of the child was, and he would also sneak into her former bedroom to satiate his desires. He believed his actions were well concealed, yet they were ultimately discovered by Zhou's parents. To this day, Zhou Xi vividly recalls the scene in which Zhou's mother stormed in, striking her and berating her for her lack of propriety, accusing her of seducing others, and threatening to expel her. At that time, the child was merely 5 months old, and she was dragged across the floor, nearly losing the baby. Despite knowing that Zhou Fangfei had drugged her, a few tears and some lamentations about hardships in the countryside were enough to shield Zhou Fangfei from reproach. While they hurled invectives at Zhou Xi, the true victim, using her as a cautionary tale to admonish Zhou Fangfei to maintain her virtue. In reality, Zhou Fangfei had lived rather well during her years in the countryside. Her adoptive parents were the village chief, and as the youngest child with 5 doting older brothers, she was well cared for. Though not every meal consisted of fine fare, she was able to eat her fill while many others went hungry, and she could count on having a boiled egg each day. Even during the years of famine, when her family tightened their belts, they never deprived her of a meal. Is human nature inherently malevolent, or is it fundamentally benevolent? Until now, Zhou Xi had believed in the inherent goodness of humanity. However, after enduring all these experiences, she feels that one cannot simply categorize human nature as good or evil. Bad bamboo rarely produces good shoots, and good bamboo struggles to yield straight shoots. Zhou Fangfei's adoptive family treated her exceptionally well, yet upon discovering her biological parents, she chose to leave without a second thought. Not once has she returned over the years. She even instructed the housekeeper to discard the agricultural products sent by her adoptive parents, deeming them filthy. Zhou Fangfei's adoptive family has been scrutinized by Zhou Xi over the years. Aside from the unconditional love from her adoptive parents and brothers, the sisters-in-law and nieces and nephews harbor significant grievances against her. Reports from observers indicate that her adoptive family has been faring well in recent years, although her adoptive father's health is poor, prompting them to visit the city for medical treatment and to see Zhou Fangfei. It is worth noting that due to one of Zhou Fangfei's lies, her 5th brother once physically assaulted Zhou Xi. Now, the time for vengeance has come. Together, it would be more interesting. Chapter 113, Regret. As for her biological parents, whose whereabouts remain a mystery, she has long ceased to harbor any expectations. In this era of high birth rates and equally high infant mortality rates, they may have already welcomed new children, perhaps akin to the Long family. They have adopted another child to replace her. Or perhaps they, too, have a family that has mistakenly taken in a child, exchanging lives. Presently, she lacks nothing, including the love she has never received. She merely wishes for their timelines to remain forever unentwined, to never meet, and to remain strangers for eternity. She desires not a single thing from them, nor does she wish to offer them any charity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Xi sipped her tea and returned to her work. In Haishur, the Zhou family has been without Zhou Fangfei for several days. The reason for her departure was an inadvertent eavesdropping on a conversation between Qi Guangyan and Zhou Xi about past events. On that day, both men were inebriated, and their minds wandered uncontrollably, reminiscing about bygone days. Guangyan, we are no longer young. You and Fangfei have finally come together. So stop causing turmoil and live a good life. Just days prior, Zhou Fangfei had returned home, crying to her mother, expressing her feeling of neglect regarding Qi Guangyan's affection for her. Previously, Qi Guangyan would embrace her every evening upon returning from work, professing his love and meticulously preparing celebrations for her birthdays. But now his demeanor has grown increasingly perfunctory, even to the point of sleeping in separate rooms. She feared that one day he would abandon her for a younger woman. Zhou Fangfei threw a fit at home, demanding that Zhou's father pressure Qi Guangyan. Zhou's mother, already in poor health, succumbed to a high fever that night due to the commotion. Yet Zhou Fangfei busied herself with preparing soup for Qi Guangyan and tending to their small household, never once visiting her mother in the hospital. Zhou Xi was preoccupied with work, leaving the care of both young and old to Zui Yue, who was burdened with the task. Such incidents occurred once or twice monthly, with Zui Yue always coming to Zhou Fangfei's aid. Although Zui Yue never complained, Zhou Xi felt a pang of guilt as he observed her growing frail from the constant toil. Qi Guangyan remained silent, letting out a scoff before continuing to drink. His love for Zhou Fangfei had long dissipated, replaced only by a sense of obligation and responsibility. Now he focused solely on seizing opportunities to elevate the company, with little time to contemplate trivial matters of love. Seeing him in this state, Zhou Xi immediately suspected him of infidelity, his expression darkening. Guangyan Yu, Qi Guangyan, aware of the impending accusation, swiftly interrupted, "Brother, do not heed Fangfei's ramblings. Business has been tough lately, and I am focused solely on work." At that moment, the television broadcasted an interview with Zhou Xi, capturing both Zhou Xi and Qi Guangyan's attention. Watching the radiant figure on screen, they both felt a pang of discomfort, each pondering the path not taken. However, their motivations differed. One sought profit while the other harbored ulterior motives. "Brother, I didn't pursue Qingni because Fangfei appeared. What about you? Why didn't you pursue her?" Upon hearing Qi Guangyan's question, Zhou Xi's face, previously flushed from drink, turned as pale as a ghost. Momentarily forgetting to retort, he blurted out, "How did you find out?" That matter had been kept under wraps. Even Zhou Fangfei was unaware. How could Qi Guangyan know? Observing Zhou Xi's astonishment and embarrassment, Qi Guangyan felt a sense of satisfaction. He chuckled, "Brother, a person's gaze cannot lie. After discovering that Qingni is not your biological sister, your eyes betrayed a change when you looked at her. Had your wife been in good health, she surely would have noticed. Despite having a fiancée with whom he shared a childhood bond, he had developed such improper thoughts towards the girl he had called sister for over a decade, nearly committing a grave error. Now, with his brother-in-law so brazenly stating it, Zhou Xi felt his face flush with shame. He detested how often Qi Guangyan lectured him under the guise of a brother-in-law. He increasingly despised Zhou Xi for readily succumbing to Zhou Fangfei's lamentations, coercing him with the company's affairs. Guangyan, consider this matter as though you are oblivious. It is best left buried deep within. If this were to surface and reach Zhou Yui's ears, his family would undoubtedly be torn asunder. In an attempt to salvage his image, he offered a few self-justifications. In my youth, I was reckless and naive. However, I ultimately made the right choice. Your sister-in-law is my truest love and the one most suited to me. Although this sentiment was one that Qi Guangyan could endorse, Zhou Xi felt no regret, while a flicker of remorse did stir within him. Brother, gazing upon the vast estate of Qingni, have you never felt regret? Zhou Xi shook his head. No, I do not regret. I am grateful that I made the right decision back then. If I were to harbor any regret, it would render me less than human and unworthy of Zhou Yui's sacrifices over the years. Qi Guangyan raised his cup and took a hearty swig, lamenting. Yet I do regret. I regret choosing Fangfei over her. This time, he left no room for Zhou Xi to admonish him, continuing to voice his grievances as if purging years of dissatisfaction. You may not wish to hear this, but I speak nothing but objective truths. Qingni surpasses Fangfei in beauty and intellect. She has managed to thrive against all odds, amassing a fortune that we could only dream of, while Fangfei is merely envious and petty. He lamented, had I wed Qingni, my life would not be so miserable now. Brother, I regret my choice of Fangfei. In response, Zhou Xi delivered a forceful punch to Qi Guangyan's face. My sister bore your children and managed your household. And now you claim to regret it? Where were you when she was bearing your children? Did you express regret when she stayed up waiting for your return? He continued. Qi Guangyan, let me make this clear. Even if you are filled with regret, you must keep it to yourself. If you dare to hurt my sister again, I will ensure you face dire consequences. Outside, Zhou Fangfei stifled her cries, her hand pressed firmly against her mouth. Since Zhou Xi's last visit to Haisher, their household had transformed dramatically. Although Qi Guangyan returned home every day and treated her kindly, he often sat lost in thought, his gaze lingering on memories of the past. She had confronted him, but he had vehemently denied her accusations, dismissing her as unreasonable. Chapter 114. Secretary Qi begins his pursuit of his wife. Yet now, he brazenly uttered the words I regret in front of her brother, and she could hardly believe it. How could he justify such feelings when he had a loving brother who cared for her, while harboring such unwholesome thoughts for Zhou Xi? Did he truly deserve the devotion of a sister-in-law who worked tirelessly for him? Zhou Fangfei yearned to confront them, demanding to know why they acted in such a manner. But as her hand hovered over the doorknob, she suppressed her impulse. No, she absolutely could not grant Qi Guangyan the opportunity to extricate himself from her life. If she were to burst in now, he would surely seize the chance to propose divorce, rendering her years of perseverance a mere joke. They had been entangled for so long that even in death, they ought to lie together. She would not allow him to escape her grasp. All the blame fell on Zhou Xi. Had she not returned unexpectedly, Qi Guangyan would not have felt regret, and she would not have had to endure such turmoil. Zhou Fangfei was infatuated, and within mere minutes, she redirected all of Qi Guangyan's faults onto Zhou Xi. Surely, it was Zhou Xi who had seduced him during her last visit. Otherwise, he would not be so preoccupied with thoughts of her. After all, Zhou Xi adored Zhou Yue. Had she not tempted him, he would have never strayed. The more she pondered, the heavier her jealousy and resentment grew. In a moment of heated impulse, she resolved to act swiftly. Zhou Xi and Qi Guangyan engaged in a brawl, neither pulling their punches, resulting in both sporting bruised faces. With neither emerging victorious, Zhou Xi felt a warm liquid trickling from his nose. Upon touching it, he discovered it was blood. Hastily, he pressed a tissue against it and shot Qi Guangyan a glare. The fight had been fought, the anger vented. From here on, they would act as if nothing had transpired, keeping their secrets locked away. Qi Guangyan lay on the floor, staring blankly at the pristine ceiling, uttering not a word. Zhou Xi, thinking he had not yet moved on, could not help but kick him lightly, prompting a reflexive response from Qi Guangyan, who shot back with a kick of his own. I know, I was merely venting. He understood that Zhou Fangfei was the one who loved him most in this world. And thus, even if he felt regret, he would not easily let her go. Otherwise, he would end up like his father, filled with remorse. All right, as long as you understand. I'm heading home now. You should too. Fangfei and the children are surely waiting. The words he had just spoken left Qi Guangyan feeling guilty, as he felt he owed Zhou Fangfei an apology. On his way home, he made a point to buy a bouquet of roses, her favorite. Yet, upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of a disheveled study, ravaged by Zhou Fangfei's wrath. Several documents from recent deals lay in tatters, alongside expensive jade pieces he had procured for his business partners. All of it had been utterly destroyed by her fury. In truth, she had managed to calm herself on the way home, but the moment she spotted a photograph of Zhou Xi, cut from a newspaper and tucked in Qi Guangyan's desk drawer, her emotions spiraled out of control. Grabbing a nearby baseball bat, she wreaked havoc on the remnants of the study. However, after the destruction, she felt a pang of regret. Yet, when she saw Qi Guangyan returning with roses that Zhou Xi favored, her anger reignited. A fierce argument ensued, during which she hastily uttered many hurtful words before storming out, taking refuge in a hotel. Alone that night, she drank copiously, her anger festering until she hastily resolved to expedite her plans. Once she grasped Haida firmly in her hands, Qi Guangyan would surely regard her with newfound respect. It must be said, Zhou Fangfei was indeed adept and swift in her actions. Had Zhou Xi not been perceptive, Haida could have faced a significant setback. In Jing City, Zhou Xi noticed that her encounters with Qi Xingzhou had become increasingly frequent in recent days. Whenever she dined out, he would invariably appear, shamelessly concocting various excuses to join her. Initially, Zhou Xi suspected he was merely seeking investment or attempting to scrutinize her, but as their meetings multiplied, she began to reconsider her assumptions. In her past life, she was a veritable workaholic, often labeled as an unromantic iron lady, lacking in emotional acuity. This life mirrored the last. In the face of Qi Xingzhou's unabashed gaze, she remained blissfully unaware. It was Zhou Yu who discerned the subtle nuances, believing Qi Xingzhou to be overly attentive towards Zhou Xi. Today, the three of them visited an amusement park, only to once again cross paths with Qi Xingzhou and his accomplice, Shi Ren. Upon their encounter, both parties were momentarily taken aback. It was Shi Ren, the hired hand, who broke the silence first, greeting, "Hello, Aunt Zhou." Zhou Xi had not anticipated encountering Qi Xingzhou at the amusement park, nor did she expect him to exhibit such a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. He was playing with his nephew, a sight that seemed entirely at odds with his typically cold and stoic exterior. Zhou Xi smiled and nodded, while Zhou Yu's expression was somewhat complex. Yet he obediently led Zhou Zhao to greet Qi Xingzhou. Qi Xingzhou endeavored to present them with a smile he had practiced countless times before the mirror, saying, "Ah, hello to you both." Zhou Zhao found Qi Xingzhou's smile slightly peculiar, but his thoughts were predominantly occupied with Shi Ren, hence he did not dwell on it further. For Qi Xingzhou's happiness, Shi Ren was quite diligent. He set aside his usual demeanor, coaxing and persuading Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao to partake in various activities, thus granting Qi Xingzhou and Zhou Xi ample personal space. One was engaged in business, while the other was in politics. One was a parent, and the other still a bachelor. Zhou Xi believed that she had little to discuss with Qi Xingzhou, or rather, their conversational topics were limited. As she grew older, Zhou Xi preferred tranquility, especially after the new year. During her leisure, she became even quieter. She enjoyed sipping tea alone and admiring the scenery. As she encountered Qi Xingzhou more frequently and became slightly more familiar with him, her reservations diminished, allowing her to approach things more comfortably. Zhou Zhao and the other two children were joyfully playing, while Qi Xingzhou and Zhou Xi leisurely stood outside, observing them. Zhou Bao, ensuring their safety, took a few steps back to accompany them. The group exuded a sense of affluent couples taking their children out for a day of fun, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Feeling fatigued, Zhou Xi wished to sit and rest, just as she was about to ask Zhou Bao to wipe the flower stand. Qi Xingzhou preemptively removed his coat and placed it on the ground for her. "The ground is cold. Please sit on the coat," he urged. Zhou Xi did not anticipate this gesture and was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Thank you, but I feel reluctant to sit on such a clean garment." "No worries, it's of no consequence. If you can make use of it, that in itself is a demonstration of its value," he replied. Zhou Xi declined. They weren't yet familiar enough for such familiarity. She still retained a sense of propriety. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhou Bao approached with 2 folding stools in hand. In the end, Qi Xingzhou's coat remained unused. Sitting on the stool, he cast a disdainful glance at the coat draped over his knees, as if it were beneath his dignity. While Zhou Xi and Qi Xingzhou excelled in their professional endeavors, both were novices in matters of the heart. One was dull and lacked romantic finesse, while the other, a straightforward man, was oblivious to nuances. In a peculiar way, they were remarkably well matched. Qi Xingzhou had sought counsel from married individuals with strong relationships regarding feasible methods to pursue a woman. Considering their personalities, he concluded that a subtle and gentle approach, focusing on the minutiae of life, would be the best strategy. a pragmatic pursuit grounded in everyday experiences. With Zhou Xiao as the cheerful spirit and Shi Rin as the lively atmosphere enhancer, Zhou Yu also found himself enjoying the day immensely. Brother, let us ride the Ferris wheel. I've heard that wishes made at the highest point are particularly potent. Having just disembarked from the roller coaster, he needed a moment to calm his excitement. All right, Zhou Yu replied, glancing at Qi Xingzhou, who was closely following his mother, and decided he would invite him onto the Ferris wheel as well. If their mother were to appreciate it, they had no objections to having a stepfather. However, Qi Xingzhou must first pass their brotherly tests before pursuing their mother. Observing the carefree Zhou Xiao and the overtly scheming Shi Rin, Zhou Yu helplessly rubbed his forehead. The adversary was formidable, yet the allies were somewhat foolish. How exhausting. After subtly increasing Qi Xingzhou's favorability with a few gestures, and joining the brothers for several rounds of thrilling rides he typically avoided, Shi Rin felt a bit parched. His gaze drifted toward the ice cream shop, which had a long queue, and he turned to Zhou Yu and the others. I'm going to queue for ice cream. Do you want any? Yes. You must have ice cream when visiting an amusement park, otherwise, it's all for naught. Right, brother? Zhou Yu nodded, a silent agreement between the two brothers. Zhou Yu handed a card to Shi Rin, saying, you don't need to queue. Just present this token, and they will prioritize us. You go buy the ice cream, and I'll fetch hot tea for our elders. Why? Shi Rin asked, puzzled. Are we cutting in line for a free meal? Zhou Xiao, preoccupied with thoughts of ice cream, did not catch Shi Rin's muttering and simply pulled him toward the ice cream shop. Boss, I'll have 2 ice creams, 1 chocolate and 1 vanilla. After placing the order, he remembered the presence of another person and asked, Shi Rin, what flavor do you want? Shi Rin, gazing at the dazzling array of ice creams, found himself momentarily paralyzed by choice. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to a flavor he was somewhat familiar with. Vanilla. I like vanilla ice cream. As the staff swiftly prepared their 3 ice creams and politely handed them over, Shi Rin's earlier doubts were reinforced. Once the familiar flavor burst in his mouth, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Zhou Xiao, is this amusement park also owned by your family? Yes, it belongs to my mother. How does the ice cream taste? Does it not evoke a sense of familiarity? Zhou Xiao replied. Shi Rin nodded. He had tasted this ice cream at the Zhou household. Later, he had visited numerous ice cream shops in search of the same flavor. But none could compare to what he had experienced. Not only the amusement park belongs to my mother, all the shops within are operated by our family. So every food and product here is part of our family's enterprise. Zhou Xiao spoke with pride, not out of arrogance regarding his lineage, but because he was proud of having such an exceptional mother. Shi Rin nodded in agreement. Thus far, he admired 2 individuals, his uncle Qi Xingzhou and the renowned businesswoman Zhou Xi. Noticing the envy in Shi Rin's eyes, Zhou Xiao felt a small surge of pride and promptly slipped the card into his pocket. Here, remember to bring this card the next time you visit the amusement park. You won't have to queue or pay. It will allow you to enjoy yourself even more. Shi Rin declined the offer. Since getting to know Zhou Yu and the others, he had already benefited greatly. Thank you, but I cannot accept this card. Since we met, I've already gained so much from you all: food, drink, clothing, and entertainment. It's all-encompassing. Zhou Xiao was indifferent to such trifles, genuinely considering Shi Rin and Song Lei as friends. Of course, he trusted their character, or he wouldn't be so generous. Seeing that Zhou Yu had returned with the hot tea, Zhou Xiao swiftly shoved the card into Shi Rin's pocket and pulled him toward the Ferris wheel. All right, let us not dawdle. Let us hurry. Mother, this is the sweet rice wine you love. Uncle Qi, here is your Longjing tea. After handing them their tea, Zhou Yu invited them to join the Ferris wheel ride. Zhou Xi accepted with a nod, while Qi Xingzhou, ever the shadow, maintained a distance of no more than a meter from Zhou Xi since entering the amusement park. For reasons unknown, Zhou Yu slowly maneuvered to position himself between them, creating some distance between Zhou Xi and Qi Xingzhou. Faced with Zhou Yu's sudden intrusion, Qi Xingzhou was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry, and could only helplessly tug at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated that the greatest obstacle in his pursuit of Zhou Xi would turn out to be their biological son. There were 5 individuals in total, several children, each remarkably tall and robust. One cable car could not accommodate them all, necessitating a division into 2 groups. Aside from Qi Xingzhou and Shi Rin, the others were convinced that the 3 members of the Zhou family would share one car, while the 2 uncles would take another. However, Shi Rin, disregarding the unwritten rules of decorum, made the first move to enter the car as soon as Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao settled in. Uncle, there's no room left. You and Aunt Zhou can share a car later. On the cable car, Zhou Yu shot Shi Rin a glare, to which Shi Rin awkwardly touched his nose and subsequently shifted to Zhou Xiao's side to chatter excitedly about the scenery outside. He felt truly embarrassed. Had it not been for the knowing glances from his uncle behind him, he would not have so thoughtlessly squeezed in. Zhou Xi, on the other hand, thought little of it, assuming that children simply craved excitement and lacked conversation with adults. In contrast, Qi Xingzhou, standing behind her, wore a cheerful expression, silently commending Shi Ren for his efforts. Once he successfully pursued Zhou Xi and fully integrated into the Zhou family, he would surely prepare a substantial gift for Shi Ren. This capable aide. Upon reaching their destination, Qi Xingzhou took over Zhou Bao's responsibilities, gallantly escorting Zhou Xi aboard, exhibiting remarkable attentiveness. The ascent had to be swift, otherwise, they risked being left behind. In her eagerness to board, Zhou Xi inadvertently twisted her ankle, but fortunately, Qi Xingzhou was quick to steady her. Be careful, he cautioned, wrapping his arm around her waist and guiding her onto the cable car. Feeling the warmth of his arm encircling her waist, Zhou Xi experienced a flicker of embarrassment, her heartbeat quickening in response. This was the first instance in over a decade that she found herself in such close proximity to an adult man. Moreover, Qi Xingzhou's grip was somewhat firm, causing her waist to ache. Noticing that he showed no inclination to release her, she reminded him, "Thank you, Secretary Qi." After gently loosening his hold, Qi Xingzhou cleared his throat awkwardly. He had no intention of being inappropriate. He merely forgot in a moment of nervousness, though a hint of reluctance lingered in his heart. However, neither was particularly naive, and this small incident would not mar their Ferris wheel adventure. Reflecting on the muscularity she had felt against Qi Xingzhou's arm, Zhou Xi initiated a conversation about fitness. She was curious to learn about the daily routines of someone of his stature in the political sphere. "Secretary Qi, do you schedule workouts for yourself each week?" Upon hearing her inquire about exercise, a twinge of regret flickered through Qi Xingzhou's mind. Had he known earlier, he would have devoted more thought to fitness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so uninformed, only aware of running. Although not particularly knowledgeable, he candidly shared his weekly exercise regimen. There was no specific workout plan. But regardless of how busy he was, he always made time for a leisurely 20-kilometer jog each week. Zhou Xi nodded in approval. It was certainly an improvement over her own habits. "Do you often engage in fitness activities, Miss Zhou?" Zhou Xi shook her head. "I wish to establish a consistent fitness routine." Ever since she lost weight half a month ago, she had abandoned exercise, her limbs slender yet lacking in strength. However, the moment her foot had faltered earlier, she resolved to resume her workouts tomorrow, determined to maintain her vitality even in retirement. Fitness was not Qi Xingzhou's forte, so he gradually steered the conversation toward areas where he excelled, observing the few clouds drifting in the azure sky, inspiration striking him. "I hear from Xiao Ren that Xiao Zhao has recently developed an interest in traditional Chinese painting." At the mention of Zhou Zhao, Zhou Xi's expression softened considerably. Yes, Xiao Zhao is quite lively and still in the exploratory phase of his interests. Being animated is advantageous. Children must explore various hobbies to discover what truly resonates with them, thus broadening their logical thinking. Zhou Xi wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, yet it did not apply in Zhou Zhao's case. Over the past 6 years, he had dabbled in no fewer than 30 hobbies, yet apart from the instrument Zhou Xi had insisted he learn initially, he had only skimmed the surface of the rest. A jack of all trades, master of none. Yet that was inconsequential. As long as he was happy, that was enough. "I know a national treasure-level master of traditional Chinese painting who will be holding a trial class soon. Xiao Zhao could certainly benefit from attending." A national treasure-level master conducting a trial class? Zhou Xi was taken aback by her ignorance. However, she could understand it. She was affluent but lacked the cultural heritage of established families. Some resources circulated only within the networks of the elite, so her unawareness was not surprising. Recalling the project set to launch soon and Zhou Zhao's delighted expression when discussing traditional Chinese painting, Zhou Xi readily accepted Qi Xingzhou's resource offer, determined not to take advantage without reciprocating. With that thought in mind, she clinked her steaming cup of tea against Qi Xingzhou's and said, "Thank you, Secretary Qi." Qi Xingzhou found himself momentarily entranced by her radiant smile, staring blankly for several seconds before regaining his composure. He muttered, "No need to thank me, it's my duty." Yet, still in a daze, he failed to recognize the inappropriateness of his words. Zhou Xi frowned slightly. "Duty? What do you mean by that? Who does he think he is?" Qi Xingzhou never considered himself a superficial or lecherous individual, but when faced with Zhou Xi's extraordinarily beautiful visage, he realized he was no different from other men, equally lustful and equally despicable. Upon hearing Qi Xingzhou's comment, Zhou Xi suddenly had a revelation. Throughout this time, he had been making a point to assert his presence before her and her children, not for wealth or power, but likely for something more personal. But why was he so interested in Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao? How did he even know about Zhou Zhao's brief fascination with traditional Chinese painting? What was he hoping to gain from them? Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao were merely two school children. What could they possibly offer him? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that Qi Xingzhou's interest was undoubtedly purposeful, and his target lay within Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. With this thought solidified in her mind, she instinctively shifted away from him. Those who had designs on her children were never to be trusted. She must keep her distance. Qi Xingzhou's good spirits plummeted the moment she subtly moved away. As he descended from the heights of optimism, he found himself suspended in uncertainty, awaiting a resolution. Emboldened by his familiarity with Zhou Xi, he drew closer again, inquiring with genuine concern, "Miss Zhou, is everything all right? Do you feel unwell?" Zhou Xi's mind was in disarray, and she was reluctant to engage with Qi Xingzhou, her suspicions mounting, yet she couldn't maintain an icy demeanor. She offered a vague response, "I'm fine, really." Qi Xingzhou, however, was not fine at all. After a moment's contemplation, he suspected that his earlier remark might have been a misstep. But how could that be? Regardless of his attempts to steer the conversation, Zhou Xi remained dismissive, perfectly embodying an air of indifference. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding Zhou Xi and Qi Xingzhou, Zhou Zhao and the others were enjoying a lively conversation, snapping over 100 photos within mere minutes. "Oh, how I wish Song Lei were here too. It's nothing, we merely crossed paths by chance. Next time, let us invite him to join us." Was it really by chance? How fortuitous indeed. After saying this, Zhou Yu deliberately glanced at Shi Ren. "Don't you agree, Shi Ren?" Shi Ren remained silent, absorbed in his ice cream. The penetrating gaze of Zhou Yu mirrored that of his uncle, sending chills down Shi Ren's spine. He couldn't provoke him, not in the slightest. However, considering their ages, if the opportunity arose in the future, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao would have to address him as cousin. Just imagining the scenario where Zhou Yu would call him cousin filled him with joy. Previously, he believed he had cultivated a sufficiently frosty demeanor, one that rarely smiled. Yet, upon encountering Zhou Yu, he recognized the vast disparity between them. In contrast to Zhou Yu, he considered himself quite affable. Nevertheless, unlike his previous calculated coldness, Zhou Yu's chill emanated from his very core. It only dissipated in the presence of those he held dear. The student surpasses the master. Ice is colder than water. When compared to Qi Xingzhou, Zhou Yu was an embodiment of natural frost. Some traits, it seems, are indeed inherited. That evening, Zhou Xi declined Qi Xingzhou's invitation to dinner. On the way back, both parties reflected on the day's events. In the car, observing the taciturn Qi Xingzhou at the wheel, Shi Ren swallowed hard. He sensed that his uncle had likely made another blunder. Contemplating the seemingly endless life as a mere tool, Shi Ren resolved to conserve his energy and rest his eyes. For he was currently the only one who could approach the Zhou family on his uncle's behalf, a position of considerable significance. Qi Xingzhou was perplexed as to why Zhou Xi had suddenly grown distant. Although he didn't fully grasp the situation, he attributed it to that one expected remark. He pondered deeply, to the point of sprouting a few gray hairs, yet he remained baffled. In stark contrast to Qi Xingzhou's silence, the Zhou family engaged in lively conversation. "Does Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao often mention their uncle in your presence?" Zhou Yu cast a surprised glance at Zhou Xi, and the mother and son exchanged knowing looks. Zhou Zhao, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "Shi Ren seems quite intimidated by his uncle. He rarely brings him up. However, it appears their relationship has grown significantly closer in recent times." "What's wrong, Mom? Is there an issue?" Typically, Zhou Zhao paid little attention to such nuances, especially with Zhou Yu and Zhou Xi present. But a lack of attention did not imply ignorance. On the contrary, he was quite astute, and a slight hint was all it took for him to catch on. Just earlier on the Ferris wheel, Secretary Qi had mentioned Zhou Zhao's pursuit of traditional Chinese painting, even offering to introduce a renowned master in the field. "Uncle Qi?" Zhou Zhao queried, puzzled. "Why is he so concerned about me? Did Shi Ren mention these trivial matters to him? Could it be? Was Shi Ren attempting to set his uncle up as their stepfather?" Zhou Yu was taken aback by Zhou Zhao's unabashed declaration, unable to suppress a cough. PFF. Zhou Xi's expression darkened. "Stepfather? My husband? Nonsense." She pinched Zhou Zhao's cheek, admonishing, "Xiao Zhao, you shouldn't speak so recklessly. It could tarnish Secretary Qi's reputation." This time, Zhou Zhao did not comply meekly but chose to retort, "Mom, all my speculations are grounded in reason. I'm not just spouting nonsense." Zhou Yu looked at Zhou Zhao with unexpected surprise. He had assumed his younger brother was merely carefree and oblivious, but he was intrigued to find he had been observant. "What grounds do you have for your conjecture?" "Shi Ren." Zhou Zhao shot Zhou Yu a look that said he was foolish. Ever since the last school gala, Shi Ren has been subtly probing into our preferences, and he frequently brings snacks from home to share with us. Every time he distributes the treats, he always mentions that his uncle specifically asked him to bring them for us. Once or twice was fine, but the repetitive mention of his uncle became rather peculiar. Later on, he even discreetly inquired about Mom's preferences. Yet, the moment you appeared, he would act nonchalant and drop the subject. Reflecting on Shi Ren's biases, Zhou Zhao felt a twinge of displeasure. "Brother, Do you think Shirin believes I'm rather foolish? That's why he tries to bamboozle me. Zhou Yu instinctively nodded. That seemed accurate. Recovering from his moment of awkwardness, he smiled reassuringly at Zhou Zhao. Shirin might think you are more innocent, lacking the crafty thoughts that I possess. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Zhao would have pouted and thrown a tantrum, but he lacked the spirit for it now. But brother, Shirin actually wants his uncle to be our stepfather. Observing his younger brother's soft demeanor, Zhou Yu decided to tease him. Would you be willing to have Secretary Qi as our stepfather? Zhou Zhao faltered, glancing at Zhou Xi, who sat silently beside them. Before they could react, Zhou Xi raised her hand, distributing a small snack to each of them. You two are aware of my existence as your mother, right? These two foolish children. Discussing stepfathers as if no one had consulted her, the actual party involved. Mom, there's no one as good as a mother when they began to harmonize in song. Zhou Xi immediately interjected, you must never speak such things again, understood? Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao exchanged glances, then turned in unison to Zhou Xi. Mom, I think Secretary Qi is pursuing you. Zhou Xi instinctively retorted, impossible. Don't say such things. She would rather believe that Qi Xingzhou wished to be the children's biological father than entertain the notion that these numerous coincidences were aimed at her. Zhou Zhao gasped, what? Isn't it Shirin who wants Mom to be his aunt? How did it transform into Secretary Qi wanting to marry Mom? Before he could finish, he received another snack from Zhou Yu. Zhou Zhao complained, brother, you hit me again. As he rubbed Zhou Zhao's forehead, Zhou Yu replied exasperatedly, have you wasted all those years studying language? Shirin wanting Mom to be his aunt and Secretary Qi wanting to marry her are not fundamentally different. There is a significant difference, Zhou Zhao countered, matching Zhou Yu's confused gaze. If Shirin desires Mom to be his aunt, he is the active party, while Mom and his uncle are the passive ones. But if, as you say, Secretary Qi wishes to marry Mom, then he becomes the active party, reducing Shirin to a mere facilitator. One must admit, Zhou Zhao's analysis was quite astute. Zhou Yu pressed further, do you think Shirin, being a minor, is qualified to meddle in the marriage affairs of the elders? Zhou Zhao shook his head. No, but what if it's the elders who prompted him? Remember when Shirin's grandfather visited during the last exams? What if it was him who suggested the match? While that reasoning held some merit, it did not apply to Qi Xingzhou and Shirin. Shirin had always been intimidated by Secretary Qi. Do you think he would dare to approach us to boost Secretary Qi's favor without his approval? Would Secretary Qi repeatedly use Shirin as an excuse for our encounters? Zhou Zhao shook his head. No, he wouldn't. Ultimately, they reached a conclusion. So Secretary Qi is genuinely pursuing Mom? Zhou Yu nodded, indeed. Zhou Xi, who was eavesdropping nearby, nodded in sudden realization, acknowledging the validity of the statement. Reflecting on Lin Wanyan's words from some time ago, she instinctively tapped her head. Could it be that she truly was a striking beauty with impressive professional capabilities, yet utterly lacking in romantic finesse, a veritable Iron Maiden? Mother you. A hint of irritation flickered within Zhou Xi as she chose to mute her microphone, disregarding the chattering of the two brothers. Those mischievous children. Weren't they previously concerned that she might find them a stepfather? How could they now so nonchalantly discuss the topic of a stepfather? Chapter 118, Evade. Once the car fell silent, Zhou Xi closed her eyes and meticulously pondered the character of Qi Xingzhou. Their initial encounter had transpired at a government-hosted gala, followed by a second meeting at the scene of an accident. Though both interactions were fleeting, he had left her with an impression of selflessness and decisiveness. Their subsequent meeting during a trip had introduced her to his commanding gaze, which emanated a palpable sense of pressure. Those captivating eyes evoked an inexplicable familiarity within her. Yet she could not recall where she had seen them before. As their encounters grew more frequent, their relationship gradually deepened. Qi Xingzhou was undeniably handsome and possessed a magnetic charisma, yet she found herself disinterested, appreciating only the beauty of his visage as any human might. In his 30s, with wealth, looks, and a successful business, along with two striking elder sons, she had no desire to step into the grave of matrimony and willingly diminish her quality of life. The bittersweet complexities of love were something she wished to avoid entirely. Secretary Qi, please do not disturb. She aspired merely to be a joyful, single, affluent woman, and that was all there was to it. Observing Zhou Xi's myriad expressions, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao exchanged amused glances. Their prior fears of a stepfather stemmed from insecurity, worried that Zhou Xi would favor a new child over them should she remarry. However, things had changed. Over the past 6 years, they had felt a profound maternal affection from her. They were certain that even if their mother were to marry and have a new child, her love for them would remain undiminished. Love, akin to nurturing flowers, instilled confidence born of devotion. That evening, the brothers held a brief meeting, resolving to let things unfold naturally, but they would no longer naively divulge their family's preferences to Shirin. The following day, as Zhou Zhao settled into his seat, His backpack still unplaced in the desk, Shirin eagerly approached him, exuding an air of solicitousness. Indeed, the ever-helpful Shirin had come to fish for information once more. Xiao Zhao, I had too much fun yesterday and caught a cold. Even my robust uncle couldn't withstand it. Are you all right? Noticing Shirin sneeze, Zhou Zhao retrieved a piece of ginger candy from his backpack and offered it to him. I'm fine. My brother and I are doing well. Zhou Zhao was aware of Shirin's curiosity, but deliberately refrained from mentioning Zhou Xi. As expected, failing to extract the desired information, Shirin pressed on. What about Aunt Zhou? Zhou Zhao feigned ignorance and stood up to fetch a cup of water for Zhou Yu. Shirin wished to continue his inquiries, but fearing he would arouse suspicion, he resolved to wait until lunch to broach the topic indirectly. However, Zhou Zhao had grown wise. No matter how oblique Shirin's attempts were, he didn't even bring it up. Not only did Shirin encounter a dead end, but Qi Xingzhou found himself in a similar predicament. At that moment, Qi Xingzhou stood quietly in a corner, his expression tinged with jealousy as he observed the young man engaged in lively conversation with Zhou Xi. Unconsciously, he found himself comparing. The young man appeared to be 3 centimeters shorter, lacking in looks, too soft, devoid of presence, and average in physique. He still needed to work out. Yet, there was one aspect in which he could not compete: age. Qi Xingzhou was already several years older than Zhou Xi, and due to his busy work schedule, aside from applying crack cream in winter, he never indulged in skincare. Now, witnessing the fresh, youthful men surrounding Zhou Xi only heightened his sense of insecurity. Grabbing a piece of chocolate from a nearby plate to mask the scent of alcohol, he ensured his attire was presentable and strode towards Zhou Xi. Throughout history, power has often eclipsed wealth. Upon seeing Qi Xingzhou approach, the prominent executives in the business realm promptly greeted him. Zhou Xi, not one to stand apart, also stepped forward for a friendly exchange. Secretary Qi Chairman Zhou. However, the conversation ended there, not due to Qi Xingzhou's lack of desire to engage, but because Zhou Xi offered him no opportunity to converse, promptly continuing her discussion with the young man. Just then, another acquaintance approached to establish connections, and with his patience wearing thin, Qi Xingzhou turned to leave upon recognizing the individual. The perplexed figure left behind, the man in a vest, would soon learn the reason for being so summarily dismissed. After having observed Zhou Xi throughout the evening, Qi Xingzhou finally found a moment to assert his presence when that bothersome Zhuang Jin reappeared. Xi, I'm back. Zhou Xi displayed little emotion, merely nodding slightly. It's good that you're back. The project here is nearing completion, so please ensure the follow-up work is done properly. With Zhuang's father gone, the mistress he had been supporting, along with her unborn child, had been dealt with decisively by Zhuang Yan. As for the other several nearly adult, illegitimate children, they had all been shipped off abroad to fend for themselves. Zhuang's father was a typical Phoenix man, and the Zhuang family's current stature was entirely reliant on the support of his wife's family. One could say there would be no Zhuang family today without Zhuang's mother. Now, Zhuang's mother had grandchildren and was no longer the petty woman who once reveled in jealousy. To secure a peaceful future, she had instructed Zhuang Yan to take ruthless measures to eliminate any potential threats. Zhuang Jin had returned significantly changed, shedding some of his frivolity and appearing more mature than before. Upon hearing Zhou Xi's businesslike tone, a flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and said, Sister Xi, my elder brother is also here. Could we arrange to have a meal together? He added, we need to discuss matters related to the project. Fearing Zhou Xi would decline, he quickly supplemented, there are family matters as well. My brother must leave early tomorrow. That is acceptable. I will have someone arrange the meal. News from her contacts indicated that Zhuang Jin had accepted the girlfriend his family had chosen for him, and he would be getting engaged once the project in Jin City was concluded. Had Zhuang Yan not been present that evening, Zhou Xi would not have agreed to dine alone with him due to project matters. No need. My brother has already asked me to make the reservation in advance. We can head there now. Upon noticing Qi Xingzhou approaching, Zhou Xi readily nodded in agreement. All right, let us go. With a sharp click, only the sound of a closing door remained in their wake. Qi Xingzhou recognized that Zhou Xi was deliberately avoiding him. Ever since they had ridden the Ferris wheel yesterday, she had been evading him. However, he was not one to easily concede defeat. Once he had set his sights on a target, he would not relent until it was firmly in his grasp, regardless of the cost. In work, as in love, Qi Xingzhou was fierce and ruthless. Far from the gentle facade he projected. As he watched the car fade into the distance, he shed the mask of amiability. At the dinner table, Zhuang Jin desired one last indulgence, hoping to express all his suppressed feelings under the influence of alcohol. However, both Zhuang Yan and Zhou Xi denied him that opportunity, one unwilling to listen, the other unwilling to speak. Sister Xi, I have wronged you. I committed a grave mistake. I should not have brought up Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao's father. Chapter 119, The Barbecue Gathering. Sister Cece, I am deeply sorry. I have committed a grave mistake by taking the fathers of Xiaoyu and Xiaozhao without permission. Before I could finish my words, Zhuang Jin succumbed to intoxication and collapsed onto the table. Zhou Xi assumed he was merely speaking nonsense due to his drunkenness and did not give it much thought. However, Zhuang Yin subtly furrowed his brow. He knew his brother well, and this incident undoubtedly harbored some secrets. The adage truth comes out when one is intoxicated was particularly applicable to Zhuang Jin. Zhou Xi, avoiding Qi Xingzhou, had no alternative but to let Shi Rin take charge. Fearing that if he did not assert his presence soon, the three ladies would soon forget him entirely. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao regarded Shi Rin as a genuine friend. Yet they disapproved of his attempts to facilitate a relationship between Zhou Xi and Qi Xingzhou. In pursuit of a more untainted friendship, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao resolved to clarify their stance with him. Coincidentally, tomorrow was Sunday. So Zhou Yu invited Shi Rin and Song Lei over for a barbecue at their home. Mom, we're having a barbecue at home this afternoon. Will you return in time to join us for dinner? Zhou Yu asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhou Xi longed to agree instantly, but today was not feasible. She had a significant project to discuss in the evening. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu, but I have pressing matters to attend to tonight and cannot join you for the barbecue. However, I would love to have some of the grilled yellow croaker you make. If it's possible, could you prepare some for me to enjoy when I return later? Despite feeling a twinge of disappointment, Zhou Yu managed to wear a smile and replied, of course. Zhou Xi lovingly ruffled his hair. Thank you, Xiaoyu. I must take my leave now. Enjoy yourselves. Okay, goodbye, Mom. By the time Zhou Zhao emerged, Zhou Xi had already departed, leaving only a vague silhouette of her vehicle. Enraged, he stomped his feet in frustration. Brother, didn't you say you would wait for me before letting Mom leave? Zhou Yu remained silent, casting a languid glance at him before turning away. Behind him, Zhou Zhao lamented, you scoundrel. How could you, my noble brother, stoop to such treachery? Zhou Yu nonchalantly waved him off. I consider this merely a flexible adaptation. Surely, you haven't forgotten the last incident? After all, Zhou Zhao had acted rather unprincipled last time. This was merely a minor reprisal. Brother, I am your only brother. Your one and only. Zhou Yu mimicked his brother's tone. Dear brother, I am your only elder brother. Your sole elder brother. Their bond was typically amicable. Yet this did not hinder their childish rivalry for their mother's affection in front of Zhou Xi. From a distance, Zhou Ping and Zhou En engaged in their own playful competition, each assuming the role of their little boss in a charming display of camaraderie. Ha. Your boss stomps his feet just like he did 6 years ago, and your boss still possesses the same mastery of vexation. The banter continued back and forth, neither party willing to concede. Ultimately, it was the composed Zhou En who first admitted defeat, conceding a round to Zhou Ping. All right, we should prepare the venue for the young masters. Sure, let us go. My boss enjoys swings. We must set one up for him. The camaraderie between the two brothers was genuine. Their bickering was real, their competitive spirits were unyielding, and their devotion to their boss was sincere. With their brotherhood, the household was indeed much livelier. At the Song residence, Song Lei lounged on the couch with his legs crossed, shouting towards the kitchen, Mom, are the snacks ready? My ride will be here in 5 minutes. All right, they're fresh out of the oven. I'll have them packaged in 2 minutes, came the response. Oh, should I come in to help? No need. Just hurry and change those socks with holes in them, she replied. Song Lei feigned deafness, continuing to watch television while munching on chips. It's just a tiny hole, hardly noticeable. What's the bother? It's a hassle. Song Lei, are you ignoring me? Lin Wanyan's voice rang out again. Huh, I can hear you, he replied with a casual tone. The kitchen soon echoed with Lin Wanyan's exasperated reprimands. Then why aren't you rushing to change your socks? Oh, Song Lei initially intended to decline, but upon seeing the shadow looming over him, he changed his mind. His father had arrived, and he knew better than to bargain. I'll go now. He set aside his chips and padded upstairs in his slippers, only to call down moments later, Mom, where are my socks? As Lin Wanyan hastily packed the snacks, she accidentally broke a couple of them, her mood worsening. Coupled with Song Shi's clumsiness, she pinched his waist in annoyance, only to find his firm muscles painfully unyielding. At that moment, Song Lei collided with the situation, prompting Lin Wanyan to snap. Where else would they be but on my back? Huh. Considering that the Zhou family's car was soon to arrive, Lin Wanyan suppressed her rising temper. I bought you 2 new boxes of socks. They're in the storage room. Go fetch them yourself. Hearing the underlying frustration in Lin Wanyan's tone, Song Lei suddenly realized he could manage on his own. Okay, Mom, I'll go get them now. In stark contrast to the lively chaos of the Song household, the Shi residence was exceedingly tranquil. Shi Rin and Qi Xingzhou sat silently on separate sofas, engrossed in their books, the atmosphere so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was only when the sound of a honking horn broke the silence that Shi Rin stuffed his book into his bag. Rising, He grabbed 2 large bags of snacks from the table and waved at Qi Xingzhou. Uncle, I'm off. Qi Xingzhou finally lifted his gaze to Shi Ren. All right, take care. Feeling the weight in his hands, Shi Ren silently mused. Ah, another day of being a lackey. Back at the Zhou household, Zhou Zhao had reverted to his clingy mode, following Zhou Yu wherever he went. Brother, this fish is the most visually appealing. Let us save it for Mom tonight. Zhou Yu, preoccupied with cutting fruit, glanced up and nodded. Indeed, it's splendid. Set it aside in a separate plate when Mom returns. We'll grill it for her while it's still warm. All right, I'll do that now. Zhou Yu was quite the aficionado of barbecuing, after numerous experiments. He had perfected a marinade that suited their family of 3 exquisitely. Among their favorites was the grilled yellow croaker, which Zhou Xi adored. Song Lei and Shi Ren arrived in quick succession, and upon seeing the 2 large bags of snacks in Shi Ren's hands, Song Lei exclaimed, Shi Ren, have you brought the entire supermarket with you? Shi Ren waved him over. It's too heavy, come help me carry it. Song Lei briskly approached, and took the bag from Shi Ren's right hand, feeling the substantial weight. Wow, why is this so heavy? Inside are the chocolates you love. Shi Ren replied. Upon hearing this, Song Lei's perception of the bag's weight instantly diminished, and he strode forward with renewed vigor. Zhou Yu, Zhou Zhao. We've arrived. Whenever young people gathered, the atmosphere was always lively. They would share humorous anecdotes about the absurdities of school life and discuss games that piqued their interest. The vibrancy of youth held infinite possibilities for the future. Come on, the ingredients are all prepared. We're just waiting for you to help skewer them for the grill. Barbecuing without skewering lacked the right experience, but Zhou Zhao was not fond of the oily texture of Sichuan-style barbecue, so he usually shunned this task. Come. Enjoy these pastries. They're freshly baked and still warm, and they're all your favorite flavors. Today's snacks were all tailored to the preferences of Zhou Yu and Shi Ren, with Song Lei merely tagging along, receiving nothing special. In truth, he felt a twinge of jealousy. However, upon noticing the chocolate dough rising on the kitchen counter, his slight discontent evaporated entirely. Indeed, his mother's favorite person was still him. Their gatherings were typically organized as follows. The Zhou family provided the ingredients and venue. Song Lei brought dessert for after the meal, and Shi Ren contributed various snacks from different countries. Ah, can Aunt Lin quiz us? Song Lei nodded. Yes, I just pulled it out of the oven when I arrived. It's perfect for eating now. Zhou Yu found it cumbersome to skewer the meat, so Zhou Zhao took a piece of matcha-flavored pastry and fed it to him. Is it delicious, brother? Zhou Yu nodded. Yes, it's delightful. Please give me another piece. After a few bites of pastries to whet their appetites, they joined in the barbecue endeavor. Naturally, the delicate Zhou Zhao only handled the logistical support. They indulged in food and drink, chatting and playing, until 7 in the evening, when the 4 of them reclined in their chairs, rubbing their round bellies and exclaiming how stuffed they were. Gazing at the stars, which were still faintly visible in the sky, Zhou Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Zhao. Understanding the signal, Zhou Zhao decisively tugged at Song Lei, requesting his company to the restroom. Song Lei looked at Zhou Zhao in surprise. Why do you need to go to the bathroom with someone? You're not a girl. Ignoring him, Zhou Zhao continued to pull him along. Observing his urgent demeanor, Song Lei speculated. Oh, Zhou Zhao, are you afraid to go to the restroom alone? Zhou Zhao, eager to get him away, nodded distractedly. Yes, just go with me. Huh. Zhou Zhao's sheepish expression made Song Lei unable to suppress a hearty laugh. All right. I'll accompany you to the restroom, delicate little Princess Zhao. As their voices grew softer, Zhou Yu opened his eyes and looked intently at Shi Ren. Shi Ren felt a pang of anxiety under his gaze and asked, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? After some contemplation, Zhou Yu decided to tease him. Shi Ren, I am aware of the secret you've been keeping from us. What? Shi Ren sprang upright. What do you know? Zhou Yu calmly sipped his juice. I know everything. Shi Ren grew anxious, but still endeavored to maintain an air of feigned ignorance. Zhou Yu sighed deliberately and spoke gently. Shi Ren, I truly know it all. I didn't expect. Didn't he expect what? Did he truly know? Or was he merely trying to trick me like Grandpa? Recalling his previous experience, Shi Ren resolved to deny everything, refusing to confess unless Zhou Yu revealed it first. Thus, he decided to take the initiative. Zhou Yu, we are good friends. Whatever it is, just say it openly. Zhou Yu countered. Yes, we are good friends. Are you really unwilling to tell me? Shi Ren remained silent, stubbornly refusing to admit anything. Observing his behavior, Zhou Yu began to doubt whether he was overthinking. Is your second uncle pursuing my mother? Shi Ren gasped, his previously anxious heart now at ease. So that was it. There was nothing to deny. After all, the truth was evident. Yes, my second uncle is courting Aunt Zhou. What role do you play in this? I am merely a tool. Well, you are indeed just a tool. As a son, it was not appropriate for him to meddle in his mother's affairs, especially regarding such significant matters in life. However, if one day their mother introduced someone to them, they would certainly address him as uncle. Nevertheless, since they chose not to intervene, others should not seek external assistance to pry information from them. That would be fair. This thought put his mind at ease. Sure, Rin, we are friends, and while I can understand your support for your second uncle, I do not wish for our friendship to be tainted by other matters. We are all intelligent people. Let us keep it discreet. As it stood, his mother had no affection for Sure Rin's second uncle. What the future held was a matter for tomorrow. Sure Rin nodded. All right, regardless. We will always remain the purest of friends. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu raised his juice in a toast to our pure friendship. Yes, we shall always be good friends. Observing the reserved and taciturn Zhou Yu alongside the chattering Song Lei and Zhou Zhao, Sure Rin's face broke into a radiant smile. If all went well, the four of them would be lifelong friends. By 8 o'clock, the barbecue gathering concluded, and Sure Rin and Song Lei, having eaten and drunk their fill, departed with gifts in hand. After bidding them farewell, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao also stood up to head inside. Their mother had prepared porridge, which was ideal after the fiery barbecue to soothe their stomachs. As they were about to leave, Zhou Zhao noticed a book on a chair and curiously exclaimed, "Oh, the Song of Youth, whose is this? Was it Sure Rin's or Song Lei's? It should be Sure Rin's," among their little group. He was the only one who adored reading revolutionary-themed literature. Zhou Zhao decided to keep it, intending to bring it to school for him the next morning. All right, once inside, Zhou Zhao casually placed the book on the coffee table in the living room and left it there. At 9 o'clock, Zhou Xi returned home. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao promptly retrieved the small yellow fish they had saved for grilling. Upon entering and catching a whiff of the familiar aroma, Zhou Xi's previously furrowed brow relaxed somewhat due to her exhaustion. Little Zhao, mommy's back. I even brought dumplings from the fish crisp house for you." Hearing this, Zhou Zhao immediately dashed towards Zhou Xi, but after taking a few steps, he halted. "Brother, may I first go serve a bowl of bird's nest for mommy?" Zhou Yu pressed his lips together and nodded. "Yes, go ahead." Feeling quite proud, he realized that the few Wangzai steamed buns from earlier had indeed made an impact. "Mommy, I had the kitchen prepare bird's nest for you. Would you like to drink it now?" Zhou Xi smiled and shook her head. "Just help mommy serve it. I'll go upstairs to tidy up and come down right away." "Okay." At that moment, Zhou Zhao was like a diligent little bee, happily buzzing around Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu. By the time Zhou Xi changed into her loungewear and came downstairs, Zhou Yu had also finished grilling the small yellow fish. "Mommy, give it a try." Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the fish was delectably fresh, a texture she adored. Wonderful. Little Yu's cooking skills are improving. This is the best small yellow fish I've ever had. Zhou Yu felt a bit bashful from the compliment and casually picked up the book The Song of Youth to mask his discomfort. As he flipped it open, a photo slipped out and landed before Zhou Xi. Zhou Xi instinctively picked it up, feeling a strange familiarity with the person in the photo. "What is it, mommy?" Zhou Yu leaned closer to see, but Zhou Xi quickly turned it away, suppressing her shock. "Oh, it's nothing. Just something you children shouldn't see." How strikingly similar. The person in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the young Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. "Little Yu, whose book is this?" Today, only Sure Rin and Song Lei had visited, so the owner of the book must be one of them. "It's Sure Rin's. He left it behind when he left." "Sure Rin?" "Yes, it's him. It's Sure Rin. Can I take a look at this book first? I'll return it to you tomorrow morning." "Of course, no problem." Zhou Xi did not put the photo back into the book, but rather tucked it away in her pocket with utmost secrecy. The three of them, a mother and her 2 children, sat in the dining room, awaiting Zhou Xi's return from her late-night snack. After engaging in pleasant conversation for a while, they each retired upstairs to rest. Upon entering her bedroom, Zhou Xi did not hasten to examine the photo that had stirred her unease. She casually placed it on the table before retreating to the bathroom to brush her teeth. Emerging from the bathroom, she approached her vanity and sat down, meticulously attending to her skincare routine, each step executed with calm deliberation, betraying no urgency regarding the photograph. It was only after she had completed her preparations and settled into bed that she recalled the photo she had nearly forgotten. With a sigh in the darkness, she resignedly threw off the covers and got out of bed to retrieve the forsaken image. Along with it, she took the thick family album that rested on the shelf. Who could it be? Sure Rin, the Qi family? The Shen family? This photograph appeared to have been taken when the subject was around 11 or 12 years old. Though tall and resembling an adult, the childish features and the awkwardness in front of the camera revealed his youth. She then opened the album to find pictures of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao at that same age. Despite the differing eras and backgrounds, the resemblance was striking, reaching an impressive 80%. Gazing at the photograph and recalling Qi Xingzhou's recent attempt to assert his presence, alongside the photo's owner, Sure Rin, it became increasingly difficult for her to dismiss Qi Xingzhou from her thoughts. However, Zhou Xi was not one to leap to conclusions without sufficient evidence. She scrutinized the aged photo, and in the light, noticed a few faint words in the lower right corner. The passage of time had rendered them somewhat unclear, but she could just make out the name Qi Xingzhou. The subsequent diary entries were less discernible. Reflecting on her first encounter with him and the sense of familiarity his eyes evoked, along with their recent orchestrated meetings, she began to harbor reasonable suspicions that Qi Xingzhou was likely the biological father of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. With this thought, Zhou Xi rose once more, descending to retrieve the jade pendant from her jewelry stand. This was her fourth examination of the pendant, yet this time yielded no new revelations. However, as all the clues began to intertwine, they formed a glaring truth that seemed to carry a 90% probability of being accurate. Qi Xingzhou was indeed the biological father of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. In this light, her recent series of inexplicable encounters appeared to stem from his awareness of these matters. Absurd. It was simply too absurd. Zhou Xi could hardly believe such a dramatic turn of events had unfolded in her life. In her previous existence, she had passionately pursued grand endeavors, only to meet an untimely demise in the prime of her life. Yet, fortune smiled upon her, granting her passage into another world. After enjoying over a decade of good fortune, she discovered that she was an imposter. The subsequent 12 years of hardship felt like an ordeal, but fortunately, the three of them had persevered through it all. During her most desperate moments, a miraculous system of rewards descended upon them, allowing them to embark on a true path of resurgence. After 6 years abroad, they had indeed transformed beyond recognition. Little did she expect to encounter the biological father of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao in such a manner. Coincidentally, Qi Xingzhou's nephew happened to be in the same class as her two children. Amidst the vast sea of people, they had crossed paths once more, as if by fate. The drama of it all was remarkable, worthy of cinematic adaptation. From this point forward, she vowed never to deride those melodramatic novels again. Yet, aside from her astonishment, Zhou Xi felt no overly complex emotions. Instead, she deliberately retrieved her camera and captured photographs of the boys at the same age as their father. As she observed the images, the camera, and the jade pendant, an inexplicable yearning for a drink washed over her. That night, she found herself alone, raising her glass toward the full moon outside her window. For the first time, she truly understood the sentiment of toasting the bright moon, feeling as though it formed a trio with her own reflection. Although she had gone to bed late the previous night, Zhou Xi awoke punctually the next morning. After breakfast, she drove the children to school. Uncertain about how to convey the news of Qi Xingzhou being Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao's biological father, or in what manner to broach the subject, she resolved to personally deliver the book Song of Youth to Shi Ren, ensuring it would not pass through the hands of the two brothers. Due to Zhou Zhao's frequent burnouts, she had become well acquainted with the routines of their two other close friends. Shi Ren and Zhou Yu were expected to arrive at school around the same time, while Song Lei tended to arrive precisely on time. Today, she made a point of dropping Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao off early, and after watching them enter the school gates, she promptly exited the car with the book in hand to wait for Shi Ren. As anticipated, the number of students gathered at the school entrance began to swell, and soon Shi Ren arrived, riding his bicycle. He spotted the distinguished Zhou Xi from a distance, parked his bike, and approached her with a greeting. "Aunt Zhou, what brings you here?" Zhou Xi smiled as she extended the book toward him. "Xiao Yu left this for you. I'll be going on a business trip shortly for several days, and I didn't want you to worry about needing it. So I thought I'd wait here for a few minutes to hand it to you." Shi Ren was somewhat taken aback, realizing she had been waiting just to deliver a book to him. He stepped forward to accept the book, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt." He had finished reading the book the previous day on his way to Zhou's home, so he hadn't noticed it had been left behind. With a composed demeanor, Shi Ren seemed oblivious to the photograph he had carelessly tucked inside. In a short while, she would be heading abroad for business. Her flight was scheduled to depart in an hour, and she would not return for another 2 weeks. With her mind preoccupied with the business at hand, Zhou Xi had long since set aside thoughts of Qi Xingzhou being the biological father of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. Having been back for quite some time, she had entrusted the overseas operations to others. This trip would be an opportunity to thoroughly investigate the accounts. Once the international matters were resolved, the situation in Haishur could also come to a close. Chapter 122. Can you be more magnanimous? In Haishur, Zhou Fangfei's adoptive father had successfully been admitted to the hospital, and his condition had stabilized considerably. Mr. Su reclined against the headboard, idly gazing out the window. He turned to his son, who was peeling fruit beside him, and asked, "Fourth, have you contacted Kaifeng?" The action of peeling fruit halted abruptly as the apple skin that had been connected fell to the floor. With a subdued voice, he replied, "No." A flicker of disappointment crossed Mr. Su's eyes. Could it be that Kaifeng hasn't seen the letter we sent her? The fourth son remained silent, picking up another apple to peel. But the silence spoke volumes. They both knew the answer, yet were unwilling to accept it. After all, No one could bear to believe that the sister they had cherished and spoiled for over a decade would harbor disdain for them. Nevertheless, it was an undeniable truth, and they were merely deceiving themselves. No one would wait indefinitely for another, nor would anyone perpetually give without expectation. Among the Su family, the fourth son was the first to see through Zhou Fangfei, yet he had not fully awakened to the reality, still clinging to hope. After all, she was the sister he had adored for many years. In order to better execute their plans and assert themselves, Zhou Fangfei had softened after their last quarrel and moved back home. During this time, she had focused all her energy on work. Yet she had not neglected her duties towards Qi Guangnian and the two children at home. As for the letter sent by the Su family, she had seen it but did not take it to heart. Su's father, who was deeply fond of his daughter Zhou Fangfei, quietly slipped out of the hospital while Su's fourth son was distracted, making his way to the address noted on the now yellowed and creased slip of paper in search of Zhou Fangfei. He wished to inquire about her well-being over the years and whether the dried goods they had sent were sufficient sustenance. Upon his arrival, he encountered Qi Mufei and Qi Jinshu, who were just returning from school. Qi Mufei, in a sour mood, peered at the modestly dressed elderly man leaning against the railing. Gazing longingly inside, she feigned disdain, waving her hand in front of her nose, and with a petulant tone remarked, "Brother, who is this beggar? Why is someone begging at our doorstep?" Qi Jinshu remained silent, engrossed in a book on economics, not even lifting his gaze. This indifference irritated the pampered Qi Mufei, prompting her to kick the rice ball beside Su's father with force, venting her frustration on him. "Why is there a filthy beggar here? If he has come to beg, why doesn't he just leave?" After kicking the rice ball, she continued to stomp on the rice mixed with various side dishes on the ground, exclaiming, "This is infuriating. Why do you all bully me?" The rice, which was Zhou Fangfei's favorite, had taken Su's father considerable effort to procure, and he was reluctant to see it ruined. He attempted to intervene but was not inclined to scold his granddaughter, instead hurriedly picking up the rice ball that remained relatively intact. In his haste, his rough hands inadvertently brushed against Qi Mufei's pristine white shoes, causing her to retaliate with a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. "Oh, how dare you dirty my shoes, you lowly man." Su's father, whose health was already precarious and had only recently begun to improve, was struck by her kick, causing him to cough violently as he lay on the ground. Observing his condition, Qi Mufei's face flickered with a hint of guilt, and she feigned concern, asking, "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Su's father, aware of Zhou Fangfei's disdain for them, kept his head lowered, hoping his granddaughter would not recognize him. Just as Qi Mufei prepared to kick him again, Zhou Fangfei emerged from the house. "What is going on? Why are you standing at the door instead of coming inside?" Qi Jinshu remained silent, while Qi Mufei, in a huff, pointed at the prostrate Su's father and complained, "Mom, there's a beggar at our doorstep." Zhou Fangfei glared at the security personnel at the entrance, demanding, "How can you let anyone in? Handle this immediately." Without a backward glance, she took Qi Mufei and Qi Jinshu away. The chastised security guard watched their departing figures, caught between the urge to speak and ultimately remaining silent, his heart going out to the elderly gentleman on the ground. Upon returning, Su's father was met with silence from Su's fourth son, who merely cast a glance in his direction before rising to call the doctor. "Mom, the beggar at the door was holding your favorite rice ball. I should have asked him where he got it. I could bring some back for you in the future." Zhou Fangfei paused for a moment, then casually shook her head, saying, "I no longer enjoy it. I prefer coffee and cake over greasy rice balls." "All right, then I'll bring you cake after school tomorrow." In the hospital room, after the doctor finished his examination and provided instructions, he departed. Su's fourth son, having washed the garment stained with footprints, shook the water from his hands and sat beside the bed, informing him, "Dad, your health is nearly restored. We can return home next week." Su's father opened his mouth, timidly asking, "Can we wait a bit longer?" "Wait for what?" Su's father did not respond, simply reiterating his desire to delay. A week later, Zhou Fangfei was arrested on charges of leaking commercial secrets. Back in Su's hometown, Su's fifth son hung up the phone and immediately rummaged through the house for money. His wife, Shenwan, assuming there was trouble at the construction site, hastily set aside her half-finished crochet project and anxiously inquired, "Hi girl, is there another problem at the site? Is it serious?" Su's fifth son remained silent, focused solely on searching through his savings book. Observing his demeanor, Shenwan felt as if the sky had fallen. "Is someone dead? This will bankrupt us for sure." While she was lost in her thoughts, they heard Su's third son's voice from outside. "Old Five, are you ready? Hurry up, or we'll miss the bus to Haishur. Kaifeng is waiting for us." Haishur. Su Kaifeng. So they were going to find her. Shenwan quickly realized what was happening. Anger surged within her eyes as she strode forward, yanking at the clothes in Su's fifth son's bag, yelling, "You can't go. I won't allow it. After all these years, why can't you forget about her? Why must you seek her out?" Su's fifth son, growing impatient, furrowed his brow and forcefully pushed Xinhuan aside, stuffing the disheveled clothes back into the bag. Stop making a scene. Kaifeng is in trouble. We have to save her. It was always her. Xinhuan loathed Zhou Fangfei, wondering why she constantly intruded upon her life. Kaifeng. Huh? Do you think she wants to be known as Su Kaifeng? She is now Zhou Fangfei, not Su Kaifeng. The Zhou family is affluent, and her in-laws are well off. Who are you to intervene on her behalf? Su's fifth son swiftly organized his belongings and fixed his intense gaze on Xinhuan, his eyes resembling that of a predator. She is my sister. It is my duty to help her. I seek no reward. As her sister-in-law, can you not be more magnanimous? With that, he shoved her aside and left without a backward glance. Xinhuan fell to the ground, her arm landing on a sharp crochet hook. The pain was excruciating, too painful to bear. As the four Su brothers hurried towards Haishur, Zhou Xi was similarly aboard a plane heading to the city. These matters had lingered too long. It was time to bring them to a conclusion. Chapter 123, The End. In Haishur, with ample evidence at hand, Zhou Fangfei had been apprehended. The Zhou and Qi families were overwhelmed with the chaos stemming from her predicament. The Zhou family was more concerned for her well-being, while Qi Guangyan was preoccupied with the company's reputation and stock values. As the wife of the CEO of Qi Corporation, her arrest for the theft of commercial secrets was inextricably linked to the Qi family. The Qi Corporation's reputation suffered a severe blow, prompting many partners to call for contract terminations, while Haida seized the opportunity to poach several collaborations. Voices within the boardroom clamored against Qi Guangyan, compounded by the pressure of Qi Mufei, who was incessantly demanding to find her mother, and the Zhou family's insistence on rescuing Zhou Fangfei. With pressures mounting from all sides, Qi Guangyan felt as though he was on the brink of explosion. Amidst his agitation, waves of regret washed over him. He should have insisted Zhou Fangfei resign back then, rather than allowing her to procrastinate, ultimately leading to this calamity. Yet, was he not also complicit in the events that transpired? Despite his insistence that she resign, he had never taken any tangible action, harboring an inner hope that she would topple Haida, elevating the Qi Corporation further. Little did he expect that his attempts would backfire, resulting in a complete disaster. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Director Qi, the board members have arrived. They are waiting for you. Yes, I understand. Qi Guangyan was a man driven by ambition, unwilling to concede defeat or easily compromise. As he stepped out of the office, he had already made his decisions in his heart. Zhou Fangfei and her career. What holds greater significance in his heart? The Zhou family finds themselves in distress. Zhou's mother weeps incessantly, while Zhou's father and Zhou Xi tirelessly seek connections to plead for leniency, hoping to mitigate Zhou Fangfei's punishment, ideally securing her exoneration. Left alone to tend to the child, Luo Yue remains indifferent to all other matters. When Zhou's mother approaches her in tears, and Zhou Xi confides his exhaustion and regret, she offers not a single word of comfort. Rather, a flicker of satisfaction courses through her. The consequences of their actions have brought them to this point. They deserve it. As Zhou Xi dons his coat, he instructs the still recovering Luo Yue. Yue, you're still unwell. It's raining outside. Stay home and rest well. There's no need for you to accompany us. We'll return shortly. Luo Yue steps forward to straighten his slightly disheveled collar, responding with a faint acknowledgement. On such a chill day, she had no intention of accompanying them anyway, knowing her presence would be of no assistance. After bidding farewell to the trio, she retreats to her room, luxuriating in the comfort of her bed. The sound of jangling keys pierces the air as the iron door swings open. A voice devoid of personal sentiment rings out. Zhou Fangfei, you have a visitor. Startled from her corner, Zhou Fangfei lifts her head, her eyes alight with surprise. She stumbles forward, only to have her joy extinguished upon recognizing her visitors. Why are you all here? Perhaps realizing the inappropriateness of her words, she quickly adds, Mom, Dad. Where's Guangyan? Why hasn't he come? Zhou's parents feel a chill at her words, but being her biological family, concern and sorrow ultimately prevail. Fangfei, my dear daughter. How have you been? Have they treated you poorly in there? Meeting Zhou Xi's dark, penetrating gaze, Zhou Fangfei patiently replies, I'm fine. No one dares to bully me inside. Yet her longing to leave is palpable. Mom and Dad, when can I go home? I can't bear to stay in this cramped space any longer. It's unbearable. In her view, the Zhou and Qi families have the means to secure her release, and thus she harbors no apprehension about imprisonment. She silently chastises them for their delay in coming, resenting the unnecessary suffering she endured throughout the night. Fangfei, tell your mother the truth. Did you do those things? I. Zhou Fangfei stammers, reluctant to answer. Zhou Xi, long since disillusioned with her, cuts through her evasions with a sharp reprimand. Do not think that the Zhou and Qi families will shield you from the consequences. You've stirred up a significant mess this time. Haida will not let you off easily. You would do well to confess everything you have done, or we cannot protect you. Zhou Xi's words are not mere threats. They are grounded in reality. The wealth and influence of Zhou Xi's enterprises are formidable, backed by a nearly undefeated legal team. If they so choose, they can easily fabricate charges against her. Particularly concerning is the Zhou family, who have treated her with extreme unfairness in the past. Yet Zhou Fangfei remains unperturbed, dismissing Zhou Xi's warnings as mere intimidation, carelessly fidgeting with her recently manicured nails. Witnessing her demeanor, Zhou's parents feel a mix of anger and urgency, regretting for the first time their indulgent upbringing of their daughter. Fangfei, cease your obstinacy and heed your brother's counsel. Frustrated by their scrutiny, Zhou Fangfei snaps, fine, I did it all. Are you satisfied now? Must you be so bothersome? I understand my mistake, it won't happen again. So when can I go home? Her thoughts are consumed by Qi Guangyan, indifferent to all else. Is this how you speak to your father? Zhou's mother quickly tugs at her son's sleeve, signaling him to temper his severity. While she feels cold at her daughter's impatience, she also experiences a pang of sympathy at her son's harsh rebuke. One can only say that a doting mother often spoils her child. Serves her right. Zhou Xi, overwhelmed by the chaos of recent days, has contributed financially, physically, and socially, yet has garnered no positive outcome. He can no longer hold his tongue. Mother, what time is it? Will you continue to coddle her? She is over 30. Not a child anymore. How long will you indulge her? The nearby police, weary of the family's tumult, glance at the clock and remind them that visiting hours are nearly over. Their purpose today is to ascertain the extent of Zhou Fangfei's clandestine activities, so they can determine the appropriate course of action. With time slipping away, they forego discussions unrelated to the current circumstances. Under the weight of Zhou Xi's stern interrogation, Zhou Fangfei ultimately succumbs, divulging all that transpired. As the details unfold, Zhou's mother collapses, while Zhou's father struggles to maintain his composure, clutching his chest as he attempts to breathe deeply. It's over, it's all over. Zhou Xi, unable to attend to Zhou Fangfei, rushes to support his elderly parents to the hospital. Behind him, Zhou Fangfei's voice calls out, "Brother, when will you come to bring me home?" Chapter 124, Unforgiven. The response to her plea is the sound of the police pressing the timer, signaling the end of visiting hours. As the airplane touches down, the fatigue from the long journey washes over her. She furrows her brow, massaging her temples. First, she will return to the hotel to rest. Other matters can wait until tomorrow. Upon arriving at the hotel, her phone rings. It's Zhou Yu and the others. "Hello, Mom. Xiao Zhao and I want to come to Haisher after school the day after tomorrow. We'll be back Sunday night. It won't interfere with our studies. Okay, Mom?" "Of course, but why do you wish to come to Haisher?" "Oh, we just want to take advantage of the weekend to experience Haisher's local culture," Zhou Yu replies. Followed by Zhou Zhao's interjection, "Brother, and I miss you. Mom, we want to see you." As she hears her son's voice on the other end, Zhou Xi slowly removes her intricate jewelry. "I see. Mom misses you too." Suddenly, Zhou Yu's face flushes crimson. Noticing her brother's embarrassment, Zhou Zhao takes the phone from him. "Mom, what did you have for dinner?" "An unremarkable airplane meal, but it was sufficient to satisfy my hunger." "What did you have for dinner?" "Delicious diced meat and stir-fried spring vegetables. We had 5 dishes tonight," Zhou Zhao replies. Zhou Xi, eager to take a bath, ends the call after a brief chat, ignoring Zhou Zhao's continued chatter. "Oh, my brother, when will you ever shed your bashful nature?" Zhou Yu shoots her an annoyed glare. "As if I have a choice. I don't want to blush all the time, but it's completely beyond my control. What can I do? Quickly finish your homework. Don't forget your essay isn't done yet." Zhou Zhao pouts, "But I don't have a father. How am I supposed to write about him?" Since childhood, whenever the topic of fathers arose, he had always fabricated stories, crafting them according to his imagination. Thus, his father has taken on numerous roles, one moment a life-saving doctor, the next a brilliant researcher, and then a knowledgeable professor. He writes however it pleases him. Zhou Yu had long since grown accustomed to Zhou Zhao's minor grievances. Well, conditions at home differ from those abroad. This essay cannot be fabricated recklessly. Mine is on the desk, and you may refer to it later. All right, I shall make an effort. Creating a father from thin air is something he excels at. After awakening, Zhou's mother relentlessly urged Zhou Yuxi to journey to the capital in search of Zhou Xi, hoping to leverage their over a decade of nurturing to secure an opportunity for Zhou Fangfei's release. "Yuxi, Qingmi is the owner of Haida. As long as he refrains from pursuing the matter, your sister will undoubtedly be safe. We must find her and implore her to spare Fangfei for our sake." It was rather audacious of Zhou's mother to utter such words, and Zhou Yuxi felt embarrassed even to listen. However, being his own mother, he refrained from uttering harsh words. "Mother, please rest well. I will handle Fangfei's situation." To his surprise, Zhou's mother swatted his hand away, lamenting, Do you no longer wish to care for your sister? Do not forget, she is your blood relative. She had endured a miserable life in the countryside, having been swapped at birth by malicious individuals. Just as they had finally found her, this occurred. Zhou Xi had harbored significant grievances towards Zhou Fangfei over the years. And now that she had stirred up an irreparable mess, he was unwilling to endure any longer. Mother, could you please cease this commotion? Fangfei is already over 30. She is an adult capable of rational thought. She should have considered the consequences of her actions. Yes, I am her elder brother. And I will find a way to rescue her, but only on the condition that it does not jeopardize the interests of the Zhou family. Otherwise, I shall not intervene. This year, he had already cleaned up enough of Fangfei's mess. This time, he would leave it to fate. He would facilitate any necessary connections. But the ultimate outcome was beyond his control. After all, one reaps what one sows. Having committed an offense, one must bear the consequences. If you won't go, I shall. I will seek out Qingni. Even if I must kneel and plead, I will ensure she releases Fangfei, regardless of the circumstances. We have cared for her for over a decade, cherishing her like a precious gem for so long. Releasing Fangfei would be her way of repaying us for our years of nurturing. Zhou's father understood everything but feigned ignorance, following Zhou's mother and smoothing over the situation. Zhou Xi found Zhou's mother's absurd claims tiresome and, after patting the cigarettes in his pocket, prepared to step outside for some fresh air. He knew she would undoubtedly come to Haishur, but he had no face to plead with her. If he were to switch places, he would certainly retaliate severely against anyone who leaked his company's secrets. Zhou Fangfei had merely faced legal repercussions. That was already the best outcome. After arranging matters at the hospital, Zhou Xi paid no heed to his parents' complaints, skipping dinner and heading straight home. Upon his return, Luo Yui busied herself with her tasks, not inquiring even once about Zhou Fangfei. Old man, do you think Fangfei will really be incarcerated for several years? Zhou's mother only understood that Zhou Fangfei's situation was complex, but she could not grasp the severity of it, leaving her in a state of unease. Zhou's father sighed. Unless Qingni is willing to reconcile, there is no way. Upon hearing this, Zhou's mother struggled to rise. Let us go now. We shall plead with her. Zhou's father restrained her, explaining, there is no need. Given the gravity of the situation, she will certainly come to address it personally. She should be arriving soon. We can go to Haida tomorrow. Very well. I shall heed your advice. The following day, as soon as Zhou Xi arrived at the office, Zhou's father and mother were punctual in their visit. Yes, I understand. Please escort them to the reception room. I will be there shortly. They had not anticipated such ease in meeting Zhou Xi, and with the employees treating them courteously, their confidence soared, leading them to believe that Zhou Xi would surely acquiesce to their demands. However, the higher one is held, the harder one falls. Though the reception staff was polite, Zhou Xi had long since dismissed them from her mind. It was not until after lunch and a brief rest that she remembered their presence. As Zhou Xi entered the lounge, Zhou's mother was causing quite the commotion inside. Fortunately, the building's soundproofing was excellent, preventing disturbance to others. Upon seeing Zhou Xi enter, Zhou's mother immediately lowered her raised hand, her previous arrogance evaporating. Qingni, you have arrived. Zhou Xi nodded impassively, gesturing towards the empty sofa across from her. Please, take a seat. Indeed, those who occupy a significant place in one's heart will go to great lengths to resolve all challenges for her. No sooner had Zhou's mother settled into her seat than she articulated the purpose of their visit. Qingni, I am aware that Fangfei has acted ungraciously, but you are sisters. Could you not consider our parents' feelings and spare her this once? Zhou Xi scoffed inwardly. Her audacity remained unabated. It is inconceivable. One must accept the consequences of their misdeeds. It is the most fundamental principle, is it not? Zhou's mother, having enjoyed a life of ease, with a privileged upbringing and indulgent parents, had married well and experienced great success in her career. Later, her son proved capable, expanding the family business further. Accustomed to being pampered, she found herself momentarily flustered when Zhou Xi rejected her outright, leading her to point an accusatory finger at Zhou Xi in anger. How have you become like this? How can you be so heartless? She has suffered for over a decade on your behalf. This is your debt to her, and you must sign the letter of understanding to release Fangfei. Zhou Xi responded with a resolute refusal. It is impossible. Do you think I wish to be a daughter of the Zhou family? Had it not been for your clueless relatives swapping me with your daughter, I would not have been separated from my biological parents, and I would not remain ignorant of their appearance. For me to let her go is utterly inconceivable. Chapter 125. The two old ones are shameless. You. Zhou's mother was so enraged that she pointed at Zhou Xi for a long while, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Zhou's father, witnessing this, quickly approached to console her. Do not rush. Take your time, and be cautious of your health. Once she regained her composure, she resumed her tirade. You ungrateful wretch. All these years have been in vain. I would have been better off raising a dog. At least a dog would wag its tail to please me. That is your sister. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also bite back at us. I should have suffocated you back then. Zhou Xi paid no mind to her mother's vitriol, remaining unfazed. After sipping her rose tea, she spoke calmly. Zhou Fangfei is not my sister. I share no blood relation with the Zhou family. No matter how much you scream and curse like a madwoman, I will not release Zhou Fangfei. Instead of wasting your energy here wailing and lamenting, you would do better to bring her some of her favorite pork lard rice balls. For in the coming years, she shall no longer have the chance to savor them. The couple seemed to have coordinated their efforts. As Zhou's mother cried to the point of near fainting, Zhou's father, who had remained silent, swiftly took over to preach wisdom. Qingni, you have suffered over these years. Your father, mother, and brother have searched for you tirelessly, scouring Haiqing to no avail. We never anticipated you would achieve such fortune, even surpassing your brother. Both of you are exceptional. You are both good children of the Zhou family, and your parents take great pride in you. Alas, children thriving, free from want. As elders, we have reached the age of enjoying our twilight years. Yet, Fangfei has disappointed us, committing such a rebellious act. Yet it is also our fault as parents for not having raised her properly, allowing her to wander in her tender years. Deprived of the education she ought to have received at such a formative age, in later years, out of compassion for her plight, we failed to instill in her the necessary moral principles. Otherwise, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits. In recent years, both your mother and I have seen our health deteriorate, plagued by serious illnesses and minor ailments, necessitating frequent visits to the hospital. Qingni, your father and mother may not have many years left. Now that you have returned, I hope that in our remaining days, our family can live in harmony and safety, allowing me to relish a few years of familial bliss and the joy of grandchildren. I understand that Fangfei has wronged you, but could you, for the sake of your father and mother, consider releasing her? Rest assured, we will not show her any favoritism. She will face the appropriate consequences for her actions. Would it suffice for her to spend her days in the family's small Buddhist shrine, practicing piety? Truly a cunning old fox, skirting around the issue, engaging in meaningless chatter, merely stirring up a heap of mud. Zhou Xi let out a cold laugh and resolutely refused. No chance. Are you not afraid of what others might say about your filial piety, of having your spine pierced by their words? Zhou Xi shook her head indifferently, unconcerned. The opinions of outsiders are of no consequence to me. Furthermore, should you dare to spread rumors outside, I could ensure that Zhou Fangfei remains imprisoned for several more years. And I could turn your son's hard work over the years to ashes. If you doubt it, feel free to test me. Zhou's father was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhou Xi's impenetrable demeanor and her newfound penchant for threats. Observing her icy disposition, Zhou's father abandoned the emotional appeal and adopted a more businesslike approach. Speak plainly, what must be done for you to release Fangfei? How amusing. Does she believe herself to be an unretired leader, treating anyone as her subordinate? No matter what conditions you propose for exchange, I shall not release Zhou Fangfei. She desires for Zhou Fangfei to face imprisonment, to bring discomfort to their family, to let them experience the anguish of separation. Is not the disparity of having everything in middle age, yet ending up with nothing, more profoundly etched in memory than the regrets of youthful ignorance? Zhou Yuxi only discovered that Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao were sold due to the treachery of their underlings, unaware that it was entirely Zhou Fangfei's doing. Do not preach to her about the innocence of children, about how misfortune does not befall offspring. She neither believes it nor cares. Since her children have suffered for 9 years because of the Zhou family, she shall ensure they endure unbearable pain in return. Although it is said that one should leave a line for future encounters, she possesses ample capability to protect herself and her children. She fears no retribution. What she dreads is being unable to repay Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao for their past sufferings. Zhou's father, incensed by her obstinacy, slammed his palm on the table. He admonished, Zhou Qingni, do not take our family's legacy lightly. The accumulation of generations of the Zhou family cannot be compared to your newly acquired wealth. Zhou Xi glanced at the shattered tea set and turned to Zhou Bao, instructing, make a note of this. Later, ensure you seek compensation from Zhou Yuxi. It was merely a set of tea utensils from the reception room. Zhou's father did not believe it to be of much value. No need to approach Yuxi. I can provide the funds right now. With that, he grandly retrieved his wallet and produced 500 yuan, placing it on the table. Just as he was about to put his wallet away, Zhou Xi interrupted him. Not enough. He paused for a moment, then extracted another 300. Zhou Xi shook her head once more. It still fell short. Until he emptied his wallet, Zhou Xi remained unsatisfied. Zhou's father felt a twinge of humiliation and began to challenge her. Isn't this enough? Have all those years of etiquette training gone to waste? Zhou Xi found his current demeanor quite amusing, reminiscent of the expression he wore upon discovering Zhou Fangfei's transgressions. Mr. Zhou, this exquisite tea set was handcrafted by industry experts and cost 100,000 yuan. You destroyed it in less than a week. I request compensation at full value. However, do not worry, I am not so aggressive as to demand the entire amount up front. You need not overexert yourself. After all, Zhou Xi is your son, and he would surely be willing to pay 10,000 yuan on your behalf. Just know that my possessions are not inexpensive, and I hope you can maintain your composure. For otherwise, Zhou Xi may receive a mountain of bills. Zhou's father scoffed, his face darkening as he sat down. This sum of money is still within the Zhou family's means. Unable to counter Zhou Xi, Zhou's mother interjected, continuing the assault. Qingni, what must be done for you to release Fangfei? Just express your desires, and we will fulfill them. Chapter 126, A Lesson. First, I do not go by Zhou Qingni. I am Zhou Xi. Second, my willingness to meet with you today does not imply I am inclined to forgive Zhou Fangfei. Rather, it is merely to witness your humble demeanor. Lastly, regardless of the circumstances, I will never release Zhou Fangfei. Do not waste your efforts. Zhou Bao, please show them out. And remember to seek funds from Zhou Xi. With that, Zhou Xi turned and departed without a backward glance. Yet, just as her leg crossed the threshold, she was suddenly embraced. Zhou's mother, unwilling to see Zhou Fangfei suffer, relinquished all dignity and knelt down, clinging to her leg in desperate supplication. Qingni, no? I mean Shi. I beg you, please release Fangfei. She has come to understand her mistakes. Whatever you wish, we are willing to give you in exchange. I implore you, let this be a testament to our more than a decade of maternal affection, for we truly cared for you in the past. Please. Zhou Xi bent down to pry her hands away. No. Zhou Xi, may you suffer a miserable fate. You will reap what you sow, you heartless, ungrateful wretch. Zhou's mother's curses were muffled by the thick door, while outside, every employee of Haida worked diligently, striving for their year-end bonuses. Notify Director Xiang to resolve Zhou Fangfei's matter promptly. I wish to see her imprisoned before I return. That evening, as Zhou Xi exited the company, she encountered Qi Guangyan waiting for her. Director Zhou, do you have time for a chat? Zhou Xi, disinterested in engaging in lengthy discussions, flatly declined. I have no time. Director Qi would be better off checking on your wife. You cannot allow others to believe that when your wife is in trouble, you abandon her and hide away like a turtle. Qi Guangyan waved his hand dismissively, showing no signs of the urgency displayed during the board meeting. What a coincidence. I came today specifically to discuss this matter with you. Unfortunately, I have no time and no desire to talk. Zhou Xi had eaten little at lunch and had been busy all afternoon. She was now quite hungry and eager to reach the restaurant. Seeing her attempt to leave, Qi Guangyan stepped forward to block her path. Do you not wish to find your biological parents? Zhou Xi swatted his hand away and retorted, Get away from me. Do not ruin my appetite. She then swiftly entered her car, leaving behind a trail of exhaust. At over 30, did she seem like someone in need of her biological parents? She was utterly indifferent to the notion. Qi Guangyan did not anticipate her refusal and stood there, murmuring to himself. It seemed that she truly was as her in-laws described, a person with a heart as cold as ice. If these words were to reach Zhou Xi, he would undoubtedly leap up and deliver a resounding slap. On the day of the court hearing, Zhou Xi was also present at the scene. Zhou Fangfei, who had once radiated brilliance, now stood across from him, devoid of any makeup. Her unadorned appearance betrayed no hint of her identity as the wife of a CEO and a pampered heiress. Perhaps Zhou Xi's scrutinizing gaze was too conspicuous upon noticing it. She slowly lifted her head to meet his with an expression devoid of emotion. Something was amiss. This was decidedly unsettling, indicating some hidden agenda. Could it be that she possessed some leverage? Otherwise, she could not possibly remain so composed. Yet, while she maintained her calm, Zhou Xi exhibited an even greater level of poise, throughout the proceedings appearing as merely an audience member, his emotions unwavering and unchanged. Across from Zhou Xi, the Zhou couple and the two children from the Qi family glared at him with palpable hostility. Zhou Xi and Qi Guangyan frowned deeply, their expressions far from pleasant. Zhou Yue adopted the role of a mere observer, remaining silent throughout. The entire process was dominated by the lawyers on both sides engaging in a fierce verbal duel. However, Zhou Xi's attorney was none other than the illustrious Luca, and with the evidence overwhelmingly in their favor, the case had almost reached its conclusion. That said, the Zhou family had leveraged connections, ensuring that the case would not be resolved in a day or two. Indeed, another hearing was scheduled for a few days hence, though the outcome would remain unchanged. As Zhou Fangfei passed by Zhou Xi, she triumphantly remarked, Zhou Qingni, poor little thing. Would you like to know who your biological parents are? If you do, come find me. I am the sole possessor of this knowledge. Observing Zhou Fangfei's noticeably buoyant stride, Zhou Xi wrinkled his brow in disdain. However, Zhou Fangfei had miscalculated. He had no desire to know, not in the slightest. Zhou Fangfei languished in the detention center, waiting endlessly. As time dragged on, her patience eroded. She began to hurl insults indiscriminately, initially targeting Zhou Xi, then the nearby guards, eventually unleashing a barrage of vitriol upon the entire Zhou and Qi families. Ever since their last encounter, Zhou Xi had rebuffed all attempts by her parents and Qi Guangnian to reach her. Even if they approached her company directly, she simply had them escorted away or left matters to the hapless Zhou Yuxi to handle. The disparity between their dire straits and her tranquility was stark. In Jing City, the final class of the afternoon was English. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, boasting perfect scores in the subject, devoted the lesson to completing their weekend assignments. The teacher turned a blind eye, allowing them to proceed unimpeded. This preferential treatment incited envy in Shi Ren, who, seizing the opportunity while the teacher stepped out for a restroom break, leaned in to inquire, "Weren't you always writing your assignments on Sunday nights? Why are you starting so early this week?" Having finished his math homework, Zhou Zhao retrieved his composition book from the drawer and began to write an essay, casually responding, "Later, my brother and I will be heading to Haishur to see our mother, and we won't return until Sunday night. I'm getting my work done ahead of time so we can enjoy ourselves more." "Oh, I see. Have fun," Shirin replied, his own desire to visit Haishur evident as he recalled his last trip 3 years prior. His parents had never had the time to accompany him, nor did they feel comfortable with him going alone. He understood he would have to wait until adulthood to explore freely. After school, the two brothers made their way directly to the airport, with only their English assignments remaining. The plane soared through the clouds, transitioning from day to night. And after half a month, the mother and her 2 sons were finally reunited. Due to Zhou Fangfei's predicament, Qi Mufei and Qi Jianshu had temporarily taken residence at the Zhou household. The atmosphere at the dinner table was heavy. Qi Mufei appeared listless, picking at her rice with little enthusiasm. Zhou Mu, fond of her granddaughter who resembled Zhou Fangfei, felt a pang of sympathy at her demeanor and began to chastise Zhou Xi at the table. "It's all Zhou Xi's fault, that ungrateful wretch. When Fangfei returned, she should have been cast out immediately. And those 2 little bastards," she bore Zhou Fu offered her a bowl of soup, attempting to placate her. "Enough now. We're eating. Why bring this up?" After dinner, Qi Mufei seized the opportunity to pull Qi Jianshu aside under the pretense of going for a walk. "Brother, let us go see what that Zhou Xi looks like. She deserves a lesson." Chapter 127, Self-Inflicted Wounds. Qi Jianshu hesitated for a moment before resolutely shaking his head. "I'm not going." Despite his youth, he was not oblivious to right and wrong. Their parents had not disclosed the full extent of Zhou Fangfei's troubles to them, merely stating she had been wronged. However, the previous night, while getting a drink of water, he had inadvertently overheard Zhou Fu, Zhou Mu, and Qi Guangnian discussing the matter, and he finally understood the situation. Caught between justice and morality on one side, and his biological mother on the other, he was at a loss for how to choose. "Why?" Qi Mufei was perplexed. "She is our mother. This is her time of greatest need. Would you not stand by her side?" Qi Jianshu attempted to explain. "Mufei, you don't understand. This time, it truly is Mother's fault. It's her," but Qi Mufei would not listen. "I don't care. All I know is she is my mother, and no matter what, I will stand with her, just as she has always unconditionally adored us. No son despises his mother." And regardless of Zhou Fangfei's alleged heinous deeds, in Qi Mufei's heart, she would forever be the best mother. "Brother, will you come with me to see her? Please, I beg you." Eventually, Qi Jianshu, unable to withstand her persistence, nodded in agreement. "All right, but we're only going to take a look, nothing more." I understand. Let us go now." As they got into the car, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Qi Mufei's eyes. This would not be an easy affair. Zhou Xi, caught up in her busy work schedule, was unable to go to the airport to welcome Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, thinking to utilize the time they were en route. She hurriedly set about resolving her tasks so she could join them for dinner later. When Xiang Ziming stepped out to refill the water, he caught a glimpse of her exquisite silhouette through the window, a fleeting sense of panic coursing through him, his cheeks gradually flushing. Upon returning to his office, he retrieved a box of cookies from the drawer, sitting in contemplation for a while before finally making his way to Zhou Xi's office. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open. Meeting Zhou Xi's gaze, Xiang Ziming waved the box of cookies in his hand. "President Zhou, I'd like to share a box of exceptionally delicious cookies with you." Zhou Xi was particularly pleased with Xiang Ziming's diligent work ethic and welcomed him with a smile. She gestured toward the sofa. "Please, have a seat. I brought 2 boxes of fine tea as well, as I've heard you have a keen interest in it. Do give it a try." "Thank you, President Zhou," Xiang Ziming replied, smiling. "Don't mention it." One was reviewing documents while the other prepared tea, and aside from the bubbling water, the office was filled only with the sound of Zhou Xi's pen gliding across paper. The combination of these 2 sounds created a uniquely pleasant harmony. Xiang Ziming, passionate about tea, went through the motions of warming the cup, adding tea leaves, and pouring the tea with a fluidity that was truly captivating to behold. Once he had brewed the tea and arranged the cookies, Zhou Xi had just finished her last document. Both were individuals of great stature in the business world. And sitting together, they found no shortage of topics to discuss. Yet, at that moment, they tacitly avoided business matters, indulging instead in cookies and tea. The atmosphere imbued with a delightful sense of leisure. Zhou Xi found the cookies delightful, particularly suited for serving as afternoon snacks for Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. Where did you purchase these cookies? As she carefully dabbed the crumbs of cookies at the corners of her mouth, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Xiang Zimying's eyes. The quaint little shop nestled in the alley was established by my mother to pass the time, offering exclusively handcrafted delicacies available in limited quantities each month. Zhou Xi felt a tinge of regret. She had envisioned investing in the shop as owner to expand its reach to the capital city. Auntie has such remarkable skills. It's a pity, though, one can't expect the elderly to toil endlessly. The fleeting look of disappointment in Zhou Xi's eyes did not escape Xiang Zimying's notice. But reflecting on his obstinate mother, he could only express his own regret. Alas, this was the unique craft his mother had created in memory of his late father. She wished only to preserve that cherished memory, shunning excessive commercialization. If Mr. Zhou likes it, I can arrange for a few extra boxes for you each month. Delivered as soon as they are ready. The flavor of these cookies was undeniably delightful, and she graciously accepted. Thank you. Had he known she would relish this particular treat, he would have presented it to her sooner. With a sudden bang, the office door swung open, and Zhou Zhao sprang forth, his voice buoyant. Mom, your precious sons have arrived. However, upon noticing the presence of others in the office, he swiftly composed himself, inwardly lamenting, my reputation, ruined. Zhou Xi detected his slight embarrassment and waved them in. Xiao Zhao, come in. She then introduced, this is Uncle Xiang, the president of Haida. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao politely greeted, hello, Uncle Xiang. Zimying, these are my two children, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. Xiang Zimying was aware that Zhou Xi had two children, but was taken aback by how grown they had become. The siblings appeared quite commendable, exuding charm and innocence. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Xi extended an invitation for Xiang Zimying to join them for a meal, but he perceptively declined. Although he wished to accompany them, he felt that doing so would render him an unwelcome presence, akin to a glaring 500-watt light bulb, making everyone uncomfortable. Observing Xiang Zimying return to his work, Zhou Xi instructed Zhou Bao to deliver a dinner to him. We cannot allow our diligent breadwinner to go hungry. Mom, what are we having for dinner tonight? The boys were hungry. Although they had snacked during their journey, it was no substitute for a proper meal. Tonight, we shall dine at the highest point in the city. Let's go? When Qi Mufei and Qi Jinshu arrived, Zhou Xi was just leading Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao downstairs. Upon seeing the three of them emerge, Qi Mufei instinctively wanted to step out of the car for a closer look, but was swiftly restrained by Qi Jinshu. What are you doing? Didn't we agree to just observe from the car? Feeling the tight grip on her arm, Qi Mufei gave a sheepish laugh. I understand. Zhou Xi, the woman who had graced the financial newspapers. At that moment, clad in a sharp suit, she appeared to be in jovial conversation with her two children, who were of a similar age to Qi Mufei and Qi Jinshu, showcasing a strong familial bond. She indeed possessed striking beauty, albeit of a different kind from their mother, one radiant and imposing, the other graceful and delicate. Observing the harmonious scene of their family, Qi Jinshu felt only envy, devoid of any other sentiment. In contrast, Qi Mufei clenched her fists tightly. If circumstances allowed, she would have relished the opportunity to tear apart the woman who had harmed her mother. Seizing a moment when Qi Jinshu was distracted, she pulled an object from her pocket, flung the car door open, and charged toward them. However, before she could get close, Zhou delivered a swift kick, sending her sprawling. Chapter 128, Shock. With a resounding thud, Qi Jinshu was unable to reach his sister in time and could only watch helplessly as she fell hard to the ground. Sister, are you all right? Does it hurt? I'll take you to the hospital. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao looked on in bewilderment, while Zhou Xi recognized their identities. However, she was disinclined to linger. She promptly instructed Zhou, call the police, let them handle this. Such audacious children daring to wield a knife against them. If that was the case, she would not hold back. No, we cannot call the police. Qi Jinshu immediately pleaded upon hearing Zhou Xi's words. Auntie, I beg you, my sister didn't mean it. I'll take her home right away, and she will never come before you again. The situation at home is already chaotic, and if she enters a police station now, we will be finished. Before Zhou Xi could respond, Zhou Yu interjected, if it wasn't intentional, why was she holding a knife, filled with malice, charging directly at us? Zhou Zhao chimed in with acerbic wit. Fool, you can't even come up with a proper excuse. Mom, let's go, I'm hungry. We should ignore these fools who insist on making trouble in our otherwise peaceful lives. Zhou Xi shot a glance at the two on the ground, then exchanged a knowing look with Zhou and before turning to lead Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao back to the car. Mom, do you know those two from earlier? Seeing the worried expressions on Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao's faces, Zhou Xi nodded. I do. Over the years, she had never disclosed her past to her children. Now that they had grown and possessed the ability to discern right from wrong, she seized this opportunity to share everything with them. To be precise, their grandparents were my adoptive parents. When Zhou Fangfei and I were children, we were maliciously swapped by relatives of the Zhou family. A truth that remained hidden until we were in our teens. The true and false daughters were born into opposition. After Zhou Fangfei was found, my mother, having regained her senses, sought out both of you, and I believe you are familiar with the events that followed. Until a few months ago, I inadvertently discovered that Zhou Fangfei was working at Haida. To be cautious, I had someone keep an eye on her, only to uncover that she was stealing company secrets and betraying its interests. Those two just now were the children of Zhou Fangfei and Qi Guangyan. Upon finishing her explanation, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao's eyes filled with compassion. They had thought their own 9 years had been difficult enough. Yet they realized their mother had endured far greater suffering. Unwed and pregnant, experiencing the loss of a child, abandoned by her family, and enduring 9 years of torment. A life that was neither human nor ghostly. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao embraced Zhou Xi from either side, and before she could speak, she felt warm tears trickling down her neck. Mom, those years must have been so hard for you. Zhou Yu's voice was thick with emotion. Zhou Xi reached up to stroke his head, but we made it through. Now we can happily live together as a family, and that brings me great joy. In stark contrast to Zhou Yu's choked sobs, Zhou Zhao cried unabashedly. Wah, Mom, how tragic your life has been. His sorrowful wails were accompanied by tears and snot. Zhou Yu, exasperated, tugged at his brother's hair. Enough already. Stop crying. You've soaked Mom's clothes, you little crybaby. Brother, we've had such a miserable life. Mom suffered. You suffered. I suffered. We are all so unfortunate. Zhou Yu remained silent, listening intently as Zhou Zhao vented his feelings, occasionally reaching out to wipe his tears. Zhou Yu then stretched his hand forward, requesting a camera from Zhou Bao. This moment must be captured for posterity. With a click, Zhou Zhao abruptly halted his crying and turned to Zhou Xi, complaining, Mom, I was crying so beautifully. Why did you take a candid shot? Enough, Mom. No more photos, Zhou Xi said, her voice tinged with guilt as she retracted the camera and handed him a few pieces of paper, urging him to wipe off quickly. For they were approaching their destination. It was not only Zhou Xi and her mother who had missed dinner. Zhou had also gone without a meal. Initially, he could have relished a comfortable meal, but due to the thoughtlessness of the Qi family, he was relegated to hastily purchasing a loaf of bread just to satisfy his hunger, only to be accompanied by the police to the station for questioning. As these thoughts clouded his mind, his irritation deepened. The kick he had delivered earlier appeared severe, yet it was merely a facade. Qi Mufei had already recovered. Aside from a lingering pain in her abdomen, her life was no longer in peril, and she now regarded Zhou and with a gaze filled with animosity. After finishing the last bite of his bread, Zhou nonchalantly dusted his hands and deliberately approached the two siblings to intimidate them. With a chilling tone, he threatened, Should you continue to look at me with those eyes, beware, for I shall gouge them out. Qi Mufei flinched at his frigid glare, retreating behind Qi Jinshu. Regret washed over her as she realized her impulsive actions earlier. Otherwise, they wouldn't be languishing in the police station awaiting assistance. Upon receiving a call from the police, Zhou's parents felt as though the sky had collapsed. Their daughter was still unaccounted for, and now their granddaughter was embroiled in trouble. What kind of misfortune had befallen them? They dared not inform Qi Guangyan and Zhou Yuxi, opting instead to handle the matter themselves. Given that Qi Guangyan was a minor and no tangible harm had been inflicted, compounded by a legal system that was still developing, they believed they could manage the situation. On the way back after addressing the issue, Qi Mufei clung to Zhou's mother. Weeping, Grandma, I encountered the woman who is my mother. Her two children are just as insufferable as she is. Qi Mufei was one who bullied the weak and feared the strong, her words dripping with venom and incessant in their cruelty. Qi Jinshu, listening to her distorted narratives, felt the urge to correct her several times, yet upon meeting Zhou's father's gaze, he ultimately chose silence. With their mother detained, their father consumed by work, and their sister's venomous tongue unleashed, did they still constitute a family? Gazing out at the nightscape, Qi Jinshu found himself enveloped in confusion. On the day of the second court hearing, the Su family arrived as well. Upon seeing the imposing figures of 5 men, Zhou's parents were momentarily bewildered as to their identities until they spoke, recognizing them as the Su family. Kaifeng hearing that rustic and unpleasant name, Zhou's mother felt a flicker of disdain. Qi Mufei recognized Su's father and, noticing Zhou's mother's change in demeanor, tugged at her sleeve, inquiring, Grandma, Who are they? Zhou's mother wished to avoid mentioning the Su family, but Zhou's father kindly interjected, they are your mother's adoptive father and brothers. Those country folks who send all sorts of oddities every year? Qi Mufei's voice was not hushed, and the Su family heard her loud and clear. Yet, they maintained an unwavering adoration for Zhou Fangfei, belittling themselves, saying nothing, but instead politely greeting Zhou's family. However, aside from Zhou's father, Qi Jinshu, and Zhou Xi, the rest of the family did not spare them a glance. The public setting was not conducive to reminiscing, and prior to the court proceedings, everyone settled into their seats. However, upon catching sight of Zhou Xi, Su's father's calm expression gave way to astonishment. Brother Zhou, who is that person sitting across from us? Following his gaze, Zhou's father recognized the individual and felt a flicker of revulsion. Zhou Xi, the root cause of Fangfei's plight. Su's father, puzzled, inquired Zhou Xi. Is she the child who was swapped with Fangfei all those years ago? Has she found her biological parents? Zhou's father, reluctant to delve into the subject, offered a nonchalant dismissal. Who knows? We certainly did not find them back then. Gazing at her familiar visage stirred a tumult of emotions within Su's father. Noticing his distraction, Su's fifth son gently tugged at his sleeve, asking, Father, what is it? Su's father, still contemplating his course of action, absent-mindedly shook his head. It's nothing. In a world where there are always greater powers at play, the law is relentless and impartial. Despite Zhou's father's fervent pleas for leniency, justice prevailed. And Zhou Xi's substantial company was no mere trifling matter. Ultimately, Zhou Fangfei received the punishment she duly deserved. As the verdict was delivered, the courtroom erupted in a cacophony of sobs. Zhou Fangfei, Zhou's mother, and Qi Mufei all shed tears of regret. Zhou Qingmi, you wretched creature. May you suffer a fate worse than death. I shall not rest until you are condemned to hell. Zhou Qingmi, wait for me. Mom, woo. I don't want Mom to go to prison. Fangfei, my poor child. Fangfei, my daughter. Upon witnessing the expressions of worry and fury on the faces of the Su brothers, Zhou Fangfei immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, pleading for them to rescue her from incarceration. Brother, please save me. I don't want to go to jail. Zhou Xi and Zhou Yue felt a sense of resolution wash over them, quietly observing the unfolding farce from their seats. Zhou's father and the 5 Su brothers glowered at Zhou Xi and her companions, their eyes blazing with malice. Had their glares been lethal, Zhou Xi would have been left in tatters. However, the bodyguards surrounding Zhou Xi were not to be trifled with, each towering in stature, sporting a uniform and an intimidating demeanor, exuding a formidable presence. A skirmish between young men in their 20s and rugged men in their 30s would undoubtedly end in their favor. Zhou Fangfei had not anticipated Zhou Xi's cold-heartedness, so indifferent to her own biological parents that the leverage she held was rendered utterly ineffective. She yearned to unleash further vitriol. But the guards beside her did not afford her the opportunity, swiftly dragging her away. When the Su brothers had arrived the previous day, they had hoped to settle matters with the meager funds they possessed. However, Zhou Xi dismissed their paltry offerings without so much as a meeting, instructing Zhou Bao to send them away. Moreover, Zhou Bao seized the moment to retaliate against Su's 5th son, delivering a kick that was twice as forceful, embodying the principle of retribution without fail. Upon exiting the courthouse, Zhou Xi felt an exhilarating sense of relief, her spirit buoyed. As she basked in the radiant sunlight of the azure sky, she could not help but stretch her arms in a languorous yawn. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, sensing her cheerful demeanor, mimicked her in a playful display of familial bonding. Just then, in a desperate attempt to retaliate, Qi Mufei abruptly lunged from behind, aiming to push Zhou Zhao down the stairs. Zhou Zhao, catching sight of her, nimbly dodged, resulting in Qi Mufei's failed attempt backfiring spectacularly. She tumbled down the steps, knocking out the newly affixed tooth she had just installed. Curled up on the ground, Qi Mufei gingerly touched her head, ensuring no warm liquid was seeping forth before slowly rising. A fool never reflects upon their own misdeeds, always casting blame upon others. Zhou Xi. You. But as she opened her mouth, Zhou Zhao caught sight of her missing tooth and immediately pointed, laughing. Haha, your tooth is gone. You're now a toothless wonder. Ha 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 ha. Ugly, toothless, he. As for the myriad expressions that adorned her face later on, only Qi Jinshu and the Su family were privy to them, for they were the first to rush forward and encircle her. In the face of Zhou Fu and Zhou's resentful glares, Zhou Xi cleared her throat and directed her words towards the bodyguard Zhou Bao beside her, urging him to call the police, claiming that someone had attempted murder. Hearing the cold and unfeeling tone of Zhou Xi, Zhou Mu immediately stepped forward to prevent her from making the call. No, we cannot involve the police, absolutely not. Mu Fei is still young, it was not intentional. Qing and I, please let her off this time, she won't dare do it again. Yet, could Zhou Xi be the type to forgive with a mere apology? Certainly not. She was merciless. Moreover, this transpired before the courthouse. where several public officials had witnessed that foolish act of Qi Mu Fei just moments ago. Whether she liked it or not, she had to go to the police station. Observing the weeping crowd and their faces twisted with indignation, Zhou Xi couldn't help but smirk, waving her hand as she ushered Zhou Yu and the others into the vehicle to depart. However, at some point, Su Fu had positioned himself before the car, refusing to budge despite the driver's incessant honking. Zhou Bao, not alighting from the vehicle, sought to inquire about the old man's intentions. Before he could utter a word, Su Fu unleashed a bombshell revelation. "I know who your biological parents are, Zhou." Zhou Bao, uncertain of Zhou Xi's stance regarding her birth parents, refrained from making unilateral decisions, instead turning to inform her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xi's expression remained unchanged. She ignored Su Fu standing at the front of the car and instructed the driver to simply bypass him. Su Fu was taken aback by Zhou Xi's utter lack of reaction, his heart filled with shock at her coldness. For the sake of his beloved foster daughter, he once again blocked their path. Zhou Bao reminded himself to abide by the law, to be a good citizen, and to never engage in unlawful activities. Once her emotions settled, she opened the door and exited the vehicle. This time, however, her intention was not to persuade but to physically remove Su Fu from their path. Zhou Bao aimed to prevent the public officials present from perceiving the Zhou family as overly forceful, thus softening her approach. Yet, driven by paternal instinct, Su Fu exhibited an unparalleled fervor, managing to cling to the car window. "Zhou, I know who your biological parents are. You may choose to remain indifferent and refuse to see them, but they have been searching for you all these years. Your mother has even lost her sanity due to your absence, bedridden for years. She likely has but a few years left. Your father, while caring for your mother, has tirelessly sought connections to find you, turning gray at such a young age. You may indulge in a comfortable life, feigning ignorance. But can your conscience truly allow you to witness their lifelong regret?" Chapter 130, White Magnolia. "Speak, what do you wish to obtain from me?" Su Fu was a good father, yet Zhou Xi harbored no affection for him. "I can reveal the identities of your biological parents, but I hope you can forgive Kai Feng and allow her release from prison. The bond of parental affection is an unbreakable blood tie in this world." Su Fu believed that presenting this trump card would compel Zhou Xi to acquiesce. However, he was met with disappointment, as Zhou Xi simply uttered a dismissive "get lost." Throughout the years, she had never sought out her biological parents because she had no desire to. Yet now, if what he said were true, she too longed for a complete family. Should she wish, she could locate those she sought within a month. As for Su Fu, he had already indirectly provided information. He was of no further use. Watching the luxurious vehicle drive away, a glint of malice flashed in Su Fu's eyes. He had managed to keep a family intact during difficult times, distinguished himself among a pool of capable candidates, and helped several sons thrive in business, ultimately becoming the wealthiest man in 10 miles and 8 villages. All signs indicated that he was far from an ordinary individual. Beneath a facade of gentleness and honesty lay a web of deceit. Since Zhou Xi's biological parents could not be leveraged against her, he would resort to using her son as a bargaining chip. Zhou Yu and the others had heard Su Fu's words loud and clear. Due to the situation with the Long family, they had initially assumed their maternal grandparents had adopted a new child after their mother's disappearance. Thus, they felt indifferent about the prospect of seeking Zhou Xi's biological parents, believing it was inconsequential either way. However, if Su Fu's claims held any truth, then that family was indeed pitiable. "Mother, shall we seek out our grandparents?" "Yes." Upon receiving the directive, Zhou Bao promptly arranged for subsequent actions. Finding people was the forte of the 3 siblings. With Zhou Xi's current network, it would be a simple task. At the hotel, the 4 Su brothers were chastising Su Laoxi, lamenting his failure to communicate with the family in a timely manner, causing them to miss the optimal moment to rescue Su Fangfei. "Laoxi, how could you falter at such a crucial time?" "Indeed, Laoxi, she is our only sister. How could you? If you had informed us sooner, Kai Feng would have surely been saved." "Laoxi." Su Laoxi was also in a foul mood, troubled not only by Su Fangfei's imprisonment, but also by the mindless reproaches from his brothers. However, he did not believe the fault lay with him. With rare temperance, he retorted, "I only just learned about Kai Feng's predicament. What could I have done? Do you think Kai Feng is still the same person she was a decade ago? No, I tell you, she has changed. She now looks down upon us. This bunch of country bumpkins. Since coming to Haishur, I have penned countless letters and visited her home no less than 10 times. Yet she has never once come out to meet me. I am but an ordinary rural man, and she is a lofty heiress. I can understand her disdain. But she has called our father for over a decade. When her daughter assaulted him, she remained silent, pretending not to see. If she did not need us, believing that we could somehow assist her, do you think we would have any right to know about her affairs? She is indeed our only sister. but her disdain and disregard for us over the years are all too real. Moreover, her current incarceration is well-deserved. No one has wronged her. With a resounding slap, Su Laowu struck Su Laoxi. How can you speak of Kaifeng that way? Have you forgotten who saved you when you nearly drowned as a child? Su Laoxi, in disbelief, covered his face, astonished that his younger brother, who had always followed him around as a child calling him brother, would dare to hit him. The other Su brothers were equally taken aback by Su Laowu's impulsiveness. Su Laoxi was the most mild-mannered among them. But even the gentlest of souls can have their limits. Realizing the situation, he immediately clenched his fists and swung at Su Laowu. Do you know why I fell into the river that winter? It was because your dear sister, Su Kaifeng, insisted on having fish. If I hadn't gone into the river to fetch them, she would have told our parents and had them beat me. I owe her nothing. On the contrary, she owes me. Su Laowu was known for his fiery temper. Even when he was in the wrong, he showed no restraint, clenching his fists and engaging in a fierce exchange with Su Laoxi. Among the 5 brothers, 2 were embroiled in a brawl, 3 attempted to mediate, while their father, Su Fu, sat in a chair, vociferously shouting for them to cease their quarrel. The scene was quite the spectacle. Enough. You all need to behave. The most pressing matter at hand is devising a means to liberate Kaifeng from her confinement, not squabbling amongst ourselves, he commanded, wiping the fresh blood from his nose. Su Laoxi retrieved his clothing from the ground and addressed Su Fu. Father, now that your health has improved, I shall take my leave. I will not partake in the remainder of this affair. His wife's birthday was imminent, and he wished to spend time with her rather than squander it on such futile matters. With that, he seized his prepared bag and strode out, slamming the door behind him, encapsulating all his discontent within. After this excursion to Haishur, he finally grasped why the sisters-in-law at home had always disdained Su Kaifeng. As he gazed at the radiant sky outside, he patted his recently awakened head and turned towards the department store to procure gifts for his waiting wife and children. In Su's absence, the family conspired to kidnap Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao as leverage against Zhou Xi to secure Zhou Fengfei's release. They believed their plot to be clandestine. Yet Zhou Xi was well aware of every detail. Boss, shall we proceed with the plan? Zhou Bao gestured, but Zhou Xi shook his head in refusal. After such prolonged scheming, he could not allow their plans to falter before they even commenced. That would be utterly disappointing. No need. Have someone keep a close watch on them. At the opportune moment, we will imprison them alongside Zhou Fengfei. Unbeknownst to Zhou Xi, Su Fu was also preparing to persuade Zhou's parents to join their scheme, believing that Zhou Fu, having held significant positions, should not be easily swayed into such a lowly misadventure. Yet, he found himself ensnared in a web of folly, dragging the Zhou family into the fray as well. In the government compound of Qingshi, a frail beauty reclined by her bedside, observing the pure and delicate magnolias in the courtyard. Chapter 131, Li Washong and Zhou Mingji. Li Washong entered, carrying fresh fish and shrimp, greeted by an exquisite sight. The recent fair weather had coaxed a plethora of flowers into vibrant bloom. Under this springtime splendor, Zhou Mingji's spirits lifted considerably. Noticing the approaching footsteps, she shifted her gaze from the magnolias, her eyes sparkling as she beamed at Li Washong. Washong, you're back. Li Washong was momentarily dazzled by her smile, gazing at her until her radiant laughter brought him back to reality. Yes, I have returned. Mingji, I've brought you fresh live shrimp. I'll prepare them for you shortly. Zhou Mingji nodded gently. All right. Over the years of their marriage, they had always supported each other, engaging in discussions without quarrel, save for the matter of finding their child, which had never led to any discord. The residents of the compound often remarked on their harmonious relationship, envying them while lamenting their misfortune. Such a wonderful couple, yet their child had been taken from them. Otherwise, they would likely be the epitome of happiness. As neighbors, they had suggested they try for another child, but the Li couple, taking this suggestion very seriously, firmly requested that such discussions cease. No matter the circumstances, they would not relinquish their lost child, fully aware that the arrival of a new child would mean the true loss of the one they sought. Though they still voiced their desire to find their child, their hearts and actions would inevitably be tethered by a new arrival. Regardless of others deeming them foolish or derelict, they remained resolute in their decision against having another child. Their meals were simple yet nutritious, embodying the essence of homely warmth. A dish of boiled shrimp, a stir-fry of greens, a bowl of egg soup, and a modest stir-fry of meat comprised their dinner. 3 dishes and a soup, uncomplicated yet delightful, steeped in the aroma of domesticity. As Li Washong ladled soup for Zhou Mingji, he mentioned, Mingji, a gang of traffickers over at Lao Zhao's has been brought to justice. I plan to check it out tomorrow. Zhou Mingji paused in her movements. All right, I'll accompany you. She was reluctant to remain at home alone and wished to witness the developments firsthand. However, Li Washong, without a moment's hesitation, outright refused. No, You've just begun to recover. You can't endure the strain. Stay home and wait. If we find our baby, you can come to the station to meet us. Though their efforts had often been in vain, they never surrendered hope, fearing the possibility that this time could be different. Zhou Xi was about to protest when a fit of coughing overtook her. Cough, 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 cough. Li Huashong busied himself, patting her back while pouring her water. Zhou Xi, too, struggled, but after a prolonged effort, she finally regained her composure. I'm fine now, let us continue our meal, or the food will get cold. The quest for their child was arduous enough. She did not wish to burden him further, fearing it would wear him out. Seeing Zhou Xi refrain from insisting on accompanying him, Li Huashong breathed a sigh of relief and silently peeled a shrimp for her. The journey to find their child was fraught with difficulties. He could manage alone, but taking Zhou Xi along would complicate matters. And he could not bear to see her suffer. After they finished their meal, as Li Huashong was clearing the dishes, Grandma Li entered with her great-grandson. Chapter 132, Grandma Li. Great-grandma, I want to have the cream cake that second grandpa bought last time. Can you ask him to get me another? Second grandpa had no children, so in the future, his possessions. A sudden silence fell as Grandma Li's expression hardened. Having favored boys over girls her entire life, her bias only intensified with the younger generation. The great-grandson was cherished, coddled as if he were made of glass, while the granddaughter was treated like a weed by the roadside, utterly inconsequential. What did it matter? As long as they grew up. It was her eldest grandson who would contribute to the family, until every last drop of energy was drained from him. If they ceased to be of any use, Grandma Li would feign kindness, indulging them for a few months before extracting their last vestiges of utility. Though she favored boys, not every son, grandson, or great-grandson received equal treatment. She adored boys, particularly those who resembled her. Among her sons, she cherished the youngest most. Among her grandchildren, the eldest grandson held her affection for the same reason. Of all her many great-grandsons, her favorite was the 12-year-old she held by the hand, for his nose bore a striking resemblance to her own youthful visage, tall, refined, and exceedingly handsome. As for her second son, Li Huashong, she held no affection. Yet due to his profession, she maintained a veneer of courtesy towards him and his wife. Truth be told, she loved only herself. Even now, despite Li Taiyong being her favorite great-grandson, she swiftly covered his mouth, fearing his words might provoke discontent among Li Huashong and disrupt her own comfort. With the tone typically reserved for addressing a great-granddaughter, the old woman scolded him. You foolish child, what nonsense are you spouting? I never uttered such words. So cease your unfounded claims. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Xi emerged, exclaiming, Mother, you've arrived. The moment she appeared, the crinkled visage of the old lady transformed into a radiant blossom, her face lighting up with joy. Ah, I've come. And I've gathered a fair number of eggs from the chickens at home. I thought I would bring them to you while they are still fresh. As she spoke, Old Lady Li retrieved a basket filled with large, orange-yellow eggs. Our rural produce is of excellent quality, particularly beneficial for one's health. You should boil 2 of these eggs daily. Once you've consumed them, I'll bring you more. The old lady's words were gracious, her gestures thoughtful. Over the years, she had never pressured the couple regarding their children, but had instead offered them heartfelt comfort. Occasionally, she would send fresh farm eggs and various vegetables, proving herself to be not just a competent, but an exemplary mother-in-law. Yet, in their hometown, they had not even found their own child, leaving them little room to concern themselves with such matters. Furthermore, after extending her help, she remained unresponsive to their plight. They lacked the will to resist, instead placing their hopes in others. Without awakening to their own circumstances, their efforts would ultimately be in vain. Zhou Xi indeed preferred the eggs from her hometown and accepted them without hesitation. Thank you, Mother, for your efforts. Oh, it's nothing, the old lady humbly replied. There are some things I can no longer manage due to my age, but I can still tend to the chickens. Once the new ducks are grown, I'll prepare one for you. While speaking, Old Lady Li's gaze wandered around the living room. Chapter 133, Preference for Sons Over Daughters. Li Taiyong, the great-grandson she had raised, possessed the same squinty eyes as hers. However, Zhou Xi was busy pouring milk for the old lady, and Li Huashong was still occupied in the kitchen, so they missed the peculiar exchange of glances between the grandparent and grandchild. By the time Zhou Xi returned, Old Lady Li's expression had reverted to normal. Mother, everything is convenient for us in the city. We lack nothing in terms of food. You must take good care of yourself and not burden yourself unnecessarily. Should you desire anything, simply call Huashong, and he will bring it to you. Observing the milky white milk in Zhou Xi's hand and the delectable chocolate cake, Old Lady Li readily agreed, her compliments flowing freely. Ah yes, I can take care of myself, but you must also look after yourselves. Once Li Huashong finished washing the dishes, he broached the subject of searching for their child. Upon hearing this, old lady Li's demeanor became somewhat uncomfortable. However, Li Huashang's attention remained fixated on Zhou Minji, so he did not notice. It was Li Taiyong, the innocent boy, who curiously inquired, "Great-grandmother, don't you know magic? Couldn't you, like last time when you made my sister disappear? Just wave your hand and bring out my second uncle's aunt." Upon hearing his words, old lady Li's expression hardened, and she immediately pinched his arm fiercely. "You foolish child, what nonsense are you saying?" The 12-year-old boy burst into tears, sobbing while still indulging in the cream cake he held. A few tears rolled down his cheeks, only to be interrupted by another bite. His face was smeared with cream, rendering him quite a comical sight. Unlike Zhou Minji's smile, Li Huashang's countenance darkened upon hearing Li Taiyong's words. He spoke sternly, "Mother, are you still contemplating abandoning the girls in the family or giving them away?" Although this was indeed the case, old lady Li would never dare to admit it and could only attempt to mislead them. "No, I've changed. I understand that in this new era, men and women are equal. I have altered my ways and no longer treat the girls harshly. I am equally kind to them all." Due to work commitments and the ongoing search for their child, Li Huashang hadn't returned to their hometown in quite some time and was unaware of the truth behind old lady Li's words. He resolved to inspect the situation upon his return this time. "Indeed, mother, as women, we should not mistreat ourselves or hold ourselves in contempt." Listening to her son and daughter-in-law's admonishments, old lady Li mechanically nodded. "Yes, I understand, you are both right. I will treat the girls well." While she verbally assented, her thoughts were far from aligned with her words. Upon returning home, she would likely intensify her torment of the frail great-granddaughters. Zhou Minji and Li Huashang were both educated individuals who had embraced the ideals of the new era. Given their own daughter had gone missing, they felt a deep sense of discomfort each time they witnessed women being oppressed without the means to defend themselves. In this day and age, a preference for sons over daughters was commonplace. Leaving aside the cases of girls being physically abused by their biological parents, one could only imagine the fate of their daughter, who might have been sold into the mountains by human traffickers. They dared not contemplate the experiences their daughter might endure. Whether she would find herself in the same plight as other rural women, perpetually caught in the cycle of childbirth. Chapter 134, Kidnapping. Li Huashang no longer easily believed old lady Li's words and discreetly pulled Li Taiyong aside for a private inquiry. "Taiyong, does your great-grandmother still hit your sisters and cousins?" Li Taiyong pondered for a moment before decisively shaking his head. "No. Great-grandmother only punishes them by not allowing them to eat and making them work continuously. She doesn't hit them." Then, great-grandmother, just as Li Huashang was about to press further, old lady Li emerged with a basket brimming with goods. "Taiyong, it's time for us to go home. If we delay, the candied hawthorns will be gone." Nyonyo is still waiting for the candied hawthorns at home. Li Taiyong, whose development was somewhat atypical, immediately dropped Li Huashang's hand and dashed towards her at the mention of food. "All right, let us go, great-grandmother, to buy candied hawthorns for Nyonyo." "Yes, let us return home." Earlier that morning, Li Huashang had brought back a considerable amount of items, but now a significant portion had found its way into the old lady's basket. He was set to leave the next day and wanted to ensure Zhou Minji had enough provisions for the following days. After settling Zhou Minji down for an afternoon nap, he took up the vegetable basket to head to the market for supplies. However, as he passed a restaurant, he spotted old lady Li, who should have returned home, dining with Li Taiyong. They were enjoying spicy beef hot pot, completely oblivious to his presence at the window. Hadn't they just eaten cake and fruit and drank milk? Why were they dining again? Recalling that he had just given the old lady 100 yuan for living expenses, he decided against intervening and turned to leave. After arranging meals for Zhou Minji for the next few days, Li Huashang embarked on his quest to find their child. Simultaneously, old lady Li had risen early to recite prayers, wishing for his return empty-handed, hoping he would soon forget the child she had sold. However, as fate would have it, her wishes would ultimately be in vain, and she would face the consequences of her past malice and irresponsibility. As Li Huashang ventured in the wrong direction, Zhou Xi's associates were steadily drawing closer to the truth. If this continued, it would not be long before they uncovered the reality, and their family of 3, no, now a family of 5, would soon be reunited. In Haishur, the foolish members of the Su family are naively conspiring in a kidnapping case that has already crossed the legal threshold. Meanwhile, Zhou Xi has meticulously set the stage, eagerly awaiting their descent into the trap. In a bid to expedite the incarceration of the Su family, Zhou Xi has deliberately leaked the travel plans of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. This has caused the Su family to grow increasingly anxious, persistently urging Zhou's father to act swiftly. One family provides the funds, while the other contributes effort, their roles distinctly delineated. "Brother, let's go. Today, I shall treat you to a delightful meal." Zhou Yu brushed off Zhou Zhao's hand resting on his shoulder. gesturing towards the nearby night market aglow with warm yellow lights. With mother away tonight, we shall indulge in street food. Zhou Xiao hesitated momentarily, but Zhou Yu urged. No more hesitations. Hurry, or we won't be able to leave once mother returns. Rarely indulging himself, Zhou Yu's excitement persuaded Zhou Xiao, who then wrapped an arm around him and jovially declared, all right, let us indulge just this once. Tomorrow, I shall strictly adhere to a bland diet, avoiding this greasy and spicy fare. Unbeknownst to them, as they left the hotel, the Su brothers stealthily trailed behind like shadows. At the entrance of a bustling eatery, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao each held a cup of freshly squeezed juice, awaiting their fried rice. Boss, please add an egg to my order. Upon seeing a neighboring table enjoying spicy crayfish, Zhou Xiao's appetite was piqued, leading him to order a portion. Just as he finished his request, his gaze was drawn to a passerby carrying a box of stinky tofu. He tugged at Zhou Yu's sleeve. Brother, shall we try stinky tofu? Zhou Yu shook his head in distaste. Absolutely not. Until I witnessed the process of marinating it, I refuse to touch that abomination. Though it may smell enticing, its appearance is dubious. One can never know what it has been soaked in. Zhou Xiao, undeterred, rubbed his belly and said, fine, if you want to eat it. I suppose I shall relish it myself. A little dirt never hurt anyone. It doesn't matter what it's marinated in, as long as it doesn't kill me. I'll consume it. Watching Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao enjoy their inexpensive fried rice and stinky tofu, Su Laer grimaced in disdain. This is the eldest son? Truly a poverty-stricken lad. Even with newfound wealth, he cannot shed his old habits. They were aware of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's predicament of being sold. Yet rather than feeling remorseful, they reveled in their perceived superiority, a truly irksome display. Clearly, they were not the benevolent figures they purported to be. Their malevolence was intrinsic. However, if things continued this way, their arrogance would soon be curtailed. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After their meal, the brothers waved away their bodyguards, intentionally venturing into dimly lit, sparsely populated areas. They were soon ambushed and rendered unconscious by the 5 Su brothers lying in wait. Simultaneously, Zhou's father and Zhou Xi commenced their own operations. In the vehicle, in a bid to avenge Zhou Fengfei, Su Laowu seized the opportunity to kick the unconscious Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao several times. Ultimately, Su Laosan could no longer tolerate such bullying of the young and intervened to halt Su Laowu's next kick. That's enough, don't go too far. We'll need them for negotiations soon. Su Laowu snorted disdainfully. Their mother took advantage of Kai Feng's status. They are hardly virtuous themselves. A few kicks are insignificant. Observing the furious Su Laowu, Su Laosan shook his head in quiet disapproval. Recalling a call from his wife, he contemplated for a moment before deciding to caution Su Laowu. Old 5, have you called home since arriving in Haishur? Su Laowu, caught off guard, lowered his head in silence. Since coming to Haishur, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Su Kaifeng, completely neglecting his wife and children at home. Seeing him silent, Su Laosan sighed, realizing he was blissfully unaware of his fortune. Old 5, do call your sister-in-law tomorrow. Otherwise, you might truly end up with a broken family. They were well aware of Su Laowu's mindset, yet they were astonished that over a decade had passed. Each had moved on, marrying and having children, while he remained fixated on Su Kaifeng. Although the 4 brothers treated Su Kaifeng well, it was purely as a sisterly affection, devoid of the sordid thoughts harbored by Su Laowu. They had believed that marriage and children would allow him to let go, but he had clung to those sentiments deeply hidden within him all these years. Had it not been for Su Caifeng's imprisonment, they would have been deceived. However, his actions were a grave disservice to Shenwan, who had managed the household, borne his children, and stood by him during his lowest moments without any formal recognition. Even as brothers who prioritized familial bonds over principles, they found it hard to condone his disregard for emotional ties. Indeed, Old 5, we all called home yesterday. Your sister-in-law surely thinks of you. You ought to reach out. Yes, your sister-in-law is a good woman. As husband and wife, you should communicate. Don't let your temper get the best of you. After being persuaded by his 3 brothers, Su Laowu grudgingly nodded. All right, I understand. I will call her tomorrow. Although he verbally acquiesced, he felt no inclination to actually contact Shen on the following day. Those who are loved often take their affections for granted, forgetting that no one will wait indefinitely without seeking reciprocity. Such was Su Laowu. His wife, Shenwan, had cherished him since childhood. She stood by him during his injury, when he was despondent and unkempt. When he needed support, she persuaded her parents to invest all their savings in him. While pregnant, she would venture to the construction site to prepare meals for him. Despite the scorn of others who called her foolish and shameless, she remained joyfully devoted to Su Laowu. Such individuals are indeed rare. Though she may have been infatuated, she was not naive. Before their marriage, she had formally inquired if he harbored feelings for someone else. If so, they would remain merely friends, without any expectations of intimacy. He had assured her that he did not, and she believed him. However, after their marriage, she discovered memories hidden in his belongings. Considering them relics of the past, she chose to overlook them until she visited him during her pregnancy with their second child and uncovered the truth. Su Laowu had never forgotten Zhou Fangfei. Every October, he would feign work-related travel while secretly visiting Su Kaifeng in Haisher. That incident led to a fierce confrontation, causing her to give birth prematurely out of anger. She contemplated divorce but, swayed by their family's pleas, continued to endure their life together. Now, witnessing Su Laowu leave with all their savings, she resolved in her heart to end their marriage. Su Laowu, an ungrateful man, was unworthy of true happiness. As they walked, the Su brothers carried Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao to the abandoned Zhou family factory, where Zhou's father and Su's father had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing them arrive with their captives, Su's father immediately dialed Zhou Xi's number. "Hello, I have Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao in my possession. If you wish for their safe return, you must swiftly devise a plan to release Kaifeng. I shall grant you but 2 days." With that, the call was abruptly terminated with a decisive click, her commanding presence unmistakable. On the other end of the line, Zhou Xi let out a contemptuous sneer and instructed the nearby Zhouan, who was munching on melon seeds, "Call the police." "Yes, boss," he replied, eagerly anticipating this moment. To dare to lay a hand on his young boss was tantamount to seeking death. After concluding the call with Zhou Xi, Su father dialed Zhou father. The first call was met with silence, the second was cut off. And it wasn't until the fourth attempt that the voice of the Zhou family's housekeeper echoed through the line. "My master and mistress are not home. They will return later." With another click, the call ended. Noticing the change in Su father's demeanor, Su eldest hastily inquired, "Father, what did they say?" Su father, his expression grave, shook his head. "That old man is frightened. He won't even answer the phone. The rest is up to us." He spat disdainfully. He dares to claim he cares for Kaifeng. Yet he is merely a coward, preoccupied with his son and family, having long cast Kaifeng aside. The 5 members of the Su family vented their frustrations towards Zhou father before settling in to await Zhou Xi's call. However, much to their disappointment, not only did Zhou Xi fail to reach out, but she also ignored their attempts to contact her. As time dragged on, their anxiety mounted. "Father, could she be considering calling the police?" Su father proclaimed emphatically, "No. As long as her son remains in our grasp, she would never dare to contact the authorities." Yet, almost as if fate were mocking him, the sharp wail of police sirens pierced the air. The initially composed 5 members of the Su family were instantly engulfed in panic upon hearing the sirens. "Father, what is happening? Weren't we told they wouldn't call the police?" Su eldest exclaimed, his thoughts racing. He was soon to become a grandfather and had no desire to face imprisonment. He longed to return home to cradle his grandchild. Su father's discomfort was palpable as he clenched his jaw in silence. He had not anticipated Zhou Xi's audacity to alert the authorities, seemingly disregarding the safety of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. Did she feign concern for these children lying on the ground? But that couldn't be right. They were hers. Without time for further contemplation, he kicked Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, who lay unconscious, and shouted at his sons, "Run." Su father, ever meticulous, always had a contingency plan. He had previously scouted escape routes, and based on the distance of the sirens, he estimated an 80% chance of successful escape. They were not desperate criminals. The abduction of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao was merely a means to compel Zhou Xi to retrieve Kaifeng. The best course was to flee, for outside lay hope. Yet, his meticulously laid plans faltered as they had barely covered 10 meters when Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, who should have remained unconscious, suddenly sprang to life. Trying to leave? Not a chance. Su second stumbled, falling to the ground in shock. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao disregarded him, breaking free from their bindings and swiftly blocking the Su family's exit. Confronted by the unfamiliar face, Su father, in a panic, pointed and demanded, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Zhou Sen casually retrieved a human skin mask from his pocket, grinning widely. "It's me, Zhou Zhao. Don't you remember?" Upon recognizing Zhou Sen's face, a flash of realization struck Su father. This was a trap, one meticulously set for him to fall into. Overcome with shock, Su father clutched his chest and collapsed. The remaining 4 Su brothers were no match for Zhou San and Zhou Xi. Su eldest and Su second were over 40, while Su third lacked strength. Although Su fifth's legs were weak, he fought with fervor, throwing punches left and right. However, Zhou Xi seized the opportunity and crippled one of his legs. "Ah, my leg!" Su fifth cried out, writhing in agony as his screams echoed throughout the building. The other Su family members attempted to intervene, but Zhou San and Zhou Xi swiftly dispatched them. At that moment, the police stormed in. From the outset, the 2 individuals the Su family had followed were not Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. Nonetheless, the crime of kidnapping was indisputable. They could not evade the consequences nor escape imprisonment. Soon, they would find themselves reunited with their long-cherished adopted daughter in custody, perhaps due to their limited understanding and the inertia of their entrenched thinking. It wasn't until they were confined in the police station that they grasped the enormity of their folly. Once the police had relayed their rights, the previously defiant individuals were rendered mute, as if struck by a chilling frost. With the evidence undeniable and no means of defense, they were promptly notified that they would face the consequences, sentenced to years behind bars. As for the Zhou family, Su's father initially hesitated to implicate them. However, during this time, they had not shown their faces, and with Zhou Xi subtly guiding events, Su's father had a sudden epiphany. He divulged everything in detail, even attributing many baseless accusations to them. The two factions turned on each other, each suffering in the chaos. Zhou's father, believing he could manipulate events from the shadows, found himself ensnared by Su's father's revelations. Not long ago, it had been Zhou Fengfei, now it was Zhou's father. The reputation of the Zhou family in Heisher plummeted, compounded by Zhou's mother's tearful lamentations. A tumult of complex emotions enveloped Zhou Xi, who felt on the brink of collapse as he struggled to appease an unyielding board of directors and salvage a faltering enterprise, leaving him no energy to navigate the repercussions of Zhou's father's undeniable guilt. Ultimately, Zhou's father met the same fate as the Su family members, imprisonment. Of course, Zhou Xi did not spare the Qi family. The Qi and Zhou families were kin, their fortunes intertwined, and neither could escape the fallout. Once the necessary matters were addressed, Zhou Xi prepared to return to Beijing. Seizing her last day, she intended to take Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao out for a delightful excursion. With the loathed individuals incarcerated and the businesses of the undesirables in disarray, she felt a significant weight lifted from her shoulders, having settled 2/3 of her vendetta. Thus, she readily accepted Xiang Ziming's invitation, deciding to accompany him to explore the local flavors of Heisher. To enhance their experience and immerse themselves fully, the trio donned qipao and zhongshan suits. Mother, you look truly beautiful today. Chapter 137, Found. A glance back and a smile bewitches. All the beauty of the harem pales in comparison. As soon as Xiang Ziming emerged from the car, he was greeted by the radiant smile of Zhou Xi. A smile that could outshine the most exquisite flowers. So dazzling was her beauty that he momentarily lost his composure, standing there entranced by her vivid grin. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, too, were captivated by the elegantly attired Zhou Xi. Her lustrous black hair styled in a vintage fashion, and her luscious crimson lips seemed capable of enchanting anyone. The delicate green fabric of her qipao was fresher than the tender buds atop the trees, and the nude-tone vintage heels accentuated her slender, fair ankles. Adding to her ethereal charm was a white magnolia hand fan, making her resemble a fairy that had stepped out of a painting, exuding an air of elegance intertwined with nobility, truly unique. With a playful gesture, Zhou Xi covered her mouth with the fan and smiled. Today, I am particularly beautiful. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao were also dressed in retro attire, both sporting matching zhongshan suits. Although their outfits conveyed a sense of maturity, they appeared exceptionally dashing. Upon noticing the dazed Xiang Ziming, Zhou Yu reminded Zhou Xi, Mom, Uncle Xiang has arrived. At that moment, Xiang Ziming snapped back to reality. Meeting Zhou Yu's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, he felt an unusual pang of guilt. Mr. Xiang, the car has arrived. We may depart now, Zhou Xi said gently, nodding. All right, let us go. I appreciate your help today. It's no trouble at all. I am more than willing, he replied. Zhou Xi was not only his employer, but also a person he cherished deeply. Regardless of the context, he was eager to serve as a guide for her family, especially for such an outstanding woman embodying all three vital qualities. Xiang Ziming was indeed an exceptional tour guide, and today's itinerary pleased the family immensely. Their leisurely stroll was filled with exploration, yet it was far from aimless wandering. When they arrived at a lotus pond, Zhou Xi paused, intrigued by the poetry inscribed on the wall of a nearby pavilion, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao were drawn to the distant calls of street vendors selling traditional crafts. Mom will rest here for a while. If you're interested, go take a look. If you find any sugar paintings, please bring me back a rose one, she instructed. The brothers, no longer feeling the need to linger, turned joyfully towards the bustling alleyway. Xiang Ziming exchanged a glance with his assistant, signaling him to follow Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, while he remained behind to accompany Zhou Xi. A gentle breeze rustled as Zhou Xi leaned against a pillar, gazing at the verdant mountains in the distance. Xiang Ziming stood silently behind her, appreciating the serene beauty of the moment, until Li Huaxing, who had come for a solitary stroll, inadvertently interrupted their tranquil scene. He had initially intended to rest in the pavilion, but, upon witnessing the harmonious pairing before him, discreetly veered into a nearby alley. How delightful it was, in their youth. He and his wife had shared a similar exquisite charm. Zhou Zhao held up a tiger-shaped sugar painting and grinned at Zhou Yu. Brother, look. This is the tiger sugar painting I always wanted as a child. Zhou Yu, raising his own puppy-shaped sugar painting, replied with a smile. This was my childhood wish too. But it's never too late. Even if it's a bit delayed, we have them now. Indeed, the hard days are behind us. Let us go back and find Mom. I want to take a picture with her holding the sugar painting. All right. As Zhou Zhao bounced along, Zhou Yu was about to caution him to be careful when he bumped into an elderly man who appeared to be around 60. Oh, Zhou Zhao exclaimed, realizing he had stepped on someone's foot. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you all right? At 16, Zhou Zhao was still a young man, and Li Huaxing winced slightly from the pain of being stepped on. However, he recognized it was an accident and appreciated Zhou Zhao's polite apology. He gently rubbed his sore foot and waved dismissively. It's fine, but do be more careful next time. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhou Zhao smiled sheepishly and quickly replied, Yes, I will be more careful next time. In truth, there wouldn't be a next time. He intended to discard those shoes upon returning. Although they were quite stylish, they had nearly become a weapon of sorts and were no longer suitable for wearing. The pain in his foot was manageable, and Li Huaxing looked up at the young man who had stepped on him. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by the boy's striking resemblance to someone he once knew. You, he stammered, pointing at Zhou Zhao, utterly flabbergasted. Zhou Zhao, thinking the impeccably dressed elder might be attempting to extort him, hastily ducked behind Zhou Yu, whispering, Brother, I think I might be in trouble. Zhou Yu, remaining calm, reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Who are you? What is your mother's name? How old is she? Upon hearing Li Huaxing's probing questions, Zhou Zhao panicked, thinking he was indeed facing an attempted scam. Zhou Yu, however, maintained his composure, sensing that the elderly gentleman did not seem like a person with ill intentions. The elder's eyes were filled with astonishment, not malice. If your foot is hurting, I can take you to the hospital, and I will cover the medical expenses, Zhou Yu offered. After regaining his composure, Li Huaxing gently waved his hand. I'm not a bad person, nor do I intend to extort you. I am searching for my daughter. I was momentarily taken aback because you both bear a striking resemblance to my wife. Zhou Zhao sighed in relief and smiled. Sir, I believe you may have mistaken us for someone else. It's quite obvious we are both male, while you are looking for a female. However, Zhou Yu sensed something amiss. Searching for your daughter? We resemble your wife. He stared intently at the elderly man, unable to fathom such a coincidental connection. I Huaxing, I finally found you. Come with me. I've located my niece. Upon hearing this, Li Huaxing abruptly forgot Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, seizing Zhou Zhao's arm and rushing away. His daughter, the child he and his wife had sought for over 30 years, was finally found, and their family would soon be reunited. Watching them vanish from sight, Zhou Yu shook his head in disbelief. Such coincidences were surely improbable. He had merely overthought the situation. Come on, Xiao Zhao, we should return to Mom with the sugar paintings. Zhou Zhao stood still, exclaiming, Wait. My tiger sugar painting was broken when I bumped into that man. I need to make another one. Observing his childlike demeanor, Zhou Yu affectionately ruffled his hair with his free hand. All right, I'll accompany you back to make a new one. Chapter 138, Family Reunion. After purchasing the sugar paintings, Zhou Xi had finished admiring the poetry in the pavilion. Next, they were to visit the final stop of the day, Xiang Ziming's mother's pastry shop, where they would enjoy a simple meal before returning to the hotel for rest. Mrs. Xiang's pastry shop was nestled in a serene yet lively alleyway. Such contrasting descriptors, serene and lively, seemed to harmoniously encapsulate the ambience of Mrs. Xiang's establishment, for it truly occupied a prime location that evoked envy in others. Upon their arrival, they found Mother just emerging from the oven with a batch of freshly baked cookies. Outside the quaint shop, 10 customers holding wooden signs were queuing patiently. Hello. Here are your cookies. We welcome your visit again. Perhaps due to her youthful demeanor, Mother appeared far from her 50s. Clad in a simple azure tunic, adorned only with a modest silver bracelet, her face radiated warmth and composure, exuding a remarkable charm. The items in the little shop were all bespoke creations, sold in limited quantities each month. After the customers collected their orders, she would retrieve the corresponding wooden signs from them. Upon seeing them approach, a gentle smile blossomed on Mother's face. Mr. Zhou, allow me to introduce my mother, Ms. Li. She then continued, Mother, this is my mentor, as well as my employer, Chairman Zhou of the group. And these are Chairman Zhou's 2 young gentlemen, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. Mother had a delightful disposition, and Zhou Xi also cherished her modest, yet exquisitely decorated little courtyard, with blooming flowers, fruit trees, a small vegetable garden, and a babbling brook. Along with a shop where she could indulge her creativity, it was simply idyllic. It perfectly matched the vision she had for her retirement home in her past life. Having passed away too soon to realize it then, she vowed to take good care of her health in this life, so that when old age arrived, She could lavishly construct a haven that combined a garden, vegetable patch, and orchard. For lunch, they feasted on fresh vegetables handpicked by Zhou Yu and his companions from the courtyard, along with lively crucian carp caught directly from the pond. Dishes included scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried minced meat with peas, sautéed water spinach, steamed crucian carp, stir-fried chicken, a delicious loofah soup, and a secret specialty dish crafted by Mother. While these were homely dishes, they represented a rare flavor for Zhou Xi. Although the taste did not linger in her memories, she felt an undeniable connection to the flavors of these home-cooked meals, as if they embodied a maternal essence. After the meal, as Zhou Xi and the others prepared to depart, Mother presented them with the cookies that Xiang Ziming had specially asked her to bake. A total of 10 gift boxes, each showcasing her cherished baking skills. Typically, she would bake only one type of cookie each month. However, due to Zhou Xi being the boss of Xiang Ziming, she, who had never bowed to the whims of others, had stayed up late the previous night to bake a variety of cookies. Nevertheless, Zhou Xi did not leave empty-handed. She had managed to acquire several pastry recipes in return. Goodbye, Grandma Xiang. Farewell, Grandma Xiang. All right, goodbye. Once the pastries are finished, I will write to Grandma Xiang, and she will send you more. Mother took a fondness to Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, two polite and handsome young men. If it were possible, she truly wished to have them stay at her home for a while. Thank you, Grandma Xiang. Observing her mother's longing gaze on Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, Xiang Ziming resolved to stay at the company for the next few days, lest he be pressured into marriage. After bidding farewell to Zhou Xi and her companions, he seized the opportunity of Mother's fondness for the pastry recipes and quietly packed his belongings to leave. Barely 3 minutes after they departed, Li Huansong, who had been mistakenly thought to be a scammer by Zhou Zhao that morning, returned. Excuse me, are those two well-dressed children with bodyguards still here? Hello. Have you seen two boys around 15 or 16 years old, dressed rather elegantly? At this moment, Li Huansong was filled with regret. The person he had encountered that morning was not his daughter at all. Although the ages and some features aligned, they belonged to someone else entirely, who had already returned home with their biological parents. His initial elation had plummeted, doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving him chilled to the bone. Once he regained his composure, he suddenly recalled the two children he had seen in the alley that morning. By age calculation, if he and Zhou Mingji had married and had children, their grandchildren should be around 14, 15, or 16 years old, similar in age to Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. Li Huansong searched the alley several times, but found no trace of them. Left with no choice, he began to inquire with passers-by, only to receive answers of forgetfulness or that they had long departed. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over him. This was the second time he felt such remorse, reminiscent of the day his daughter went missing over 30 years ago. Though unconfirmed, that familiar sensation at first glance had left him bewildered. After wandering the alley for over an hour, Li Huansong ultimately found himself resting in the pavilion he had wished to enter that morning, but hadn't he wanted to disturb the beauty of the moment. Sitting there, lost in thought about the two faces he had seen earlier, a profound sense of helplessness engulfed him. This was the closest he had ever been to the truth, and he had carelessly let the opportunity slip away. In the vast sea of humanity, where else could he search? After so many years of striving, this was the first time he felt so exhausted. Now nearing 60, how many more years could he search alone? He pulled a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and let it melt in his mouth as he leaned back for a brief respite. After 10 minutes, he steeled himself to venture once more into the bustling crowd, seeking that unknown possibility. If he had encountered them once, he believed he could meet them again. He held on to the hope that if he persevered, one day their family would reunite. Upon returning to the hotel that evening, he received a call from Zhou Mingji. Hello. Huansong, how are things on your end? Li Huansong sighed. I'm sorry, Mingji, but I couldn't find our daughter from all those years ago. Though he had anticipated such an outcome, hearing it aloud still weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, she mustered her spirits to console him. It's all right. As long as we keep searching, we will eventually find her. Recalling what Lu Haifeng had mentioned earlier, she suppressed the pang of sorrow within. By the way, Lu just mentioned that a large wave of people has recently emerged in our city seeking a female relative. Several of the postings match our daughter's description. I suspect the woman they are looking for might very well be our daughter. Chapter 139, in the opposite direction. After the earlier events, Li Huansong was now remarkably composed. Although his heart brimmed with anticipation, he no longer exhibited the same frantic excitement as before. He was steady and resolute. All right, I understand. You can inquire about it, and I will return tomorrow. Historically, there had been many individuals whose descriptions matched, and considering the morning's developments, while he remained hopeful about those searching in Qing City, he had not given up on the leads in High City. Okay, I will keep an eye on things here. Remember to eat well while you're out. Don't overexert yourself. Both husband and wife, feeling weary, exchanged a few brief words before ending the call. The following morning, Li Huansong awoke to wander aimlessly through the luxurious hotels in High City, hoping for a stroke of luck in encountering the two distinguished children from the day before. However, disappointment loomed as he searched several hotels without finding the individuals he sought. Ultimately, he was left with lingering questions as he departed. Coincidentally, just as he boarded the bus to leave, Zhou Xi emerged from the hotel, accompanied by Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. 3 minutes, just 3 fleeting minutes. Having missed those 3 minutes, one could only wonder how much time would be lost in the future. Life, alas, often unfolds with such poignant regrets. One ascends northward by airplane, while another departs by train. When, then, shall this family truly reunite? In a bustling city like Haishur, there is no shortage of people. As one wave departs, another arrives. The Su family's 5 men have been imprisoned, leaving the household bereft of 2/3 of its capable male members. A significant blow to their well-being. Upon receiving the news, apart from Shen Wan, who had already resolved to divorce, the others wept bitterly, feeling as though the sky had fallen, utterly at a loss as to what to do. Su's mother wept, as did Su's elder sister-in-law, the second sister-in-law, and the third sister-in-law, while Shen Wan remained unmoved. Only Su's fourth sister-in-law patted her chest, murmuring her relief that Su's fourth brother had returned early, thus avoiding entanglement in Su Caifeng's chaotic affairs. Nevertheless, with their father and brothers incarcerated, Su's fourth brother, as the sole pillar of the family, felt compelled to visit them. After entrusting the household to Su's fourth sister-in-law, the group set off once more toward Haishur. Within the prison, the Su family members wore expressions of despair, each regretting their involvement in Su Caifeng's troubles. Except for Su's fifth brother, the other 3 brothers harbored grievances against their father. Had it not been for him, they would not have resorted to kidnapping, nor would they have found themselves imprisoned. Su's father also felt remorse, recognizing that his momentary lapse in judgment had led to the incarceration of all 4 of his sons. Although his sons did not voice their discontent, he could palpably sense their resentment. The bright future of the Su family had been irrevocably marred by his actions. Upon learning of their imprisonment, Su's mother and the 3 sisters-in-law wept incessantly, their eyes swollen from tears. Before visiting them, Su's fourth brother had thoughtfully arranged a hotel for them to freshen up. Otherwise, their disheveled appearance would have been quite disheartening. Each of them looked haggard, with red-rimmed eyes, drawing curious glances from passers-by. As the elder, Su's mother entered first to wash her face, and after doing so, her spirits lifted somewhat. Next, it was Su's elder sister-in-law's turn to tidy herself. Once composed, Su's mother began to instruct her daughters-in-law, admonishing them not to weep or lament, as they must not allow the men inside to worry. They should speak positively and refrain from mere complaints. Although reluctant, the daughters-in-law acquiesced with perfunctory nods. In stark contrast, Shen Wan sat vacantly by the window, gazing at the passing scenery, not uttering a single word or acknowledging anyone. Observing her indifferent demeanor, Su's mother could not help but furrow her brow. What does this signify? The daughter-in-law of the 5th son? Shen Wan lazily lifted her eyelids to glance at her, then turned back to watch the bustling world outside, remaining entirely mute. Even deeming a glance too excessive, Su's mother, who had always placed her husband above all else, found herself at a loss as her husband and 4 sons were now imprisoned. She feared that her daughters-in-law might abandon the family, leaving it in disarray. Thus, she maintained a firm grip on her daughters-in-law, except for Shen Wan, who was notably unyielding. The other daughters-in-law complied with her wishes, at least refraining from demanding to return to their parental homes. Shen Wan, however, remained entirely unmoved. Not a tear had she shed, nor did she utter a word of concern for Su's 5th son. Clad in neat attire, her expression remained stoic and devoid of emotion, resembling a mere traveler. Su's mother understood the reason behind Shen Wan's demeanor, yet human hearts are often biased. One is her own flesh and blood, while the other is a daughter-in-law by marriage. Naturally, she would lean towards her son, even in this dire situation. She believed Shen Wan ought to set aside trivial grievances and focus on caring for her imprisoned husband and the children at home. Yet, Shen Wan had resolved to divorce Su's 5th son long before his departure, having already relinquished all attachments. Whatever became of him was no longer her concern. At present, Su's mother felt a profound sense of distress, and Shen Wan's demeanor only compounded her embarrassment. Losing her composure, she pushed Shen Wan, who, taken by surprise, slid off the bed. Witnessing this, a flicker of guilt flashed in Su's mother's eyes, but within mere seconds, she resumed her authoritative stance. However, Shen Wan was not to be trifled with. She rose and retaliated with a shove of her own. Old woman, I have tolerated you for far too long. Do not test my patience. Previously, she had refrained from confronting Su's mother out of consideration for Su's 5th son. Now that she had severed ties with him, she had little regard for the mother-in-law she had long endured. Su's mother, stunned by Shen Wan's audacity, found herself momentarily paralyzed on the ground. Upon regaining her composure, she turned to Su's fourth brother, unleashing a torrent of sharp invective. Xinhuan, you wretched creature, may you meet a miserable fate. Although Su's father was not particularly rational, he was genuinely kind to his daughters-in-law, and due to his previous position as the village leader, the villagers had always shown him a modicum of respect. Now, with his grandchildren thriving, even if others disapproved of her, they dared not voice their disdain openly. The daughters-in-law were also decent. None had ever dared to confront Su's mother as Xinhuan had. Her initial reaction was one of shock and disbelief, followed by a sense of indignation. Subsequently, she cried out like a child, hoping her sons and daughters-in-law would come to her defense. Regrettably, no one was willing to stand up for her. Su's fourth brother, as the elder, found it inappropriate to admonish his sister-in-law, especially since the discord had originated with Su's mother. The other sons, harboring their own grievances, resented the unconditional favoritism shown to Su Kaifeng by their parents, which had now entangled their husbands in trouble. Coupled with Su's mother's incessant chatter during the journey, their frustration had reached a boiling point. At this juncture, Xinhuan had merely acted upon what they had longed to do but could not. They felt a sense of relief rather than a desire to defend her. Eventually, it was Su's fourth brother who stepped in to assist her. Sensing that she was about to unleash another tirade, he tactfully pulled her aside, saying, "Mother, times have changed, with father and the brothers imprisoned. It is now the sisters-in-law who must uphold the family. You can no longer behave as you once did." These words were harsh yet truthful, leaving Su's mother at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, her sons were now incarcerated. She could not allow her daughters-in-law to leave as well. After some time persuading Su's mother outside, when they re-entered, the daughters-in-law of the Su family had composed themselves. Upon witnessing their puffy, tear-stained eyes, Su's fourth brother was overwhelmed with fatigue and a sense of foreboding about the impending chaos within the Su family. After dining, he led them to the prison for a visit. Su's mother, who had managed to compose herself and vowed not to cry, could not hold back her tears upon seeing Su's father, shorn and clad in prison garb. "Old man, I have come to see you. How are you? Are you cold? Are you hungry? Can you eat enough in there?" Su's mother was the woman Su's father truly wished to marry, and their relationship had always been harmonious. In times past, Su's father would have gently wiped her tears with his rough hands. However, now he could only sit within, anxious and unable to do anything, repeatedly comforting her not to cry. Su's elder sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, and third sister-in-law felt similarly. The men, filled with regret, incessantly apologized to their daughter-in-law, whose eyes were swollen from weeping. They poured out everything they had contemplated during their days in prison. The first matter was, of course, an apology to their wives and children, whom they had neglected in favor of Su Kaifeng in previous years. The second was a plea for their wives to take care of the household, awaiting their return for a reunion. Truth be told, they harbored a deep fear that their wives might choose to divorce and remarry while they were incarcerated. Why such fear? Because if the roles were reversed, they believed there was an 80% chance they would not remain faithful to their homes, seeking various excuses, such as a household cannot be without a woman, or one cannot live with a convict. Thus, their dread of their wives remarrying was palpable. While Su's elder sister-in-law and the others verbally acquiesced, their true thoughts remained a mystery, only to be revealed upon their release from prison and return home. As for Xinhuan, she simply sat by the window, raising her head to quietly observe Su Laowu across the glass. The couple gazed at each other in silence, a stillness that was almost suffocating. Observing her demeanor, Su Laowu felt an inexplicable unease swell within him, uncertain whether Xinhuan's anger had subsided. Yet, recalling her unwavering devotion to him in the past, his anxiety gradually waned. Having grown accustomed to a male-dominant household, Su Laowu would never easily concede to an apology, even when he knew he was in the wrong. Xinhuan had hoped he would utter a few kind words for their children's sake, but evidently, she was mistaken. "During my absence, you must take care of the household. The matters at the construction site will be entirely handled by the wallet. Once the project is completed, he will deliver the money to you. Also, do keep an eye on my mother. And you should visit Kaifeng as a sister-in-law." Seeing his obstinate demeanor and shameless words, Xinhuan, despite being mentally prepared, could not suppress her distress. It became evident to her that she had indeed married the wrong person, having wasted years on misplaced affections. Before Su Laowu could finish speaking, she turned and left. Unwilling to listen to such drivel any longer, lest her ears be sullied, she would seek a divorce, retain custody of the children, and keep all the finances firmly in her grasp. As for Su Laowu, she wished for him to remain in prison for eternity, to spare her the sight of his presence. Having listened to the entire conversation, Su Laoxi could not help but shake his head at the sight of the ashen-faced Su Laowu and the departing Xinhuan. It was over. It was finished. He had initially thought himself unaffected, only to be suddenly called by Su Laowu. Fourth brother, please check on Kaifeng for me. Zhou Xi, incredulous, rubbed his ears. What? Say that again. I said, it cannot be going well for Kaifeng. You should go take a look. If there's anything lacking. If only he could reach out. Zhou Xi would have slapped him for such foolishness. Su Laowu, are you out of your mind? At a time like this, you still think of her? You abandon your own wife and children, yet show concern for someone who has brought disaster upon our family, with no blood ties to you? Are you even human? Su Laowu pursed his lips, lowering his gaze. Fourth brother, please don't say that. Everything was consensual, and Kaifeng is not to blame. Zhou Xi wanted to berate him further, but deemed it unnecessary, for no matter how loud one shouted, they could never awaken a person feigning sleep. One day, Laowu, you will regret this. With that, he turned and left, no longer wishing to behold Zhou Laowu's pitiful countenance. Upon returning home, Shunwan broached the subject of divorce. Su's mother was reluctant, but could not withstand the pressure from Shun Wan's family. She had no choice but to scold Shunwan for her lack of conscience, for abandoning her marital duties, asserting that a man's troubles should not lead to thoughts of divorce, suggesting that she must have been involved with someone else long before. However, Shunwan was not one to be trifled with. Pushed to her limits, she revealed all that Su's family had desperately tried to conceal. In an instant, the Su family became the laughingstock of the surrounding areas, with none of them coming out unscathed. Once Li Huansong arrived, he hurriedly set off to meet the group seeking kin, fearing he might miss a fleeting opportunity. Director Li, the person is already waiting inside. I have other matters to attend to, so I want to accompany you. Meeting the seekers of kin was a long-standing practice of his. At the door, he steadied his breath, placed his hand on the doorknob, and gently pushed the door open. Chapter 141, Excitement. Yet, the room was empty. Save for a half-drunk cup of steaming water on the table. Li Huansong's previously steadfast shoulders drooped at once. The lingering aftershocks of Haishur had yet to settle. And now he faced an empty room and a cup of tea that was still warm. His spirits plummeted. He only wished to sit and rest. Although his body craved a moment of respite, his mental core would not permit it. Barely 3 seconds after settling into the chair, he sprang up, rushing outside, eager to see if the person who should have been there had left, and whether he could still catch up. However, as he pulled the door, a stranger was simultaneously pushing from the other side. Due to the force of the action, Li Huansong stumbled slightly, noticing he nearly knocked someone over. Zhou Xi quickly stepped forward to assist. I'm sorry, are you alright? Li Huansong waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, it's no trouble. I'm getting older. My body isn't what it used to be. One must accept aging. The two were not familiar with each other, and after confirming that Li Huansong was unharmed, they moved directly to the matter at hand. My daughter was born in 1952, making her 35 this year. She was taken from the hospital immediately after birth. She has a heart-shaped birthmark on her left palm. This was all the information he possessed. In an era where transportation and communication were woefully inadequate, relying on such scant details to locate someone was an immense challenge. However, if they had the right person, everything else would fall into place. As Li Huansong spoke, Zhou Xi compared the details with the information he held. The date of birth and age matched, the birthmark on the left palm aligned, and the hospital where she was born also corresponded. The information this person had matched perfectly with that of their employer, allowing for further verification. Zhou Xi glanced at Li Huansong and then compared it with Zhou Xi's photograph. Aside from the eyes, however, there were not many similarities, and it seemed tenuous at best. May I see a photograph of your wife? Li Huansong nodded. Certainly. He then reached into his inner lining and retrieved the photograph that had been pressed against his chest. Unbeknownst to anyone, his hand trembled several times while retrieving the photo, perhaps even unbeknownst to himself. After a few shakes, I finally managed to steady myself and pulled out the photograph, placing it on the table. This is my lady. Upon seeing the person in the photograph, Zhou 15's eyes flickered with astonishment. The resemblance was striking. Aside from the eyes, every other feature was a perfect 11-fold replica. Wasn't this the image of their boss when she was gentle and not in a rage? Aside from the attire, which was reminiscent of fashion from over 30 years ago, and the graceful demeanor that differed from their boss, the similarities were uncanny. Given that he often worked closely with the boss, he was quite familiar with her. Had it been anyone else, they might have easily mistaken the person in the photograph for their boss. Once Zhou 15 confirmed that the individual seeking their daughter bore a 90% probability of being the one they were searching for, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. This man could very well be the biological father of their boss. He needed to be treated with the utmost care. Noticing the change in Zhou 15's attitude, Li Huansong's anxiety escalated, his heart racing with anticipation as he gazed expectantly at Zhou 15. Initially inclined to ask a question, he swallowed his words, opting instead to verify the matter personally. I have shared all my information with you. I, too, wish to glimpse the identity of this person in search of kin. Zhou 15 nodded affirmatively, Prior to conducting any screening, they would not divulge any private information regarding Zhou Xi. Only after reaching a basic certainty would they present Zhou Xi's photograph and name for further confirmation. Li Huazong was the first to produce a photograph since he took on this task. However, for the sake of caution, he inquired, "Mr. Li, do you carry any emergency medication?" After all, given his age, he feared that an overly intense emotional response might leave him breathless, or worse, if he had a heart condition or another serious ailment that could not withstand emotional turmoil. It was prudent to ascertain whether any medication was on hand, just in case. However, aside from the natural aging of his body, Li Huazong had no such ailments. "No, I am quite healthy." With the risk assessed, Zhou 15 retrieved another document from his bag and handed it over, containing Zhou Xi's photograph and additional detailed information. As Li Huazong perused the document, Zhou 15 sent a message to the other search personnel. "Brothers, this time the bonus is mine. 300,000. That was a substantial sum." He sent it off. And once he received the bonus, he planned to propose and proudly bring his beloved woman into his home. But before he could revel in his excitement for even 2 minutes, Li Huazong abruptly stood up and dashed towards the door. Zhou 15 was taken aback. What was happening? Had he made an error in recognition? Such a reaction seemed unwarranted. Regardless, he decided to pursue him. After all, their version of the document was still in that man's possession, and it could not be allowed to circulate. It needed to be retrieved. Li Huazong ran ahead while Zhou 15 chased after him, panting heavily. How exhausting. Observing Li Huazong sprinting ahead, Zhou 15 couldn't help but internally scoff. He claimed to be old and in poor health, yet those agile legs were not something everyone possessed. What on earth was happening? Pausing briefly to catch his breath, he resumed his pursuit. Under normal circumstances, Li Huazong would not have been able to outrun Zhou 15. Yet, in extraordinary situations, extraordinary measures were taken. In the face of either great joy or profound sorrow, a person's potential could be remarkably unleashed. Li Huazong belonged to the former. Upon glimpsing Zhou Xi's photograph, he was 99% certain that the individual depicted was indeed their daughter, whom they had sought for over 30 years. After 3 seconds of realization, he bolted outside, eager to share this joyous news with his wife. Fortunately, the meeting place was relatively close to home, and in just 3 to 4 minutes, he arrived. The security guard at the entrance, seeing him rush in a frenzy, assumed something dreadful had transpired and immediately stood up from his recliner, ready to inquire if he could assist in any way. However, Li Huazong did not afford him the opportunity to speak, darting past him. Just as the guard was about to turn and return to his seat, he noticed a young man in the distance seemingly brandishing a knife, running towards them. In an instant, the guard understood the gravity of the situation. Chapter 142. Coming back to reality, it appeared he had encountered a knife-wielding assailant. He quickly grabbed a baton from a nearby cabinet, adopting a defensive stance. "Halt! Do not approach. Put down the knife immediately." He was not joking. This was a government housing complex, and it was a weekday, with only vulnerable populations such as the elderly and children residing within. Allowing this armed man inside would spell disaster. Zhou 15, preoccupied with pursuing Li Huazong, had not heard what the security guard had said and continued to charge forward. By the time he realized what was happening, he found himself tackled to the ground by the guard wielding a stun baton. How to put it? It was quite sudden, and it was imperative that none of his colleagues learned of this incident, or his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. "Sir, I am not a villain. I am holding a document bag, not a knife. You've misjudged the situation. I urgently need to find someone. Please let me in." Upon recognizing the contents of Zhou 15's grasp, the guard's expression shifted to one of guilt. He had indeed misjudged. However, he maintained his stance, stating, "No, you are a newcomer and must have someone come out to escort you in, and you need to sign in." The guard, a fan of movies, often imagined himself as a hero in such scenarios, subduing the villains. But he soon realized that reality was far removed from the cinematic portrayals, where one could easily make a fool of oneself. Looking at the self-righteous security guard, Zhou 15 was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Had it not been for the sign indicating it was a certain residential complex, he would have charged straight in without a second thought, avoiding this tedious exchange with the guard altogether. "Sir, I truly have an urgent matter." The person who just went in, with a loud bang. Zhou Mingji was abruptly awakened from her slumber by the heavy sound of the door being pushed open by Li Huazong. "Mingji, I found her. I found our daughter." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingji's previously drowsy mind instantly cleared. In disbelief, she asked, "What did you say?" Li Huazong, filled with excitement, grasped her shoulders and reiterated, "I said, I found our daughter. Are you certain it is our daughter?" Li Huazong nodded affirmatively. "I am certain. I have verified all the information. I am 99% sure this is our daughter." With that, he hastily retrieved Zhou Xi's photograph from the document bag and presented it to her. "Look, our daughter resembles you so much." Wiping away the tears from her face, Zhou Mingji accepted the photograph and scrutinized it closely. After confirming the likeness, she laughed and cried simultaneously, eventually turning to Li Huazong and saying, "Yes, this must be our daughter. Look at her eyes. They are identical to yours when you were young." Li Huazong discreetly wiped away a tear, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, aside from those eyes, our daughter has inherited your beauty. She is just as lovely as you. The pupil surpasses the master." Zhou Mingji and Li Huazong's union bore a child whose intellect and beauty manifested an impressive outcome, far surpassing expectations. Having only glimpsed their daughter at birth, the couple had spent the years since envisioning her appearance through mere imagination. In their minds, Zhou Xi existed in countless variations, yet they were unprepared for the remarkable beauty she exhibited. Moreover, her demeanor and attire suggested a remarkable elegance. The couple remained transfixed, gazing at the dossier for over half an hour until Zhou Mingji's hand grew weary, prompting her to recollect, "Oh, Huasong, what about the individual who came to seek information?" Li Huasong had been utterly absorbed in Zhou Xi's photograph and casually replied, "The one who came to see me for the information." Upon regaining his senses, he slapped his forehead in realization. Right, the person who came to see me for the information. In his earlier excitement, he had completely overlooked the seeker of kinship. However, during his hurried return, he believed he had heard someone calling his name, as well as the security guard at the entrance. Zhou Mingji instantly recognized his embarrassment. After decades of shared life, it was evident he had become so elated that he had inadvertently forgotten about the visitor. It must be said, Zhou Mingji was indeed correct. The reality was as such. Li Huasong sheepishly grinned and said, "Mingji, I need to return for a moment. Please prepare a pot of hot tea at home. I may require it shortly." As Li Huasong stepped outside, Zhou Shiwu was already engaged in lively conversation with the security guard in a gazebo, a peach in hand. His animated demeanor bore no trace of the earlier disarray. However, upon spotting Li Huasong, he promptly rose, placing his peach down on the table, and approached with brisk steps to inquire. It would be ideal if this gentleman were indeed the biological father of their employer. If not, he absolutely needed to retrieve the information he had just shared, as it must not be carelessly left to drift into the wrong hands. From the security guard, he learned that the dignified gentleman before him was the director of the Municipal Cultural Bureau. Before Zhou Shiwu could speak, Li Huasong eagerly grasped his hand, ushering him toward home. Along the way, Li Huasong animatedly inquired about Zhou Xi's details. Upon seeing Zhou Mingji, Zhou Shiwu felt increasingly assured about assisting his employer in locating her biological parents. The resemblance was simply too striking. At noon, Zhou Shiwu was invited to stay for lunch. At the dining table, Li Huasong and Zhou Mingji continually inquired about Zhou Xi. Zhou Shiwu selectively shared all the information he felt was appropriate to disclose. As a subordinate, he was merely a middleman, and there were certain matters that could not be spoken of openly. Once kinship was confirmed, Zhou Shiwu found a nearby residence to settle in. Zhou Xi's career was flourishing, yet there were many who harbored envy. Moreover, given the recent fervor surrounding their search, it was certain that numerous opportunists were lurking. Now that the individual had been located, it was crucial to ensure proper security measures were in place to thwart any malefactors. In addition to himself, Zhou Bao had dispatched 7 other individuals to assist. Since that day, Zhou Mingji and Li Huasong had been engulfed in an interminable wait, each day stretching on like an eternity. They first tidied their home meticulously and then devoted themselves to preparing Zhou Xi's bedroom, arranging it with care. They procured items they believed their daughter would favor, counting down the days with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, in the capital, Zhou Xi spent an entire afternoon alone in her office, contemplating the revelation of her biological parents. Was she elated, joyous, heartbroken, distressed? The spectrum of emotions was vast, yet, beneath it all lay a profound serenity, albeit one veiled by a tumultuous undercurrent of fervor that rendered her restless. During dinner that evening, she broached the subject of her biological parents with Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. After deliberation, the trio resolved to wait until Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao's break in 3 days before embarking together to Qing City. Later that night, Zhou Zhao stealthily crept into Zhou Yu's bedroom for a chat, lounging on the bed with his chin resting on his hands, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Zhou Yu. "Brother, our grandparents are truly quite lucid," he remarked. Initially, they had presumed that their long-unseen grandparents had likely moved on and perhaps even had other children. However, they were astonished to learn that this was not the case. Instead, they had been tirelessly seeking their biological child. For over 30 years, their lives had revolved around this search, never once abandoning hope or considering the possibility of starting anew. Such steadfastness was indeed rare. Just as the saying goes, no filial child remains by the bedside of the ailing. The same could be said for younger generations. Legally, no one should relinquish a child who had gone missing or been abducted. Yet, those who could endure such trials were exceedingly few. for the process was undeniably arduous and painful. Zhou Yu tossed a towel he had used to dry his hair onto Zhou Zhao. Indeed, in this regard, grandparents like ours are indeed rare and exceptional, but I am far more curious about why our mother was switched at birth, he mused. Zhou Zhao, perplexed, queried. Isn't it said that the grievances of the previous generation caused this? Zhou Yu shook his head. That cannot be. I do not believe it to be so simple. If there was a switch, it should have involved exchanging the Zhou family's biological child with the Su family, not entangling their mother. The Su family, the Zhou family, and their grandparents. What was the connection? Zhou Zhao, prompted by Zhou Yu's insight, began to shift his perspective. Indeed, what in the world did happen? It seems that the perpetrator behind the child swap was not one, but likely included others lurking in the shadows, perhaps even a third party, who has managed to conceal their involvement all these years. Yes, brother. If mother had not been swapped and had grown up with our grandparents, she would not have endured such suffering and would surely have been exceptionally happy. Yet, with that thought, he faltered, realizing that such a scenario would mean their own births would not have occurred. After a brief pause, he brightened and declared, although that would mean we could not be mother's children, as long as she is happy and joyful, I believe it is worth it. Though this notion was ultimately unfounded, the mere thought of not being Zhou Xi's children left him feeling quite aggrieved. Zhou Yu discerned his distress and gently ruffled his hair. All right, while your sentiment is admirable, those are but fanciful dreams, are they not? At the very least, we are currently our mother's biological children. Zhou Zhao nodded weakly. Yes, we are indeed mother's biological children. Now, off to bed with you. We have classes to attend tomorrow. If he allowed him to linger in such melancholic musings, sleep would elude them that night. Meanwhile, Zhou Xi had already contacted Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao's homeroom teacher regarding their upcoming leave. However, it was essential for the brothers to personally address their subject teachers, lest they return to find a teacher unaware of their leave request. Given that this leave would extend for several days, Zhou Xi advised them to inquire about the upcoming lessons. If there were any topics they found challenging, they should seek private tutoring. As for assignments, those could be overlooked. After all, it was a rare opportunity to enjoy an outing without the burden of trivial tasks dampening their spirits. Upon realizing that they were once again going to take a leave of absence, Shi Rin and Song Lei simultaneously exclaimed in surprise. Ah, you are taking leave again? Zhou Zhao nodded, affirming, yes, this time the duration of our leave will be longer than the last, possibly exceeding a week. Upon hearing this, Song Lei reclined against the wall and sighed deeply. Ah, I truly envy your ability to avoid classes. Zhou Zhao did not refute this, for he too felt a twinge of envy for himself. Their mothers did not fuss over missing a single class or a day, believing that such absences might impact their examination scores. Instead, they waved their hands dismissively, allowing them to take an extended leave of over a week. Such liberality was indeed astonishing and rather extravagant. In truth, their leave was for a serious matter, not merely for leisure. As Zhou Yu asserted before Zhou Zhao cleared his throat and proclaimed with earnestness, from today onward, my brother and I are also blessed with grandparents. Shi Rin and Song Lei exchanged glances and congratulated them in unison. Their words were sincere. Previously, they had casually mentioned their own grandparents and how their hometown offered delightful delicacies, noting how much their grandparents had prepared for them. It was the first time they perceived envy reflected in Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao's eyes. It was then they realized that Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao did not have grandparents of their own. Since that moment, they had been particularly mindful of this topic, refraining from mentioning it in their presence ever again. Zhou Zhao joyfully patted Song Lei on the shoulder and cheerfully remarked, thank you. When I return, I shall bring you special products from my grandparents' side. All right, during the summer vacation when I visit my grandmother, I will bring you local specialties as well, Shi Rin added, scratching his head, realizing he had nothing to share with the group. His grandparents were the same as Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao's, and he had no need to share anything from his home. As for his own grandparents, he was reluctant to bear that title, too troublesome. Meanwhile, Qi Xingzhou wanted to arrange a meal with Zhou Xi. Zhou Xi pondered that allowing this matter to linger was not advisable. It was imperative to clarify things. She had initially agreed to the invitation, but later unexpectedly encountered her biological parents. Compared to the issues with Qi Xingzhou, she was more eager to meet her birth parents first, thus postponing their meal until after her return from Qing City. The matters concerning the Zhou family in Haishur had been resolved by 2/3, while the Qi family in Jing City remained unresolved, and her biological parents in Qing City were only just beginning to be addressed. The journey was arduous and lengthy, but the future was bright. She had ample time and energy to untangle this web of chaos. During dinner that evening, Shi Rin inadvertently mentioned Zhou Yu and their plans to visit their grandparents in Qing City. His sharing was entirely unintentional, devoid of any ulterior motive as an informant. Coincidentally, it was at that moment that Qi Xingzhou returned, catching every word. Thus, Shirin unwittingly played the role of a facilitator once again. Though this time he indeed aided Qi Xingzhou, otherwise, she would have remained in a state of anxiety and self-doubt for the ensuing weeks. Ever since discovering that Zhou Xi was that person from the past, and that Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao were their children. The composed and confident secretary Qi found himself either in reflection or on the path to introspection, long having lost the self-assurance and calm he once exhibited in his work. He had become a middle-aged man, fearful of rejection and riddled with insecurities. On several occasions, when he gazed vacantly out the window, he was caught by his brother, who would then seize the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. Thus, the brothers began their playful banter, one accusing the other of being an old bull chasing tender grass, while the other retorted that the first did not even dare acknowledge his wife and children. Their exchanges were rife with mutual jabs, ultimately resulting in both being chastised by their father, which brought their repartee to an end, in an effort to leave a good impression on their yet-to-be-met grandparents. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao spent the night before their trip to Qing City, trying on various outfits. The brothers spent a considerable amount of time in the fitting room, dissatisfied with their selections, feeling that something was missing. "Brother, do you think I should wear a necklace with this tracksuit?" Zhou Yu asked, lowering the hoodie he held and scrutinizing himself thoughtfully. He offered a candid suggestion. "It's too gaudy, don't wear it." "Oh, all right," Zhou Zhao conceded, though he felt that a necklace would add a fashionable touch. As for Zhou Xi, she had fewer concerns than her sons. Although her wardrobe was extensive, it lacked variety, consisting primarily of business suits, homeware, and casual outfits for outings. With May's warm weather upon them, she opted for a dress. Ultimately, she chose a crescent white dress paired with matching high-heeled shoes. Moreover, Jingjing had only prepared a bracelet for her, while she adorned her neck with a simple silver diamond necklace. This ensemble appeared clean, fresh, and elegantly approachable, which she found quite appealing. Previously, due to the cliché of the female protagonist in novels always wearing white dresses, she had not been particularly fond of them. However, after donning this particular dress, she realized the allure of white attire, understanding why it captivated so many. As she prepared to bathe after finalizing her outfit, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao knocked on her bedroom door. "Mom, my brother and I are unsure what to wear tomorrow." Observing their tousled curls, Zhou Xi could easily envision the frenzy they had caused in the fitting room. She approached and affectionately tousled their hair, saying, "Come on, let Mom help you choose. I checked the weather forecast. It will be quite warm in Qing City for the next week, so your clothes should prioritize comfort and breathability." Zhou Xi favored a minimalist style, so if she were to choose outfits for Zhou Yu, they would undoubtedly be a white t-shirt or shirt paired with black shorts, complemented by a pair of flat sneakers. However, as a mother, she had learned to consider matters from a younger perspective. Ultimately, she selected a set for Zhou Yu that was both formal yet breathable, while for Zhou Zhao, she chose a white shirt with shorts and sneakers. Additionally, she incorporated vibrant ear studs and a newly released hip-hop necklace that suited his style, even selecting a rather flamboyant watch for him. Once they completed their preparations, the family of three enjoyed a restful night's sleep. Early the next morning, they set off for Qing City. "Huasong, is the chicken soup ready?" A moment later, Li Huasong's robust voice emerged from the kitchen. "Yes, it's been simmering on low heat for 2 hours. It will be ready for the baby as soon as he arrives." Indeed, the couple had chosen a name for their child long before birth. Regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, the name was uniformly baby. For years, they had sought their little baby, and upon discovering that Zhou Xi was their daughter, they found themselves referring to her as baby more than 30 times within just that morning. "Have you set up the bedding for the baby?" "I just finished drying it in the sun and brought it in. It carries the scent of sunlight, which is particularly delightful." "Have you taken out the towels prepared for the baby?" "Yes, they are all out. By the way, we also have some snacks. We are uncertain about what the baby might like to eat, so we should prepare a variety." The couple has been busy since morning and hasn't had a moment to sit down and rest. They have prepared quite a bit of food. "Be careful, Dahu. Don't trip," they admonished. Just an hour before Zhou Xi and the others arrive home, Zhou Mingji heard an elderly woman calling for her grandson outside. It dawned on her that they had never mentioned to their family that they had found the baby. "Huasong, have you told Mom and the others that we found the baby?" Li Huasong paused in his task of shelling nuts, realizing he had forgotten amidst the recent busyness. "But it's all right. If someone from the old home comes during this time, the baby would feel uncomfortable. We can take her back to visit once we are more settled." Zhou Mingji found this reasonable, but added, "I just worry that Mom might not be pleased." Li Huasong waved dismissively. "What does it matter? Our daughter, our little family. We make our own decisions without needing to consider these things." He understood well what his own family was like. Although the old home seemed calm on the surface, it was, in fact, a chaotic mess. Whether it was the sons and daughters-in-law or the daughters and granddaughters, they had long been dissatisfied with the matriarch's domineering and autocratic ways. They had attempted resistance, But with a group of blindly filial men in the family, their efforts were in vain. Thus, the years passed in a muddled manner. Li Huasong was not the most favored son. His words went unheard, and being far away, he had to consider his daughter. He had said all that needed to be said and provided the required support for the elderly, but beyond that, he could only care for his own little family. Enough of this overthinking. I'll handle things back home, so you needn't worry too much. Marrying Zhou Minji was already a significant achievement for me, and I wouldn't dream of dragging her into the mess of my old home. At 11 a.m., Zhou Xi and her family of 3 disembarked from the plane, greeted by Zhou 15 at the airport entrance. By 11:20 a.m., they arrived promptly at the municipal government compound. At 11:25 a.m., Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao encountered Li Huasong, who had stepped out for soy sauce. Li Huasong, preoccupied with thoughts of his daughter, did not notice Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao standing by the convenience store. It was Zhou Zhao who recognized him first. Brother, isn't that the old gentleman I accidentally stepped on the other day? What is he doing here? Zhou Yu glanced at the soy sauce bottle in Li Huasong's hand and quietly remarked, he probably lives nearby. He was in High City just to find his child. Zhou Zhao nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. I hope he finds his child soon, just like our family, so they can reunite. Chapter 146, Joyful Tidings. When Zhou Xi exited the car, she slipped and her hair got tousled against the door. She needed to tidy herself up again. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, sitting in the car, noticed the nearby convenience store and decided to check out the snacks, where they ran into Li Huasong. While waiting for the shopkeeper to finish with the soy sauce, Li Huasong finally noticed Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao standing beside him. What caught his attention first was their attire and demeanor. They exuded an air of nobility that starkly contrasted with the modest goods at the convenience store. Zhou Zhao boldly made eye contact with him, recalling their previous encounter, and initiated a greeting. Hello, uncle. Upon hearing the voice, Li Huasong recognized him and kindly nodded. Hello, young man. What a coincidence to meet you here. After having been unable to find them upon returning, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet who could have anticipated that after missing them, he would still find his daughter? Perhaps it was fate. Since they were not the ones he sought, they had not crossed paths again. Li Huasong was in good spirits today and inquired, Are you here for a vacation? Zhou Zhao shook his head. No, we came with Mom to visit my maternal grandparents. What a coincidence. My daughter is also returning today. Zhou Zhao was taken aback. Really? Uncle, did you find your child? Li Huasong nodded with a beaming smile. Yes, I found her. This is wonderful news. Congratulations. Thank you, Uncle, they responded in unison. You're welcome. These candies are quite delightful. Let's share in the joy. After Li Huasong finished with the soy sauce and returned, he shared with Zhou Minji about meeting Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. Minji, while we were in High City, I encountered 2 children who bore a striking resemblance to you. I even wondered if they could be our daughter-esque children. Just as I was about to ask, I was pulled away by old Zhao, and by the time I returned, they were gone. The more I thought about it, the more I regretted not asking clearly. I searched for them in various luxurious hotels in High City, but found nothing. In retrospect, it seems heaven guided me away from a misguided action. And look, upon my return, I found our daughter. Zhou Minji frowned slightly. Did they really look that much like me? Indeed, very much so. If it weren't for knowing about Ruinji's condition, I might have thought they were his children. Zhou Minji clicked her tongue and lightly slapped Li Huasong. You must not say such things carelessly. Li Huasong sheepishly rubbed his nose. I know, I want tea next time. It's not just the 2 of us anymore. Or I wouldn't have said so. Zhou Minji's brother, Zhou Ruinji, suffered from azoospermia and could not have children. They discovered this after marriage. And in their quest for treatment, they traveled to numerous hospitals across the country. They spent quite a bit of money, but to no avail. After 7 or 8 years of struggle, they eventually turned to adopt a pair of twins from an orphanage. Their family of 4 has been living quite well. Yet it remains evident that they deeply long for their own biological child, though they keep this desire hidden in their hearts. Returning to the topic at hand, Zhou Minji continued about the 2 children Li Huasong had mentioned. Huasong, all along we have overlooked a significant issue. Our daughter is already 35 years old this year. By normal standards, she should be married with children by now. You mentioned those 2 children resemble me and appeared in High City around the same time as our daughter. Now, they are seen near the entrance of the government compound. And they too are here to visit their maternal grandparents. Huasong, could they possibly be our grandchildren? With Zhou Minji's reminder, Li Huasong instantly grasped the logic. Oh, now that you mention it, it is quite possible that they are indeed our grandchildren. After finishing speaking, she picked up the towel beside her to dry her hands and was about to step outside. No, I must go and see. I will go with you. If it is true, while there would be joy, there would also be a profound sense of regret. Regret for not witnessing my daughter's first words. For not seeing her take her first steps in life. For not being there to send her off to kindergarten. For not witnessing her marriage and the birth of her children, and so on. When I enumerate these moments, They all resonate with a sense of loss. From youthful tresses to gray strands, the years have not been easy for the couple. Aside from weekdays, a significant portion of their time has been spent on the road. Day after day, time and again. Though weary and fatigued, they never contemplated surrender. Fortunately, fate has rewarded their perseverance, allowing their family to reunite at last. As Zhou Xi tidied her hair and descended from the car, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao emerged from a nearby convenience store, carrying a large bag of snacks. Zhou Zhao held up a packet of spicy strips, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Zhou Xi. "Mom, look at how adorable this snack packaging is." Zhou Xi glanced at the greasy, spicy strips in the bag and nodded slightly. "It is quite cute. What made you think of buying spicy strips?" Zhou Yu, sensing Zhou Xi's disapproval of the snack Zhou Zhao held, quickly explained, "We just found it a bit novel, so we bought a few packs to try, Mom." We 1T overindulge. Zhou Xi was not fond of these snacks laden with unknown additives, yet she understood the children's curiosity for new experiences. After all, she had once relished such treats herself. "I understand, but tasting is fine, just don't overdo it. If you're interested in certain foods, you can list them for me, and I'll have the company produce them, ensuring hygiene and safety." Zhou Zhao nodded obediently. "Yes, Mom, my brother and I understand." If it weren't for their curiosity, he wouldn't have casually bought these snacks with lengthy ingredient lists. "All right, let us head inside." Zhou Shirley just called. But no one answered. Just as he pondered asking the security guard, Li Huasong and Zhou Mingji stepped out. Before he could speak, Zhou Mingji was already in tears upon seeing Zhou Xi. She wanted to express something, but words failed her as her mouth opened and closed in silence. Chapter 147, Genuine Concern. She yearned to stride forward and gaze upon the daughter she had sought for over 30 years, yet her feet felt as heavy as lead, preventing her from moving. Li Huasong was equally affected, silently gazing at the daughter who bore a striking resemblance to his wife. When he noticed Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao standing beside her, his astonishment deepened, his pupils dilating. The resemblance to his wife's features was uncanny. It dawned on him that Zhou Mingji's speculation was indeed correct. The two exceptionally poised youths before him were his grandchildren, their veins coursing with his daughter's blood. They had crossed paths before, yet at that time, they were strangers to one another. In that moment, he felt grateful that Zhou Xi had sent someone to seek her family. Otherwise, had this singular opportunity slipped away following that brief encounter, the likelihood of their reunion would have diminished, and their family would remain fragmented. Destiny, this was undeniably fate. As they gazed at Zhou Xi, she too was taken aback, astonished by how much she resembled her biological mother. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao exhibited the most surprise among them all. The brothers exchanged glances, their strikingly similar faces reflecting sheer astonishment. After regaining composure, Zhou Zhao tugged at Zhou Yu's sleeve. "Brother, was that uncle just now our grandfather?" Zhou Yu nodded seriously. "If my eyes aren't deceiving me, they should indeed be our grandparents." Observing the two tearful elders, Zhou Zhao exclaimed, "So, Mom is the daughter they just found. That makes us their grandchildren." Zhou Yu nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of her words. As they regarded the stillness of Li Huasong and Zhou Mingji, Zhou Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Zhao. "Come on, let us help our grandparents over." Zhou Zhao nodded earnestly. "Okay." They approached the two elderly individuals, offering their support. "Hello, grandfather." "Hello, grandmother." Upon hearing his grandchildren address him, Li Huasong's face lit up with a beaming smile. "Ah, hello, you too." He then turned his gaze back to Zhou Xi. Zhou Mingji's attention was solely fixated on Zhou Xi, even when Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao called out to her. She was oblivious to their voices, her eyes brimming only with affection for her daughter. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao each supported an elder, guiding them to Zhou Xi. Zhou Mingji longed to embrace Zhou Xi tightly, wishing to bestow this long-awaited hug that had been over 30 years in the making. Yet, just as her hand reached for Zhou Xi, she hesitated. Cautiously, she asked, "Baby, may I hug you, baby?" Such an endearing term made Zhou Xi feel a bit bashful. Although they had only met for less than 10 minutes and had not exchanged words prior, she could sense the overwhelming love and concern in her biological parents' eyes, mirroring the expression she had when looking at Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. She felt their genuine affection for her. However, with Zhou Mingji's hopeful yet anxious gaze, Zhou Xi nodded, yes. Thus, she was enveloped in Zhou Mingji's warm embrace. "Baby, Mommy has finally found you. Oh, how I have missed you." As the emotion washed over her, Zhou Xi found herself shedding tears as well. The mother and daughter wept freely, while Li Huasong could only watch in longing. Luckily, the perceptive Zhou Zhao offered him a comforting embrace. "Grandfather, we finally found you." Li Huasong, already in a highly emotional state, immediately returned the gesture, crying openly. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu stood calmly to the side, observing the four relatives who were lost in their emotions, unsure of how to proceed. The excitement of reunion was entirely natural. Yet the gathering crowd around them grew increasingly watchful. Nevertheless, he thought, forget it. If they want to cry, let them cry. Life offers so few chances to lose oneself in such moments. Coming to terms with this, he reached into Zhou Ping's pocket for 2 packs of tissues, preparing to offer them when the tears flowed. Zhou Yu had anticipated that within 10 minutes, they would have released their emotions, but to his surprise, their tears only intensified, showing no signs of abating. Even the nearby security guard was discreetly wiping away his own tears. Considering the potential disturbance, he felt compelled to intervene. Mom, grandmother, it's getting late. Should we head home? Zhou Mingji wiped her tears and nodded with a smile, clasping Zhou Xi with one hand and Zhou Yu with the other as they moved inside. All right, let us go home and talk. As for Zhou Zhao and Li Huasong beside them, they were entirely overlooked in the process. Had it not been for Zhou and S' reminder, the two would have continued crying for several more minutes before regaining their senses. Once they realized they were the only ones left behind, a rare look of embarrassment crossed Li Huasong's face. Zhou Zhao, however, was cheerful as he eagerly followed his freshly reunited grandfather behind Zhou Xi and the others. Along the way, he seized the opportunity to foster a connection. Grandfather, you went to Haishur last time to find my mom, didn't you? Ah, indeed. My last visit to Haishur was solely to seek out your mother. Was that your first time visiting Haishur? Li Huasun shook his head. No. I had previously been there 7 or 8 times before. Each time was prompted by rumors of human traffickers, compelling me to investigate. However, this marks the second occasion my mother has taken my brother and me to Haishur. The world is vast. Yet it is surprising that I encountered you on this second visit. I believe this is the power of blood ties, Zhou Zhao mused. Is that so? This is your second visit to Haishur? Yes, this is my mother's second time taking my brother and me to Haishur. The last time was 6 years ago. But we didn't linger there, we merely passed through. Li Huasun nodded thoughtfully. So you have always resided in Jing City? Zhou Zhao shook his head. No? For the past few years, my mother has taken my brother and me abroad to live, and we only returned last summer. It made sense. No wonder he had been unable to find them amidst his travels, as they had not been in the country at all. Abroad? Which country? Most of the time in the United States, but we have also been to Y country, F country, and D country. I see. Your mother must have endured quite a bit. Upon hearing Li Weisen's words, Zhou Zhao was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had heard someone, aside from his brother, express concern for their mother's well-being. Unlike those who merely envied or coveted their family's wealth, this concern was genuine. Pondering the toll of building such a vast enterprise, this is what true care for a person entails. What's the matter? Oh, that's right. Li Huasun does not yet know Zhou Zhao's name, so he blurted out, "What is wrong, granddaughter?" Zhou Zhao pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his tears and smiled. It's nothing, I just think my grandfather is wonderful. Flattered by his granddaughter's praise upon their first meeting, Li Huasun felt a warm glow in his heart, relishing the delightful sensation. Soon, he too would become a grandfather, and once they became better acquainted, he would surely take his 2 grandsons for strolls around the courtyard, allowing those old fellows to envy him, for not everyone is blessed with such handsome and accomplished grandchildren. Come, let us head home. Grandfather has prepared a delicious chicken soup for you all. It's quite fragrant, so be sure to have several bowls. Zhou Zhao cherished the feeling of being cared for by an elder. Thank you, grandfather. Oh, by the way, grandfather, I forgot to mention my name earlier. I am Zhou Zhao, and my brother is Zhou Yu. Both of our names were chosen by our mother. Li Huasun nodded with pride. Indeed. My daughter has a way with names. Yours surpasses mine by far. Listening to his grandfather's boastful words, Zhou Zhao suddenly understood that the boundless praise from Zhou Xi was indeed hereditary. Grandfather, earlier, grandmother called mother baby? Is that a nickname you both gave her? Mentioning the nickname baby filled Li Huasun with pride. Yes, baby is the nickname your grandmother and I bestowed upon your mother. What do you think? Isn't it lovely? Zhou Zhao nodded. It is very beautiful, as it embodies immense parental love. Mother used to call my brother and me baby as well. Li Huasun beamed with pride once more. Is that so? It seems that the power of blood ties is indeed strong, as even the nicknames for the children are the same. You are your mother's babies. And from this day forth, your mother is also a baby of mine and your grandmother's. She, too, deserves love. Zhou Zhao wholeheartedly agreed, wishing for another person to genuinely care for their mother. Though it was merely a short walk, Zhou Zhao and Li Huasun engaged in several topics of conversation. From these brief exchanges, Zhou Xi gleaned insights into the recent lives of the three of them. Materially affluent and professionally successful, they seemingly had everything they desired. Yet in Zhou Zhao's words, it appeared that there had never been a fourth person in their household. This led one to ponder about their biological father. Oh, certainly, their daughter had endured countless hardships in their absence. The government had allocated them a 3-bedroom apartment, where they had resided all these years. However, they had also purchased 2 additional properties outside, accumulating a considerable amount of wealth and jewelry, all intended as a safety net for their daughter. Upon entering, the trio was enveloped in a delightful aroma wafting throughout the house. At that moment, a single phrase resonated in their minds: the taste of home. Once inside, Zhou Mingji began to cry, expressing her sorrow for Zhou Xi. Meanwhile, Li Huasans busied himself in the kitchen, ladling out 4 bowls of chicken soup, each containing a succulent chicken leg. Seizing the opportunity while Zhou Mingji wiped her tears, he urged them to enjoy the soup. Watching them savor the chicken soup, Li Huasans felt immensely grateful that he had slaughtered 2 chickens. Otherwise, the legs would not have sufficed. After they finished the soup, he promptly filled their bowls with rice to spare them another round of tears. Zhou Mingji picked up the serving chopsticks and offered Zhou Xi a beautifully colored dish of tomato and egg. "Baby, this tomato scrambled egg is your father's specialty. Although the method is quite similar, your father's version is the most delicious." Li Huasans nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your father's tomato scrambled egg is particularly delightful." He then served each grandson a spoonful of the dish. "Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, grandfather. You're welcome. Eat quickly, and once you're finished, I'll serve you more rice." The couple had modest appetites, often making enough food to last them a day, and the dishes would last several meals. Now, with 2 hungry grandsons in the house, Li Huasans found great satisfaction in indulging them. Whenever their bowls appeared slightly less full, he would seize the moment to refill them. The bowls of food were plentiful, and the 3 of them ate their fill. "That's enough, grandfather. I'm full, truly cannot eat anymore." Although he could eat, he certainly could not consume 2 whole bowls of food and still have room for more. His grandfather was treating them as if they were piglets. Seeing Li Huasans turn his attention to him, Zhou Yu quickly refused. "Grandfather, I'm full too. You should eat as well, don't just focus on us." Recognizing that they were genuinely full and not merely shy, Li Huasans refrained from insisting further. "All right, I'll prepare something delicious for you later tonight." However, just because he wouldn't refill their bowls did not signify the end of his indulgence. No sooner had Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao set down their bowls than Li Huasans returned from the kitchen with freshly cut fruit. "Here, fruit for dessert. Once you finish, I'll cut more for you." After tending to the 2 little ones, Li Huasans returned to care for Zhou Mingji and her daughter. Since their meeting, Zhou Mingji had been conversing with Zhou Xi, while Li Huasans focused on Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, resulting in limited exchanges with Zhou Xi. Before their meeting, he had a plethora of words to express, yet upon their actual encounter, he found himself at a loss for words, persistently serving vegetables into Zhou Xi's bowl. Observing the growing pile of food in her bowl, Zhou Xi glanced up at her somewhat taciturn biological father. Noticing his gaze darting away, she deftly placed a piece of sweet and sour pork rib into his bowl. "Father, you should eat too." Li Huasans paused for a second, then immediately broke into a joyful smile. "Ah, splendid. Let us eat together, we shall dine together." It is said that she was taken away from the hospital, and despite the passage of many years, her parents have been unable to ascertain who was responsible for her abduction. They have long believed that she was merely a victim of human traffickers. She has never been a person of confusion. She is determined to uncover the reasons behind the connections between the Zhou, Su, and Li families concerning the child. It is inconceivable that she has endured years of unjust suffering without cause. Even if it takes another 30 years, she will ensure that those who have committed such heinous acts receive the punishment they deserve. She will show them no mercy. Regardless of how deeply they may have buried themselves in the earth, she will ensure that they find no peace in the time that remains. After dinner, the family sat together for a while, engaging in light conversation. Noticing the fatigue etched on Zhou Xi's face, Zhou Mingji, despite having much to say, chose to allow the mother and her 2 children to rest. The 3 bedrooms were arranged such that the couple shared one. Zhou Xi occupied another alone, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao shared the third. Lying on the floral sheets imbued with the scent of sunshine, Zhou Xi buried her face in the soft pillow and inhaled deeply. How comforting. This must be the essence of home. It seems finding her biological parents is indeed a splendid choice. Chapter 149, Magnanimous. The bedroom of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao was modest, accommodating only a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. It was smaller than the bathroom in their previous home, and certainly incomparable to the places they had lived over the past few years. Yet, they both cherished this small haven, as it had all the essentials. Though it was tiny, it was complete. As long as the family could be together, the size of their dwelling seemed unimportant. Zhou Zhao, feeling a bit shy, tugged at the pink floral lace-trimmed sheet on the bed and hesitantly remarked, "Brother, the grandparents prepared pink sheets for us." Zhou Yu felt a twinge of annoyance, not wishing to dwell on such trivialities. He simply pulled Zhou Zhao down onto the pillow and tucked him in firmly, adopting a no-nonsense approach to bedtime. "No more talking, just sleep well." Zhou Zhao innocently responded with an "oh," then turned away from the wall to count sheep, but after nearly 10 minutes, he was still wide awake. He wasn't sleepy. Just as he was about to sneak a leap over to Zhou Yu, he was pulled back once more. Little Zhao, sleep well, otherwise you won't grow tall. Little Zhao? Wasn't that the term Zhou Yu used to call him when they had just been reunited with their mother, each time soothing him to sleep? Zhou Zhao paused, propping himself up with one hand while grasping the blanket with the other. After a few moments of contemplation, he ultimately decided to lie down obediently. As a dutiful younger brother, he resolved to accompany his brother for an afternoon nap. While Zhou Xi and her 2 children napped, Li Huashong and Zhou Mingji quietly sat in the living room, vigilant, lest their precious daughter disappear again. Huashong, I believe our darling has a valid point. We must investigate her abduction further. If it was indeed human traffickers, it is unlikely she was the only child taken. There are certainly other hidden truths surrounding this matter. We must revisit the events of that time and ensure that the evildoers pay the price. Li Huashong nodded in agreement, realizing it was necessary to re-examine the case. If it wasn't traffickers, who could have stealthily taken the child from right under our noses? A shadow flickered in Li Huashong's eyes as he instinctively reached for a cigarette from his pocket. But as the cigarette touched his lips, he remembered he was not alone. His wife, daughter, and grandson were all present. It was simply inappropriate to smoke. Zhou Mingji noticed his craving and promptly retrieved a piece of gum from the candy basket, offering it to him. Here, from today onwards, you must quit smoking. You can't continue like this. We still need to be around to support our daughter and grandson for many more years. Upon hearing this, Li Huashong quickly smiled and stowed the cigarette away, tossing it into the trash can. You're right, my dear. I need to take care of my health and spend more time with you all. After their nap, Li Huashong and Zhou Mingji took the 3 of them for a stroll around the family compound. Whenever they encountered someone, he would introduce them one by one. The surrounding area was filled with longtime neighbors who were well aware of the family's circumstances. Given the commotion that morning, they naturally knew that the Li couple had reunited with their daughter and grandson after over 30 years. Thus, upon meeting them, everyone offered their warm congratulations. Director Li, congratulations. When someone expressed gratitude, Li Huashong would pull out the high-quality candies he had prepared in advance, distributing them with a smile. Thank you, thank you. As they walked, handing out candies and making introductions, it was evident to everyone that he was in remarkably good spirits, and the family radiated happiness. Zhou Mingji held Zhou Xi's hand tightly, while Li Huashong distributed candies, and Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao followed closely behind, relaxed and polite, greeting others as required. The 5 of them walking together was a particularly heartwarming sight. Once they moved on, there were murmurs among those in economic professions. Why does the Li family's daughter seem so familiar? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, but I just can't place it. His wife retorted, duh. She looks just like her mother. That's why you find her familiar. The economics professor confidently denied, no. We've only moved here for less than 10 days and have only met teacher Zhou once. I'm convinced I recognize their daughter for another reason. He continued to ponder where he might have seen her, deeply engrossed in thought. His wife, uninterested in his ramblings, picked up a nearby newspaper to peel some peas. As the face on the newspaper came into view, the old professor suddenly exclaimed, stop, don't move. His wife, accustomed to his sudden bursts of excitement, stood still, considering the gold necklace he had recently bought her. The professor quickly approached, seizing the newspaper and pointing to the image. Look, I told you she looked familiar. She's a prominent businesswoman in the country. I've seen her in the newspaper before. I can't be mistaken. Upon hearing this, his wife put down the peas and leaned closer to examine the paper. Indeed, it really is Director Li's daughter. She's actually a well-known business tycoon. The professor corrected her. No, to be precise, she is a globally recognized business mogul. Is that so? She's really that impressive? The professor nodded, affirming, indeed. She is remarkable. He then read aloud from the newspaper. Zhou Xi, 35 years old, graduated from M Country, chairwoman of the Zhou Group, with holdings estimated at. My goodness, Director Li's daughter is so wealthy. The professor nodded. Yes, she possesses wealth that would take ordinary people hundreds of lifetimes to accumulate. What matters most to the upper echelons is not her wealth, but her ability to generate income and contribute to development. His wife, unable to comprehend all of this, was simply astonished, but also felt a pang of regret and sympathy. Although they had only recently moved, she had heard the neighbors discuss the Li family's story. As a mother herself, she considered that she lacked the capability and resolve to endure the trials of searching for her child for over 30 years. All one could say was that everything they achieved today was worth it. One evening, Zhou Xi made a reservation at a restaurant, sparing Li Huazong the need to cook, and the family set out joyfully for dinner. Given the considerable distance to the restaurant, they opted to take a car. It was the first time for Li Huazong, who had spent a lifetime on public transport, to ride in a private vehicle other than a bicycle. Once inside, he couldn't contain his curiosity, behaving like a child of 3 or 4, eagerly exploring every nook and cranny. Zhou Minji felt a surge of pride at her daughter's success in establishing such a significant family enterprise, yet she found Li Huazong's childlike exuberance somewhat embarrassing. All right, you're a grown man now. Sit properly and don't damage the car, she admonished. At her words, Zhou Xi in the front seat flashed a knowing smile, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao stifled their laughter. Mom, it's fine. Dad is just curious. And besides, this car isn't expensive. We have pricier ones at home. He can take a good look at those later, Zhou Xi replied, prompting Zhou Minji to relent and allow Li Huazong to continue his explorations. Upon arriving at the restaurant and stepping out of the car, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Zhou Xi. What was he doing here? Was he perhaps seeking leniency for his brother, father, and himself, who were imprisoned? Nonetheless, it was a joyous occasion, and Zhou Xi had no desire to engage with him, choosing instead to bypass him completely and ignore his presence. Zhou Bao, trailing behind, furrowed his brow at the sight of Zhou Xi. Having previously believed him to be the only sane individual among the Su family's otherwise dim-witted members, today was a day of reunion for the Zhou family, and she would not permit anyone to disrupt their happiness. Fortunately, Li Huazong, Zhou Minji, and Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao were unfamiliar with Zhou Xi, thus remaining unperturbed by his presence. Once inside the restaurant, Zhou Xi quickly concealed her displeasure, cheerfully introducing the establishment's unique features to her family. Li Huazong, astonished, exclaimed, "Darling, this restaurant is yours." Zhou Xi nodded, explaining that she had invested in its construction the previous year and it had only recently opened. Remarkable. Just the other day, Old He and the others mentioned they wanted to dine here, but couldn't secure a reservation. Who would have thought I'd waltzing like this? The sense of accomplishment in having a successful daughter filled Li Huazong with pride. Well, it's all part of our family business. I'll have someone compile a list of my investments here, and you can visit anytime you wish, Zhou Xi added. Li Huazong found this idea delightful, thinking he would have the opportunity to boast to his old friends about his daughter, putting an end to their incessant bragging about their own children working in various government offices. However, Zhou Minji held a different view, promptly twisting his arm. Enough. Wealth should not be flaunted. Keep it in check and don't cause trouble for our dear child. Li Huazong chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging her with a pained smile. Understood. My dear, that hurts. Please let go. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao found the couple's dynamic amusing, revealing a side of their grandfather, who was usually greeted warmly by many, that they had never seen before, one that was clearly wary of his wife. It was rather entertaining. Noticing Zhou Minji's disapproving glare, Zhou Xi promptly signaled for Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao to intervene. The brothers enthusiastically introduced the restaurant's backstory, with one pulling on Li Huazong and the other on Zhou Minji. Grandpa, this restaurant was actually built by Mom for me and my brother since we plan to stay here for 2 weeks this summer. So, for accommodations, dining, and transportation, Mom has already arranged everything in advance. Yes. In a few years, Mom plans to establish a resort here, and we can all vacation together, Zhou Yu added. Splendid. Li Huazong could hardly wait to retire and enjoy family life. Yet, he knew he could not retire just yet. There were matters to resolve, as having connections within the government made a difference. Though he was merely the director of the Cultural Bureau, his position held weight, and being in office had its advantages. During this era, Western-style restaurants were still relatively scarce, and with the gradual opening of the country, the public's acceptance of foreign novelties was increasing. Anything associated with the West or labeled as foreign was particularly popular. Zhou Xi, being a savvy businesswoman, would not let such a lucrative opportunity slip by. However, she also cherished the 5,000-year-old traditional culture, balancing the development of both Western and Chinese cuisine. This was the second meal shared by the family of 5, and as during lunch, Li Huazong and Zhou Minji attended to their 3 children with great care. When Zhou Xi excused herself to the restroom, Zhou Bao followed her. Revealing the reason behind Zhou Xi's unexpected appearance, he sought to apologize for his brother, father, and himself. I understand. I don't need to see him. It's unnecessary. Just tell him I received his apology. The wrongdoers have already faced their consequences, and as for him, if he stays on the straight and narrow, I won't hold any grudges, she replied. That night, after Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao had fallen asleep, Zhou Xi and Li Huazong reminisced about their life over the past 30 years. From her days as the cherished princess of the Zhou family to the tumultuous events surrounding her identity, the struggles of being a mother, and the harrowing experiences they had endured, she briefly recounted her story. Sensing the somber expressions on her parents' faces, she shifted the narrative to share amusing anecdotes from abroad, choosing to report joy rather than sorrow, as was the way of life. Zhou Xi felt the weight of the past, although it had passed. She did not wish to burden her parents with her painful memories. However, wisdom comes with age, and despite her attempts to conceal her struggles, Li Huazong and Zhou Minji discerned the melancholy lurking beneath her words. Zhou Mingji soon found herself in tears again, but this time, her tears were not of joy but of heartache. It pained her to think of their precious daughter being mistreated by others in ways they could not witness. The couple felt an overwhelming sorrow, wishing they could exact vengeance on those who had wronged her. Seeing the anguish reflected in their eyes, Zhou Xi quietly turned away to wipe her tears. After regaining her composure, she said, "Mom, Dad, you don't need to worry. I have made those who bullied me pay the price, and all scores have been settled. Now, my only lingering question is how I ended up lost back then. This is something I must uncover." Li Huazong took out a tissue to clear his nose and, after steadying his voice, recounted the events of that fateful day. "Your mother went into premature labor unexpectedly while I was away on a business trip. Your grandmother was there to accompany her. We had planned to go to the hospital for a checkup the next day after I returned. However, in the middle of the night, she suddenly felt intense pain and started to bleed. With me absent, it was just her and your grandmother who made their way to the hospital. After a thorough examination, the doctor promptly took her into surgery. She endured 7 or 8 hours of pain from midnight until the morning before you finally arrived." As he reminisced about the first encounter with Zhou Xi, Li Huazong's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. Upon returning home from a business trip, he immediately rushed to the hospital after noticing a note on the table. As fate would have it, he arrived just in time for Zhou Xi's birth. Upon reaching the delivery room, he found elderly standing in a daze, cradling the newborn Zhou Xi. Chapter 151. Who is the villain? After embracing his daughter and ensuring her well-being, his attention shifted to his wife, who remained unconscious. However, Elderly did not afford him the opportunity to linger. She promptly thrust the child into his arms. "Since you are here, I shall leave Mingji and the baby in your capable hands while I prepare something to eat for Mingji." All of Li Huazong's thoughts were consumed by Zhou Mingji and the newly born Zhou Xi, leaving little room for concern about Elderly. "Understood, mother. Please take care." After Zhou Mingji was wheeled out of the operating room, Li Huazong remained vigilantly by the side of the two women. Yet, Zhou Xi, being a premature infant, was far more delicate than a full-term baby, necessitating special attention. On that day, there were 2 premature infants in the hospital, and Zhou Xi was one of them. Half an hour later, when Li Huazong went to check on the children, he discovered that only 1 infant remained in the designated area where 2 had been placed. Although newborns typically exhibit little difference in appearance, Li Huazong immediately recognized that the remaining child was not Zhou Xi, and it appeared lifeless. In a state of panic, he sought out a nurse, but it was too late. 1 premature infant had lost its breath, while the other had vanished. Strangely, apart from Li Huazong's frantic search for the missing Zhou Xi, no one came forward to claim the other lifeless child. Given the high volume of births at the hospital that day, coupled with the commonality of infant mortality at that time, particularly for girls, people did not linger long. After a brief moment of surprise, they returned to a state of calm. The loss of their hard-won daughter plunged Li Huazong and Zhou Mingji into profound grief. Zhou Mingji, in poor health and confined to bed during her recovery, could only fret helplessly. Meanwhile, Li Huazong scoured the hospital, cooperating with the police in their investigation. However, apart from a few vague accounts, he gleaned no substantial information. Some eyewitnesses reported seeing a nervous elderly woman, her head wrapped, cradling a child, and glancing anxiously around. They sensed something was amiss and considered approaching her, but just as they were about to do so, her water broke, and the matter faded into obscurity. Upon reflection, if a child trafficker had indeed been present that day, it was likely the panicked elderly woman. Yet, days had passed since the child went missing, and the trafficker would have undoubtedly moved the child elsewhere, making it improbable for them to remain in the vicinity. Throughout Zhou Mingji's recovery, Elderly tended to her. Li Huazong tirelessly roamed the outside world in search of Zhou Xi. Upon returning home after the recovery period, he encountered his sister-in-law and siblings whispering in the kitchen about Elder Li's favoritism. They lamented that despite having given birth to a grandson for the Li family, they received not even a single egg, while Zhou Mingji's daughter was treated to daily eggs. In truth, they felt that nothing had been left for the Li family. Indeed, when men lack strength, we women cannot enjoy any fortunes. Look at how prosperous the second family is. Their daughter-in-law enjoys the benefits while we toil ceaselessly at home, only to gain nothing. Li Laosan's wife let out a derisive snort, casting a disdainful glance toward Elder Li's quarters. Who knows? I wouldn't be so certain. Perhaps there were some wrongdoings. She left the rest unsaid, refusing to respond to her sister-in-law's inquiries. At that time, Li Huazong was preoccupied with serving his wife red sugar eggs and paid little heed to their conversation. Listening to the narratives of Li Huazong and Zhou Mingji, Zhou Xi keenly grasped a few critical points. Human traffickers? An elderly woman? Sudden concern? Among so many children in the hospital, only hers had gone missing. Mom and Dad. Does Grandma prefer boys over girls? Zhou Mingji and Li Huazong exchanged knowing glances. Yes, your grandmother has always favored boys. treating them like treasures while considering girls as mere weeds. A flicker of understanding crossed Zhou Xi's eyes. Had it always been this way? Yes, it has always been so, though she has moderated her behavior over the years. At the very least, she no longer dares to abandon girls in the mountains. Zhou Xi did not perceive this as enlightenment. Rather, she speculated that the old woman had merely found a way to utilize the value of a girl. Mom, did Grandma only show special care for you during your recovery? Zhou Minji glanced at Li Huashang's expression, sighed, and replied candidly. Sweetheart, in truth, your father and I once suspected your grandmother. However, apart from the mother's verbal account and your grandmother's excessive attentiveness, we had no other grounds for suspicion. There was a time when my mental state was rather unstable, and both your father and I had our doubts about your grandmother. Your father sought to clear his name. And as for your grandmother, he even confronted her privately. Yet, it turned out we were mistaken. The elderly woman from that time was not your grandmother. It seemed almost blasphemous to suspect one's own mother, yet Elder Li's dubious history compelled such doubts. Moreover, her treatment of Li Huashang had never been particularly kind, often bordering on neglect. If he had not achieved success and provided her with a generous pension, she would hardly have given him a second glance. Even now, her visits were motivated solely by the promise of financial support. There was little emotional connection between mother and son. Yes, what your mother says is true. With that, Zhou Xi decided to cease the topic and conduct her own private investigation. After all, prompting children to repeatedly question their biological mother was indeed inappropriate. Unlike them, she had never partaken of Elder Li's food or drink. Her inquiries would remain discreet until she had solid evidence. Unbeknownst to Zhou Xi, after her rest, Li Huashang had also broached the subject of Elder Li with Zhou Minji. Should it be discovered that the one who deliberately lost Zhou Xi was indeed her, he would undoubtedly side with his daughter, showing no mercy. After spending 3 days at home, Li Huashang resolved to take them back to their ancestral home for a visit. 6 years had elapsed since their last journey to the countryside, and both Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao were filled with excitement. They yearned to once again experience the sensation of standing amid endless wheat fields, to dip their hands into the crystal-clear streams, and to climb trees on the mountains once more. Zhou Xi, however, approached the trip with an investigative mindset. The primary objectives for returning to their hometown were twofold. First, to pay homage to their ancestors and allow Zhou Xi to bow to her doting grandfather, who had cherished her even before her birth. Second, to take advantage of this opportunity to delve into her suspicions regarding Elder Li. After all, with her daughter's prowess, she ought to uncover information her father could not. Chapter 152, The Wicked Mother-in-Law. The Li family's ancestral home lay not far from the city, nestled in a village on the outskirts, merely 17 or 18 kilometers away. It was a picturesque location, embraced by mountains and rivers. After enjoying a carefully prepared breakfast by Li Huashang, they set off for the village. In the old residence, the matriarch, Madame Li, who previously had a penchant for meddling in all affairs, astonishingly delegated this matter entirely to her eldest son's couple. This unusual decision inevitably stirred curiosity among the onlookers. Apart from the perceptive expression on the face of Li San's wife, the others simply interpreted the old lady's behavior as a sign of aging and submission to her years. While the other daughters-in-law and granddaughters busied themselves, Madame Li summoned Li San's wife privately. Aware of the reason for the summons, Li San's wife remained unperturbed, leisurely washing her hands and nonchalantly pocketing some sunflower seeds before ambling in. Observing her languid demeanor, the other sisters-in-law exchanged puzzled glances. Have you noticed that since 2 years ago, the old lady has treated San's wife with a peculiar fondness? One remarked. Indeed, while we receive her scowls daily, she extends much more courtesy to San's wife. Could it be that San's wife holds some leverage over her? Another speculated. That would explain why she seems to favor San's wife nearly as much as heirs, they concluded, though they couldn't fathom what kind of hold San's wife could possibly have over the matriarch. After much whispered deliberation, they were left with no answers, merely resuming their tasks while continuing their light-hearted criticisms. Inside Madame Li's bedroom, as Li San's wife entered, the matriarch knelt before the Buddha statue, reciting scriptures. The sight of her benevolent facade evoked a derisive snicker from Li San's wife. If one has nothing to hide, one need not fear the knock of a ghost. Your display of piety is merely a facade, an insipid act of contrition that no one, not even you, believes, she remarked bluntly, offering no deference to the old lady. Madame Li, accustomed to such insolence, had been thoroughly grasped by Li San's wife since the latter deciphered the truth behind the matriarch's actions. Opening her eyes, Madame Li regarded Li San's wife with a cool gaze, stating, Today, with so many eyes about, you ought to discern what should be said and what should remain unspoken. Li San's wife, casually cracking sunflower seeds at the doorframe, took her time to respond, feigning ignorance. What is it, madam? I can't quite follow your meaning. The matriarch, incensed by her nonchalance, could no longer afford to chastise her as she once did, and merely shot her a fierce glare. Do not presume that your hold over me grants you free rein. Remember, I am already well acquainted with the grave. Push me to my limits, and you shall see. Li San's wife, adept at navigating such tensions, swiftly shed her casual demeanor and, with a show of respect, replied, "Understood, mother. I recognize your authority in this household. You are indeed the venerable matriarch here, and I would never dare to defy you." Chapter 153, Greed. Rest assured, I shall work diligently and speak sparingly. Once this is concluded, I shall return to you for a bag of treats for my grandson to nourish him. Her arduous efforts to uncover the matriarch's secrets were now met with a facade of servility, all in hopes of extracting more favors from Madame Li, heir. The most successful among the family, always returned with valuable gifts, and tonight's gathering promised no less. She was determined to procure as much as possible from the old lady. Madame Li surveyed her sycophantic demeanor with disdain, finding it laughable that a mere morsel could secure her silence. After Li San's wife departed, the matriarch rose slowly, leaning on her cane, and retrieved a cloth to cover the Buddha statue before striding outside to oversee her daughters-in-law and granddaughters at work. What are you all doing? Hurry up. Each of you only knows how to eat without contributing. Look at the others. The sisters-in-law exchanged resigned glances and hastened their tasks, silently wishing for the old lady to retire soon so they could take charge. However, Madame Li, in robust health, remained vigorous and alert, displaying an enviable vitality. When Zhou Xi's family arrived shortly before 10:30, the luxurious business vehicle commanded immediate attention in the village. Children playing by the roadside cheered and dashed after it, exclaiming, A car has come to our village." Their innocent faces radiated joy, reminiscent of Zhou Yu's own childhood when he chased after visiting vehicles. Though life was tough, the arrival of something new brought a sweet thrill. Recalling his younger self, Zhou Yu instructed Zhou Ping to distribute candies to the delighted children trailing behind the car. "Oh, there's candy. I must tell my brothers so they can come for treats too." The commotion surrounding the Li family's vehicle was palpable, and Madame Li was only aware that the granddaughter she had lost had returned, oblivious to her current standing or prospects. With a beaming smile, she engaged with the neighbors at her doorstep. "I hear your second son's daughter has been found?" she inquired. Madame Li nodded, affirming, "Yes, the child is fortunate. Her parents searched tirelessly for her over the years, and now that they have reunited, their family's hardships have finally borne fruit." A neighbor chimed in, "Indeed. Not many possess the integrity of your second son. It's commendable you supported his decision. I wonder how I would have acted in your place." Madame Li relished this validation, reveling in her perceived enlightenment. Look how progressive she was, allowing her son and daughter-in-law to remain childless for over 30 years only to find their granddaughter now. Surely, she was the most open-minded matriarch in existence. However, the daughters-in-law behind her exchanged glances, thinking open-minded, more like viciously biased. They perceived her extreme favoritism towards males and her exploitative nature, squeezing every ounce of labor from her daughters-in-law while indulging her own whims. Upon sighting the luxurious vehicle, a glimmer of greed ignited in Madame Li's eyes. Chapter 154, The Villain. "Oh, how splendid. It appears my granddaughter's prospects surpass even those of my second son. Just look at that impressive convoy." In her excitement, she tightened her grip on Li San's wife's hand, envisioning an avalanche of riches and delicacies headed her way. Eagerly, she approached, calling out, "Darling," her eyes sparkling as though she beheld living currency. To Zhou Xi, the term darling felt overly intimate, reserved only for her parents to use. Madame Li's utterance was irksome, prompting her to instinctively furrow her brow. Observing her granddaughter, poised and elegantly attired, Madame Li felt a surge of satisfaction, her smile widening. She brushed her hands over her clothing and moved forward, attempting to grasp Zhou Xi's hand, only to be deftly evaded. Madame Li paused for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. With a cheerful demeanor, she exclaimed, "This must be our family's little darling, right? So beautiful, just like your mother." Although her expression shifted rapidly, Zhou Xi discerned a barely perceptible hint of disdain in her eyes. Indeed, while Madame Li feigned satisfaction with Zhou Xi's newfound wealth, deep down, she harbored an intense loathing for her. After all, Zhou Xi was the very child she had callously discarded over 30 years ago, and now she had returned to this household, thriving in a manner that was nothing short of a blatant display of her own incompetence. How utterly detestable. Oh, it seems that those with dark hearts perceive everything through a murky lens. Zhou Bao noticed Zhou Xi's discomfort and promptly intervened to halt Madame Li's advances. Following Zhou Xi's mention of the issue the previous night, Li Huashong and Zhou Mingji had been keenly observing the old lady's behavior. Thus, her fleeting change of expression had not escaped the couple's notice. The moment they recognized that brief shift, their hearts sank a little further. Clearly, They had placed too much trust in the old woman. Zhou Mingji signaled to Li Huashong, suggesting that she should step forward to escort Madame Li away. If they allowed her to linger any longer, they could only imagine the troubles that might ensue. The Li family had enjoyed a somewhat improved quality of life in recent years, yet they had not yet reached a point of complete financial security. Several daughters-in-law were casting covetous glances at the luxurious sports car behind Zhou Xi, along with the jewelry adorning her hands and neck, each calculating their own schemes. Elder sister Li speculated that Zhou Xi and her two sons appeared to be quite formidable, undoubtedly prominent figures in the business world, given their capabilities. Surely they could secure a good job for her grandson. Third sister Li contemplated how to leverage the old lady's presence to bring more material benefits into the household, as only possessions firmly grasped were truly one's own. Fourth sister Li thought that, being family, it was essential to seize this opportunity to curry favor with them. After all, they could not simply overlook their own management. If Zhou Xi could hear their inner musings, she would certainly roll her eyes in exasperation. How naive. The Li family was large, spanning 5 generations with over 50 members in total. Except for the married daughters, everyone had gathered today, filling the courtyard with old and young alike. Zhou Xi glanced at the bustling crowd and, within mere seconds, concluded that there were few sane individuals among the Li family. Almost every gaze directed at her was laden with greed. Fortunately, Li Huashong was not one to indulge in idle chatter. Their primary purpose for attending was to honor the memory of the father who had cherished him but had sadly passed away. After paying their respects, they had no intention of staying for lunch. Nonetheless, proper introductions were still warranted. Xi, this is your grandmother. Zhou Xi smiled warmly at Madame Li, gently calling her grandmother, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao followed suit, addressing her as great-grandmother. Madame Li regarded the splendidly dressed trio before her with a complex mix of emotions. Noticing the expressions of her son and daughter-in-law, her unease deepened, and all she could manage was a stiff repetition of the word good. Aside from Madame Li's slightly unnatural demeanor, Uncle Li was somewhat aloof, while the rest of the Li family greeted the trio with warmth. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Huashong led them to the family ancestral grave for their rites. The situation having improved, he had visited the grave several times, hoping for ancestral blessings to help him reunite with Zhou Xi. My dear, this is your grandfather. He passed away 5 months before your birth. He was the person who loved your father the most in this world, and he would have been overjoyed at your arrival. Do you recall the wooden toys in your bedroom? They were meticulously crafted by him before you were born. When he passed, he lamented that his greatest regret was not being able to witness your birth. Zhou Xi had seen a photograph of her grandfather the day before. He appeared to be a gentle middle-aged man. Furthermore, from the well-preserved wooden toys, she could sense the care and dedication of their creator. Thus, she dutifully knelt and bowed in reverence, following Li Huashong's guidance. After concluding their homage by 11:30, the family should have been seated for a hearty meal. However, during the past hour, the Li family had seized every opportunity to lament their misfortunes and beg for sympathy. Some even shamelessly requested job introductions for themselves, while others boldly extended their hands for monetary assistance. Nevertheless, Zhou Xi's family was not easily swayed, and aside from the monthly pension, Li Huashong did not maintain much contact with his siblings. If provoked, they would simply leave without a second thought. As they watched their luxurious car drive away, Madame Li inexplicably felt a sense of relief, only to realize afterward that she had suffered a significant loss. Upon their return, aside from a few bags of pastries and candies, she had gained nothing. Others attempted to intervene to stop them from leaving, but the bodyguards Zhou Xi had brought offered no opportunity for such interference. However, third sister Li, upon their departure, quickly scurried back home to pack her belongings for a few days at her parental home. Upon returning, Zhou Bao immediately reported to Zhou Xi the findings of his investigation. It was indeed Madame Li who had taken her away all those years ago, fully aware of her son and daughter-in-law's temperament. If this frail child had remained, they would likely never have desired another, and most of their resources would have been allocated to her care. Consequently, her own standard of living would have diminished. With her interests at stake, it was this very reason that Zhou Xi had been abandoned. Yet, due to unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Xi had not been discarded like refuse, but rather left carelessly in a hospital corridor. When those meddlesome individuals departed, and Madame Li returned, she found Zhou Xi had vanished. Upon discovering the identity of the villain, Zhou Xi did not rush into action. Instead, she laid out all the evidence she had gathered before Li Huashong and Zhou Mingji, eager to observe their reactions. At present, among all her relatives, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao ranked as her closest allies, while Li Huashong and Zhou Mingji occupied a secondary position. Although it was a painful truth, it was nonetheless a reality. Of course, she understood that in her parents' hearts, she held the premier status. In this moment, she resembled Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao of the past, needing repeated affirmations to find solace. After all, while she was indeed their biological daughter, Madame Li remained Li Huashang's true mother. Would they genuinely be willing to confront the woman who had been by their side for so long? All for the sake of a daughter they had only just discovered? Zhou Xi was uncertain, yet she hoped they would resolutely stand by her side, just as she would always favor her two sons. Gazing at her loving biological parents, Zhou Xi maintained a serene exterior, but her heart raced nervously. She yearned to hear the answers she sought, yet feared the possibility of hearing something altogether different. Across the table, Li Huansong and Zhou Mingji carefully examined the documents before them. As they delved deeper, their anxiety mounted, culminating in expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. It dawned upon them that their previous suspicions were, in fact, unfounded. The perpetrator had been lurking among them all along, consuming their sustenance, partaking of their hospitality, and was none other than one of their closest kin. Zhou Mingji felt a surge of indignation, yearning to confront the elderly matriarch, Li, at this very moment. In contrast, Li Huansong's heart bore not only anger, but also a tinge of sorrow. After all, the child in question was his own granddaughter. How could she so callously abandon her without a shred of warmth? For over 30 years, she had masqueraded as a benevolent figure, all the while watching as the couple tirelessly searched for their child, feigning sympathy from the sidelines. In retrospect, her maternal pretenses were truly repugnant. Clenching the investigative materials in his hands, Li Huansong seethed with rage. Mother and son? Grandparent and grandchild? How utterly ludicrous. He shut his eyes, striving to suppress the tumult of resentment and revulsion within. Moments later, he reopened his eyes. Zhou Xi observed their every emotional shift with keen clarity. Though she felt a substantial conviction of 60%, she dared not fully trust that they would align with her before they uttered their thoughts. Li Huansong exchanged a glance with Zhou Mingji, who ultimately deferred to him to voice their sentiments. Darling, it is your father and mother who have wronged you. Indeed, had we been more discerning and not so blindly trusted your grandmother's words, you would not have endured such suffering for all these years. It is entirely my fault for failing to recognize the malice within your grandmother. As he spoke, tears welled in Li Huansong's eyes, and he, a grown man, succumbed to sobs. My dear, it is I who have failed you, he lamented. It is said that men do not weep, but rather, they simply have not yet reached the depths of sorrow. While tears are a rarity for most men, for Li Huansong, they were an everyday occurrence. He merely concealed his grief from the world. Rest assured, my child, I shall seek justice for you, no matter who it may be. Those who commit wrongs must face the consequences, regardless of their age. Zhou Mingji wiped away her tears, nodding in agreement. Indeed, your father speaks the truth. We shall ensure that justice is served on your behalf. Zhou Xi shook her head gently. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I appreciate your willingness to stand by me. But I wish to seek this justice for myself. After all, Li Huansong was still the son of the old matriarch and held a position of authority locally. Any public uproar could tarnish his reputation. However, Zhou Xi was different. She was the true victim, harboring no emotional ties to the elderly woman. Her quest for justice was solely for herself, and others would struggle to condemn her, for if it were not for the old matriarch, her life would have been one of happiness and security under her parents' protection. Father, I understand you are concerned for us, but there are matters I wish to resolve personally. Li Huansong believed that all of this anguish stemmed from him, feeling that the old matriarch's disdain for him had led her to abandon his child in secret. Although she favored her sons, her daughter's children would receive a modicum of leniency. At the very least, she would not harbor such disdain as to wish to cast aside her granddaughter altogether. Over the years, he had believed he had treated her with utmost kindness, providing her with a pension greater than that of his brothers and ensuring that her nutritional needs were met. While other elderly members of the village still labored to sustain themselves, the matriarch luxuriated in her wealth, wielding her influence as she pleased. Yet she had discarded his newborn daughter without a second thought. As he watched them search for their child for over 30 years, he could not comprehend such indifference. The old matriarch, now 77, though still relatively spry, was nearing the end of her days according to local life expectancy. This matter required swift planning. Time was of the essence. Zhou Mingji concurred. Yes, your father is right. We have been dutifully filial all these years, only to discover that she is the architect of our family's separation for over 30 years. I must interrogate her to uncover the depths of her malevolence that could lead her to commit such acts. She added, I shall reclaim all the gold and silver bracelets I gifted her. For her, those material possessions are akin to lifeblood. Losing them would be more agonizing than death itself. Naturally, any retribution against the matriarch would likely not be pursued through legal channels, given her advanced age and Zhou Xi's successful career. If she were to report the matter to the authorities, they would likely consider her age and circumstances and impose lenient consequences. The outcome might very well be that she remains unharmed in her own home, evading justice entirely. Thus, Zhou Xi resolved to contemplate carefully how to confront her wicked grandmother. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, upon learning that the one who had discarded their mother was the very same sinister old matriarch, exchanged looks of shock. How vile, utterly despicable! Zhou Zhao exclaimed, fists clenched in indignation. Brother, we must avenge our mother. Zhou Yu, ever the composed one, placed a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder. Fear not. Mother has her own plans. If we act impulsively now, we may jeopardize her strategy. It is not the formidable opponent that one fears, but rather the foolish ally. Zhou Zhao, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. Very well, though we cannot intervene here. I shall personally seek retribution against the one who sold us. Chapter 157, Retribution. Indeed, Zhou Xi had thoroughly uncovered the truth behind Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao's abandonment. Zhou Xi had orchestrated sending the brothers to an orphanage, only for Zhou Fangfei to secretly arrange for their demise through a nanny. The nanny, disregarding all instructions, instead sold them, using the proceeds to purchase a bicycle and a watch for her family. Among these conspirators was also Qi Guangnian, who had played a role in facilitating their plight, appearing to do nothing while subtly manipulating events from the shadows. Zhou Yuxi, Zhou Fangfei, Qi Guangnian, and the nanny were all complicit in the heinous act. When Zhou Xi was ready to exact her vengeance, she initially intended to eliminate them all in one swift motion. However, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao insisted on handling it themselves. Zhou Xi recognized this as an opportunity for them to grow, allowing them to take charge of the situation. Yet, with Qi Guangnian backed by the Qi family and Zhou Yuxi supported by the Zhou family, facing them together would not be an easy task. Hence, Zhou Xi remained vigilant, overseeing the developments from behind the scenes. In truth, her concerns were unfounded, as Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao were more than capable, systematically laying their plans with precision, poised to engulf both families when the moment was ripe. The three of them were astute businessmen, and given time, the Zhou family's commercial empire would undoubtedly flourish. All right, it is getting late. We should retire for the night. Tomorrow, we shall accompany grandfather and grandmother for some shopping. Zhou Zhao nodded obediently. Very well. In the ancestral home of the Li family, after bidding farewell to Zhou Xi and her companions, the elderly matriarch, Granny Li, turned on her heel and retreated indoors. Plagued by the fear of exposure, she had been restless for days, unable to eat or sleep properly. Now that the visitors had departed safely, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over her. After consuming a bowl of rice mixed with lard, she promptly collapsed into bed, oblivious to the fact that Sister Li San, in response to Zhou Bao's threats, had already divulged everything. At that moment, Sister Li San had gathered all her belongings and set off on a trip. Initially, she had planned to hide for a few days, but upon encountering her brother and sister-in-law's avaricious expressions at home, she swiftly changed her mind. Rather than toil with the money in her natal home, she decided to seize the opportunity to indulge in a little leisure. After a week or so of merriment, she was certain that matters at home would be settled. The following day, as Granny Li gazed at the candies and pastries on the table, she suddenly recalled her most gluttonous daughter-in-law, Sister Li San. In the past, whenever Li Huasun and the others returned, she would invariably pay her a visit the next day. Yet, this time, why had she not come? A wave of unease gripped her heart, a disquieting instinct causing her to feel alarmed. Without delay, she made her way to Sister Li San's home. Upon reaching the door, she encountered her great-granddaughter, Li Manhua, and immediately tugged at her, demanding, "Is your grandmother at home?" Li Manhua winced from the pull, wanting to break free, yet she dared not move under the weight of her gaze. She could only reply dully, "Grandmother left yesterday," saying she wouldn't be back for many days. Panic surged within Granny Li. Though the reasoning eluded her, she sensed that something significant was afoot. "Did your grandmother mention where she was going?" Li Manhua, her voice tinged with sorrow, shook her head. "She said she was going to Uncle's house." In an instant, an incredulous thought flashed through Granny Li's mind. "Did she leave when your second uncle and the others departed?" "Yes, she left right after they did." Recalling that meaningful glance Zhou Xi had cast her way upon leaving, Granny Li felt herself collapse to the ground. It was over. It was over. She had been utterly undone by Sister Li San's foolishness. From the moment she first laid eyes on Zhou Xi, she sensed there was something extraordinary about her granddaughter. Little did she know that Zhou Xi possessed such prowess, able to extract the truth from Sister Li San with just a few words. It appeared that she should have dealt with that little wretch long ago. Otherwise, none of this would have transpired. Witnessing Granny Li's increasingly contorted visage, Li Manhua was seized with terror and fled. "She's going to eat people. She's going to devour children." Li Manhua scrambled away, entirely unconcerned for the matriarch, who remained paralyzed in her self-induced terror. After her emotional upheaval subsided, Granny Li regained her composure. First and foremost, all her recent fears were mere conjecture, lacking confirmation from any source. Thus, it was possible that nothing had transpired at all. She had merely frightened herself. Secondly, even if Zhou Xi and her kin had learned the truth, there was little they could do against her. After all, this incident had occurred over 30 years ago, and aside from Sister Li San's verbal account, they could not find any evidence to substantiate her loss of a child. Thirdly, even if they unearthed substantial evidence, it would not lead to her downfall. At over 70 years of age, she was one of the village's rare centenarians. Given her advanced age, the authorities would certainly not imprison her, considering she could barely care for herself. Would they really arrange for someone to attend to her needs in prison? Such a notion was patently absurd. Most importantly, she could wield filial piety to keep her sons and daughters-in-law in check. If all else failed, she could create a scene at their workplace, and they would surely be inclined to downplay the matter for the sake of their reputation. In summary, irrespective of the circumstances, the worst she would face would be a few scornful remarks, without any severe repercussions. Having come to this conclusion, Granny Li rose calmly and returned to her quarters. Having lived to her current age, each additional day was a boon. She resolved to savor the delightful provisions at home, determined not to let the day go to waste. She brewed herself a large cup of barley milk, retrieved a piece of cured fish from the cupboard to stew for lunch, and boiled 2 eggs for breakfast. As for dinner, she planned to visit her eldest son's home to scrounge some delicacies to prepare a feast of cured meat rice for herself. She was indulging in life, blissfully unaware that her good fortune was about to come to an abrupt end. Li Huasun intended to return to their ancestral home only after Zhou Xi had arranged matters, which might delay their return by 2 or 3 days. However, during this time, Zhou Xi kept Granny Li occupied. In her view, the most effective punishment for a person was not the certainty of impending retribution, but rather the anxiety of uncertainty. The torment of the mind could be far more debilitating than that of the body. Thus, the following day, she dispatched Zhou Bao to revisit the ancestral home. He was to meander through the households of Li Weisen's brothers, deliberately omitting Granny Li's dwelling. Moreover, she instructed Zhou Bao to speak in vague, ambiguous terms. Little did she know, Granny Li's capacity to withstand pressure was notably poor, and she could not endure the ensuing turmoil that unfolded that very night. Chapter 158, The Villain's Demise. Zhou Bao visited the homes of several sons, but notably bypassed Granny Li's abode. Coupled with Zhou Bao's theatrical performance, imbued with a dark demeanor and ominous gestures, the moment he departed, the anxiety Granny Li had just managed to suppress surged back to the forefront. Especially the meaningful smile Zhou Bao cast as he rolled down the car window made her heart race uncontrollably. Upon returning home, she isolated herself in her room, kneeling before the Buddha statue in a state of dread, reciting prayers. Though she professed to be unafraid, fear gnawed at her insides. After reciting scriptures for over half an hour, her trepidation remained unabated. Thus, she resolved to employ another method to alleviate her unease and restlessness. Granny Li rose, set a pot of water to boil, and filled it with an abundance of noodles, adding 6 eggs for good measure. She intended to quell her anxiety through gluttony. In her haste to eat, she nearly choked. Coughing violently, she struggled to catch her breath, pounding her chest until she managed to swallow the food lodged within. With a sigh of relief, she savored the air, feeling as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. After inhaling the fresh air for an extended period, she turned her gaze back to the half-filled pot of noodles, her frustration escalating with each passing thought, until she finally hurled the pot outwards. With a resounding crash, broth and noodles splattered across the ground. After regaining her composure while seated, Granny Li resolved to prepare another pot of rice with cured meat. She was determined to consume every delightful morsel her home had to offer. Today, she would indulge to her heart's content, postponing any concerns until tomorrow. As she noticed the jar of pickled bayberries, she poured herself a cup to savor. The more she drank, the more addicted she became. After finishing 1 cup, she poured another, and before she knew it, she had intoxicated herself and collapsed. Her slumber was deep, lasting until after 9 in the evening when she finally awoke. The throbbing pain from the alcohol lingered in her mind, leaving her in a hazy, uncomfortable state. Sipping from the cool water in the cup, a flicker of clarity emerged in her mind. Just as she contemplated lying down for a brief respite, the urgent need to relieve herself left her no opportunity. Reluctantly, she rose, her head heavy with fatigue, and staggered toward the restroom. The facilities at this hour were far from the cleanliness of later times. They were still the rudimentary, open-air latrines. In a moment of instability, the elderly matriarch stumbled and fell, her head plunging into the pit below. Dizziness enveloped her, compounded by the darkness and the disorienting sensation of being upside down, rendering her devoid of the strength to struggle. She attempted to call for help, but the foulness of the latrine rushed into her throat, silencing any cries for assistance. After several minutes of helplessness, she remained inverted within the confines of the restroom. Not a single one of her 4 or 5 sons or numerous grandsons noticed her absence. Such a formidable woman had departed this world in such a manner. Who could have foreseen that she, in her quest for a better quality of life, had sent her granddaughter away, only to meet her end amidst filth? It truly evokes a sense of melancholy. The voice of the Li family had been silenced, and a rural matriarch had fallen, leaving behind a pot brimming with preserved meat and rice. One could only wonder how the family would react upon discovering this tragedy. In the middle of the night, Sister Li rose to use the restroom. Having lived in this place for decades, she was thoroughly familiar with her surroundings. Thus, she ventured out in the dark without a flashlight. As she stepped onto the puddle where the elderly matriarch had earlier collapsed, she lost her footing and fell. Fortunately, a stick lay nearby, and she landed awkwardly upon it, letting out a yelp of discomfort. Inside the house, Brotherly merely rolled over in his sleep, entirely disinterested in investigating the commotion. After several minutes of cursing from the ground, Sister Li finally regained her composure and limped her way to the restroom. Shaken by her earlier fall, she dared not squint in the darkness. Her eyes were wide open, fearful of slipping into the puddle again. Then, she caught sight of the matriarch, inverted in the latrine. Initially, she did not recognize what lay within. At first glance, she thought a latrine pole had somehow risen. Grabbing a nearby bamboo stick, she prodded it, finding it oddly soft, unlike a pole. What could it be? Mustering her courage, Sister Li approached and reached out, feeling as though she were touching a pair of trousers. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the familiar shoes. A flash of realization struck her like lightning. She gasped, "Hurry! Come quickly! Your mother has fallen into the latrine." Sister Li tugged at the matriarch's leg in vain, her strength insufficient to pull her out. Desperate, she called for Brotherly. After years of marriage, filled with bickering, they would have long since slept in separate rooms, if not for the cramped quarters. Now, Brotherly showed no inclination to respond, even as her voice grew louder. Instead, he pulled the blanket over his head, attempting to muffle the noise from outside. After calling several times with no response from him, and realizing the matriarch was utterly silent, she began to sense that something was amiss. The woman inverted in the latrine was surely lifeless. A cold sweat broke out on Sister Li's skin as she turned and hurried back to rouse Brotherly. Hearing her return, Brotherly feigned snoring, hoping to avoid her impending tirade of grievances. To his surprise, Sister Li remained silent, her demeanor unlike her usual complaints. "What's wrong?" he asked, peering from under the covers. "Your mother has died," she replied breathlessly. "She's in the latrine. You must go see." Brotherly frowned, instinctively retorting, "Your mother has died." In the past, Sister Li would have shot back with a scathing reply. Yet now, she was too shaken to respond, merely stating, "Believe it or not, it's your mother who has passed. Mine is still alive." Brotherly, taken aback by her unusual tone and the gravity of her words, sat up in bed. "What were you shouting about outside? I told you, your mother has died in the latrine. Head down, feet up. You need to hurry and pull her out." Having said all she needed, she resolved to fetch a flashlight to summon her courage. She feared that if she delayed any longer, she would be haunted by the memory. Seeing her genuine distress, Brotherly wasted no time dressing and grabbing a flashlight, making his way to the restroom in a few swift strides. Upon entering, the sight of the inverted figure paralyzed him with shock, the flashlight slipping from his grasp. After a moment of stunned silence, he rushed back, banging on the doors of his brothers. "Old 3, Old 4, wake up. Mother is gone." Meanwhile, Sister Li prepared water, knowing that cleaning the matriarch's body would require ample supplies. The sons, unable to assist, would leave the task to the daughters-in-law. With the matriarch's passing, the Li household was instantly ablaze with activity. Neighbors, alerted by the commotion, hastily rose to lend a hand. Firecrackers were lit, clothes were changed, and cries of mourning filled the air. Despite the multitude of people, the atmosphere was tinged with a profound sorrow. Amidst the chaos, some opportunists took advantage of the situation, sneaking into the matriarch's room to pilfer valuables before the family congregated to organize. They were cautious, taking only a handful of change and a gold ring, knowing better than to overreach, as the family's finances were well known. Having stashed her ill-gotten gains, she returned to the fray, unnoticed for a brief 10 minutes. Within the hour, the matriarch was cleaned and dressed in her burial garments. Even the dusty coffin hidden upstairs was polished to a shine and placed in the center of the main room. Indeed, life offers 3 grand occasions: the joy of birth, the celebration of marriage, and the solemn gathering of family at death. The sounds of weeping, the wailing of the swana, and the crackling of candles filled the air, creating a scene even more boisterous than at a birth. When Zhou Xi and the others received the news, it was already the following morning. How could a woman so vibrant just days ago have departed so suddenly? Their disbelief was palpable as they stood, 5 in total, staring in shock. Revenge remains unfulfilled, yet life has slipped away. At this moment, Zhou Xi finds herself pondering whether it is excessively callous to still harbor thoughts of vengeance. However, as descendants, the passing of the matriarch compels them to return home for a final farewell. Xiao Yu, Xiao Zhao quickly change into simple, modest attire. We must head back to our ancestral home shortly. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao obediently set aside their red candy wrappers and nodded in agreement. Zhou Mingji and Zhou Xi felt little in the way of emotion, while Li Wuxiang sat alone on the sofa for a considerable time. The desire to seek justice for his daughter was genuine, as was his dissatisfaction and deep-seated hatred. Yet, she was his own mother, the one who had nurtured him. And now that she had passed, he could not be completely indifferent. He mentally traversed through memories of Grandma Li from birth to the present. Finally, with a heavy sigh, Li Wuxiang reflected on the inexorable law of cause and effect. All consequences must be borne by oneself. Such is fate, inescapable. He turned and retreated to gather his belongings. To remain unaware is one thing. To be informed is another. As a public entrepreneur, should he remain unmoved upon learning of his grandmother's death, he would undoubtedly face scorn from competitors. In any case, maintaining appearances was imperative. After hastily packing their belongings, the family set off for their hometown. Upon their arrival, they found the mourning hall already prepared. Several aunts had also returned, clad in mourning attire, kneeling beside the coffin and weeping. Although the daughters-in-law feigned sorrow, their eyes glistened with tears as they performed their roles. When Zhou Xi arrived, she overheard one aunt lamenting that the matriarch had passed away at a young age, lamenting that she had finally found her granddaughter but had not been able to enjoy her company. Hearing this, Zhou Xi paused to glance at the tear-stained aunt. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will dig holes. Aside from her father, who was an exception, the other aunts and uncles were no saints either. It was evident that Grandma Li's care had been solely the responsibility of Li Wuxiang, with the other brothers contributing nothing. Over the course of more than 20 years, the expenses had accumulated to over 10,000, yet the other brothers had never uttered a word about sharing the financial burden. Now, with the matriarch gone, they still refused to contribute a single cent for the funeral. Instead, they shamelessly approached Li Wuxiang for money, exhibiting their audacity. However, Li Wuxiang was not a fool. He would not contribute a single penny for the funeral. After all, he had drafted an agreement in the third year of taking sole responsibility for Grandma Li's care. As the most competent among the brothers, he had the right to manage her affairs independently. But after her passing, the funeral expenses would not concern him in the slightest. Moreover, considering that Grandma Li had caused a rift between their family for over 30 years, he had even less inclination to bear this expense. After being rebuffed, the eldest brother felt awkward and attempted to use his seniority to reprimand Li Wuxiang. However, upon producing the signed agreement, he found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly turning away to feign busyness. The funeral for Grandma Li proceeded relatively smoothly, but once the ceremony concluded, a dispute erupted among the daughters-in-law regarding the belongings in her home. They claimed that items were missing, surely stolen by someone among them. However, no one admitted to the theft, and they each shifted the blame onto one another, ultimately leading to a deadlock. Just as one issue settled, another arose. The household items were of considerable value, and the division of possessions, including the television, became a contentious matter. Your family wants the television, mine wants it too. You want the iron pot, so do we. Eventually, the sisters-in-law even quarreled over a single bowl. Yet, these disputes held no bearing on Li Wuxiang and his family of 5, for he had already completed his retirement procedures and was preparing to accompany Zhou Xi to the capital for a leisurely life. To their surprise, upon disembarking from the plane, both Zhou Xi and Li Wuxiang encountered a mutual acquaintance. Observing the family, Qi Xingzhou paused for a moment, then greeted them with a gentle smile and a nod. He longed to join them, but he knew that the time was not yet right. He must maintain his composure. After all, they had returned, hadn't they? Still somewhat disoriented after stepping off the plane, Zhou Zhao confirmed that he had seen a familiar face, but was unsure. Mom, was that person Uncle Qi? Zhou Xi affectionately ruffled his hair, replying, yes, that was Secretary Qi. Recalling the familiar visage, Li Wuxiang murmured, Secretary Qi? Does he share the surname Qi? Though his voice was soft, Zhou Zhao, with his keen ears, caught the words. Grandpa, do you know Secretary Qi? Zhou Zhao's inquiry prompted Li Wuxiang to reminisce about an old friend, tinged with nostalgia. I do not know him personally, but judging by appearances, I likely knew his father. Really? Meeting the curious gazes of the two children, Li Wuxiang elaborated. The Secretary Qi you mentioned resembles an old friend from my military days. His name was Qi Baohua, a few years my senior, and he was the captain of our neighboring battalion. By a twist of fate on the battlefield, we became good friends. But after I left the service, we lost touch. It has been over 30 years since we last met. If Grandma Li had not lost Zhou Xi, He might have continued to shine in his beloved position instead of seeking a more leisurely role with ample time to search for his daughter. Although Li Huashang did not voice these thoughts, Zhou Xi could discern the unspoken regrets hidden in his tone. With a shift in her thoughts, she quickly devised a plan. Recalling Qi Baohua, Zhou Mingji interjected, "Indeed, your grandfather was an outstanding soldier, renowned in the army as a sharpshooter. When he donned his uniform, he captivated me entirely, making it impossible for me to resist marrying him." Time had proven her choice to be wise. Each decision she made was indeed the right one. Zhou Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Grandpa, we have a shooting range at home. Can you show me and my brother your skills later?" Li Huashang smiled. "Of course, but keep in mind, it has been decades since I last handled such things. My precision may not be what it once was." "That's all right. Just a glimpse of your prowess will be enough for my brother and me to admire," Zhou Zhao replied, exaggerating. During their time abroad, Zhou Xi had arranged for training for her sons, and perhaps due to their grandfather's genes, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao exhibited remarkable talent in shooting. Li Huashang recognized their attempts to uplift his spirits, yet he still nodded in agreement. "Very well. When we return, I shall surely demonstrate a thing or two for you. Let us depart. It is time to return home." Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao encircled Li Huasan and Zhou Mingji as they strolled ahead, while Zhou Xi trailed behind, solitary. In a moment concealed from prying eyes, she cast a glance towards Qi Xingzhou, her expression betraying a flicker of intricate emotions. Unlike Zhou Xi's convoluted feelings, Qi Xingzhou's mood was exceptionally buoyant, his pace in perusing documents noticeably accelerated. The furrowed brow that typically characterized his demeanor had now relaxed into a serene expression, indicative of his elevated spirits. Sensing his elation, the secretary promptly commenced a review of his recent activities, eager to discern the source of his joy, in hopes of better handling his moods in the future. Regrettably, after much contemplation, the secretary remained baffled, ultimately resigning to the demands of work to avoid inevitable reprimands. Li Huasan and Zhou Mingji were aware of Zhou Xi's affluence, yet they were astounded by the sheer magnitude of her wealth. They had presumed that Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu resided in a mere villa, but were taken aback to discover the opulence of an expansive estate. To their astonishment, the villa was nothing short of a grand castle. Each floor boasted not merely 5 or 6 rooms, but rather an astonishing count of over a dozen. The residence was replete with every conceivable amenity: a swimming pool, a gym, an art studio, a massage room, a shooting range, and a billiards room. There was nothing that could not be found within its walls. Gazing upon this magnificent abode, Li Huasan and Zhou Mingji were rendered speechless, their faces a tableau of astonishment. The sheer grandeur was overwhelming. Before they could fully grasp the situation, the ceremonious welcome orchestrated by Zhou Ping and Zhou commenced, reverberating with the exclamations of "Welcome, Master and Madam." The harmonious bowing and synchronized attire of the attendants left Li Huasan and Zhou Mingji momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how to react. This was starkly at odds with their usual understated environment. Fortunately, Zhou Yu discerned their discomfort and signaled the neatly arranged caretakers to resume their duties. "Grandpa and Grandma, let us venture inside and explore," he suggested. "Indeed. You and Xiao Zhao lead us on a tour." As they admired the exquisite artifacts and antique artworks within the house, Li Huasan and Zhou Mingji longed to touch them, yet hesitated, fearing that even the slightest contact might result in damages amounting to hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Zhou Mingji had previously considered her own family's circumstances to be quite favorable, yet in the presence of her daughter's lavish possessions, she felt woefully inadequate. Indeed, every era boasts its share of the affluent, yet the degrees of their wealth can vary immensely. Li Huasan, an aficionado of tea, was treated by Zhou Xi to a curated selection of renowned teas from around the globe, some of which had already been placed in the tea room, while more were en route. Zhou Mingji, with a penchant for elaborate desserts, found that Zhou Xi had similarly sought out master confectioners skilled in crafting an array of exotic sweet treats. Their bedrooms had been meticulously prepared, with custom-tailored garments made to suit their proportions. In essence, every corner of the home had been spruced up in anticipation of their arrival, leaving a pristine impression. After touring the residence, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, clutching their family album, regaled Li Huasan and Zhou Mingji with tales of their past. The children narrated with vivid enthusiasm, while the elders listened intently. Meanwhile, Zhou Xi savored a cup of coffee, relishing the moment as the warm light enveloped them, creating an atmosphere of profound warmth. Chapter 161, A Reunion of Old Friends. After an extended absence of over 10 days, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao returned to school, accompanied by Zhou Mingji and Li Huasan. Though they had taken a break, they had not neglected their studies, and they intended to resume classes alongside their peers without making up the missed assignments. Upon arrival, they waved goodbye to their grandparents from the car. "Grandpa and Grandma, we've arrived. You may head back now. There's no need to pick us up for lunch. It would be too cumbersome, they called out. Li Huasun and Zhou Mingji waved cheerfully in response. Very well, we shall return. You two must attend your classes diligently and listen to your teachers, they advised. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao nodded obediently. Understood. We will do our best. Once they departed, Shi Ren and Song Lei, who had parked at a distance, approached with curiosity. Zhou Yu, was that your grandparents in the car? They inquired. Zhou Zhao proudly puffed out his chest. Yes, they are our grandparents. Really? Are your grandparents moving in with you? Indeed. The house is spacious, and having more people makes it lively. They initially considered buying a separate home, fearing they would disrupt our studies. However, upon seeing those grand villas, they quickly changed their minds. In such a vast residence, they could easily avoid each other unless they chose to meet. Most importantly, they are considerate and understand what to say and what not to say, ensuring they won't become a nuisance. Hearing this, Song Lei sighed wistfully. How fortunate. I miss my grandparents, but they are busy helping my uncle care for his children back home and cannot visit us. Shi Ren quietly listened, offering no commentary. By the way, was there any significant news at school during our absence? The mention of gossip instantly lifted Song Lei's spirits, dispelling the melancholy brought on by nostalgia. Oh yes, indeed. And it's the kind of news that will leave you utterly flabbergasted. Zhou Yu, puzzled, asked what happened. Song Lei glanced around to ensure no classmates were within earshot before whispering conspiratorially. Do you remember the scandal involving the Long family's biological daughter and their adopted daughter? Zhou Yu nodded, recalling the absurdity of that situation. How could one forget such a ludicrous affair? Seeing they remembered, Song Lei continued. Well, I must tell you. Although Long Shanshan was raised as an adopted daughter, her biological parents are quite affluent as well. Really? Did her biological parents come looking for her? Yes, they did. However, regrettably, their intentions were far from genuine affection. They sought her out solely to request a kidney donation for her ailing twin sister. Wait, Zhou Zhao interjected. Raising a hand to pause him, let me process this. It is utterly outrageous, beyond comprehension. The existence of such morally reprehensible parents is truly revolting. They only consider their elder daughter now that the younger one is sick, which clearly indicates their lack of effort in searching for her before. Zhou Zhao was baffled by the twisted mindset of these individuals, who seemed devoid of any sense of ethical principles. You mentioned their biological family is wealthy. What do they do? I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard they are affluent individuals from the south, with some connections in the military. Oh, how the tides of fate can be cruel. Initially, one might have thought that the Long couple was already quite dim-witted, but little did they know. The biological parents of Long Shanshan were even more oblivious, embodying a complete lack of common sense. In the face of such absurdity, one could only express their sentiments with a sigh, uttering a few words of indignation. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao had always been the darlings of the school, and with their return, the incident involving Long Shanshan was swiftly eclipsed. The murmurs of gossip dwindled, and eventually, it seemed as if everyone had forgotten about the matter entirely. Upon hearing that Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao had returned, the eager old Master Qi could no longer remain idle. The very next morning, he drove to the school to drop off Shi Ren, only to cross paths with Li Huasong, although it had been over 30 years since they last met. Both men felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing each other, and it took only a moment for them to recall who the other was. Li, is that you? Do you still remember me? Old Master Qi asked, fearing that Li Huasong might not recognize him. He continued, I am Qi Baohua, the captain from the neighboring camp. We used to. Of course I remember. Li Huasong replied with a smile and a nod. Seeing the recognition in Li Huasong's eyes, Old Master Qi was instantly filled with excitement and rushed forward to embrace him. My old brother, we finally meet again. The thought that they could reunite after such a long separation was exhilarating, especially since they both recognized each other at first glance. After their embrace, Old Master Qi inquired, by the way, what brings you here? Do you have children attending this school as well? Li Huasong nodded. So, does that mean your family has a child enrolled here too? Indeed, my grandson is a freshman here, Old Master Qi replied. Recalling Li Huasong's previous quest for his own child, he added, do you have a grandson as well? Li Huasong chuckled and shook his head. Not quite. I also have a grandson studying here. Just a few days ago, we found our daughter who went missing over 30 years ago, and my grandson is also a freshman. It seems our grandsons are of similar age. Upon hearing that Li Huasong had found his daughter, Old Master Qi's face lit up with joy as he offered his congratulations. The unexpected turn of conversation made him momentarily forget the purpose of his visit to the school. The two old friends linked arms and made their way to the nearest tea house. Time had flown by. Once they were young lads in the military, and now they had both become grandfathers. They reminisced about the past, but their conversation soon shifted to the present. With both having retired, they now focused on the next generation. The children of the Qi family were all in public service, while Zhou Xi had achieved considerable success in business. Both families could take pride in their outstanding offspring. As noon approached, old Master Qi invited Li Huasong to his home for a meal. Li Huasong felt that such an impromptu visit was somewhat inappropriate, but old Master Qi did not afford him the chance to decline, pulling him towards the car with determination. To an onlooker, it might have seemed as though an elderly man was being dragged against his will. Li Huasong, unable to resist, eventually had his bodyguard call home to inform them of the situation. His daughter, Qi Mingji, was delighted that he had made a friend in the capital, and once she knew where he was headed, she did not concern herself further. Zhou Xi was busy at noon and did not return home for lunch, remaining unaware of the unfolding events. However, Qi Xingzhou, who had returned home briefly to fetch some clothes, unexpectedly encountered his future father-in-law, which was quite a surprise. Before even stepping inside, old Master Qi began calling out, "Old Chun, hurry and prepare some delicious dishes, and bring out that fine bottle of wine I've been saving." With old Madame Qi visiting her family, the household was entirely under old Master Qi's command. Everyone did as he instructed. Li Huasong noted how robust old Master Qi appeared, his voice booming. Unconcerned about the moderation of alcohol, he even urged the bodyguard to retrieve 2 bottles of wine that Zhou Xi had specially sourced for him. When Qi Xingzhou returned from work, the 2 old friends were already quite inebriated. "Old brother," old Master Qi exclaimed, "though our daughters are already married, we can still become family. I have a grandson, and you have a grandson too. When they have children of their own, we can arrange a betrothal." As old Master Qi's speech grew increasingly muddled from the wine, Qi Xingzhou, upon entering, was greeted with the unmistakable aroma of alcohol and the sound of his father's somewhat boastful remarks. He rubbed his forehead in resignation, taking a moment to gather himself before stepping further inside. In this household, only when old Madame Qi was present did old Master Qi temper his exuberance. At other times, no one could rein him in. It mattered little who came to visit. He would not be subdued. Had it been any other day, Qi Xingzhou would have instructed someone to collect the wine, but with guests present, he felt compelled to respect old Master Qi's wishes. "Old brother, let me tell you a huge secret. Among my 4 children, my 2 daughters are the most worry-free, my little cotton-padded jackets. But my 2 sons are nothing but a source of torment." Old Master Qi lamented, recounting tales of their mischievous childhood antics. From pouring pepper oil into his tea to diluting his wine with water. And once, they went so far as to paint my nails black while I slept. The worst incident was when they mixed sheep dung into my wine jar. Old Master Qi continued, slapping Li Huasong on the shoulder as he mournfully recounted these tales. "I thought they would mature with age, so I refrained from punishing them too harshly, only to find they became even more exasperating as adults. Neither of them has settled down yet. The elder one, while he has married a woman 10 years his junior, at least has a family now. But the younger one, nearing 40 and still single." Old Master Qi took a deep swig from his drink and lamented, "Though they have never caused me trouble in their careers, their romantic lives leave much to be desired." Just as he was about to divulge more, Qi Xingzhou interrupted with a loud dad, preventing him from continuing. It was a moment of realization that such matters were best left unsaid, especially in front of their children's grandfather. Old Master Qi turned at the sound of his son's voice, and upon recognizing him, he eagerly introduced Li Huasong. "Old brother, this is my youngest son, Qi Xingzhou, who, despite being nearly 40 and still unmarried, is quite exceptional in his career." Hearing his father's unrestrained remarks, Qi Xingzhou could only manage a wry smile, thinking, "Why must you make things so chaotic?" Li Huasong, slightly bewildered, nodded at the distinguished Qi Xingzhou. "Indeed," he affirmed, "quite impressive." Encouraged by his friend's approval, old Master Qi continued with his introductions. "You should call him Uncle Li, right? Isn't that correct, my dear Li?" "Yes, Uncle Li is indeed the proper form of address." Li Huasong nodded in agreement. As the 2 old friends stood together, they lost their balance and nearly fell, but Qi Xingzhou was quick to catch Li Huasong, extending a foot to steady old Master Qi in the grand scheme of existence. One might jest that even the vastness of the universe pales in comparison to the magnitude of one's father-in-law. Yet, the 2 inebriated souls remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety, collapsing onto the ground in a stupor of slumber. Qi Xingzhou found himself in a quandary, unable to chastise or strike them, yet compelled to tend to their needs with utmost care. After the housekeeper had assisted in transporting the 2 elders to their beds, Qi Xingzhou retrieved a warm towel, gently dabbing the alcohol stains on Li Huasong's clothing. He gazed intently at the man before him, his prospective father-in-law, whose acceptance he had yet to attain. With a resigned sigh, he lamented the whims of fate. Had Zhou Xi not been lost to Li Laotai in years past, they might have grown up as childhood companions, weaving countless possibilities from their innocent beginnings to their youthful days. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of gratitude for his return today. for he had been blissfully ignorant of the fact that the two families were, after many years, old acquaintances. This unexpected turn of events prompted him to hasten back after finishing work that afternoon, determined to leave a favorable impression on his future father-in-law. With Zhou Xi's return, Qi Xingzhou resolved to elevate their dining plans and initiate his pursuit. He set forth two incremental objectives. Firstly, to successfully integrate himself into the Zhou family. Should this endeavor prove unattainable, he would settle for the secondary goal of securing acceptance from the mother and son, allowing him to remain close and offer his care. The mere thought of marrying Zhou Xi felt utterly implausible, a notion he dared not entertain, for he recognized the futility of such aspirations. He believed that becoming part of the Zhou family was the most prudent and desirable outcome. Yet, life often unfolds in peculiar ways, when everything seems to progress too smoothly. Unexpected chaos tends to surface. Not only was Qi Xingzhou fixated on dining with Zhou Xi, but she too harbored thoughts of him. After all, he was the father of her child, and she had long been aware of their existence. Every action and gesture she made was a transparent reflection of her innermost feelings. She yearned to resolve this matter swiftly. Just as she contemplated sending her assistant to arrange a dinner, Lin Wanyan's voice broke through the line, tinged with tears and profound distress. "Sister Xi, Song Shi has cheated on me. I want a divorce." This is so sudden," Zhou Xi replied, taken aback. "Sister Xi, I witnessed it with my own eyes. That woman is pregnant, and Song Shi accompanied her to the hospital for checkups. He even purchased a house for her." As Lin Wanyan's fury escalated, she could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Zhou Xi found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to console her friend in this moment of betrayal. Ultimately, she could only offer a dry reassurance. "Whatever decision you make, I will support you. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." She harbored a deep-seated disdain for all unfaithful men and women. In her previous life, witnessing such treachery online had ignited a fierce desire to confront those scoundrels. Now, presented with an opportunity to act, she felt compelled to aid Lin Wanyan in ensuring that the betrayers faced the consequences of their actions, leaving them to regret their choices. The thought of those unfaithful souls kneeling in remorse brought her a sense of inexplicable satisfaction. However, she understood that matters must be approached with reason and evidence. Reflecting on past misunderstandings, Zhou Xi cautiously asked, "I certainly believe what you're saying, but are you absolutely certain he has cheated? Could there be some miscommunication between you two?" It was paramount to avoid a misunderstanding that could render her vulnerable. "I saw it with my own eyes. It has to be infidelity. Otherwise, why would he show such meticulous care for that pregnant woman?" Yet, recalling her own past instances of jumping to conclusions, Zhou Xi resolved to heed her own advice and ascertain the facts before taking action. "All right, I understand. Please, do not act impulsively. Remember, she is pregnant. If you take matters into your own hands, she will become the pitiable figure, and your leverage will diminish significantly. Rest assured, I have access to the world's finest legal team. Your interests will be safeguarded to the utmost extent, provided you remain within the bounds of the law." Lin Wanyan nodded through her tears, assuring her, "I know, I won act rashly." Without Lin Wanyan, there would be no Song Shi as he was today. If he had truly wronged Lin Wanyan, Zhou Xi could easily unravel his years of effort with a single action. This was not merely for her own sake, but because Lin Wanyan had once extended a helping hand during her most challenging times. Initially, she had forgotten this. It wasn't until a serendipitous moment when she spotted the bracelet on Lin Wanyan's wrist that she recalled a time when she was still considered an outcast. She had once collided with Lin Wanyan, causing her to drop her roasted chestnuts, and, instead of reprimanding her, Lin Wanyan had shown compassion by buying her 3 substantial meat buns. That meal had been a rare moment of warmth in her tumultuous life. Eventually, she realized that fate had destined them to become good friends. As for Song Shi's infidelity, she hoped it was merely a misunderstanding. Yet, even if it was a misunderstanding, it stemmed from his lack of discretion and thoughtfulness. Could someone as innocent and pure in love as Lin Wanyan continue with someone who displayed such carelessness? Zhou Xi shook her head. It was highly improbable. The silver lining was that Lin Wanyan was no naive romantic. Though she trusted Song Shi, she understood that business must be conducted on its own merits, and shares belonged to those who rightfully earned them. Thus, aside from the investments Zhou Xi had made, Lin Wanyan retained a significant stake in Song Shi's company, positioning her as the second-largest shareholder after him. The dividends she received each month were substantial enough to ensure she was not a mere housewife seeking handouts. After concluding the call and regaining her composure, Lin Wanyan reached out to her in-laws, explaining her emotional state and the potential for conflict with Song Shi. She wished to shield Song Lei from the turmoil that might arise between her and his father. Consequently, she requested that her in-laws take Song Lei to stay in the nearby house for a time. While minor disputes were inevitable between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, Her in-laws genuinely cherished Song Lei. Upon hearing Lin Wanyan's request, they readily agreed, momentarily forgetting their own son, Song Shi. That evening, when Song Lei returned home and learned of the news, his immediate reaction was one of joy. For it meant he could enjoy an extra 10 minutes of sleep in the morning. Yet, alongside his happiness, a sense of unease began to creep in, as if something were amiss. However, upon reflection, he discerned nothing out of the ordinary. Perhaps he was simply overthinking. Lin Wanyan's in-laws were remarkably efficient. She had called them at noon, and by the afternoon, they had arrived. That evening, as they moved in after Song Lei's school day, he began to realize that only he and his grandparents would be residing there. He then asked, "Mom, won't you and Dad be moving in with us?" Lin Wanyan made an effort to raise a smile and shook her head. "Mom and Dad are about to sign a significant deal. If this project succeeds, our family business will ascend to greater heights." For the upcoming month, her parents would be exceedingly busy, either pursuing business or working overtime at the office, with erratic schedules that left them little time to care for her. Hence, her grandparents were invited to keep her company. Song Lei, filled with excitement, asked, "Really? Is our family business going public?" Lin Wanyan couldn't help but chuckle at his greedy expression. "Soon, very soon. As long as Mom and Dad work hard, the company will definitely go public in the near future. And you, Mom and Dad, work hard so I can be a wealthy second-generation heir who can lounge about." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyan shot him an exasperated glare. "Dream on. If you dare lounge around at home, wasting our family's resources, I will certainly break your legs." Song Lei leaned on Lin Wanyan's shoulder, grinning widely. Mom, my dear mother, you are the best mom in the world. I am your precious son. You wouldn't break my legs, would you?" Lin Wanyan gently pushed his face away from her shoulder. All right. I need to return to the store to help. You must listen to your grandparents and not cause any trouble, understood?" After leaving home, Lin Wanyan wandered aimlessly through the streets, only returning home when darkness fell. As she had anticipated, Song Lei had not yet returned. Calmly, she walked to the landline and called his company. The boss had left 2 hours earlier. Song Shi was a workaholic who never left early if there was work to be done. Today, he had left unusually early, and it only took half an hour to drive from the company to their home. So where had he been for the past 2 hours? The answer was unmistakable. He must have gone to see that pregnant woman. Lin Wanyan was not one to wallow in self-pity. She decided to confront Song Shi tonight, giving him a chance to explain. Chapter 164, Hesitation. She waited in the living room, and it was not until after 9 that Song Shi finally returned. Seeing Lin Wanyan sitting stiffly on the sofa, he paused for a moment, then tiredly rubbed his eyes and gently asked, "Wife, have you eaten? Why aren't you watching TV?" Lin Wanyan stiffly turned her body to face him, fixing her gaze on him. "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Song Shi, feeling guilty, averted his gaze and casually replied, "There was something at the company. I've been working overtime." Upon hearing this, the excuses she had conjured up in her mind shattered instantly, and her disappointment was palpable. "Song Shi, do you remember the guarantee you signed when we got married?" Song Shi nodded, reciting, "To be honest with each other, never to deceive." Lin Wanyan gazed at him steadily. "Have you ever broken those vows?" Song Shi hesitated for a moment, struggling internally, but ultimately chose to divert the topic. "Wife, I brought you your favorite soup dumplings. They might be a bit cold. Let me go heat them up." Saying this, he set down the bag and headed towards the kitchen with the food container. Look at that, such a perfunctory gesture. He didn't even bother to disguise it. However, Lin Wanyan refused to give him an escape. She raised her voice, affirming, "Song Shi, you've lied to me." Her words caused Song Shi to freeze in place, his evasion rendered futile. They remained locked in this tense silence, one still holding on to hope, while the other remained silent and unyielding. After 10 minutes of this standoff, Lin Wanyan lost her patience and decided to lay everything bare. "Song Shi, when do you plan to tell me about that woman?" Song Shi remained silent. It was not that he did not want to speak, but he simply did not know how to articulate it, so he chose to remain mute. In Lin Wanyan's eyes, silence equated to acquiescence, and acquiescence confirmed the truth. Watching him remain motionless, she felt her strength wane, her previously upright posture sagging. She stared blankly ahead, as if gazing at something yet seeing nothing at all. It was only when Song Shi placed the steaming soup dumplings in front of her that she snapped back to reality. Looking into his eyes filled with concern, Lin Wanyan sighed heavily. "Song Shi, it seems our paths might diverge here." Anticipating her next words, Song Shi hurriedly interjected, "Wife, things aren't as you think. Please trust me, give me some time, and I will explain everything." Lin Wanyan's heart sank. He was aware that she knew, but waiting was her greatest fear. And in this world, it was about willingness and desire. The so-called waiting was merely a matter of choice or indecision. To put it plainly, it meant that her worth was deemed less important than what he concealed from her. Yet, seeing the redness in his eyes, the pleading expression, and the memories of their shared years, Lin Wanyan ultimately softened. She refrained from voicing the latter part of her thought. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and struggled to articulate, "Songshi, I will give you 3 days, only 3 days. No matter what happens. I hope you will explain everything to me clearly, otherwise, our fates will come to an end." Songshi nodded eagerly. "All right. I will sort everything out and tell you everything in 3 days." On the surface, the couple seemed to have reached an understanding. But only Lin Wanyan knew that the fissure in her heart was growing wider. Songshi's earlier inaction was tantamount to an admission of guilt. The time she was willing to give him was not a chance for him, but rather a means for her to secure her own interests. The moment he chose silence, he forfeited his opportunity, and their future dimmed. Noticing Lin Wanyan's demeanor soften, Songshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew she was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. After weathering so many storms together over the years, she wouldn't easily give up. Most importantly, he was certain of her love for him. Of course, he loved her too and believed he had done nothing to betray her or their family. In his heart, she and their child remained paramount. The misunderstandings he had encountered were merely due to responsibility. Once he ensured their well-being, everything would conclude. Seeing Lin Wanyan's expression soften, Songshi quickly picked up a soup dumpling with chopsticks and offered it to her mouth. "Wife, try it and see if it tastes as good as before." Lin Wanyan stiffly opened her mouth and took a bite. It had gone stale. How could it possibly taste the same as before? Noticing her silence, Songshi, with good sense, refrained from pressing further, instead offering her another dumpling. Yet this time, Lin Wanyan simply shook her head faintly and stood up to head upstairs to rest. Though she had agreed to give herself 3 days, Songshi sensed something was amiss in her forlorn expression as he attempted to follow her. However, his phone rang again, and he had no choice but to stop and answer it. "Yes, all right, I understand. Don't be afraid, I'll be there shortly." Hearing the door slam shut, Lin Wanyan exhibited a bitter smile. How ironic it was that he had barely returned for half an hour before a single phone call whisked him away. After Songshi left, she too turned to descend the stairs. Approaching the landline, Lin Wanyan dialed Zhou Xi's number. "Sister Xi, I have decided to divorce Songshi. Is there any way for me to maximize my benefits in this marriage?" After a brief pause, she listened intently. "I understand. I will send someone over tomorrow. For tonight, focus on resting, and don't dwell on anything else. Only by rejuvenating yourself can you be in the right state to secure greater advantages." "All right, thank you, Sister Xi. I comprehend." After hanging up, Lin Wanyan retrieved the finest bottle of red wine from the cabinet, positioning herself by the window to sip while gazing at the moonlit night. After all, he had been the one she cherished for over 20 years. Witnessing him in such a state was undeniably painful. As she continued to drink, tears began to flow silently, ultimately transforming into loud sobs. She permitted herself to wallow in sorrow for the night, allowing herself to be an unrefined and unglamorous woman for just this evening. Come morning, everything must revert to its former state. While Lin Wanyan sat alone, drinking and weeping under the night sky, Songshi arrived at his subordinate's home. Hearing the sound of a key turning in the lock, Wang Qing hastily loosened her hair and intentionally unfastened 2 buttons of her nightgown. As Songshi stepped through the door, she feigned fear and rushed into his embrace. "Brother Song, I just dreamt of Zhou Xi. He said he was cold and scared alone in the water and wanted me and the baby to keep him company." Chapter 165. Unaware of his own despicability, lacking a sense of propriety. Feeling the softness in his arms and the indescribable sensation, Songshi's instinctive reaction was one of shock. Once his willpower returned, his first impulse was to push her away. However, after finally bringing her here, Wang Qing was not about to give him that chance. She clung tightly to his waist, her voice quivering. "Brother Song, what should I do if Zhou Xi really wants to take me and the baby away?" Songshi struggled to free his hand from her grasp several times, but was unsuccessful. Moreover, her mention of Zhou Xi softened the heart that had just begun to harden, and he gently patted her back in a soothing manner. "All right, don't be afraid. I'm here. I will take care of you both." Yes, since he had shielded him from disaster, he must now assume responsibility for taking care of his wife and child, allowing him to depart in peace. Zhou Xi had been hired as Songshi's driver 2 years prior. Though their relationship was one of employer and employee, they shared a strong bond. Songshi had dined at his home on several occasions and gradually realized that assigning him as a driver was a disservice to him, thus relocating him to the sales department. His judgment proved correct, as within less than 6 months of joining the company, Zhou Xi had secured 3 significant contracts. Yet, fate is unpredictable. Earlier this year, Zhou Xi had sacrificed himself to save Songshi, tragically drowning along with his car in the river. At that time, Wang Qing had just discovered she was 2 months pregnant. With her husband gone, her world crumbled in an instant. Songshi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. providing her with a generous compensation package to ensure that she and her child would never have to worry about their livelihood. However, Wang Qing was inherently ambitious. With 2 million and a consistently profitable company, she knew what choice to make. Thus, she devised various excuses to avoid returning home. Today, the light bulb was broken and she needed Song Shi to fix it. Tomorrow, she had a nightmare about Nanyang Ji and sought his comfort. The day after. From that point on, their interactions became increasingly frequent. What started as simple electrical repairs evolved into accompanying her to prenatal checkups. Regardless of whether it was a significant matter or a trivial one, if Wang Qing called, he would be there in an instant. Just like now, he felt he had done nothing out of line, nothing to betray his family, yet he naturally embraced Wang Qing, providing comfort as if he were oblivious to the impropriety of the situation. Noticing Song Shi's soothing gestures, a faint smile appeared on Wang Qing's lips. With a quick flick of her eyes, she adopted a demure demeanor, gently rubbing against his chest. Brother Song, thank you for being here with me. If you hadn't come, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Feeling her gentle nuzzle, Song Shi frowned slightly, but looked at the photograph of the deceased hanging across from him. Ultimately, he merely sighed softly, stroking her hair. All right, it's getting late. I'll stay with you, but you need to rest. I will leave once you fall asleep. Leave? How could that be possible? Now that she had opened the door, Wang Qing was determined not to let him go easily. Cultivating her emotions, her tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. Brother Song, am I troubling you? Before Song Shi could respond, she continued, I don't want to be this way either, but I cannot control my emotions. Every time I am alone, I cannot help but think of Yang Ji. Sometimes I even blame him. He left so carefree, leaving us to suffer in this world. I am a widow without a husband, and my child will grow up without a father, destined to be scorned as a bastard. At times, I cannot help but think that rather than endure this, it would be better to jump from the balcony with my child, so we can be together again. At least that way, we could remain a family and escape the pain of separation. Upon hearing her suicidal thoughts, Song Shi immediately panicked. That cannot happen, absolutely not. He firmly pulled Wang Qing closer, stating seriously, whatever difficulties you face, come to me. I will help you and your child. But under no circumstances should you entertain such thoughts again. Wang Qing remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Song Shi, feeling a swell of compassion, led her to the sofa and continued to comfort her. His own wife was at home, weeping alone, while he was here, embracing another man's wife. The irony was palpable. Indeed, it was profoundly ironic. After an emotional release, the following day, Lin Wanyan arose and meticulously groomed herself from head to toe, appearing rejuvenated and full of vitality. After breakfast, she promptly departed to meet with the individuals Zhou Xi had arranged. As for whether Song Shi had returned, she was entirely unconcerned. Unbeknownst to Song Lei, who was blissfully ignorant of the turmoil in his parents' relationship and the impending collapse of their family, he was currently on his way to school, clutching warm buns steamed by his grandparents. One sip of soy milk, one bite of bun, pure bliss. While Lin Wanyan was on the phone last night, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao had been seated beside Zhou Xi, thus they were aware of the general situation regarding the Song family. This morning, they specifically brought Song Lei's favorite snacks to express their concern. However, upon witnessing his somewhat foolish demeanor, they quickly realized that Song Lei was unaware of the circumstances. Zhou Yu gently adjusted the collar of his shirt, which had become disheveled due to his haste. A person typically known for his cold demeanor suddenly displayed an unexpected tenderness. Song Lei looked at Zhou Yu, bewildered by this change. Seeing his puzzled expression, Zhou Yu chuckled and shook his head. In truth, this was quite good. Being a bit naive was better. After all, the outcome remained the same. Knowing a minute later would spare him a minute's worth of suffering and worry. Zhou Yu's smile only deepened Song Lei's confusion. Zhou Yu, what's wrong with you today? You're not so cold anymore. Shiren also appeared puzzled. But Zhou Yu did not respond. Instead, he urged them to hurry lest they be late and to quickly enter the school. The revelry of yesterday's drinking session left Li Huasong in a state of inebriation until well past 9 the following morning. He anticipated a scolding from Zhou Minji. Yet to his surprise, none came. Not only did Zhou refrain from rebuking him, but she also thoughtfully instructed the kitchen to prepare a comforting soup for his stomach. Observing the slightly guilty expression on Li Huasong's face, Zhou chuckled and said, "All right, hurry and drink your soup. It was merely a moment of indulgence. There's nothing to fuss over. I want to make a big deal of it. However, let us not make this a habit. You must take care of your health, as you have many years ahead with us." Upon hearing this, Li Huasong smiled and replied, "All right, yesterday was an anomaly. I assure you it won't happen again." His thoughts drifted to the diligent care provided by Qi Xingzhou and the sight of old master Qi proudly showcasing photographs yesterday. Li Huasong gently tapped his head, feeling an unsettling sense that he had forgotten something of great significance. A photograph? What could it possibly be? The more he tried to recall, the more elusive it became. Chapter 166. Old friends become in-laws? Fortunately, Li Huasong did not press himself too hard. If he couldn't remember, he wouldn't. Instead, he continued to relish the moment while sipping his soup alongside his wife. Meanwhile, old Master Qi faced a dire situation. Enduring a thorough reprimand from the unexpectedly returned old Madam Qi. Look at you, a man of nearly 80, yet more difficult to manage than a 3-year-old. Do you not realize that your body can no longer tolerate alcohol? Must I supervise you daily for you to behave? Old Master Qi shrank into the couch, feeling like a quail under her scolding. Seizing the opportunity while she took a sip of water, he furtively turned his gaze to the seemingly unconcerned Qi Xingzhou, hoping for a few words of support. However, Qi Xingzhou appeared oblivious to his desperate plea, contentedly sipping his tea. Witnessing his son's nonchalance only deepened old Master Qi's unease, reminding him of Li Huasong's comments from yesterday about how wonderful and considerate his daughter was. Not only had she arranged for him to reside in a lavish mansion, but she had also secured him a dedicated bodyguard. Knowing his fondness for tea, she procured the finest from around the world. Additionally, she had arranged for him to have access to exclusive golf courses, among countless other luxuries. This realization left old Master Qi feeling quite envious, though he had 4 children. A numerical advantage that paled in comparison to the single daughter of Li Huasong. 2 daughters, one lost in romance, the other focused solely on her own household. As for his 2 sons, both were burdensome. Even at 60, he found himself lamenting the lack of grandchildren. Best not to dwell on that. By the way, didn't Li Laodi mention his daughter's name last night? What was it? Old Master Qi gave a vigorous pat to his heavy, liquor-laden head, subconsciously believing that this name held great importance and needed to be recalled. Old Madam Qi, sensing his distraction, mistook it for dissatisfaction with her nagging and intensified her tone. What? Are you growing impatient? Who do you think I'm doing this for? It's all for you. Old Master Qi felt a swell of grievance. He hadn't lost focus. He dared not. While he felt wronged, he still needed to offer comfort. Dear, please sit tight. There's no impatience here. I was merely pondering the name of Li Laodi's daughter that he mentioned yesterday. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before, but it eludes me. After offering his explanation, he resumed his contemplation. Old Madam Qi, perplexed, inquired Li Laodi? Which Li Laodi? None of our relatives or friends bear that surname. As he continued to reminisce, old Master Qi took the opportunity to clarify. Back when we were stationed in the southern military region, he was from the neighboring battalion. To jog your memory, he was the one whose daughter went missing and who then transitioned to civilian life. Li Huasong. His wife is a particularly gentle teacher named Zhou Xi. Is that correct? Old Master Qi nodded affirmatively. So it's them. How did you come to meet? Have they moved to Beijing? Yesterday. Old Madam Qi, overwhelmed with excitement, bombarded him with a flurry of questions. Old Master Qi, momentarily at a loss, struggled to determine which question to answer first. After taking a sip of the tea old Madam Qi had just consumed to soothe his dry throat, he began to respond methodically. Yesterday, while I was taking Xiao Ren to school, I encountered Li Laodi, who was also dropping off his grandson. During our conversation, I learned that just over 10 days ago, they finally found their daughter, who had been lost for over 30 years. She has settled in Beijing, prompting them to move here as well. As he spoke, he retrieved a note from his pocket and handed it to her. Oh, and he left me his contact information. Old Madam Qi took the note, and, upon glancing at it, recognized the address. He lives at Zizhuangjuan, where Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao also reside. Old Master Qi had previously overlooked the address on the note. Now that he noticed it, he confirmed, indeed, they live in the same area. It's a haven for the affluent. Their daughter must be quite accomplished. He nodded in agreement. Our grandson's mother is indeed exceptional. Upon hearing this, old Madam Qi shot an exasperated glance at Qi Xingzhou. You worthless fellow, you can't even bring back your wife and children. Perhaps his daughter knows our grandson's mother. You must think hard about what her name is. At this moment, the previously silent Qi Xingzhou interjected, it's Zhou Xi. However, his comment was conveniently ignored by the elder Qi couple. Zhou Xi, how could they not know? They were well aware that their grandson's mother was named Zhou Xi and did not require a reminder from someone who couldn't even retrieve his wife and children. Seeing that they disregarded him, Qi Xingzhou reiterated, Zhou Xi, your friend's daughter is named Zhou Xi. This time, his words did not go unnoticed by the elder Qi couple, who gasped in disbelief. What? What did you say? I said, Qi is indeed your friend's daughter. Really? Are you telling the truth? You're not deceiving us. Qi Xingzhou nodded. It's true, I never lie. With a sudden motion, a strawberry that had been in old Master Qi's hand moments before appeared in Qi Xingzhou's grasp. You ungrateful child, if you knew all along. Why did you watch me fret? Old Madam Qi also shot a disapproving look at Qi Xingzhou. This child, the older he gets, the more immature he becomes. Yet, As a mother, her heart ached for him. She firmly held old Master Qi's hand, declaring that since they had already scolded him, there would be no further punishment. Xingzhou, when did you find out? Not long ago, while returning from a business trip, I encountered Zhou Xi and her family at the airport. Coupled with the fact that yesterday, my father and Uncle Li were drinking at home, it became clear to me the intricate relationships among them. Old Madam Qi nodded, realizing the situation. Ah, fate. This must be what they call fate. Had the child from the Li family not been lost at birth all those years ago, where might we be now? Alas, one can only lament the whims of destiny. In stark contrast to old Madam Qi's reflections, old Master Qi, having come to terms with things, pointed at Qi Xingzhou with a mocking grin. Ha ha, you're finished. Previously, you only had to deal with her and her 2 children. But now you have to contend with your in-laws as well. Who knows how long it will take to earn their approval. Old Master Qi had long since reconciled himself to the fact that, regardless of the outcome, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao carried the bloodline of the Qi family. Whether they could be recognized or not, he regarded them as his own grandsons, no different from the 2 children of Qi Dage. Whatever the Qi family heirs were entitled to, these 2 brothers would have as well. As long as he was able, he intended to acknowledge the 2 children, yearning for them to call him grandfather. As for Qi Xingzhou, let him do as he pleases. Each generation handles its own affairs. And he had reached an age where he ought to enjoy life rather than fuss over trivialities. Unbeknownst to him, however, Qi Xingzhou had already devised a counter-strategy. Seizing the opportunity to voice it today, I plan to marry into the Zhou family. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor echoed sharply. Old Master Qi looked at Qi Xingzhou in disbelief. What? What did you just say? Is that something a person can say? No, to be precise. Is that something my obstinate son would say? He simply could not believe it. Old Madam Qi found the notion equally implausible. She would rather believe that her son would live a life of solitude than accept that he would marry into another family. I speak the truth. I have never offered protection to them, nor have I appeared when they needed me, nor have I spent a single cent on them or shown them any affection. Now that their lives have improved, if I were to shamelessly demand they return to me, that would be the height of arrogance and ignorance. Old Master Qi did not quite agree with this perspective. But you are their father. For over a decade, you have shirked your responsibilities. Now that you know, you must bear the weight of those responsibilities. Qi Xingzhou offered no explanation, merely countering. Father, let us switch perspectives. If Xi were your daughter, would you be willing to allow someone like me, a sudden intruder, to reap the benefits? Old Master Qi fell silent, unwilling to concede. Of course, he would not be willing. If his circumstances were dire, struggling to make ends meet, he might have accepted the man's wishes. Yet, the opposite was true. Their family was well off, and the Zhou family was even better. There was simply no need to disrupt their peaceful existence for the sake of wealth. Even so, old Master Qi remained opposed to Qi Xingzhou marrying into the Zhou family. But you are not without options. You have other choices. Qi Xingzhou continued to outline his plans. I do have alternative paths. If they refuse to accept me, if I cannot enter the Zhou household, then I shall remain by their side as a friend. Beyond these 2 options, I cannot conceive of a better way to make amends with them. Of course, he had his own selfish motives. But those thoughts he only wished to share privately with Zhou Xi. On the surface, old Master Qi appeared magnanimous, yet he harbored a degree of patriarchal stubbornness. Particularly regarding this matter, he was entirely unwilling for his son to become a guest in another household. Conversely, old Madam Qi was more open-minded and comforted him. Enough. Xingzhou is over 30. He is no child. Frankly, I see this as quite a good thing. Furthermore, why should men rejoice in marrying a wife, while women cannot bring a husband into their homes? As long as the children are happy, I wholeheartedly support this. Old Master Qi wished to retort, but old Madam Qi would not grant him that opportunity. She seized a piece of bread from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, rendering him speechless. Turning to Qi Xingzhou, she added, "This matter cannot be delayed any longer. You must seize the opportunity to inform Zhou Xi and the children that you are their biological father. As for Uncle Li, well, let us leave that for another time. Just focus on relaying this news to them." Qi Xingzhou nodded. Yes, understood. He had already made reservations at a restaurant and planned to meet Zhou Xi for a meal to gauge her thoughts before determining the next steps. Meanwhile, Zhou Xi, who was attending to work matters, also kept this issue in mind. After managing her current tasks, she instructed Zhou Bao to find a restaurant with an elegant atmosphere suitable for discussions. She needed it for the following Wednesday evening. Zhou Bao nodded, quickly filtering through options that met Zhou Xi's criteria, ultimately selecting a jasmine garden that had been established for over 30 years. The cuisine was secondary. What mattered was the convenience for the conversation. After concluding her work, her subordinate, who had been assisting Lin Wanyan with divorce proceedings, called again. "Boss, there's a problem with the Song family's company. They have an employee named Nan Yangji, who was sent as a corporate spy. Although he has long passed away, The 3 significant threats he left behind are continuing to fester and will soon come to light, potentially leading to the complete annexation of the Song family. Zhou Xi acknowledged this with a simple mm. She instructed her subordinate to relay all this information to Lin Wanyan, emphasizing that whatever choice she made, they should assist her in achieving her desired outcome. 20 minutes after hanging up, her office phone rang once more. Sister Shishi. Song Shi's company has been set up. There are several hidden traps inside. If I manage to resolve the divorce and property division within a month, will I be held responsible if one of these traps explodes down the line? Zhou Xi had already contemplated this question 20 minutes prior and refrained from calling Lin Wanyan, knowing she would likely reach out first. Listen to what I told your assistant. Resolve the share issue first, then gather evidence of his infidelity. All matters must be concluded within 20 days. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Wanyan ceased her lamentations. For her, time equated to money. She could not afford to wallow in sorrow. As for whether to save Song Shi's company, the answer was a resounding no. Before seeing the provocative photos sent by Wang Qing, she might have considered it. However, after viewing those explicit images, she felt nothing but disgust. The notion of a day as husband and wife is 100 days of grace was utterly ridiculous. Money was paramount. Only money mattered. For her own sake. And for her child, she needed to extricate herself swiftly. Of course, she would reclaim the funds that Wang Qing had taken from Song Shi through other means. Neither Song Shi nor Wang Qing were good individuals. Chapter 168, The Explosion. Lin Wanyan had endured hardships alongside Song Shi, rising from poverty to amass a fortune of several tens of millions. But it was not to be a mere garment for another. Having made her decision, she immediately acted upon the directives given by the elite individual dispatched by Zhou Xi to assist her. Not only did she seek to extricate herself from the situation, but more crucially, Song Lei must continue to live his carefree existence as the pampered young master. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to these developments, Song Shi was tenderly caring for the pregnant Wang Qing. Since last night, he had neither returned home nor visited the office. Wang Qing had held onto him tightly, and the moment he made the slightest movement, she would awaken from her dreams, startled. The night was filled with tears from one and gentle reassurances from the other, creating a ruckus until dawn. When the first light of day broke, Wang Qing, feeling guilty, insisted on preparing dumplings for Song Shi. However, the endeavor ended in failure as she accidentally burned herself. Consequently, Song Shi accompanied her to the hospital, and by the time they returned, it was well past 11 in the morning. With no option left, as Wang Qing could not cook due to her injury, he stayed behind to prepare lunch for her. After the meal, he ventured to the market to procure an array of fresh ingredients and fruits, kindly instructing the neighbor to come by daily to cook for her. All these tender acts were captured in photographs and sent to Lin Wanyan. Observing his thoughtful and gentle demeanor, Lin Wanyan's heart ached intensely. Yet, the pain only fueled her resolve to act ruthlessly. The deeper her anguish, the harsher her actions became. This was no one's fault but their own. Once Wang Qing's needs were meticulously attended to, Song Shi finally remembered his marital status. He was a man with a family. Reflecting on Lin Wanyan's attitude from the previous night and the promise he had made, he felt a surge of frustration and slapped himself. After a visit to the office to manage affairs, he hurriedly bought Lin Wanyan's favorite snacks before heading home, only to find the house empty, devoid of her presence. Initially, he feared that Lin Wanyan had left in a fit of anger, prompting him to search through the wardrobe upstairs. Finding her clothes and jewelry still there, he gradually began to relax. He placed the snacks on the table, left a note, and returned to the office to deal with matters. Upon returning that evening, he still did not see Lin Wanyan at home. However, reassured by the presence of her cherished belongings, he felt no concern and took his time preparing dinner in the kitchen. Yet, little did he know, with him there, Lin Wanyan would not partake in the meal he had prepared, as she had already dined elsewhere and even made an extravagant purchase at a jewelry store. When she returned, Song Shi sat alone at the dining table, arms crossed, coldly gazing at her. In the past, she would have sweetly approached him to comfort him. But now she feigned ignorance, cheerfully humming a tune as she carried her spoils upstairs. Seeing himself completely ignored by her ignited a mix of anger and frustration within Song Shi, leading him to slam a glass of red wine to the floor. The wine splattered, mingling with the shattered glass, creating a stark and unsightly contrast against the pristine tiles. Lin Wanyan, however, paid no mind to the chaos, continuing her ascent upstairs. For Song Shi, being so disregarded was not a trivial matter. He felt akin to a spoiled child, used to being coddled. Now faced with a partner's sudden indifference, desperate to regain her attention, he resorted to childish antics, only to find them counterproductive, resulting in nothing. Realizing Lin Wanyan had already gone upstairs, he sprang to his feet and hurried after her. He forcefully pushed open the bedroom door and grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Wife, I've prepared dinner and your favorite red wine. Shall we eat together?" As usual, Lin Wanyan declined, saying, "Thank you, but I've already eaten outside. You should eat before the food gets cold." Observing her calm demeanor, devoid of any sign of anger, left Song Shi momentarily speechless. He recognized that she was upset, yet he wished for her to express her feelings rather than suppress them under a facade of nonchalance. He would have preferred she unleash her frustrations upon him as she used to, rather than adopt such a stance. Acknowledging his wrongdoing, he lowered himself, attempting to placate her. "Wife, I cannot eat without you here. Please, accompany me to you." Lin Wanyan, feeling irritated by his presence, had initially spoken to him gently to buy time for her own affairs. However, his persistent demeanor only served to frustrate her further. Fed up with his entanglement, Lin Wanyan shoved his arm away, stating, "Come on, how old are you? Can't you eat on your own? Are you a giant baby?" Taken aback by her sharp retort, Song Shi felt a mix of anger and realization of his own fault. He again suppressed his irritation and presented her with a diamond necklace he had purchased. "Wife, this is a necklace for you. It will pair beautifully with that green dress of yours. Would you like to try it on now?" No one would turn down a gift, not even Lin Wanyan, who had resolved to divorce him. However, having just bought herself several pounds of gold that afternoon, she found little interest in the depreciating diamond necklace he offered. Yet, to avoid revealing her true feelings, she feigned mild interest, saying, "It looks nice. Just leave it there. I'll try it on when I have time." Frustration bubbled within Song Shi as he recalled Wang Qing's delighted expression over a box of fruit he had bought her earlier that day. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he snapped at Lin Wanyan, "What is wrong with you? I know I was in the wrong last night, but you know that Nan Yangji died to protect me. I cannot disregard his pregnant wife. I have already promised to give you an answer in 3 days. Why do you insist on acting this way?" In moments of heightened emotion, the words spoken to those closest to us can cut the deepest. Once the floodgates of emotion open, they are difficult to close. In his outburst, Song Shi began to compare Lin Wanyan to Wang Qing. Wang Qing is merely a woman who has lost her husband while pregnant. My assistance comes from compassion for an employee's family. As my wife and the mistress of the company, why can't you be more magnanimous? If you had extended a helping hand to her when she reached out to you, she would not have had to come to me for assistance. Chapter 169, A Rift. Now, we certainly cannot quarrel over her. Why can't you be a supportive wife? With a sigh, Song Shi placed his hands on Lin Wanyan's arms, speaking earnestly, "Wife, managing the company alone is exhausting. Can you not empathize with me and cease this discord?" Lin Wanyan trembled in anger at his words. "Song Shi, first and foremost, the company does not belong solely to you. I hold half of it as well. I am also a woman with a career, and you have no right to expect me to be your dutiful wife. Furthermore, your dealings with Wang Qing are your own concern. Whether you accompany her for checkups or share intimate moments is of no consequence to me. I must clarify one point. When Wang Qing initially approached me for assistance, I arranged for a dedicated caregiver for her. In addition to the sum you provided, I felt pity for her and gave her an extra amount. I had mentioned this matter to you before, so your current assertion that I failed to aid her only underscores your foolishness. As if your mind were filled with nothing but chaff. You believe every word she utters. Do you possess no discernment whatsoever? Am I, your wife with whom you have shared over a decade of life, to be considered inferior to Wang Qing, whom you have known for less than a year? In disputes, Song Shi has never been a match for Lin Wanyan. In less than a minute, he was left speechless by her scorn. Yet he still attempted to struggle for an explanation. "Darling, I do not distrust you. I merely hope for your understanding." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyan scoffed derisively. "Understanding? Am I not already understanding enough? When I was racked with stomach pain and called you, you were with Wang Qing at the hospital for her checkup. During our quarrels, when I wished for your comfort, a mere phone call from Wang Qing whisked you away. I feigned ignorance while my husband spent the night away, embracing another woman intimately. You tenderly cared for the life growing within Wang Qing, purchasing clothes and toys for her child while conveniently forgetting about ours. I pretended not to know. When you sent me those explicit, disgusting pictures under the guise of care, I remained blissfully unaware. I did not argue or create a scene. How then am I lacking in understanding? Since the words have already been spoken, let us indulge in an unrestrained tirade." Lin Wanyan no longer held back, her pent-up resentment spilling forth. "A wife is less than a concubine less than an illicit affair, and as for your infidelity, Song Shi, you are merely a dog that cannot change its ways, a dog that feasts on refuse. I know what you wish to claim, that you have never wronged me, but reflect upon your actions. Which of them is befitting a man of family? You may assert that your feelings for Wang Qing are merely platonic, yet can you guarantee that when she shamelessly threw herself into your arms, your heart remained unmoved? That you did not hesitate or contemplate what might transpire? You two are already engaging in actions devoid of principle or shame. Crossing the line is merely a matter of time. Do not suggest that I am judging you with a narrow mind. I tell you, Song Shi, You are no gentleman. Merely a scoundrel. Indeed, while one can endure hardships together, it appears that sharing prosperity is an altogether different matter. You, Song Shi, believe that your compliance with my wishes suffices. However, the company, the home, and the vehicle are all equally mine. The privileges I enjoy are merely my due. And you have provided naught but emotional sustenance. Furthermore, perhaps unbeknownst to you, your patience with me has waned over the years, as you mistakenly credit your presence for my current comfort. Do not forget that had it not been for my parents' support, I would still be languishing in obscurity. Do not speak of repaying our early assistance 1,000-fold. I assure you that you will never be able to repay it in this lifetime. Song Shi has always detested the notion that his success stems from his wife's support, yet now it has been laid bare by Lin Wanyan's words. His expression contorted with discomfort, akin to having swallowed something foul. He found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he merely cast a long, penetrating glance at Lin Wanyan before resolutely departing. Once a relationship has been irreparably damaged, mending it becomes exceedingly difficult. Such is the state of Song Shi and Lin Wanyan. Every family has its burdens. Outsiders may perceive their marriage as harmonious, their family united, and their careers flourishing. Yet only those who inhabit their domestic sphere truly understand that their home has long been decaying from within. The superficial sheen is but an ephemeral illusion, destined to crumble and disintegrate. After a cathartic outburst, Lin Wanyan felt a considerable alleviation of her pent-up frustration. Quarreling and cursing aside, she would never neglect her own well-being. Despite her current disdain for Song Shi, she refused to punish her stomach. After bathing and changing into fresh attire, she descended to savor the lavish spread laid out before her. Although Song Shi was far from perfect, his culinary skills were undeniably exquisite. Contemplating the prospect of no longer indulging in such delectable fare, Lin Wanyan swiftly channeled her frustration into appetite, rolling up her sleeves to feast heartily. Meanwhile, Song Shi, consumed by anger, sat in his car for a while before ultimately deciding to drive to the office to work late. After a night spent addressing tasks in the office, he gazed at his unkempt reflection in the mirror the following morning, his face weary and haggard. A moment of bewilderment washed over him. He had always prided himself on his appearance, yet now he found himself in this disheveled state. Observing his weathered visage in the mirror, Song Shi hurriedly retreated to the bathroom to freshen up, grooming himself anew. With his hair styled and dressed in a tailored suit, he presented himself as a figure resembling a successful individual. Having completed the necessary work, he would typically choose to return home. However, today, he felt no desire to do so. After much contemplation, he resolved to visit Wang Qing, intending to inquire about the photographs and her motivations. Lin Wanyan, who held herself in high regard and never spoke falsehoods, had made her statements with conviction, indicating that they were indeed factual. He needed to confront Wang Qing directly, seeking clarity on why she would act to dismantle his family. Did she not recognize the kindness he had shown her? While anger consumed him, he did not forget to purchase the fragrant greens Wang Qing had been yearning for the previous day. Meanwhile, Wang Qing had been spending considerable sums to discreetly surveil Lin Wanyan and Song Shi, fully aware that he would seek her out today. After orchestrating this charade for an extended period, she deemed the time ripe to reveal her intentions, leaving Song Shi with no avenue of escape. As she gazed out at the radiant sunshine, she gently placed her hand on her abdomen, caressing it. The child within her was her most powerful bargaining chip. After all, no one could bear to forsake their own flesh and blood. Chapter 170, A Confrontation. After all, even a tiger does not consume its young. No one is willing to abandon their own progeny. Moreover, how could someone like Song Shi, a prominent businessman, possibly have only one child? It is a universal truth that nearly all men, regardless of wealth, harbor thoughts of infidelity. The distinction lies in the fact that men without means can only cheat emotionally, while affluent men can manifest their desires through tangible actions, surrounding themselves with a bevy of mistresses. Some of her former acquaintances from the nightclub had become the paramours of wealthy tycoons. As long as they kept their lovers content and bore them children, they would never have to worry about sustenance. Such a life is tantalizingly carefree. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such lengths to connect with Song Shi through Nan Yangji. Men are inherently inclined to stray and revel in the adoration and admiration of women. Wang Qing had long since recognized the underlying machismo within Song Shi and planned to employ a strategy of vulnerability and tears to achieve her aims. Sensing the moment was right, she began to feign remorse, kneeling before Nan Yangji's portrait in a display of contrition. I'm sorry, Yangji. I understand that what I am doing is wrong. I am fully aware that the child within me is not yours, yet I must bear him. If I insist on terminating the pregnancy, I would forever forfeit my chance to become a mother. Sob, sob, sob. Yangji, I am truly sorry. It was never my intention. Song Shi stood at the doorway, his fists clenched tightly, the bulging veins on his hands betraying the anger that simmered within. Not Yang Ji's child? Then whose is it? He never imagined she could be such a wanton woman, audacious enough to use Yang Ji's compensation money to care for a child fathered by another man. He had previously felt guilty, but now he realized she was nothing but a woman lacking in virtue. Just as he contemplated entering to unveil her true self, Wang Qing spoke again. While you were alive, I lacked the courage to reveal the identity of my child's father. However, last night, I dreamed of you, watching you tenderly caress my belly and calling to the baby. It caused me immense pain and sorrow. Had you not met with misfortune, I might have kept this secret forever and given you several children of our own. But now that you're gone, I cannot shake off the guilt of using your money to raise another's child. Yet, what choice do I have, Yang Ji, if I do not utilize this money? I truly lack the means to care for this unexpected child. As she spoke, Wang Qing, overwhelmed with sorrow, began to clutch her belly and weep. Had I known such an event would transpire that day, I would never have allowed you to invite General Song to our home. Otherwise, we wouldn't have become intoxicated, and I would never have engaged in such an act with him, nor would I now be carrying his child. With a sudden jolt, Song Shi felt as if something had exploded in his mind. What did she just say? That the child was his? Impossible. This could not be true. He could never betray Lin Wanyan. It was a fabrication, undoubtedly false. How could he possibly mistreat a subordinate's family in such a manner? In a surge of heated emotion, he flung open the door and stormed in, grasping Wang Qing, who was kneeling on the floor, demanding answers. What did you just say? Repeat those words. Wang Qing appeared startled by Song Shi's sudden intrusion, her face contorted with fear as she instinctively recoiled, clutching her belly. General Song, what are you doing here? How long have you been here? Gazing at her delicate, terrified visage, Song Shi was momentarily taken aback but pressed on with his interrogation. I never anticipated you could be such a person, daring to cuckold Yang Ji and casting this disgrace upon me. Truly, you are something else. Upon hearing his words, Wang Qing's fair face instantly filled with tears, her sobs resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom as she fervently shook her head. No, I did nothing. You misunderstood. Yet her feigned reluctance served no purpose to the furious Song Shi, only adding to his agitation. Enough of this charade. I stood at the door while you confessed to Yang Ji's portrait. I heard every word you uttered quite clearly. Now clarify for me. Whose child do you carry? Why betray Yang Ji in such a manner? Was he not good enough to you? Deep down, Song Shi was an exceedingly arrogant man, convinced he would never engage in any disloyalty to his family. Thus, he dismissed Wang Qing's claim that the child was his, firmly believing he had never crossed that line. He was all too aware of his actions. He would never be like those foolish bosses who would blindly accept a child merely based on a woman's tears. Importantly, many siblings, born of the same parents, could quarrel over inheritance, let alone children of different mothers. For men in his position, failing to manage their desires could lead to children fighting over family wealth, potentially costing them their very lives. Wang Qing had not anticipated Song Shi's level of arrogance. Even in her tearful state, he remained unmoved. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to press on. Brother Song, please, do not inquire further. Consider this matter as though you are unaware. Rest assured, the child and I shall not burden you. In a few days, I will return to my hometown with the child and shall never disturb you again. Such an artful evasion. Truly a master at deception. With that, Wang Qing turned and retreated to gather her belongings. Song Shi was taken aback by her sudden maneuver. He knew full well the child was not his. He merely sought to uncover who had cuckolded his esteemed subordinate, Yang Ji. However, before he could fully process the situation, Wang Qing emerged from the room, her eyes red and fierce as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. General Song, I am the victim here. You were the one who took advantage of me while I was drunk, forcing me into a situation that led to my pregnancy with your child. All I wanted was a peaceful life with Yang Ji, yet you chose to exploit my vulnerability while he was asleep, and then he perished because of you. You have destroyed everything. My husband shielded you from death, and now I am left to bear this child because of you. If not for your actions, Yang Ji and I would have been happily together, with a child of our own, rather than me alone in this world, bearing your child without any acknowledgement. Chapter 171, The Illegitimate Child. Despite Song Shi's firm belief that he had never engaged with Wang Qing, her repeated insinuations wore on him. Looking at her tear-streaked face, he found himself asking, you claim the child in your womb is mine. Then tell me, when did we ever have relations? He had dined at Yang Ji's home on several occasions, yet never spent the night there. On the latest occasion, he had left around 2 in the morning. Upon awakening, he was certain he had slept alone, with no signs of any intimate encounter. Moreover, he had never stayed at Yang Ji's residence for more than half an hour. Do you recall the night you left our house? Song Shi nodded. He certainly remembered. That night, both he and Yang Ji were intoxicated, and he himself was somewhat muddled. He intended to return to the master bedroom with Zhou Xi, but as he passed the guest room, she mistook him for her brother-in-law and pulled him inside. Disregarding his protests, he had never imagined that a prominent businessman like himself could behave in such a manner. He and Zhou Xi shared a strong bond, and he did not wish this incident to become an obstacle or blemish between them. After the encounter, he had fallen into a deep slumber and, out of fear, restored the room to its original state. In truth, he had wrestled with his conscience that night, contemplating reporting the incident and informing Zhou Xi. However, he feared that Zhou Xi would not be able to bear the truth, worried that Song Shi would retaliate against them. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to keep the incident a secret, treating it as though it had never occurred. Fortunately, neither Zhou Xi nor Song Shi remembered the affair. Yet 2 months later, an unexpected twist of fate had occurred. She found herself pregnant with his child. During that tumultuous period, I had only been intimate with you, which inevitably means that the child must be yours. At that time, I dared not reveal the truth to Zhou Xi, so I clandestinely rushed to the hospital, contemplating terminating the pregnancy. However, having endured a life of hardship in my youth, I realized that if I were to keep this child, I might forever forfeit the chance to embrace motherhood. Just as I found myself in a state of indecision, Zhou Xi discovered the test results tucked away in my bag. I can still vividly recall that moment. After 2 years of marriage, all he ever wished for was to have a child with me. The news of my pregnancy brought him immense joy. He eagerly planned to buy nourishing chickens and ducks for my recovery and even prepared clothing for the baby before its arrival. Witnessing his elation, I was tormented within myself. On one hand, I felt compelled to tell him that the child was not his. On the other, I could not bear the agony of losing him. The very night before I intended to reveal the truth, disaster struck, and I was left in tears. Wang Qing continued to hide her face, sobbing, leaving Song Shi rigid and motionless. His child, as the sound of her weeping echoed in his ears. He resolved to retreat to the bathroom to collect his thoughts and ponder the gravity of the situation. Reflecting back, he recalled sensing something amiss that night. But due to work-related preoccupations, he had quickly dismissed it. Now, upon Wang Qing's mention, the memories resurfaced. The events of that night were not merely figments of his imagination, but stark realities. Pregnancy, infidelity, death, betrayal, responsibility. These 5 words clashed violently in his mind, each vying for dominance. Song Shi, frustrated, raked his fingers through his meticulously styled hair, exhaling a heavy sigh of despair, uncertain of how to proceed. He acknowledged that he had erred in this matter. Yet here he was, a grown man, grappling with the complexity of it all. His wife, Lin Wanyan, was a woman who could not tolerate any form of betrayal. Having voiced her disdain for those who, upon acquiring wealth, indulged in extramarital affairs, she had solemnly warned him that should he ever betray the sanctity of their family, whether through action or by mere acceptance, their bond would be irrevocably severed, leaving them as strangers. But upon reflection, what fault lay with Wang Qing? Like Lin Wanyan, she too was a victim, yearning merely for a child of her own. Song Shi did not desire an illegitimate child. Yet he could not strip Wang Qing of her right to motherhood. Accepting her and her child meant an inevitable end to his marriage with Lin Wanyan. Although he had briefly entertained the notion of yielding to Wang Qing's wishes, his heart remained steadfastly with Lin Wanyan. He could not forsake his beautiful wife, who had endured life's trials alongside him, for a fleeting dalliance with a mere roadside weed. Before him lay but 2 courses of action. Option 1, apologize to Wang Qing, urge her to terminate the pregnancy, and compensate her handsomely, ensuring she could return to health before parting ways. Option 2, apologize to Lin Wanyan, grant Wang Qing her desire to become a mother, thereby risking the loss of his wife. He crouched in the bathroom for over 30 minutes, wrestling with his thoughts, yet failed to arrive at a conclusion. Ultimately, the cowardice concealed beneath his facade of masculinity prevailed. Though it appeared he could not decide, he had already made his choice. Between his wife and Wang Qing, the decision had long since been made. Emerging with a darkened countenance, Song Shi could not conceal Wang Qing's anticipation in her eyes. Clutching the hem of her garment, she eagerly awaited the response she so desired. I am sorry. This situation is my fault. Whatever compensation you seek, I am willing to provide. After bowing deeply to the portrait of Nan Yangji, she uttered another apology. This was his most loyal subordinate, yet he never expected such a dramatic turn of events between them. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Wang Qing's eyes. Excellent. You are progressing towards what I desire. Soon, she would attain the outcome she sought. Song Gu, had you not overheard our conversation at noon, I would have buried this matter in my heart for a lifetime, never to speak of it. However, even if I were to voice it, I do not seek responsibility from you, nor do I intend to disrupt your family. Once I recover in a few days, I will return to the countryside, ensuring I do not intrude upon your life with your wife. Her sincerity was palpable, devoid of pretense. which only served to tug at Song Shi's conscience. With a resigned sigh, he finally conceded, "Very well, we shall discuss your return later. For now, focus on your recovery. In a few days, I will assign you an assistant. Should you require anything, reach out to him." With that, he turned away, eager to escape and collect his thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, their entire exchange had been recorded, destined to become damning evidence against them. As she heard the car engine start outside, a triumphant smile spread across Wang Qing's face. Coercion? As long as she remained unwilling, such a notion would not apply to her. Just as she turned away in satisfaction, she encountered an enraged face at the door. Chapter 172. Song Lei becomes aware. Song Lei? What was he doing here? After a moment of shock, a gentle smile quickly adorned Wang Qing's delicate features. "Oh, it's little Lei. What brings you here? Have you eaten? Come in and sit. I'll go wash some fruit for you." Noting that Song Lei remained rooted at the entrance, she deliberately approached him, her hand resting on her belly. However, just as her fingers grazed his arm, he deftly evaded her touch. "Wang Ai, if you wish to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Be wary, or you may find your efforts in vain, losing everything in the process." Upon hearing this, Wang Qing's once comfortable demeanor instantly stiffened. She feigned innocence. "Little Lei, what do you mean by that? I don't understand at all." Song Lei ignored her question, instead stepping into the house and seizing a clothes-drying rod. Wreaking havoc within, he swung the rod forcefully against the newly purchased television, followed by the unwrapped refrigerator and more. As the room descended into chaos, Wang Qing clasped her ears and screamed, "Stop! You must stop this, or I will call the police." Fatigued from his rampage, Song Lei paused, letting out a scoff. "Go ahead and report me. I'm curious to see whether your child holds more importance in my father's eyes than I do." With that, he resumed his destruction. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Qing quickly dialed Song Shi's number. "Hello, Song Gu. I don't know what has gotten into Xiao Lei. He suddenly came over and is wreaking havoc at home. Please come back quickly. I fear for the safety of the child in my womb." Watching Song Lei's frenzied destruction, she was certain he had overheard her conversation with Song Shi. Otherwise, such an amiable and sunny boy could not possibly act so recklessly. 10 minutes later, Song Shi returned. Surveying the wreckage of their furniture, spotting Song Lei lounging on the sofa, and Wang Qing rushing into his arms as soon as he arrived. A profound sense of helplessness and trepidation surged within Song Shi. He had never anticipated that this matter would be disclosed to his family so swiftly, nor had he imagined that the individual involved would be Song Lei. He yearned to forcefully push Wang Qing away, yet he had to consider the child she bore. Likewise, he found himself unable to raise his gaze to meet the eyes of his son, who sat on the sofa, observing their tight embrace. Song Lei's eyes were filled with unabashed disdain. "I will inform my mother about this, and I hope that when she proposes divorce, you will readily sign the agreement. After your divorce, my custody will be granted to my mother. From this moment onward, you are no longer my father, and I am no longer your son." With that, he turned on his heel and left without a backward glance. Yet, once he had descended the stairs and distanced himself, he succumbed to tears. The family he once took pride in was shattered. He had believed in an everlasting happiness, never foreseeing its abrupt end. After Song Lei departed, Song Shi seemed to awaken to the reality of the situation. Ignoring Wang Qing's pregnancy, he shoved her aside and hurried to pursue Song Lei. Upon feeling a hand on his shoulder, Song Lei looked up, his eyes still brimming with tears, to see who it was. Recognizing the figure, he disdainfully pushed Song Shi away and attempted to flee. However, Song Shi overpowered him with sheer strength. "Xiao Lei, please allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive." Song Lei, unable to break free, turned his head away in a gesture of discontent. "My affair with Aunt Wang was an accident. We never intended for such a situation to arise, and I never meant to betray your mother." Song Shi was indeed taken aback by the unfolding events, and he was at a loss for how to seek forgiveness from both his son and wife. "I trust you overheard my earlier conversation with Aunt Wang. I genuinely never considered betraying your mother." Song Lei remained silent, his head lowered, utterly unsure of how to respond. Observing his son's stubborn demeanor, Song Shi sighed. "Let us not disclose this to your mother just yet. If she learns of it, our family will be irrevocably broken." Upon hearing this, Song Lei, who had originally kept his head down, suddenly lifted it, his voice laced with anger. "I do not care whether you did it intentionally or not. The harm inflicted upon my mother cannot simply be erased. Regardless of what choice she makes, I will unwaveringly stand by her side." With that, he forcefully broke free from Song Shi's grasp and ran away. If circumstances allowed, he too wished to preserve their family. Yet he could not betray his mother as his father had. Song Shi attempted to follow, but he was unable to catch up, ultimately resigning himself to return and address the mess left by Wang Qing. After running a distance, Song Lei entered a nearby cafe and ordered an iced Americano. The bitter taste spread across his tongue, yet it paled in comparison to the bitterness within his heart. After finishing the drink in one go, his fury gradually subsided, and he then turned to purchase the little steamed buns that Lin Wanyin adored, intending to visit her. Upon his arrival, Lin Wanyin had just concluded a discussion with the assistant sent by Zhou Xi and was sitting alone in her office, engrossed in a magazine. Seeing his mother, who appeared healthy and made up, juxtaposed with the earlier turmoil, Song Lei felt a pang of guilt but gently pushed the door open. Mother. Lin Wanyin looked at him in surprise. What's wrong, Xiaolei? Don't you have classes today? I wanted to take a break, so I requested leave from my teacher. Noticing the evident traces of tears in his eyes, Lin Wanyin chose not to confront him directly, instead saying, That's fine. One cannot read forever. If you're tired, it's best to rest. As it happened, she had not yet had lunch, and the meal was on its way. You'll join me for lunch once it arrives. Song Lei nodded with a smile, relieved that he had managed to hold back his emotions, knowing his mother would have struggled to eat had she witnessed his earlier distress. About 10 minutes later, the assistant brought in a spread of 3 dishes and a soup. All quite delectable. The mother and son shared laughter over their meal, waiting for Lin Wanyin to finish her favorite coffee before Song Lei began to contemplate how to broach a sensitive topic. Noticing his hesitance, Lin Wanyin sighed internally and took the initiative to address it. Xiaolei, I am aware of your father's situation. Song Lei stared at her in shock, memories of her recent suggestion for him to move closer to school flashing through his mind. It was not merely for business expansion. She sought to shield him from the family discord. In an instant, tears welled in his eyes, and he rushed forward to embrace Lin Wanyin, sobbing. She knew what had transpired at Wang Qing's home, and she was grateful that Song Lei had not concealed anything from her. All right, no more tears. In a few days, your father and I will divorce, and you will live with me, all right? Song Lei, still choked with emotion, could hardly articulate his agreement, merely nodding fervently. Yes, I will live with you, mother. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyin couldn't help but shed tears as well. Yes, it will be just the two of us living together. You will always be my only child. Rest assured, my career is thriving now, and it will only continue to improve, ensuring a better life for you. Song Lei did not come from wealth. He had once struggled on muddy floors. He was not one to despise poverty. As long as he could be with his mother, he would embrace a modest existence. Lin Wanyin only mentioned the impending divorce, deliberately omitting any reference to the bombshell concerning Song Shi's company. After their conversation, she escorted him back to school. Watching him enter the school, the smile that had graced her face swiftly vanished, replaced by a cloud of worry. To the office, she instructed. Upon her arrival at the company, Song Shi had yet to return from Wang Qing's. Noticing her presence, Song Shi's secretary cautiously attended to her needs before hastily informing him of her arrival. His concern did not lie with the confidential documents in the office, but rather with the unsavory photographs tucked away in Song Shi's drawer. Since the company had stabilized, Lin Wanyin had rarely visited, and upon her return, she found it surprisingly fresh. The familiar ornaments had vanished, replaced by a plethora of new decor. Remembering the lawyer's advice, she felt an inexplicable urge to open the drawer. Inside, she discovered 3 folders. The first contained business correspondence, the second detailed financial transactions. In customary fashion, she would not have inspected the third folder as long as the first 2 were mundane. Yet today, a strong premonition urged her to check it. Otherwise, she would surely regret it. However, upon seeing the explicit photographs within, she instantly regretted her decision to open the file. The sheer repulsiveness of it made her stomach churn. A thick stack of images depicted young girls in compromising positions, each photograph labeled with the girl's identity and the amount paid for the shoot. Knowing of his infidelity was already revolting enough, yet she never anticipated he could stoop to such depths of depravity. However, she chose not to make a fuss about it. Instead, she feigned ignorance and returned the photograph to its original place. When Song Lei hurriedly returned, she sat calmly on the sofa, sipping her coffee. Upon seeing him enter, Lin Wanyin lifted her eyelids slightly and said, "You're here, come and sit." Uncertain of how much she knew, Song Shi approached her with a face full of trepidation and sat down across from her. "Wife, Lin Wanyin did not afford him the opportunity to speak. "Let us divorce. Song Shi, you are tainted. I no longer desire you. You once stated that if you committed an act of betrayal against me, you would not hinder my decision to divorce. You have wronged me. I do not wish for you to fail even in your last promise." Song Shi attempted to explain. "Wife, I will not divorce you. No matter what, I refuse to end this marriage." Lin Wanyin scoffed coldly. "You may choose not to, but if you are unwilling, I shall file for divorce. In that case, the one who will suffer the most will be you." After saying this, she stood up and left, fearing that if she lingered even a moment longer, she might lose her composure. Song Shi grasped her hand to prevent her from leaving, but she ruthlessly shook him off. The photographs in the drawer hastened Lin Wanyan's decision to proceed with the divorce. With the support of Zhou Xi, the company, and Wang Qing, they applied pressure from all sides, ultimately causing Song Shi to yield under the strain and agree to the divorce. However, he insisted on having one final meal with Lin Wanyan before consenting to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau. For this last supper, Lin Wanyan deliberately donned the red floral dress she wore on their wedding day. Aside from the fact that her demeanor had transformed significantly, her attire bore a striking resemblance to that day when they obtained their marriage certificate. Upon their reunion, Song Shi appeared haggard and thinner, lacking the previous vigor he once exuded. He still wore the same suit, his hair meticulously styled, yet the fatigue in his eyes was unmistakable. As Lin Wanyan entered, he instinctively pulled out a chair for her, saying, "Wife, you've arrived." Hearing him address her in that manner, Lin Wanyan frowned slightly. Noticing her displeasure, Song Shi forced a self-deprecating smile. "Even though we've reached this point, we are still not divorced. You are still my wife." He then, as usual, offered her a plate of sliced steak. "I know you must find me particularly repugnant now. I feel utterly disgusting myself. Over 20 years ago, I was an individual with a righteous worldview, full of hope for the future. I never imagined I would end up with such a grotesque visage." With that, he downed the red wine in his glass in one go, refilled it, and continued drinking until he had consumed 5 or 6 glasses. With reddened eyes, he gazed at Lin Wanyan with remorse, saying, "Wife, I have begun to regret. Can you ever forgive me?" Before he could finish, Wang Qing burst forth and splashed a glass of red wine in his face. "How dare you? You told me you had business at the company. Little did I expect you were here to meet Lin Wanyan. Do you think you can justify this to me, Song Shi? I am at home alone, pregnant, and still hungry." After Lin Wanyan proposed divorce, Song Shi believed that forcing Wang Qing to have an abortion would salvage their marriage. Thus, he broached the subject with her. But Wang Qing refused, revealing her true colors. Their relationship soured from that moment on, and although Song Shi attempted to coerce her into the abortion, Wang Qing was not naive. She recognized the significance his parents placed on lineage and sought their protection. The Song family, indifferent to the divorce between Lin Wanyan and Song Shi, prioritized the child within Wang Qing, thus shielding her. With the elderly couple's support, Wang Qing grew increasingly audacious, pressuring Song Shi to divorce Lin Wanyan. Prior to this, Song Shi still harbored a vague sense of beauty and affection for Lin Wanyan. However, upon witnessing her true nature, all that remained was disdain. Yet, the innate flaws of masculinity lingered within him. Disgust notwithstanding, that did not preclude him from engaging in certain activities. After all, one was willing to let go, while the other relished freedom. In some respects, they were quite compatible. In the span of just over 10 days, they had been intimate no fewer than 10 times. Lin Wanyan, weary of their entanglements, simply grabbed her bag and turned to leave, until she secured the divorce certificate. She wished to avoid any further complications to prevent unforeseen developments. Fortunately, their divorce proceedings proceeded without any unforeseen interruptions. On the day they obtained the divorce certificate, she gazed up at the clear blue sky and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Finally, she was liberated. Paying no mind to Song Shi, who was still entangled with Wang Qing as they sought a marriage certificate, she stepped into the vehicle sent by Zhou Xi and departed. 3 days after their divorce, several scandals erupted within Song Shi's company. Overnight, the Song family became an object of contention. Song Shi liquidated all his assets, but still could not cover the deficits, transforming from a respected affluent individual into an ordinary person on the street. Meanwhile, Wang Qing, who had just married him a day prior, felt as if the sky had fallen upon learning this news, clamoring for a divorce. Yet, none of the Song family members acquiesced, and in a fit of desperation, she unceremoniously sought an abortion at a dubious clinic. Unbeknownst to her, as she lay on the operating table, she had become a mere pawn at the mercy of others. An hour later, the fetus was extracted from her body. Of course, what was removed was not merely that fetus. The woman who had been so calculating just a month ago now lay tragically on that cold operating table. Naturally, Song Shi, having lost his company and wealth, was not in a better position. He spent several days alone at home, drowning in alcohol, while his parents wept incessantly, lamenting their desire to return to the countryside. "Let us find Lin Wanyan. We must seek Lin Wanyan. You are Xiao Lei's father. She will certainly not abandon you. Plead with her too." Ignoring his parents' shameless pleas, Song Shi chose to disregard them. One must retain dignity. He had already wronged them and would not further burden them with his presence or negative emotions. Rising from where one has fallen, he believed he could rebuild himself in this era filled with opportunities. Just as he finally mustered the spirit to step outside, the police arrived. Due to suspicions against him, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Seeing their son devoid of any hope for recovery, the Song couple relinquished their support. Taking the little money, they had to return to the countryside and seek refuge with another son. On the day Song Shi was incarcerated, Lin Wanyin visited him for a brief moment. Once a blissful family of three, they now stood separated by a chasm of several meters, unable to bridge the distance. Observing the still beautiful Lin Wanyin and the handsome Song Shi endeavored to offer them a gentle smile. As the iron gate slowly closed, so too were the complexities of their love and hate sealed away. Would the passage of 10 years, upon his release, be sufficient to assuage all wounds? Lin Wanyin gently ruffled Song Lei's hair and said softly, "Let us go. Xiao Yu, Xiao Zhao, and Xiao Ren are waiting for you to have dinner together." Chapter 174, Confession. Yes, let us depart. Today marks the day of Song Shi's imprisonment, as well as the 16th birthday of Song Lei. To celebrate, Zhou Yu, Zhou Zhao, and Shi Ren organized a small party for him, with no one else present, just the four of them, dear friends. After escorting Song Lei to the gathering venue, Lin Wanyin turned her car around to seek out Zhou Xi. Today marked the fourth unforgettable and emotionally complex day of her life, a melange of joy, happiness, and discomfort swirling within her, leaving her heart heavy. However, fate had destined her for disappointment today, as Zhou Xi was already on her way to dinner with Qi Xingzhou. Originally, she had planned to have an open discussion with Qi Xingzhou about matters that had lingered for over 10 days, but various distractions had continuously postponed this long-awaited opportunity. Upon reaching the destination, as Zhou Xi entered, she was greeted by a striking tableau reminiscent of a domineering CEO's staged photograph. Qi Xingzhou was clad entirely in dark attire, his hair slicked back into a severe style. The all-black ensemble paired with his expressionless visage, the only source of color being the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, was indeed formidable. However, it was not merely his attire that instilled trepidation. It was his brooding, impassive demeanor and those mesmerizing, piercing eyes. One might say that such an appearance could send shivers down the spines of innocent young women. Yet, for her, a seasoned female magnate who had traversed 2 lifetimes, it merely felt contrived and awkward. Perhaps sensing the amusement and confusion in Zhou Xi's gaze, Qi Xingzhou promptly shifted back to his usual composed self, harboring a silent irritation towards his secretary's unreliability while also reflecting on why he had heeded the advice of a young man who had never even courted anyone. Nonetheless, both were astute individuals, not overly concerned with this slightly awkward interlude. Qi Xingzhou pondered why Zhou Xi had invited him to dinner, concluding that it might pertain to a potential project collaboration. Deep within, however, a rather narcissistic thought lingered, one he was too bashful to articulate. Regardless, he felt a certain delight that Zhou Xi had chosen to engage him. The dinner venue had been selected by Qi Xingzhou, who had taken care to tailor several dishes to suit Zhou Xi's palate. Observing her enjoyment while dining, the remnants of his earlier childish antics faded into oblivion. Witnessing Qi Xingzhou's demeanor, which radiated a carefree and self-satisfied charm, Zhou Xi felt a flicker of exasperation. How could such a promising young leader be so infatuated, to the point of foregoing any semblance of subtlety? Once Qi Xingzhou had finished his meal, Zhou Xi also set down her chopsticks and picked up a napkin to dab her mouth. Under Qi Xingzhou's expectant gaze, she unveiled the purpose of their meeting. "Secretary Qi, I am here today to return what rightfully belongs to you," she stated, pushing forward the jade pendant he had left behind many years ago. Time had flown, and although 16 years had elapsed, the pendant, despite needing a new cord, had grown increasingly lustrous and radiant, its age undetectable. Indeed, it echoed the adage that the older something is, the more fragrant it becomes. As Qi Xingzhou's gaze fell upon the pendant, his body stiffened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Zhou Xi would summon him to address this matter, nor could he have foreseen that she was already aware of his identity as the biological father of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. More shockingly, she had expressed this knowledge so candidly. However, the crux of the matter lay not in his surprise, but rather in what course of action he should take. Would the three of them, mother and sons, choose to sever ties with him without granting him a chance for atonement? As he contemplated these fears, he found himself momentarily paralyzed, staring blankly at the pendant before him. Zhou Xi, in no hurry, sipped her tea and patiently awaited his response. After a few minutes, Qi Xingzhou finally spoke in a hushed tone. "Xi, when did you come to know?" Upon hearing the name Xi, Zhou Xi's hand holding the teacup paused for a brief second. Xi, such an endearing term felt somewhat excessive. Yet, compared to baby, it hardly mattered. Still, there was something oddly disconcerting about hearing it from Qi Xingzhou's lips. Suppressing her unease with a sip of water, she replied, "The first time I saw you, I felt a strange familiarity in your eyes. Later, I found a photograph of you as a child tucked away in a book left by Xiao Ren at home. You may not be aware, but Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao looked almost identical to you when they were young. Furthermore, during the recent cultural event at their school, you specifically requested to see the jade pendant engraved with your name. Your sudden, frequent appearances in our lives and the numerous coincidental encounters only fueled my suspicions. All these coincidences combined confirmed my hypothesis. Had this not transpired in her own life, she might have found it amusing to unravel the truth through such clues. Yet, she was not merely a bystander. She was one of the principal figures embroiled in this melodrama, leaving no room for amusement. Gazing at the brilliant, resilient woman before him, Qi Xingzhou no longer concealed his admiration and appreciation, allowing it to shine through unabashedly. Xi, I am deeply sorry for the hardships you have endured all these years. With that, Qi Xingzhou rose and bowed deeply to Zhou Xi, a gesture laden with remorse. Zhou Xi slightly shifted her body, evading his bow. Whether her own struggles mattered less in the grand scheme, what weighed heavily on her heart was the suffering endured by his two sons over the years. Not only had Qi Xingzhou let down Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, but she felt an even deeper sense of failing them as brothers. As she observed Qi Xingzhou bowing in apology, a sudden realization struck her. She had never formally apologized to Zhou Yu or Zhou Zhao over the years. This thought gnawed at her, and she resolved to find an opportunity that evening to sincerely apologize for the 8 years of hardship they had endured. After his bow, Qi Xingzhou continued, Xi, I respect any decision made by you and your sons, but I also hope you can grant me a chance for atonement. The year I spent at my aunt's house for the new year, while out with my cousins, I was drugged by a friend of theirs. I exerted every ounce of strength to escape, only to encounter you, who had suffered a similar fate. I am a person of principles and discipline. The moment my hand reached towards you, I was prepared to take responsibility, just as I intended to carry you to the hospital. The girl who drugged me returned with my cousins. By the time I sought you out again, you had vanished, leaving behind only a button from your clothing. Chapter 175, Love Child? Throughout my holiday, I was unable to locate you, and as a result of the circumstances, I had to depart. However, even after leaving, my search for you did not cease. I entrusted the matter to others. Regrettably, from that day until now, I have spent 17 years without finding you. Xi, I am truly sorry. I realize that no amount of apology can erase the suffering you and your sons have endured. Zhou Xi bore no resentment towards Qi Xingzhou. She lacked the right to do so, for she had been the one to initiate their encounter. Moreover, she had never envisioned holding him accountable. Otherwise, 6 years ago, she would not have left so abruptly. Had she wished for Qi Xingzhou to take responsibility, upon discovering his identity, she would have introduced him to Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao long ago. Most importantly, she understood that Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao yearned deeply for paternal love. They had felt this void 6 years ago, and it remained unfilled even now. She desired for them to experience the love of a father as any normal child would. To know who their father truly was. Certainly, if Qi Xingzhou is already married or has someone he cherishes, he would undoubtedly keep this secret locked away in his heart, revealing it to no one. There is no need for you to apologize to me. After all, you were a victim back then as well. For us adults, let us allow the past to remain in the past, without becoming entangled in bygone matters. We should focus on our present lives and strive to be the best parents we can be for Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao, making up for the years of absence in their lives. Zhou Xi implied that adult matters should be set aside and not discussed, urging Qi Xingzhou to keep his feelings to himself. The most fitting relationship between them is that of being the parents of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, and nothing more should be contemplated. Qi Xingzhou, not lacking in intelligence, certainly understood her insinuation, although it did not align with his original intentions, at the very least. Zhou Xi did not reject his identity, nor did she shun his proximity, which was quite reassuring. Rome wasn't built in a day. One must take their time, savoring each step. Under Zhou Xi's watchful gaze, he promptly nodded in agreement. All right, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my role as the father of Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao, and I will make amends for you as well. However, he refrained from voicing the latter part of his statement, fearful that uttering it would undo all that had been accomplished thus far. At that point, he wouldn't just be estranged from his wife. He might even lose touch with the children. Xi, given your understanding of Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao, how do you think I should convey this to them? When mentioning their two sons, uncertainty crept into his tone, a stark contrast to his usual air of confidence. Reflecting on how his nephews reacted to him like mice encountering a cat, he began to question whether he had been overly stern in his demeanor. What if his two sons feared him like Shirin did, respecting him only as a superior? He aspired to be a nurturing father, one whom his children would not fear. Indeed, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao are not delicate flowers sheltered from the elements. They have struggled through the muck and have experienced the heights of a bustling metropolis. Whether in lowly circumstances or elevated positions, they have demonstrated remarkable adaptability. Moreover, the brothers had already rehearsed the scenario of recognizing their biological father on numerous occasions. Therefore, regardless of how Qi Xingzhou presents himself, they would likely accept him. Even if they were surprised or found it difficult to accept, it would likely be due to his appearance being too mundane, lacking the emotional fervor they had envisioned. As for the fact that he is their biological father, they would undoubtedly embrace it fully. However, as for how you should convey this to them, I truly cannot provide you with a definitive answer. Over the years, they have privately simulated various scenarios of meeting their biological father, exploring every conceivable style. If you wish for them to accept you swiftly, I suggest you avoid the ordinary route and strive for something distinctive. Qi Xingzhou was particularly receptive to advice and attentively considered Zhou Xi's counsel. I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Zhou Xi. Upon hearing him spontaneously utter her name with a sweetness that lingered in the air, Zhou Xi discreetly touched her slightly flushed earlobe. This was not her fault. After all, anyone would feel a tinge of discomfort when addressed by a strikingly handsome man like Qi Xingzhou in such a sweet tone. It was not infatuation, rather. Qi Xingzhou's looks were simply too captivating, and she merely appreciated his handsomeness like anyone else. Noticing Zhou Xi's slight unease, the corners of Qi Xingzhou's lips curled upward ever so slightly. It seemed that his diligent efforts to maintain his appearance had indeed yielded results. Secretary Qi, I believe it would be more fitting for you to call me Director Zhou. As soon as those words escaped his lips, the warmth in his heart diminished significantly. However, he had not wasted the time he spent learning. While donning a look of feigned grievance, he rapidly contemplated how best to appear vulnerable. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided that using the children as an excuse would be most appropriate. But we are the parents of Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao. If we were to address each other as Director Zhou and Secretary Qi, wouldn't that feel a bit too unfamiliar and stiff? After all, in a typical family atmosphere, parents do not address each other in such a detached manner. Zhou Xi inquired. Then what do you think would be a more suitable way for us to address each other? In response, Qi Xingzhou quickly presented the answer he had been mulling over. Let us just call each other Xingzhou and Xi. Zhou Xi decisively rejected the suggestion. No, that is not appropriate. Please think of something else. Qi Xingzhou, with a hint of playful exasperation, frowned and said, but aren't we friends? It shouldn't be a problem if friends address each other this way. Zhou Xi ignored him, asserting, I believe it would be more fitting for us to simply use each other as names. Qi Xingzhou edged closer to Zhou Xi. But wouldn't that feel too stiff? It won't. Names are meant to be called, after all, and it won't feel stiff at all. Qi Xingzhou relented, deciding that regardless of the circumstances, he would indeed call her Xi and not Zhou Xi. After their meal, Qi Xingzhou, under the pretext of wanting to learn more about Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, continued to converse with Zhou Xi for over an hour. Their dialogue flowed smoothly. But the same could not be said for Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, whose experience was far from pleasant. More accurately, it was Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao who were not enjoying themselves. Recent events regarding the Song family had sparked a considerable uproar, with much speculation circulating in their social circles. Numerous affluent women began scrutinizing their husbands' private lives, fearing that they might have illegitimate children vying for their son's inheritance. Originally, this matter had no bearing on Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, yet they could not help but draw parallels to their own circumstances. Could it be that, unbeknownst to anyone, they too had become illegitimate children? Chapter 176. No. Although they were confident that their mother would never be the third party to break up someone else's family, they could not ignore the reality that their biological father had separated from their mother and subsequently remarried and had children. By calculating the ages, it was likely that their biological father was already in his 30s, perhaps even in his 40s. It was entirely possible that he had married and had children by now. If that were the case, they would indeed find themselves inexplicably labeled as illegitimate children. No, that must not happen. They did not want to be illegitimate children. However, this was beyond their control. They could not alter the past. Zhou Zhao's imagination was particularly vivid, and he felt despondent, sitting quietly to the side, nibbling on cake. Zhou Yu understood the reason behind his brother's mood and glanced at Shi Ren, who was comforting Song Lei. He casually grabbed a box of Zhou Zhao's favorite juice and sat down beside him. Upon seeing Zhou Yu approach, Zhou Zhao instinctively leaned his head on his shoulder for support. Brother, what kind of person do you think our biological father is? Has he already married and had new children? Do you think he knows about us? Does he remember? Zhou Zhao bombarded him with a series of questions, his tone laden with concern about his identity. He did not want to transition from being a precious young master to an awkwardly positioned, illegitimate child. While they had no desire to compete for inheritance with legitimate children, he deeply disliked the label of being an illegitimate child. In contrast to Zhou Zhao's anxiety, Zhou Yu appeared far more composed. They have been bestowed with the world's most remarkable mother and grandparents, enjoying a lifestyle of opulence that surpasses what an ordinary person could accumulate over countless generations. They possess an abundance of possessions, and thus, they need not torment themselves over insignificant flaws. Xiao Zhao, why should you allow yourself to be troubled by those who do not care for you? Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Zhou Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, how could he forget the most crucial point? He has an elder brother, a mother, grandparents, and a particularly devoted bodyguard. He is materially affluent and spiritually fulfilled. Why should he fret over matters that cannot be substantiated? Moreover, he is not the illegitimate offspring of someone's extramarital affairs. And there is no reason for self-pity. Most importantly, their mother is formidable enough that even if some were curious about their biological father, none would dare to mock them with such trivialities. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of the family business. Yes, my brother is right. I already possess the finest treasures in the world, and there is no need for self-pity here. Besides, our biological father's lineage is surely not as illustrious as our mother's. Even if he were indeed married with children, it would only be to curry favor with us. We would hardly regard his triviality with any esteem. To put it bluntly, I was born before him, so there is no cause for concern. Thus, before anyone could notice, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao had consoled themselves. Meanwhile, Shi Ren was still attempting to comfort Song Lei. However, when one is genuinely heartbroken, mere words of consolation from others cannot soothe the pain. Especially in the case of the tangible wounds borne by Song Lei. In a single night, his family shattered, and his father imprisoned. He transformed from a privileged young master into a small adult dealing with his parents' divorce. He did not know whom to blame, or if he could blame anyone at all. He could only hide away and grieve in solitude. Furthermore, he was no longer the carefree young master who could drift through life without a care. His mother, with her striking beauty, could attract many unsavory characters if he did not strengthen himself quickly, contemplating the arduous path that lay ahead. Song Lei could no longer contain his tears. Woo, I am so unfortunate. I am truly miserable. Shi Ren was taken aback by the rawness of his outburst. His hand poised in midair, unsure whether to continue or to withdraw. Before he could react, Song Lei protested, Shi Ren, don't stop. Keep gently patting my back and comforting me. Shi Ren had not anticipated that, even in such a moment, Song Lei would have the presence of mind to request continued support. After a brief pause, he promptly resumed his diligent efforts. Seeing this, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao quickly composed themselves and joined Shi Ren in comforting Song Lei. One wiped his tears with a tissue while the other helped straighten his clothes. The three of them attentively tended to Song Lei, each showing remarkable care. Unbeknownst to them, a camera was discreetly capturing their every action, documenting the events of the day. When they eventually discovered the footage, it would be 15 years later, by which time all four would have married and had children of their own. Upon the release of this recording, Song Lei would experience a wave of embarrassment so profound he would wish to find a hole to hide in. But that was a matter for the distant future. Half an hour later, Song Lei's emotions finally settled. In a moment of emotional stability, he found it hard to empathize with the version of himself that had just experienced such a breakdown. Realizing he had lost face, he hastily retrieved his sunglasses from his pocket, determined to avoid eye contact with anyone. However, Zhou Yu and the others were perceptive enough to sense his discomfort and tactfully pretended to be oblivious. After joyfully playing for over 30 minutes, they each returned home to their respective families. When the brothers arrived home, Zhou Xi had just finished conversing with Lin Wanyan. Reflecting on the troubles besetting the Song family, Zhou Xi felt a renewed appreciation for her own situation. Having a father-s love without the complications of their father-s entanglements was quite satisfactory. Upon seeing her enter, Zhou Zhao immediately stepped forward to assist her with her bag, exclaiming, Mother, you're back. Zhou Xi nodded, Yes, I'm back. Did you have fun today? Yes, it was delightful. Aside from a minor unpleasantness, it was truly wonderful. Your happiness brings me joy. Come, let us eat first. After dinner, I have something important to discuss with you. All right, let us eat. The meal consisted of the usual 7 dishes and a soup, featuring delicacies from the sky, the earth, and the sea. Absolutely scrumptious. After dinner, Li Huashong and Zhou Minji went upstairs to rest, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao quietly sat on the sofa, awaiting Zhou Xi's address. Observing their serious demeanor, Zhou Xi found herself unsure of how best to broach the subject. Ultimately, she opted for a rather straightforward question. Xiao Zhao, have you ever imagined what your biological father might be like? The brothers on the sofa shook their heads in unison, then nodded. We have thought about it. But in our hearts, mother is the most important. Chapter 177, the first discussion about their biological father. Observing their cautious expressions, Zhou Xi felt a pang of sorrow. It was because of her that the brothers were reluctant to mention their biological father, even now having to tread carefully. Sensing the sadness and pain on Zhou Xi's face, Zhou Zhao immediately moved to sit beside her, saying, Mother, it's all right. Our family of 5 is very happy together. Although they were curious about their unseen biological father, if it would cause their mother distress, then that father would hold no significance. Zhou Yu also reached for Zhou Xi's other hand, affirming, Mother, We are indeed curious about who our biological father is, but in my and Xiao Zhao's hearts, you will always be our utmost priority. Zhou Xi was well aware of her son's thoughtfulness, yet the more they expressed such sentiments, the more her heart ached. Yes, mother understands. You both are also the most important to me. However, today, I wish to discuss your biological father. This matter dates back 17 years. As you know from our last visit to Haishur, I am not the biological daughter of the Zhou family. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Similarly, it is challenging for a household to accommodate both the true heiress and the false one. At that time, I wished to seek out my biological parents, but the Zhou family would not allow it. They pretended to assist me in my search, but took no real action. I wanted to leave, yet they would not permit me to do so, effectively trapping me. Zhou Fangfei resented me for occupying the position of the young lady for over a decade, subtly undermining me. As time passed, the Zhou family lost trust in me, seemingly resigned to let me fend for myself. Eventually, after Zhou Fangfei drugged me, I narrowly escaped and encountered a gentleman who had also been drugged, your biological father. By a twist of fate, we never had the chance to meet again. 6 years later, I simply wished to focus on raising you two well, not wanting to depend on anyone else. It wasn't until we returned to the country that I encountered your biological father once more. However, due to the dimness of the day back then, I failed to discern the appearance of your biological father, nor was he aware of my visage. Thus, when we encountered each other for the first time, we did not recognize one another. It was only later, through a series of serendipitous events, that we discovered we were indeed the individuals from that time. Earlier today, I shared a meal with your biological father, during which we discussed matters concerning you two brothers. He yearns to reunite with you and seeks to atone for the years of absence. Unable to decide on behalf of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, she refrained from revealing his identity immediately, wishing to avoid any awkwardness in their future interactions. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao were surprised to learn the truth of their origins, which starkly contrasted with their previous assumptions. They had believed that the reasons for their biological parents' separation must have been monumental, either familial disapproval or irreparable rifts between their parents, or some other dramatic cause, never imagining it would culminate in such a situation. It felt so nostalgic and surreal. How extraordinary indeed. Had it been in the past, they would have readily agreed to the reunion. However, given the tumultuous affairs of the Song family, it was imperative to clarify certain matters before proceeding. Exchanging glances, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao ultimately decided that Zhou Yu would speak on their behalf. Mother, has our biological father married and had children? Zhou Xi understood immediately. Indeed, these were her children, thinking along the same lines. With a smile, she replied, no, your biological father has spent these years either working or searching for me. He has not married or fathered any children, remaining untainted, without affections for anyone else. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to confront Qi Xingzhou, nor would I have sought various excuses to deny the truth when he came looking for me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Thank goodness, otherwise I would never be able to call him father. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. He too desired a straightforward paternal connection. I am delighted to see you both holding such sentiments. Moreover, your biological father is indeed quite suitable, aligning perfectly with your standards. A clean father, how splendid. With all conditions meeting their expectations, Zhou Yu then ventured to inquire about their most pressing question. Mother, who exactly is our biological father? Zhou Zhao gazed at Zhou Xi with sparkling eyes, his nervous anticipation causing him to swallow several times. Observing the amusing expressions of the siblings, Zhou Xi decided to keep them in suspense. Your biological father is. He is. After teasing their curiosity, she finally divulged. He is someone you know. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao were taken aback. Huh, someone we know? Zhou Xi nodded with a smile. Yes, indeed, someone you know. Someone we know? This time, their tone was not one of astonishment, but rather confusion. They pondered who among their acquaintances could possibly be their biological father. After a brief moment of shock and bewilderment, the brothers began to count on their fingers from the comfort of the sofa. Not him, not that one either, they murmured as they eliminated candidates. Realizing that none seemed to fit the earlier descriptions, to narrow down their options, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao posed another question. Mother, do we know each other mutually? Or is it a one-sided acquaintance? Are we merely acquaintances, or do we share a more familiar relationship? Zhou Xi supported her chin in contemplation. You could be considered semi-acquainted. They had met several times, yet exchanged no more than 10 words. With Shi Rin as a mutual acquaintance, they indeed fit the description of semi-acquainted. Semi-acquainted? What does that mean? Zhou Zhao wanted to inquire further, but Zhou Xi did not grant him that opportunity. All right. In a week, your biological father will meet you, and then you will discover his identity. Zhou Zhao exclaimed. In a week? Zhou Xi affirmed. Yes. In a week you shall meet. What should I do? I'm not prepared for this. How can it be happening so soon? What should I wear for the meeting? Zhou Zhao incessantly shook Zhou Yu, who was lost in thought, oblivious to his brother's furrowed brow. Brother, what should I do? Father is meeting us next week. What kind of clothes do you think would be most appropriate? Chapter 178, Guessing. Finally, Zhou Yu dedicated a sliver of his attention to him. Xiao Zhao, you're handsome. You would look good in anything. Zhou Zhao rolled his eyes. That's obvious. He was well aware of his good looks and that any attire would suit him. However, he desired the optimal choice, something that would be stunning at first glance. Noticing the seriousness etched on her elder son's face, Zhou Xi took her chattering younger son upstairs. All right, come along. Mother will help you choose an outfit from the wardrobe. If it comes to it, I can have several outfits sent over tomorrow. And you are sure to find something you like. Zhou Zhao, though excited, expressed concern. Really? But last week, you had clothes sent over. Isn't that a bit wasteful? Zhou Xi chuckled, ruffling his hair. Nonsense. As long as it's for you too, I don't consider it wasteful. You both deserve it. Besides, any discarded clothes can be donated to the mountain areas. Nothing will go to waste. The brothers would switch out their clothing monthly. And any clothing no longer needed would be donated through other means, ensuring nothing was wasted. Thank you, Mother. But this time I would like to have a custom-made outfit just for me. He had long harbored this idea and saw this opportunity as a chance to test his biological father's aesthetic sensibilities. Zhou Xi readily agreed. Of course. Tomorrow, I will have someone from the design department come to discuss your ideas with you. Having achieved his goal, Zhou Zhao showered Zhou Xi with compliments. Thank you, Mother. You are the best mother in the world. In the past, Zhou Xi would have been sweetly flattered by such praise. However, she had long since developed immunity to such flattery, rendering it ineffective. All right, hurry and wash up for bed. Otherwise, you won't wake up in the morning. Zhou Zhao nodded. Okay, Mother. Good night. Good night. Sweet dreams. Once Zhou Zhao returned to his room, Zhou Xi turned her attention to the contemplative Zhou Yu still lost in thought on the sofa. The exuberant Zhou Zhao might not have pieced it together, but the more grounded Zhou Yu would. Among the people surrounding them, few matched the criteria of their biological father. Counting on his fingers, he realized there were only 6 or 7 candidates. Moreover, given their high looks, filtering through genetic factors left them with only 3 or 4 possibilities. Additionally, the criterion of a clean personal life further narrowed the field. After deliberation, it seemed that only Qi Xingzhou fit the bill. Once doubt began to take root, every clue drew closer to the truth, linking together seamlessly, revealing the reality before him. Zhou Yu contemplated the possibility of it being him, but still found himself reluctant to believe it. Perhaps it was more accurate to say he was unwilling to accept it. Puzzled, he could not fathom why he harbored a sense of resistance towards Qi Xingzhou being his biological father. Upon seeing Zhou Xi descend the stairs, he immediately sought to validate his conjecture. Mom, is Secretary Qi Mai and Xiao Zhao's biological father? Upon hearing this query, Zhou Xi paused momentarily on the staircase. Had he deduced it so swiftly? Such efficiency was remarkable. Yet, why did his gaze convey such complexity? Realizing that his emotions were awry, Zhou Xi neither confirmed nor denied it. Instead, she gently guided him to sit on the sofa and softly inquired, What troubles you, Xiao Yu? You appear rather discontent. Although she did not provide him with a direct answer, her actions had already conveyed the truth. It turned out that the individual in question was indeed his and Xiao Zhao's biological father, viewed purely from the perspective of a junior. He held Qi Xingzhou in high regard. However, the notion of Qi Xingzhou being his biological father felt rather peculiar, leaving him with an uncomfortable sensation within. He was aware that this was his own dilemma and did not wish to burden Zhou Xi with his worries, so he feigned nonchalance, shaking his head. Mom, I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. Observing his tendency to conceal his feelings, Zhou Xi sighed inwardly. With a tender heart, she said, Xiao Yu, I am here for you. You can share any of your unhappiness and negative emotions with me. I will help you resolve what I can, and even if I cannot, we can think of solutions together. Although Zhou Yu understood that Zhou Xi would assist them in overcoming any difficulties, this matter was entirely rooted in his personal feelings. Admitting it would be rather embarrassing. Thus, he resolutely denied that he was feeling down. Mom, I'm truly fine. It's just that this matter is rather sudden, and I'm struggling to adapt for the moment. I will be all right in a few days. Noticing his slightly flushed ears, Zhou Xi refrained from pressing further. All right. It's getting late. Go rest. You have classes tomorrow. Concerned that the brothers might become overly agitated and unable to sleep, Zhou Xi had 2 cups of warm milk brought up for them after 20 minutes. However, it seemed her worries were unfounded. For Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao were already tucked under their blankets, soundly asleep, even earlier than usual. Clearly, the situation regarding Qi Xingzhou had not significantly affected them. As she turned to return with the milk, she caught sight of Zhou Mingji and Li Huasun stealthily emerging from their bedroom, moving as if they were about to engage in some mischief. Mom and Dad, what are you up to? The elderly couple, engrossed in their own concerns downstairs, had not noticed Zhou Xi, partially concealed by a pillar, and were startled, realizing that their previous clandestine behavior had been witnessed by their daughter. Li Huasun coughed a few times, feigning nonchalance as he shifted the topic. Darling, is it that Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao are being unruly? Why aren't they drinking their milk? Zhou Mingji, perceiving his poor acting skills, nevertheless played along. It's all right. Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao are grown now, tall enough. If they don't want to drink milk, let them be. Zhou Xi understood the reason behind their sneaky demeanor, but chose not to address it directly. Instead, continuing with their narrative, indeed, Mom is right. She then handed the tray to Li Huasun, affectionately linking arms with Zhou Mingji as they descended the stairs together. Mom, why are you still up so late? Can't sleep? Zhou Mingji nodded stiffly. Yes, I can't sleep. I came down for a glass of milk. Oh, what a coincidence. The milk in Dad's hand is still warm. It's perfect for drinking now. Behind her, Li Huasun was gulping down the milk. He had just finished a cup and now found it difficult to drink more. Observing his pitiful expression, Zhou Xi decided not to prolong the charade. Mom and Dad, I wish to discuss the matter of Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao's biological father. Chapter 179, Not Allowed. Of course. We would love to hear what you have to say. They had come out precisely to subtly probe into the matter of Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao's biological father. Now, they need not dance around the subject, as their darling had directly broached it. Indeed, she was the most considerate little cotton-padded jacket in the world. The three of them settled onto the sofa, and under the eager gazes of Zhou Mingji and Li Huasun, Zhou Xi finally mentioned the individual from years past. Mom and Dad, actually, Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao's father is someone you both know, and he has only recently become familiar to us again. Li Huasun, puzzled, inquired. Recently familiar? Zhou Mingji added. That means he is also in Jing City, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to say he has only recently become familiar. Zhou Xi confirmed. Yes, he is indeed in Jing City, a true native of the city. Who is he? Wait, don't tell me yet. Let me guess. Li Huasun interrupted, eager to analyze the clues and see if he could deduce the answer. Recently familiar individuals in Jing City. Who could it be? After nearly a minute of contemplation, a figure emerged in Li Weisen's mind. He incredulously asked, Qi Xingzhou? Is it the Qi Xingzhou from Brother Li's family? Zhou Xi was taken aback by his quick deduction, silently admiring his sharp intellect as a former political commissar. Zhou Mingji had never met Qi Xingzhou, but had heard Li Huasun speak of him 8 or 9 times, always with praise. Naturally, she was curious about what kind of person this young man was, and whether he had changed since childhood. However, she was even more interested in whether he was indeed the biological father of Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao. Yes, it is Qi Xingzhou. He is the biological father of Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao. Although he had guessed correctly, Li Huasun felt no joy in his heart. Qi Xingzhou was indeed exceptional, and he genuinely admired this capable younger generation. However, that did not mean he was willing to accept him as the father of his 2 grandsons. Although Zhou Xi had explained the past to them long ago, and they understood that no one could be blamed, the thought of their daughter and 2 grandsons suffering still made him feel an involuntary resentment. Contemplating these matters, his previously cheerful demeanor darkened immediately. Zhou Mingji's expression was no better. As a woman herself, she felt more sympathy for Zhou Xi. While they understood that reason must prevail, they were naturally inclined to side with their daughter. Sensing the sudden surge of dissatisfaction and resentment towards Qi Xingzhou in her parents, Zhou Xi quickly interjected to clarify. Mom and Dad, I have already told you that the past cannot be blamed on anyone, least of all on Qi Xingzhou. Please don't feel this way. Such thoughts will only trouble Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao further. Qi Xingzhou genuinely wishes to make amends with them, and they need a father's love. We cannot influence their judgment and emotions. Li Huasun and Zhou Mingji had always been obedient to Zhou Xi. Whatever she said, they would follow. Thus, even if they were internally displeased, they nodded in agreement. All right, we will listen to you, darling. We will not take our anger out on him. Satisfied with their response, Zhou Xi nodded appreciatively. By the way, I haven't yet informed Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao that Qi Xingzhou is their biological father. I have discussed it with him, and he will personally tell them when the time comes. Please don't let it slip. Zhou Mingji, still sipping her milk, was answered by Li Huasun. Although he was reluctant to let that young lad easily reap the rewards, and even wished to add some obstacles, he could not disregard his daughter's words. All right, we understand. We promise not to cause any trouble. Zhou Mingji's emotions were quite complex. She never anticipated that she would have such a connection with a neighbor she had not seen in over 30 years. Even more astonishing was that a jest made all those years ago would actually come to fruition. When Zhou Mingji discovered her pregnancy, Li Huasun was away on a mission, and it was the experienced matriarch of the Li family who accompanied her to the hospital to alleviate her anxiety. The elderly lady jestingly suggested that her unborn child be betrothed to Qi Xingzhou, proposing a playful engagement. If Zhou Xi's child were a girl, She would be promised to Qi Xingzhou. If a boy, then the Li family would have to produce another daughter to marry into the Zhou family, as Zhou Mingji's daughter-in-law. Little did they know that this playful banter would materialize into reality over 3 decades later. Although there was no formal marriage, 2 children shared the bloodlines of both the Qi and Li families. One could only say that fate is indeed a peculiar thing, inexplicable and enigmatic. Li Huasong was not in a much better state. It suddenly dawned on him that the admiration he held for brother Qi was perhaps not entirely altruistic, as it stemmed from ulterior motives, his desire for recognition. It was no wonder that each time old Master Qi invited him out for tea or a meal, Qi Xingzhou would unfailingly appear in tow. Clearly, the father and son were attempting to create familiarity to smooth the path for Qi Xingzhou in the future. Reflecting on his previous unabashed praise for Qi Xingzhou, Li Huasong was filled with regret. Although it was highly improbable that his child would develop any relationship with Qi Xingzhou, it did not preclude him from assuming the role of an irate father-in-law, especially considering that the Qi family had gained 2 grandsons from the Li family. Shouldn't he be incensed? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his emotions escalating to the point that his face flushed, gradually resembling a ripe shrimp. Thankfully, Zhou Xi had already ascended the stairs. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have been startled by his swift change in demeanor. Zhou Mingji, aware of his feelings, gently patted his hand, offering solace. All right, don't be upset. Take care of your health. Indeed, their child was right. The events of the past could not be blamed on anyone. Moreover, Qi Xingzhou had matured into a responsible and capable individual over the years. Besides, while their child currently had no potential relationship with Qi Xingzhou, it was pleasant to hear that he was a commendable young man, well-bred, competent, and handsome. Who knows what possibilities the future might hold for their child in him. Dear, you mustn't cause any more disturbances. Li Huasong promptly nodded in agreement. I understand. Listening to my wife will lead to prosperity. I will definitely heed Mingji's advice and not cause any disruptions. In contrast to the commotion at the Zhou household, Qi Xingzhou was currently in the study with old Master Qi and the elderly matriarch, planning the upcoming meeting with Zhou Yu and his family a week later. Old Master Qi expressed a desire to accompany them, but was firmly rebuffed by Qi Xingzhou. No, absolutely not. Until I have established a closer bond with my sons, no one from the Qi family is permitted to approach them. I will not allow anyone to divert their attention from me. Fine, if you insist on not going. You cannot delay this any longer. By the end of this month at the latest, you must bring my 2 grandsons back. Otherwise, I shall shamelessly move into the Zhou household and leave you alone at home as a lonely elder. The more old Master Qi observed his grandsons, the more he grew fond of them. Not only were they intelligent and diligent, but they also possessed good manners and decorum. They excelled in every aspect. And upon their eventual reunion, he intended to showcase them to his old friends, relishing the moment when they would feel embarrassed in his presence. Having previously boasted about their own grandchildren who ranked only 2nd or 3rd in their classes. Let them see how it feels now that his son had delivered not 1, but 2 remarkably exceptional grandsons. He would surely savor the opportunity to put those old friends in their place. I have my own pace and judgment. Do not interfere. When the time is right, I shall bring them back. In truth, Qi Xingzhou did not possess complete confidence in gaining Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao's approval. In fact, he barely held a 50% assurance. Old Master Qi was about to continue his admonishments when the elderly matriarch interjected. Enough. The children have their own rhythm. You must not meddle unnecessarily. Instead of fretting here, why not invite Mingji and her husband over to apologize? After all, this situation has caused our daughter to suffer, and it is only right and fair that we extend our apologies. Furthermore, during this period, you have known the truth, but have never confided in Li Huasong. In their eyes, your image is no different from that of Xingzhou. Neither of you is perceived as virtuous. Tomorrow, let us invite them over. And you must adopt a more respectful attitude and refrain from being haughty. Understood? Old Master Qi, with his naturally proud demeanor, had developed a haughty attitude over the years. Shaped by his military achievements and steady rise in rank, he had cultivated a propensity for confronting injustice with an outspoken demeanor. Over time, this had evolved into an air of superiority that he displayed, especially in front of those neighbors or acquaintances he held in disdain. He was utterly unaware of the need to temper his words. If not for the accomplishments of his descendants, few would dare to provoke him, and they certainly would not extend him the courtesy that he assumed was his due. Fortunately, he possessed enough self-awareness to recognize his limits. Yes, I understand. This matter is indeed our family's fault. How could I dare to act presumptuously? Moreover, one must lower their head to marry and raise their head to marry off a daughter. My foolish son has yet to even step foot in the Zhou household. If I were to act arrogantly, it would be sheer folly. To validate his suspicions, the next day, Zhou Yu seized an opportunity to invite Shirin to the school playground for a private discussion. Since entering this school, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao had rarely been apart. Today, Zhou Yu deliberately called Shi Ren out, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Was it possible that the two brothers had quarreled? But that seemed implausible. Beyond that, he could not fathom why Zhou would deliberately avoid Zhou Zhao to summon him alone. As Shi Ren regarded him with a puzzled expression, Zhou Yu revealed the purpose of his invitation. Shi Ren, should I address you as cousin or younger brother? Shi Ren was taken aback. Huh? What is this about? He was utterly perplexed. Observing Shi Ren's bewildered demeanor, Zhou Yu could not comprehend why he had not noticed this peculiarity before. Glancing at the time, with 10 minutes remaining until class, he decided to have a bit of fun with Shi Ren and playfully frighten him. By the calculations of our birth dates, you should refer to me as cousin, wouldn't you agree? Younger brother Shi Ren? If he had previously suspected, he might have misheard. This time he was genuinely shocked. However, as he had not met with his second uncle recently to comprehend the situation, coupled with Zhou Yu's rather peculiar demeanor at present, he found himself perplexed about the events of the day. Did Zhou Yu uncover this truth on his own, or was it divulged to them by his second uncle? Unable to grasp the circumstances, Shi Ren resolved to feign ignorance. With a puzzled expression, he looked at Zhou Yu and said, Cousin, are we not sworn brothers? When did we become cousins? Observing Shi Ren's pretentiousness, Zhou Yu found it somewhat amusing. He remarked on how Shi Ren and Zhou Zhao sometimes appeared quite similar in their foolishness, suggesting that perhaps such traits were hereditary. Noting the tension etched across Shi Ren's face, Zhou Yu rested his chin on his hand and nodded. Yes, we are indeed sworn brothers. Just as Shi Ren felt a sense of relief, Zhou Yu added, but we are also blood relatives. Dear cousin, would you not agree? Shi Ren felt a chill run down his spine. Meeting Zhou Yu's profound gaze made it clear that he could not evade this revelation today. Resigning himself to his fate, he stood before Zhou Yu and loudly proclaimed, Hello, cousin. To this, Zhou Yu reached out with satisfaction to ruffle his hair, smiling. Hello, dear cousin Shi Ren. For reasons unknown, Shi Ren felt a strange sense of being at a disadvantage. Alas, it was all his father's fault for allowing him to be born a mere 15 days later than Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. He could only lament that this was his destiny, forever overshadowed by his two cousins. However, he harbored genuine admiration for Zhou Yu and was more than willing to call him cousin. As for Zhou Zhao, he found it less palatable. The latter was a joyful spirit, possessing a high intellect, yet sometimes acting childishly, akin to an eternal child. He cherished the notion of nurturing and protecting him from behind. Yet, addressing him as cousin felt somewhat awkward, as if a knot lodged in his heart. But now was not the time for such musings. What was paramount was discerning the actual situation concerning Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, you are aware of everything? Zhou Yu nodded. Yes, I am fully aware. Shi Ren, filled with curiosity, asked, How did you come to know? Due to the previous incident, he was now conditioned to feel a pang of anxiety, fearing that he may have exposed himself again. How I know is of little consequence. What matters is how you came to know. I certainly do know, of course. Shi Ren hesitated, hands clasped, contemplating whether to divulge his thoughts, but ultimately decided to plunge into the depths of honesty. Chapter 181, Apologies. To be precise, I was the first to discover that you and Zhou Zhao are the biological children of my second uncle. The story begins on that sunny day, when I was honored to be invited to your home. Out of curiosity, I perused your family photo album. Later, my second uncle asked me to retrieve the album from the photo studio, and during the car ride, I happened upon a childhood photo of him. To my astonishment, I found that his youthful appearance bore a striking resemblance to both of you in your childhood, coupled with other reasonable external conditions. I began to suspect that you and Xiao Zhao were indeed the biological children of my second uncle. As it turns out, my surmise was correct. Both you and Xiao Zhao are indeed his progeny. Having spilled forth this revelation, Shi Ren suddenly became aware of the rather unusual atmosphere surrounding him. Stealthily glancing at Zhou Yu, he understood why the heat of the day felt oddly cold. It was the chill emanating from Zhou Yu himself. He had known all along. So why had he only now come to acknowledge them as brothers? If he took such pleasure in being called Uncle Qi by them, surely it would not hurt for them to address him as such for a time longer. And as for Shi Ren, he had previously believed that Zhou Yu's seemingly roundabout inquiries about their family's affairs were merely to aid Qi Xingzhou in his pursuit of their mother. Little did he know that there were ulterior motives at play. Observing Shi Ren, who looked as if he wished to withdraw into himself, Zhou Yu felt it would be a disservice to Shi Ren's countenance if he did not display a hint of irritation. While he empathized with Shi Ren, as a good brother, he felt compelled to exhibit his displeasure when appropriate. Additionally, he was quite curious to see how Shi Ren, this little cousin, would attempt to placate him, whether he would resort to the same endearing antics as Zhou Zhao. Thus, as Shi Ren focused on the tips of his shoes, Zhou Yu turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Shi Ren sensed that Zhou Yu was indeed upset, but he dared not lift his gaze to meet his expression opting instead to remain silent with his head bowed. It was not until the school bell rang that he was forced to raise his head. To his surprise, there was no wrathful visage awaiting him, but rather an absence of anything at all. Realizing this, he bolted. The next class was taught by the formidable instructor Mia, who would not hesitate to issue 2 assignments to anyone daring enough to arrive late, assignments that would have to be completed and submitted the very next day. He hurried along, ultimately arriving just 3 seconds after the bell had rung. Present. Instructor Mia cast a sidelong glance at him, gesturing with her head for him to stand at the back of the classroom and listen. Rin, noticing Zhou Yu's impassive demeanor, obediently walked to the back, picking up a book to stand by the blackboard. In truth, he was unconcerned about the punishment or the extra assignments. As long as he could placate Zhou Yu, he was willing to endure any consequence. After all, standing and writing assignments were simple tasks that he could easily manage. Now that he had pieced together the truth and received a definitive answer, Zhou Yu planned to share this information with Zhou Zhao, wishing to keep nothing hidden from him. However, as he observed Zhou Zhao excitedly trying on clothes, he realized that this was not the appropriate moment for such a revelation. It seemed that Zhou Zhao derived more joy from the anticipation of discovering who that person was than from the knowledge itself. The excitement and happiness of the present moment took precedence. Thus, Zhou Yu refrained from uttering the words that were on the tip of his tongue, choosing instead to withhold the information. Meanwhile, Rin spent the week either running errands or on his way to run errands, displaying remarkable attentiveness towards Zhou Yu. Initially, Zhou Zhao and Song Lei found his behavior somewhat off-kilter, yet they were unable to ascertain the cause. Nevertheless, their brotherly bond remained unchanged, and they decided to let things unfold as they would. One was busy preparing clothing, while the other was quietly growing, eager to assume familial responsibilities, leaving little time for further contemplation. Li Huasong had met with the old Master Qi several times, but it was the first meeting between Zhou Mingji and the old matriarch Qi in over 30 years. Thus, aside from the discontented glares exchanged between the irritable Li Huasong and the obsequiously smiling old Master Qi, the two ladies engaged in delightful conversation, warmly greeting one another upon arrival. Zhou Mingji and the old matriarch Qi were nearly a decade apart in age, with time leaving discernible marks upon their faces. Yet, they retained their beauty, embodying a unique grace that time had bestowed upon them. Mingji, we finally meet. I never imagined that after over 30 years, you would still be as beautiful and elegant as ever. In beauty, apart from the kindness that blooms from virtue, all other forms of beauty are cultivated by wealth. Zhou Mingji's family circumstances were quite favorable, and Li Huasong treated her well. Coupled with her flair for dressing elegantly, she was recognized as the beauty of the compound over 30 years ago. Now, 3 decades later, she exudes an added air of composure and poise, appearing even more graceful than before. Thank you for the compliment, Zhou Mingji responded with a smile, grasping the hand of elder Mrs. Qi's sister Qi. You remain as dignified and composed as ever. In her youth, elder Mrs. Qi served as the women's director, embodying a spirit of grace and responsibility. She was regarded as the warm-hearted elder sister of the compound, beloved by all, Zhou Mingji included. During her pregnancy, elder Mrs. Qi had lent considerable assistance, fostering a close bond between them. Indeed, we are still the same as before, still as remarkable, they exchanged pleasantries. After chatting for a while, and sensing the atmosphere was ripe, elder Mrs. Qi began to broach the purpose of her visit. My dear girl, I must apologize. The matters concerning Xi are a source of regret for our Qi family. Guilt etched upon her face as she spoke. Her words not mere pleasantries, but a sincere expression of empathy for Zhou Xi. In other words, had Zhou Xi been their daughter, they would never have allowed Qi Xingzhou to acknowledge the child, not under any circumstances. Nonetheless, the Zhou family was magnanimous and understanding, a quality the Qi family could not rival. Reflecting on her daughter's past struggles, Zhou Mingji's previously gentle expression grew a shade colder. Yet, recalling her daughter's admonitions before leaving, she sighed silently, a sense of relief gradually washing over her. Sister Qi, as for the past, time slipped swiftly by, and before long, the day appointed by Qi Xingzhou arrived. Zhou Xi took Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao to the entrance of the restaurant before turning towards the adjacent cafe, allowing the 3 men ample time and space. Zhou Zhao took a deep breath and gently rapped on the door. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed from within. Chapter 182, Acknowledgement. Upon hearing the knock, Qi Xingzhou immediately rose from his seat to open the door. At the moment their eyes met, Zhou Zhao leaned in to glance inside, confirming the absence of anyone else before stepping back to check the door number. Indeed, this was the designated private room. Scratching his head in confusion, he asked, Uncle Qi, what brings you here? Did you perhaps enter the wrong room? However, he refrained from vocalizing the latter part of his question. Zhou Yu sighed in exasperation. This guy? When did he become so slow on the uptake? Qi Xingzhou was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. There's no one else inside. And I have not made an error. I am here specifically to acknowledge you both. Huh. Shock. Oh. Stupefaction. Zhou Xiao's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Wide enough to accommodate an egg. Isn't this Secretary Qi the uncle of Shirin? How has he suddenly become our biological father? To verify the authenticity of the situation, Zhou Xiao turned to Zhou Yu, seeking affirmation. Meeting his incredulous gaze, Zhou Yu nodded. Observing the brothers' subtle exchanges, Qi Xingzhou's lips curled slightly upwards. 3 minutes later, the three of them sat in silence, facing one another. Qi Xingzhou handed the menu to Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. I have already ordered dishes according to your preferences. Please see if there is anything else you wish to add. Zhou Xiao mechanically accepted the menu, his mind still reeling. Wearing a smile that was more a remnant of past etiquette lessons than a genuine expression, Zhou Yu glanced through the menu, but Qi Xingzhou had already preempted their choices, leaving little room for further input. After flipping through a few pages, Zhou Yu closed the menu and poured a cup of hot tea for Zhou Xiao, hoping to help him regain his composure. Noticing their slight discomfort, Qi Xingzhou refrained from speaking hastily, waiting until Zhou Xiao had collected himself before initiating conversation. Hello, Xiao Yu. Xiao Xiao. I am Qi Xingzhou, your biological father. However, prior to this moment, I have not fulfilled the responsibilities of a father even for a single day. Until you feel comfortable, you may continue to address me as Uncle Qi. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao nodded gently, both calling out, Uncle Qi. Qi Xingzhou accepted this with grace, acknowledging that it was a significant step forward. First and foremost, I owe you both an apology. I am truly sorry for only now becoming aware of your existence and for the hardships you have endured because of my negligence. I do not expect your forgiveness. I merely hope for an opportunity to make amends and to integrate myself into your lives. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were aware of the past between Qi Xingzhou and Zhou Xi, so they bore him no ill will. Most importantly, Zhou Xi's unwavering love had soothed the wounds of their upbringing, making it easier for them to accept the present. However, Zhou Xiao, pouting in indignation, asked, If you knew about me and my brother all along, why did you wait until now to acknowledge us? He felt that had he been in Qi Xingzhou's position, the first course of action upon discovering he had children would surely be to reach out immediately, rather than take a leisurely approach that delayed recognition for months. Zhou Xiao's thoughts spiraled, leading him to believe that Qi Xingzhou's delay stemmed from a lack of love for him and his brother. Otherwise, he would have been eager to acknowledge them sooner. Qi Xingzhou was taken aback. He had never contemplated the matter in such terms. Yet, recognizing the child's feelings of grievance, he acknowledged his oversight. I apologize. It was my fault for prioritizing my own convenience over considering your perspectives. Upon learning that you were my children, I was filled with joy and longed to acknowledge you immediately. However, I feared that you might not accept me. So I approached you under the guise of Uncle Shirin to gradually familiarize myself with you. It was only after meeting your mother a few days ago and obtaining her consent that I felt it appropriate to arrange this meeting. So that is how it is. In the hearts of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, Zhou Xi had always been the most significant figure. Qi Xingzhou's actions, in large part, were motivated by a desire to respect Zhou Xi and her years of dedication. Recognizing this, the brothers felt naturally inclined to respect him in return. Once the misunderstanding was clarified, Zhou Xiao no longer hesitated. All right, I understand now. I do not hold it against you. Observing the swift change in Zhou Xiao's demeanor from cloudy to sunny, Qi Xingzhou gained further insight into his younger son. It seemed he was truly a kind-hearted child with a penchant for laughter. Overwhelmed by shock, Zhou Xiao had no capacity to ponder the significance of the acknowledgement ceremony, quickly forgetting about it altogether. As the dishes were served, Qi Xingzhou began to emulate the role of a nurturing father, serving food to Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, inquiring about their daily lives and studies, and personally learning their preferences. Every detail about them was etched into his memory. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao felt a slight discomfort in response to his tenderness and attentiveness. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xiao, do you have any plans for your future careers? Fearing that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao might interpret his intentions as an attempt to meddle in their future, he hastily added, I have no desire to interfere in your lives. I merely wish to gain some understanding. He had already begun to gradually immerse himself in the financial sector and would eventually take over the family business from his mother. As the eldest son with a keen interest in commerce, Zhou Yu would undoubtedly be the one to shoulder the responsibilities of the Zhou family, especially since Zhou Xiao had no aspirations in business. Zhou Yu was an exceptionally responsible individual, and Qi Xingzhou had anticipated that he would inherit Zhou Xi's enterprises. Thus his decision came as no surprise. Indeed, your mother has spoken highly of your business acumen, suggesting that should you take the helm of the group, you would undoubtedly elevate it to new heights. Upon hearing this, a hint of shyness flickered across Zhou Yu's serious face. It was somewhat embarrassing for him to hear his mother's unreserved praise about his abilities from another's lips. Fortunately, Zhou Xiao chose that moment to speak, preventing anyone from noticing the subtle flush on his face. I am still uncertain about which industry I will pursue in the future. He was exceptionally intelligent, capable of thriving in nearly any profession. Yet, when pressed to make a choice, he found himself at a loss, unsure of what the best path would be. Thus, he genuinely did not know what career he should embark upon. Chapter 183, A Visit. Considering that the person opposite him was well-versed in various matters, he inquired, Uncle Qi, do you have any recommendations? Zhou Xiao's sparkling eyes conveyed a clear message of need, prompting Qi Xingzhou to resist the urge to ruffle his tousled hair. However, recalling the importance of maintaining boundaries, he managed to suppress that impulse. There's no rush. You have 2 years to contemplate your options. As long as you remain within the bounds of the law, you may pursue whatever you desire, and I will support you unconditionally. With his influence and Zhou Xi's financial resources, their children could lead prosperous lives without the burden of material concerns or societal expectations compelling them to engage in pursuits they do not enjoy. Observing the composed and mature Qi Xingzhou, clad in traditional attire, Zhou Xiao's eyes brightened with possibility. However, he deemed it premature to reveal his thoughts to his mother and brother just yet. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Qi. Beyond these discussions, Qi Xingzhou engaged the two brothers in numerous conversations. An hour passed swiftly, and upon returning home, Zhou Xiao's face radiated with joy, indicating the success of their meal. As anticipated, before Zhou Xi could speak, Zhou Xiao eagerly dashed over to give her a warm hug. Mom, I'm in such high spirits today. May I have an extra piece of cake? Zhou Xi chuckled as she patted his back, curious about how Qi Xingzhou had managed to bond with her sons. Of course. Oh yay, thank you, Mom. You are the most beautiful and gentle mother in the world. I love you. After blowing a heart gesture at Zhou Xi, he hurried off to the refrigerator to retrieve a small cake. Once he had left, Zhou Yu placed the snacks he had brought on the table. Mom, we had a wonderful conversation with Uncle Qi today. There were no conflicts, so you needn't worry. Here are some treats from him. Zhou Xi waved him over, her voice filled with pride. I know, my son is remarkable and will surely handle this matter well. She had always trusted Zhou Yu to manage such situations with the right mindset toward Qi Xingzhou. She felt an immense sense of pride for her intelligent and composed son. Each time partners attempted to win favor through her sons, she was well aware of their intentions. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but pause, allowing them a few moments of interaction. Noticing Zhou Yu's ears gradually reddening, she summoned someone from the kitchen to bring a bowl of Zhou's favorite sweet soup. The three of them, each holding their favorite snacks, laughed and chatted, enveloped in a sweet and blissful atmosphere. While Qi Xingzhou successfully connected with Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, the elder Mr. Qi found himself in a less fortunate situation. He was now forced to wear a smile, incessantly seeking forgiveness from Li Washang. Brotherly, this is a new tea I've brought. It tastes exquisite and is refreshing. Do give it a try. Li Washang shot an irritable glare at the elder Mr. Qi, though the enticing aroma of the tea proved too tempting to resist. Ultimately, his taste buds triumphed over his rationality, and he lifted the fragrant cup to take a gentle sip. The tea was indeed delightful, but the persistent presence of the elder Mr. Qi was tiresome. Since his daughter and grandson had accepted Qi Xingzhou, he felt there was little point in harboring resentment and ceased to give Mr. Qi the cold shoulder. Yet, the elder Mr. Qi, emboldened, insisted on inviting him for tea daily. Each visit lasted an entire afternoon, filled with idle chatter devoid of any serious discussions. Initially, Li Washang found it tolerable, but as the visits became frequent, it grew increasingly tiresome. If it weren't for Zhou Mingji's reminders, he would have been baffled as to why the elder Mr. Qi was so relentless. Enough, you needn't waste your efforts here. I have no authority in this matter. When the time is right, Xingzhou will bring the children to see you. Once his intentions were laid bare, the elder Mr. Qi awkwardly laughed. Ah, brotherly. You see right through me. Acknowledging the inappropriateness of his actions, and with Li Washang's clear refusal, he refrained from further pestering. Since that dinner, Qi Xingzhou had swiftly grown familiar with Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, meeting with them 4 to 6 times weekly, occasionally inviting them to stay overnight. After 2 months of interaction, Zhou Xi and her family agreed to Qi Xingzhou's proposal to visit Li Washang and Zhou Mingji. This signified a substantial breakthrough in their relationship. To leave a favorable impression and demonstrate their seriousness, Qi Xingzhou prepared an array of gifts for this visit. Upon hearing the sound of horns outside, Zhou Xi turned to the somewhat restless Zhou Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao, your Uncle Qi has arrived. Please help your mother greet him. At once, Zhou Xiao took Zhou Yu by the hand, saying, All right, Mom, we'll go. Watching the cheerful figures of her sons, Zhou Xi discreetly instructed Zhou Bao to add another person to the itinerary. Outside, as Qi Xingzhou alighted from his vehicle, he was met with Zhou Xiao's gleeful gaze. Uncle Qi, you're here. Although Zhou Yu did not exhibit the same exuberance, The brightness in his eyes revealed his emotions. Yes, I have come bearing gifts for you both. Observing the multitude of presents trailing behind him, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao instinctively fell into step beside him. Inside, Zhou Xi stood by the window, admiring the delightful sight of the three individuals outside. Aside from sharing her features, Zhou Yu increasingly embodied the dignified presence of his father, Qi Xingzhou. Both father and son exuded an air of elegance, while Zhou Zhao radiated a sense of freedom, reminiscent of a pampered young master from a noble family. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, she found herself unexpectedly locking eyes with Qi Xingzhou for a fleeting moment. After a brief 2 or 3 seconds, Zhou Xi averted her gaze, seemingly composed as she strolled toward Zhou Mingji and the others. Though she was accustomed to the presence of various handsome men, every encounter with Qi Xingzhou's fervent gaze ignited an ineffable warmth within her heart. Truly, it felt as if she were regressing with each passing day. Upon entering the house, Qi Xingzhou approached the sofa to greet Zhou Mingji and Li Huasong, saying, "Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Qi Xingzhou." Neither Li Huasong nor Zhou Mingji were the type to hold grudges, especially since they could see that Qi Xingzhou genuinely cared for Zhou Xi and her children. Most importantly, they recognized the change in their daughter's demeanor towards him. If possible, they hoped that their family of 4 could share the same household registration, offering mutual support and concern for one another. Chapter 184, The First Visit. Zhou Mingji maintained a favorable disposition towards Qi Xingzhou, and Li Huasong felt similarly. With Zhou Zhao, the lively spirit of the family, present, the atmosphere in the living room was almost perpetually vibrant. What mattered most was that they were all astute individuals, discerning what could be said and what should remain unspoken, adeptly navigating the delicate balance of conversation. After dinner, while strolling in the courtyard to aid digestion, Zhou Xi mentioned plans to take Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao out for a few days. Upon hearing this, Qi Xingzhou quickly calculated the time and eagerly asked, Xi, may I join you? Noticing the nervous yet hopeful expression on Qi Xingzhou's face, Zhou Xi nodded in agreement. Of course. Their trip was not abroad, but rather a leisurely exploration of a southern island, allowing Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao a breath of fresh air. Traveling by private jet offered convenience, and should any work arise, Qi Xingzhou could return at his leisure. Observing the beaming family of 4, Zhou Mingji and Li Huasong discreetly instructed the bodyguards to alter their travel plans. They wished for their daughter's family to enjoy this rare time together without their presence as a hindrance, opting instead to visit the northwest for sightseeing. Thanks to Qi Xingzhou's sincerity and previous groundwork, the day unfolded delightfully for everyone involved. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Qi family home was markedly different. From the moment Qi Xingzhou departed, the elderly couple was engulfed in anxiety. Mr. Qi busied himself with watering plants, weeding, practicing Tai Chi, and pacing the yard, his feet never affording him a moment's rest. Although Mrs. Qi shared his concerns, she managed to maintain a semblance of composure, unlike her fidgeting husband. Growing weary of his incessant wandering, she snapped, "Enough. Sit still. Your restlessness is making me dizzy." Yielding to her authority, Mr. Qi reluctantly settled for a few minutes, only to find his unease escalating. Ultimately, he took a basket and ventured to the pet market, hoping to find a parrot that captured his fancy. Having enjoyed a pleasant conversation, Qi Xingzhou was invited to stay for dinner before heading home. By the time he returned, night had fully descended, yet the usually relaxed living room was bustling with people. Upon entering, all eyes turned towards him, and it was evident that his late return indicated that the Zhou family was quite pleased with him. However, until they heard Qi Xingzhou confirm this directly, they could not fully exhale the tension they felt. "How is it, Xingzhou?" The expectant gazes of the family met his. Qi Xingzhou responded with a gentle nod. "It was quite nice. In a few days, I will accompany Xi and the others to a southern island for a vacation." Though this was merely a simple statement delivered in an unremarkable tone, those with keen insight could discern that if he had a tail, it would surely be wagging with exuberance. "Wonderful, wonderful," Mr. Qi exclaimed, eagerly cracking walnuts. "I look forward to seeing my 2 grandsons soon." Qi Xingzhou smiled and nodded, assuring, "I will bring Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao back for dinner in due time." This prompted an enthusiastic exchange among the family, discussing Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. The younger generation of the Qi family was indeed remarkable, and even though the children of the eldest brother were still quite young, their talents and intelligence shone through in their words and actions. Yet their primary focus remained on Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, partly due to a sense of obligation, and partly because they were the eldest grandchildren. As the third eldest child in the family, Shirin also listened intently. He could see that the joy surrounding Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao brought happiness to the entire Qi family. Naturally, he too was delighted, though he reflected on his status as merely an external grandson, not truly belonging to the Qi lineage. The return of biological children was a cause for celebration. But within the Shi family, it elicited a starkly different response. While the members of the Qi family eagerly anticipated the arrival of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, the uncles, aunts, and older relatives of the Shi family wore smiles that masked their irritation at the prospect of resources being diverted from their own children. Regrettably, he would forever bear the surname Shi, and though he often wished he could be a Qi, such a thought was merely a fantasy, utterly unattainable. Despite his desire to join the trip, he possessed enough awareness to recognize the importance of boundaries. There would be opportunities in the future. But this time he could not hinder his uncle's endeavors. While he could not accompany them, he still spent nearly an hour on the phone with Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, and after receiving their promise to send him plenty of photos, he ended the call contentedly. On the day of their trip, Qi Xingzhou unusually donned a set of gray casual attire, abandoning his typical black ensemble. In a matching style, Zhou Yu sported a simple white shirt with black pants, while Zhou Xi wore a flowing floral dress, and Zhou Zhao echoed her sister's vibrant style in colorful attire. The family of four, each with their unique flair, presented a visually appealing sight. On the plane, Zhou Xi and Qi Xingzhou sat together, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao occupied the seats opposite them. "Mom, how many days can we spend on the island?" With only 15 days remaining until the end of summer vacation, they would need to return a day early to rest, leaving them 14 days to enjoy. However, Zhou Zhao glanced up at her parents, one a chairman and the other a secretary managing millions in livelihood. Their busy schedules made it clear they could not accompany them until school resumed. "Mom can stay with you on the island for 10 days, but after that, I must return to the company to handle matters. If you still wish to play, you may remain there, as your summer tasks are complete, and you can return after school starts." With Zhou Ping and Zhou An accompanying them, she felt assured of their safety. "All right. If my brother and I haven't had enough fun, we'll stay a few extra days," Zhou Yu chimed in, affirming, "Yes, Mom, don't worry. I will take care of my brother." Despite their words, it seemed that if only the two of them stayed behind, there would be little to do, and it might be better to return with their parents. But there was still Qi Xingzhou. What if he had time? Meeting Zhou Zhao's expectant gaze, Qi Xingzhou regretfully replied, "I'm sorry, Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhao, but I only have 10 days of vacation. However, I will strive to save up my leave to accompany you in the future. We can have many more adventures together." Though he longed to remain with them, the responsibilities he bore did not permit such indulgence. Though somewhat disheartened, Zhou Zhao expressed understanding. For those in elevated positions must often temper their desires and bear responsibility for others. Chapter 185, Embrace. It's all right, work is paramount, and there will be ample opportunities ahead. Perceiving Zhou Zhao's disappointment, Zhou Yu deftly diverted the conversation towards subjects he cherished, and within mere moments, a radiant smile illuminated his face once more. Observing the harmonious and affectionate bond between the two brothers, Zhou Xi and Qi Xingzhou were filled with pride. When Zhou Xi averted her gaze, she inadvertently locked eyes with Qi Xingzhou across the table. His gaze was still as bare and fervent as ever, leaving her feeling quite peculiar. To stave off the awkwardness, Zhou Xi casually lifted a cup from the table and took a sip of water. To her surprise, it was Zhou Zhao's favorite ultra-sour lemon tea, and she was unprepared for the ensuing cough. The acidity was overwhelming. The sourness contorted Zhou Xi's face into a wrinkled orange, momentarily neglecting her expression management. Fortunately, Qi Xingzhou, not one to remain impassive, promptly offered her a cup of warm water. After rinsing her mouth with the warm liquid, the sourness soon diminished. Just as she was about to ask Zhou Bao to fetch a box of preserved fruits, Qi Xingzhou presented a plum candy to her lips. "Try this, it's quite sweet." Zhou Xi felt a twinge of confusion. While she did have a penchant for plum candies, she had never expressed this outside of her home. Even her secretary at the office was oblivious. How did Qi Xingzhou know? However, the sourness in her mouth left no room for contemplation, and she accepted the sugared candy, popping it into her mouth. Within mere seconds, the sugary coating dissolved, and the tartness was swiftly replaced by the sweetness of honey. Watching Zhou Xi alternate between puffing up her left and right cheeks, Qi Xingzhou found her utterly adorable. Envisioning the round, glistening plum candy being playfully manipulated within her mouth. Lost in thought, a gentle smile crept onto his lips, illuminating his face with warmth. A smile can bring forth 100 charms. No beauty in the 6 palaces can compare. Were Qi Xingzhou a woman, this phrase would suit him perfectly. His countenance was indeed impeccable, strikingly beautiful. Noticing that Zhou Xi had been momentarily entranced by his smile, he shamelessly seized the opportunity to draw closer. Throughout the journey, he continually delighted in their conversation, leaving Zhou Xi with the impression that he was being pursued by something unseemly. Yet, upon meeting his ever-constant gaze, she felt she was simply overthinking. Qi Xingzhou was merely a peacock flaunting its feathers, devoid of ulterior motives. "Xi, would you like another plum candy?" "Xi, this is my first time on a private plane." "Xi, our 2 children are truly exceptional." "Xi, Don't the clouds outside resemble the plum candy you just ate? Zhou Xi. Throughout the journey, Zhou Xi's ears were inundated with a constant buzz. Upon disembarking, Qi Xingzhou shed his usual authoritative demeanor, attentively attending to Zhou Xi with remarkable care. Zhou Xi had never been pursued in such a shameless and meticulous manner before. Observing Qi Xingzhou's clinginess, Zhou Zhao curiously rubbed his nose and questioned, "Brother, is Uncle Qi pursuing Mom?" Zhou Yu nodded, "Yes, Uncle Qi is indeed pursuing Mom." Oh, Zhou Zhao had never anticipated that Qi Xingzhou and Zhou Xi could be together. So this sudden revelation left him momentarily astonished. "Little Zhao, do you wish for Mom and Uncle Qi to be together?" Zhou Zhao shook his head and nodded. "I'm not sure. I think things are just fine as they are, but I'll support whatever decision they make." In truth, he felt that the current situation was quite satisfactory. However, the idea of them living together as a family seemed appealing as well. Unsure of what the best choice was, he turned to Zhou Yu. "Brother, do you wish for Mom and Uncle Qi to be together?" Zhou Yu gazed at the distant figures, then at the puzzled expression on Zhou Zhao's face, and resolutely replied, "I share your sentiments. As long as they are happy. I respect all decisions made by Mom and Uncle Qi." Both children were kind-hearted, unwilling to impose their preferences upon others. "All right, I'll follow in your footsteps and be your little shadow." Realizing that Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao had fallen behind, Zhou Xi paused and waved back to them. "Little Yu, little Zhao, hurry up." "Coming." Zhou Zhao darted towards Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu like a jubilant little bird. "Mom, Uncle Qi, brother and I are here." Watching them rush towards him, Qi Xingzhou felt an impulse akin to that of a parent, wanting to embrace the 5- or 6-year-old children. Yet, he had long missed the opportune moment. It was likely that Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao no longer needed his embrace. Upon arriving at the island, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao completely liberated themselves. Diving today, fishing tomorrow, surfing the day after, and so on. Essentially, aside from dining and sleeping, the two brothers hardly had a moment of respite. Although the family of 4 resided in the same villa, they perfectly executed a strategy of only crossing paths twice a day. After lounging in the villa for 2 days, Zhou Xi, early in the morning, took her surfboard and ventured out, determined to stretch her limbs. The ever-adhesive Qi Xingzhou followed closely behind, carrying a surfboard identical to hers and sporting a bulging backpack, the contents of which remained a mystery to everyone but himself. Upon reaching their destination, Zhou Xi began to warm up, not one to miss such an opportunity. Qi Xingzhou eagerly approached her as a training partner. "Qi Xi, I'll join you for warm-up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Zhou Xi was speechless. Who counts out loud during warm-ups? This wasn't a physical education class where the teacher would be displeased if the count wasn't audible. Nevertheless, Qi Xingzhou's warm-up routine was indeed well executed, perfectly attuned to a girl's rhythm. After the warm-up, Zhou Xi took her surfboard into the water, timing her movements perfectly. She swiftly bent down. Observing her spirited demeanor, Qi Xingzhou felt a pang of envy. He was a decent swimmer, but surfing was an entirely different beast. Despite having engaged a coach for intensive training in the preceding days, he seemed to lack the innate talent for it. No matter how much he practiced, he struggled. However, for someone as lively as him, this was hardly a daunting challenge. When Zhou Xi was toppled into the sea by a wave, he immediately dove in after her. "Qi Xi, are you all right?" "Qi Xi." Yet, despite his frantic search, he failed to retrieve her, not due to a lack of skill, but because Zhou Xi was an excellent swimmer and had no need for his assistance. After swimming for what felt like an eternity without finding Zhou Xi, panic surged within Qi Xingzhou, a fear that something unfortunate might befall her. As he rose to call for help from Zhou Bao and the others, Zhou Xi gently patted him on the shoulder from behind. "It's all right. I'm fine. I'm right here." Upon turning to see her, Qi Xingzhou, disregarding the usual decorum, embraced her tightly. Chapter 186, The Family's Cook. Zhou Xi found it difficult to breathe from his grip and quickly patted his back. "You're holding me too tightly. I'm almost out of breath." Realizing his anxiety was burdensome to her, Qi Xingzhou immediately relaxed his hold. However, the lingering dread did not completely dissipate. He had genuinely feared that Zhou Xi had been swept away by the waves. Zhou Xi was examined thoroughly by Qi Xingzhou, who ensured she was unscathed before allowing her to move freely. Yet, when she resumed surfing, Qi Xingzhou remained by her side, vigilant and watchful for her safety. Although the sensation of gliding across the surf on the board felt liberating, her enjoyment was somewhat diminished by the visible worry etched on his face. After 20 minutes of surfing, they transitioned to sunbathing, a decidedly safer option. Observing Zhou Xi ceasing her activities, Qi Xingzhou emerged from the water, his head breaking the surface. "Qi Xi, are you done playing?" Though clad conservatively in a black t-shirt and knee-length shorts, this modest attire only accentuated his aura of restraint. Particularly when he reached back to wipe droplets from his hair, his chiseled features were strikingly handsome under the sun's rays. Yes, I'm done. I want to sunbathe. Would you like to join me? Qi Xingzhou beamed, thrilled that Xi had extended an invitation to him. All right, I'll join you. On the beach, Zhou Xi lounged in a chair, wearing sunglasses, observing Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao frolicking in the water like fish, while Qi Xingzhou attentively peeled nuts and poured juice for her. Glancing at the tender coconut meat in his hand, he inquired, Xi, would you like to try some coconut meat? I don't want coconut meat, but I do want coconut chicken stew. Qi Xingzhou readily agreed. No problem. I'll make it for you shortly. You can cook? She casually remarked, not truly expecting him to take on the task, as she held more faith in the skills of the highly paid chef she had hired. I've been cooking since I was 10, after moving out for work. My culinary skills have improved significantly. You'll have to taste my cooking later. In truth, he wasn't particularly adept at Southern cuisine. However, before their trip, he had consulted with a chef friend regarding coconut chicken stew, which he had chosen to master. He had tried it himself. While it may not be exquisite, it was still quite decent. All right, we look forward to tasting your culinary skills. A family vacationing together on an island, free from work worries and life's hardships, was truly a blissful experience. As Zhou Xi lay there, wrapped in a blanket, she gradually drifted into slumber, hearing her steady breaths. Qi Xingzhou stood up to tuck her in more snugly, then picked up 2 coconuts and turned towards the villa. Around 4:30 p.m., a sweet aroma wafted from the kitchen, tantalizing Zhou Xi, who was seated in the living room watching television. She rubbed her slightly hungry belly, set down the magazine in her hands, and made her way to the kitchen. She wanted to see how Chef Qi's culinary skills fared. Leaning against the doorframe, she observed Qi Xingzhou for several minutes as he focused intently on his cooking, before finally stepping inside. Xingzhou, is the chicken soup ready? I can smell it all the way from the living room. Upon hearing her familiar voice, Qi Xingzhou's face lit up. He quickly picked up a bowl, carefully selecting 2 pieces of chicken and a tender piece of coconut meat, then ladled half a spoonful of soup into it. He cautiously handed it to Zhou Xi, fearful of burning her. Here, please help me taste it, and let me know how the seasoning is. Zhou Xi accepted it with a smile, feeling fortunate. When she was thirsty, the cup found its way to her lips. When she was hungry, Zhou Xi took a spoonful of coconut meat, which was soft, sweet, and paired beautifully with the rich flavor of the chicken. The sensation was absolutely delightful. After finishing, she immediately gave Qi Xingzhou a thumbs up, exclaiming, delicious. Especially good. Chef Qi is truly remarkable. Observing her mischievous demeanor, Qi Xingzhou felt an irresistible urge to ruffle her hair. It was soft and felt even better than he had imagined. However, he seemed to have forgotten that his hands weren't entirely clean. Upon closer inspection, a slight layer of oil residue lingered on them. Realizing his mistake, Qi Xingzhou felt a wave of regret wash over him. He stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the unusual sheen in Zhou Xi's hair until she finished her soup. At which point he sheepishly spoke up. Xi, I'm so sorry. When I touched your hair, I forgot that my hands were still oily. So you might need to wash your hair in the bathroom. I truly didn't mean to. I just got a bit too excited. The more he explained, the guiltier he felt, eventually blushing deeply. Observing the tall man, over 6 feet, standing before her in a childishly awkward manner made Zhou Xi unable to suppress her laughter. She waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. I was just feeling hot anyway, so I'll go wash up. It's perfect timing to wash my hair now, so I don't have to do it again tonight. To her, these accidental little mishaps were hardly a bother. Instead of lying stiffly on the sofa, it was far better to stand up and stretch a bit. She had time, energy, and the means. There was no need to let such an unintentional incident ruin her mood. Life is merely a journey to be experienced. Watching Zhou Xi walk away, Qi Xingzhou placed his hand over his heart, feeling it thumping incessantly. Today he had witnessed another side of Zhou Xi, her openness and cheerfulness. This subconscious action had resulted in him adorning a white shirt now stained with grease. In the past, he might have resented the inconvenience of washing a shirt stained by accident. However, seeing Zhou Xi's nonchalant attitude made him feel that washing a white shirt was not such a hassle after all, nor was there a need to rush to change. Thus, he turned back to continue cooking while wearing the shirt marked with handprints of oil. After her shower, Zhou Xi changed into a loose lavender dress. Her hair casually swept back with a matching lavender hairpin. Her natural beauty radiated, unadorned yet exquisite, her lips rosy without any tint, her brows dark without makeup. With a delicate visage, she was strikingly beautiful, and her effortless grace continued to captivate. While Qi Xingzhou quietly admired her beauty, the lively Zhou Zhao bounded over to Zhou Xi, performing a gentlemanly bow. Oh, my most beautiful mother, dear Uncle Qi has personally prepared a feast. May I have the honor of escorting you to the dining table? Zhou Xi gently placed her hand atop Zhou Zhao's, filled with delight. Chapter 187. Fodder. Coconut chicken stew. Poached shrimp, stir-fried clams. Qi Xingzhou had poured considerable thought into this meal, preparing dishes that Zhou Xi and her children adored. Watching them relish their food brought him joy. After dinner, the family gathered in the living room, chatting and watching television until after 9. When they each retired to their rooms for the night, after sleeping for 2 or 3 hours, Qi Xingzhou found himself unable to slumber. After tossing and turning for several minutes in bed, he rose and stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the vast expanse of the sea in the distance. The twinkling stars in the sky, and listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves mingled with the scent of the ocean carried by the gentle breeze. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. How invigorating. After standing there for over 10 minutes, just as he contemplated returning to bed for some rest, he spotted a familiar figure among the group preparing to head out to sea for fishing. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly changed his clothes, left a note on the bedside table, and hurried downstairs. Fortunately, he was not too late. He made it just in time. As he approached in a flurry, Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly composed himself and politely greeted, "Uncle Qi, what brings you here?" Once aboard the boat, Qi Xingzhou steadied his breath for a moment before replying, "Oh, it's nothing. I've been wanting to go fishing at sea for a while, and today just happens to present an opportunity. May I join you for a bit of adventure?" In truth, Zhou Yu had intentionally chosen to set off alone at night. But under the current circumstances, he could not refuse Qi Xingzhou's company and merely nodded in agreement. "All right, it's more enjoyable with company." In preparation for this nocturnal sea venture, Zhou Yu had made extensive arrangements. The equipment was ample, provisions were plentiful, and safety measures were meticulously implemented. Besides Zhou Ping, he had also brought along several skilled divers to ensure that in case of any danger, there would be someone to assist him. Although it is often said that a mother knows her child best, Qi Xingzhou was also quite familiar with his sons Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, particularly with Zhou Yu, who, despite appearing calm and gentle on the surface, harbored a considerable rebellious spirit within. However, this rebellion was kept hidden from others, surfacing only in the solitude of the night when he could vent it in secret. Qi Xingzhou had also experienced such feelings in his youth, albeit with less freedom due to limited circumstances. He would stealthily venture out into the deep mountains and forests at night to train, returning only when he was utterly exhausted. The apple does not fall far from the tree, and Zhou Yu was, in many ways, a reflection of Qi Xingzhou. Perhaps it was the power of blood ties, or perhaps they were simply kindred spirits. Throughout their journey, Qi Xingzhou and Zhou Yu engaged in lively conversation to alleviate any concerns Qi Xingzhou might have later. Zhou Yu informed him about his intention to dive into the sea, initially expecting Qi Xingzhou to voice safety concerns. Zhou Yu was pleasantly surprised when Qi Xingzhou not only remained silent but also requested a set of diving gear, deciding to accompany him underwater. Noting Zhou Yu's astonished and perplexed expression, Qi Xingzhou patted his shoulder and smiled, explaining, "While I may not surf, I can hold my breath for quite a long time and am quite adept at swimming. When we were young, we didn't have all these safety measures. We would simply strip down and dive in without knowing how deep the water was. It's fair to say that my survival to this day is largely due to sheer luck. Otherwise, I would have perished countless times in those unfathomable reservoirs and deep ponds." Zhou Yu was astounded. He thought his own rebellious nature was audacious. Yet Qi Xingzhou proved to be even more unconventional. "Really? Uncle Qi, did you also learn to swim by yourself?" Qi Xingzhou nodded. "Yes, conditions were tough during my childhood. After school, my friends and I would often venture to the river to catch fish and shrimp, and after numerous attempts, I gradually learned." As they continued to chat, they swiftly checked their gear. Once satisfied that everything was in order, they both leaped into the boundless sea. However, Zhou Yu proved to be even more audacious than Qi Xingzhou anticipated, continually plunging deeper, challenging his own limits. Fortunately, several safety personnel accompanied them, ensuring that should he encounter any discomfort, they could swiftly assist him back to the surface. The ocean is like a vast tome, filled with endless mysteries and beauty. The deeper they ventured, the more breathtaking the scenery became. Strange and wondrous marine life. Various oceanic enigmas. There was nothing that one could imagine that did not exist within its depths. Upon reaching his limits, Zhou Yu decided not to push further. Instead, he turned around and posed for Zhou Ping to take a photograph. After capturing a solo shot, Qi Xingzhou joined him for several pictures together. The father and son embraced each other as shoulders, striking identical poses, creating a sense of mirroring. Just as they were concluding their underwater exploration and preparing to return to the surface, an unforeseen incident occurred. Zhou Yu's oxygen device was accidentally shattered by an unknown elongated object. Within moments, he felt a pronounced difficulty in breathing. Observing Zhou Yu's complexion deteriorating, Qi Xingzhou swiftly exchanged his own oxygen device with Zhou Yu's. When Zhou Ping and the others arrived, Qi Xingzhou quickly entrusted the still-dazed Zhou Yu to them. Once he confirmed that Zhou Yu was being escorted to safety, he hurriedly shed any unnecessary equipment and used all his strength to swim upwards. With Zhou Ping and his team's assistance, Zhou Yu safely reached the boat. However, despite their anxious waiting, they could not see Qi Xingzhou emerge. Nor could they spot the divers who had gone down to rescue him. Zhou Yu leaned against the railing, feeling a chilling wave wash over him. After swiftly donning his diving gear once more, he prepared to plunge back into the water to search for Qi Xingzhou. However, those tasked with his protection firmly restrained him. Two adult men easily held back the minor. He was no match for them. Sir, Brother Ping and the others have already descended to search for Mr. Qi. The divers who went down are professionals in this field. With them there, they will surely bring Mr. Qi back safely. If we jump in now, they would have to divert their attention to protect us, ultimately slowing down their rescue efforts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu ceased his struggles. Indeed, remaining calm and not causing additional chaos was the greatest assistance he could provide at that moment. Clinging to the railing, he silently gazed at the water's surface, hoping to see that tall figure emerge from the depths. Just when hope seemed to dwindle and despair threatened to take over, a splash echoed through the air. Qi Xingzhou resurfaced, holding an exceptionally large pearl. In an instant, tears streamed down Zhou Yu's face, unable to be contained any longer. Qi Xingzhou, caught up in his own joy, failed to notice Zhou Yu's distress. As he boarded the vessel, Zhou Yu rushed forward and embraced him tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Dad Chapter 188, Son, Dad. Qi Xingzhou's heart leapt with joy. Zhou Yu had called him Dad. His identity had been acknowledged. However, after the brief moment of elation, he quickly sensed Zhou Yu's unease. The boy was shaking as though electrified, his voice laced with anxiety. He beckoned to the others nearby, carefully passing them the pearl in his hand before beginning to comfort Zhou Yu. It's all right, Dad is here. There's nothing to worry about. I'm back. And everyone is safe. Under Qi Xingzhou's gentle yet reassuring words, Zhou Yu's trembling gradually subsided. However, he remained shyly buried in his father's embrace, unable to lift his head. With trembling hands, gripped tightly around Qi Xingzhou's clothing out of anxiety and embarrassment. He exerted so much force that his fingertips turned an unnatural white. How mortifying. It was indeed a moment of utter disgrace. The usually aloof and taciturn Qi Xingzhou was now crying in front of so many people. What credibility would he have left? A father understands his child like no one else. Qi Xingzhou, having once been at Zhou Yu's age, naturally comprehended why his son felt such humiliation at this moment. Oh, the tumultuous pangs of adolescence. He could empathize. He himself had once donned the facade of indifference, only to find that, in time, the act had transformed into genuine aloofness. Fortunately, Zhou Ping was perceptive. After confirming that Zhou Yu was all right, he took a colleague with him and walked toward the boat, granting the father and son a moment of privacy to alleviate the awkwardness for his young boss. Once they departed, Zhou Yu immediately extricated himself from Qi Xingzhou's broad embrace. It was evident that a father's hug felt markedly different from a mother's. One was robust and dependable, while the other was tender and warm. Yet, both offered a sense of comfort and security. Observing Zhou Yu's flushed ears and evasive gaze, Qi Xingzhou resolved to seize the moment before, by morning. Zhou Yu reverted to calling him Uncle Qi, however. The immediate priority was to usher him inside to change clothes. Health was paramount. They must avoid catching a cold. Little Yu, it's quite windy outside. Let us go in together for you to change into something dry. Time was pressing. They needed to return, lest his mother and Xiao Zhao awaken and worry about their absence. Zhou Yu nodded, a slight bow of his head, murmuring, okay. Upon entering the house, he raised his head and closed his eyes, allowing warm water to cascade over his face. His mind replayed the moment he had called Qi Xingzhou Dad. In his mind, he had always envisioned that it would be Zhou Zhao who first addressed Qi Xingzhou as Dad. Yet, unexpectedly, he had uttered it himself in a moment of sentimentality. Now, he felt somewhat flustered but bore no regret for having called him Dad. After all, he had long desired to do so, only hesitating to voice it. Dad, Dad, Dad. Dad, Dad. At this moment, Zhou Yu resembled a child just beginning to babble, incessantly murmuring the word Dad. Meanwhile, separated by merely a wall, Qi Xingzhou was not faring much better. As he hastily finished his shower and dried his hair, his thoughts lingered on Zhou Yu's expression when he had called him Dad. Son, 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 son. The two of them, one calling Dad, the other responding with son, had the walls possessed lesser soundproofing. They could have easily conversed across the divide. Though shy, Zhou Yu was neither impolite nor lacking in responsibility. After showering and donning clean clothes, he hesitated before stepping into the living room, then called out once more, Dad. Oh, Dad's here. Nervously, Zhou Yu fidgeted with his fingers. Despite it being a typical exchange between father and son, it felt rather peculiar, as if he were coaxing a child. Zhou Ping has brewed ginger soup. Come quickly to have a bowl to fend off the chill. As Zhou Yu drank the ginger soup, Qi Xingzhou diligently polished the large pearl he had retrieved from the water. Little you, what do you think about using this pearl to make a necklace for your mother? After finishing his soup, Zhou Yu looked up at the magnificent pearl. It's beautiful. Mother will surely adore it. Earlier, Xiao Zhao and I found a particularly lovely pearl on the beach. Mother was pleased and said that if she ever found another, she would turn them into a pearl necklace. This pearl of yours is splendid and will match perfectly with the one Xiao Zhao and I collected. I know Mother will love it. Hearing this, Qi Xingzhou gazed at the pearl in his hand with increasing fondness. All right, when we return, I'll give this pearl to your mother, so she can create the necklace she desires. That single utterance of Dad had brought the two of them closer in ways unspoken. Although their time together remained as quiet as before, the atmosphere was palpably different, even in silence. They could comfortably coexist in the same space without the previous awkwardness or the need to fill the silence with conversation. As they returned to the villa, dawn was gently breaking. However, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao remained ensconced in their dreams, unaware of their father's return from an adventure. Observing the faint shadows of fatigue beneath Qi Xingzhou's eyes, Zhou Yu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Dad, it's still early. You should rest a bit more. All right, I'll catch a few more winks. When your mother wakes, remember to call for me. You are getting older. Without proper rest, you'll lack the energy. Yet, he was determined not to miss the opportunity to have breakfast with Zhou Xi, making it essential for him to rise. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. Okay, I will come to get you when Mother wakes. The news of Zhou Yu's late-night diving escapade reached Zhou Xi through others. Initially, she thought little of it, trusting in her son's safety measures. However, upon hearing about the perils he faced underwater, a wave of dread surged within her. If something were to happen, she couldn't fathom how to cope. Yet, as they were enjoying their time together, discussing this topic would surely dampen their spirits. So she held her tongue, instructing Zhou Ping to ensure his safety. She would address the matter thoroughly upon their return, ensuring such incidents would never recur. After breakfast, Qi Xingzhou sought a private moment to present the newly polished pearl to Zhou Xi. Although she possessed many fine things, this pearl was exceptionally unique. Its size was substantial, its shape perfectly round, and its luster radiant. It was undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, it was a pearl he had risked his life to retrieve. Xingzhou, thank you. I truly love it. Upon seeing the smile on Zhou Xi's face, Qi Xingzhou felt it was all worthwhile. Tomorrow, I will dive again to see if I can find another pearl of this size. I'll bring them all to you. Qi Xingzhou had anticipated Zhou Xi's delight, but to his surprise, she shook her head in refusal. No, this one is perfect. There's no need to risk your life again for pearls. It's not worth it. Noticing his sudden despondence, she added, I cherish these two pearls you and your son have given me. Possessing them makes me feel as if I have the finest pearls in the world, rendering all others insignificant. This declaration ignited a surge of emotion in Qi Xingzhou, prompting him to embrace Zhou Xi. No, more accurately, it was a reward for himself. Zhou Xi was taken aback by the sudden embrace, her awareness momentarily frozen, unsure where to place her hands, leaving them awkwardly clasped in front of her chest. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, who had stepped out for a stroll. Zhou Zhao, unable to contain his excitement, opened his mouth to shout, but upon realizing what was about to happen, Zhou Yu swiftly covered his mouth and pulled him back. Hush, let not the tranquil moments between mother and father be disturbed. Beyond the horizon, there are always greater wonders that await discovery. Still reeling from the solemn scene of Zhou Xi and Qi Xingzhou together, Zhou Zhao was utterly taken aback by Zhou Yu's unexpected utterance of daddy. This. Zhou Zhao incredulously rubbed his ears and asked again, brother, what did you just say? What did you call Uncle Qi? Zhou Yu, with an unwavering demeanor, replied, Daddy, I just called Uncle Qi Daddy. Zhou Zhao was perplexed, feeling a sense of betrayal. Huh, why? Didn't we agree to wait until Uncle Qi passed our test before calling him Daddy? Zhou Yu hesitated, recalling that this was indeed the case, but he had forgotten to inform Zhou Zhao about the sudden turn of events the night before. Observing his brother's disgruntled expression, Zhou Yu quickly began to explain, it's like this. Zhou Zhao was not unreasonable. After hearing their thrilling tale from the previous night, he immediately forgave Zhou Yu and shifted his concern to whether Zhou Yu was hurt. Brother, are you all right? Zhou Yu shook his head. I'm fine. Thankfully, Daddy rescued me in time. Zhou Zhao sighed in relief. That's good. As long as you're okay. However, he pondered, but brother, when should I start calling Uncle Qi Daddy? Since his brother had already made the switch, he felt compelled to follow suit as a member of the family. Otherwise, he would seem out of place. Yet, how could he call out Daddy without any prior warning? That would be so embarrassing. Noticing his brother's rapidly changing expressions, Zhou Yu knew he was lost in his own thoughts again. Thus, he promptly interrupted. He is our daddy. You can call him whenever you wish. No need to seek out a special moment. Really? Zhou Yu nodded. Yes, he will be happy no matter when you call him daddy. Zhou Zhao pondered this. Oh, I see. He then began to cultivate the courage to utter the word daddy. After several hours of mental preparation, during dinner, he attempted to voice it multiple times, but could not bring himself to say those two words. Zhou Yu understood the reason behind his brother's struggle, but Zhou Xi and Qi Xingzhou were oblivious, thinking something was amiss. Consequently, they continued to serve him food. Zhou Zhao wanted to express his gratitude by saying thank you, Daddy, but the words that escaped his lips were thank you, Uncle. Qi Xingzhou, accustomed to it, thought nothing of it. Yet, Zhou Zhao felt a twinge of disappointment. If he could, he would have slapped his own mouth for failing to utter those two words. Finally, as Qi Xingzhou was about to set down his bowl after finishing his meal, Zhou Zhao exclaimed, Daddy, let me serve you some rice. The moment he spoke, everyone at the dinner table was rendered speechless. Daddy, faced with the astonished gazes of the others, Zhou Zhao's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. To evade the awkwardness at the table, he boldly took the bowl from Qi Xingzhou's hands and turned towards the kitchen. With 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3 scoops, he filled a bowl with tightly packed rice for Qi Xingzhou. When he returned, the three at the table had regained their composure. Ah, thank you, Xiao Zhao. Just like a son of mine, as soon as I craved another bowl, you brought it to me. Indeed, the rice served by my son is the best. With that first step taken, Zhou Zhao seemed to have unlocked a new level. Daddy, Daddy, he called without restraint. Daddy, this shrimp is particularly delicious. You should try it. Daddy, this beef is stewed to perfection. You should have some too. With each utterance of Daddy, Qi Xingzhou found himself overly indulged. As Qi Xingzhou and Zhou Xi's holiday drew to a close, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao packed their bags to return home as well. With their parents absent, the brothers found little joy in staying. They preferred to return and play with Song Lei and Shi Rin, although they had only been away for 10 days. Zhou Mingji and Li Huasun could distinctly sense a shift in the atmosphere among their family of 4. Clearly, their decision not to accompany them had been wise. After escorting the trio home and sharing a meal together, Qi Xingzhou announced his farewell, having taken an extended break. He needed to return to recharge and report on his progress at the old residence, lest their whims disrupt his rhythm. Since earning the approval of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao, Qi Xingzhou had become a frequent visitor to their home. Moreover, he consistently brought small gifts for the three of them on each visit. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao's gifts leaned towards practicality, while Zhou Xi's were tinged with romance. On this particular day, Qi Xingzhou finished work early. After receiving Zhou Xi's consent over the phone, he cheerfully went to the group to pick her up, flowers in hand. Zhou Xi, not one to shy away, had realized her feelings for Qi Xingzhou were reciprocated. She decided to give them a chance, as he was undoubtedly the most suitable person for her in all aspects. Most importantly, she liked him, Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao liked him, and her parents liked him too. As for the future, she believed that everything would fall into place naturally without causing anxiety, as long as it did not disturb her or her family's quality of life. If possible, she would not mind a grand reunion, as long as they were all happy. For this date, Zhou Xi deliberately chose an outfit that was less businesslike, in harmony with the summer and vibrant colors. She donned a cerulean dress and white high-heeled shoes with red soles. As she walked, she exuded elegance and charm. Hearing the sound of the elevator, Qi Xingzhou, leaning against the car door with flowers in hand, instantly straightened up and looked up. The moment he laid eyes on Zhou Xi, the sparkle in his gaze intensified several notches. Xi, you look stunning. Love should be expressed boldly, and feelings should be articulated with courage. This was a lesson Qi Xingzhou had learned from Zhou Xi and her children, and today marked his first step in unabashedly revealing his heart. Hearing such forthright words, Zhou Xi momentarily paused, astonished that such candidness had emerged from the typically reserved Qi Xingzhou. However, within just 2 seconds, she regained her composure. Thank you. You look as handsome as ever. In response, Qi Xingzhou beamed even brighter. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have eagerly embraced Zhou Xi. Although it was Qi Xingzhou who picked Zhou Xi up from work, she had already arranged for dinner to be ordered, planning to dine outside before returning home. The weather was splendid, and her restaurant was opening that day, featuring performances by a violinist and a pianist. It was the perfect opportunity to enjoy a meal while also overseeing her establishment. In the car, while ensuring the vehicle operated safely, Qi Xingzhou discreetly stole glances at Zhou Xi. Observing her subtle mannerisms that mirrored Zhou Zhao's, Zhou Xi chose not to reveal that she was aware, allowing him to admire her freely. Thus, Qi Xingzhou savored every moment, feeling immensely satisfied. The meal comprised steak, red wine, salad, and dessert. Although not entirely accustomed to such fare, he had been gradually acclimating himself to it. After the waiter thoughtfully presented the dishes, he meticulously sliced the steak before passing it to Zhou Xi. Observing the plate of uniformly cut steak before her, Zhou Xi accepted it with delight, showing no signs of refusal. A bite of the beef melted in her mouth, succulent and flavorful, truly delectable. Upon finishing, she savored a sip of red wine. equally rich and sweet. Raising her gaze to the man who was engrossed in cutting the steak, he appeared both seasoned and handsome, reminiscent of the taste of the wine in her mouth. Realizing that he was watching her, Qi Xingzhou subtly straightened his back, striving to present his most charming demeanor. Noticing his little gestures, Zhou Xi smiled warmly. Deliberately using her fork to lift a piece of steak, she offered it to him. Xingzhou, you should eat too. Qi Xingzhou was taken aback by Zhou Xi's unexpected gesture, momentarily halting his breath, then instinctively opened his mouth to accept the morsel. Watching him chew like a cow, Zhou Xi kindly refilled his glass with wine. This bottle of red wine is exceptionally good, do give it a try. Subsequently, Qi Xingzhou obediently raised his glass and took a sip. When he caught sight of the radiant smile on Zhou Xi's face, he felt his cheeks flush crimson, all the way to the back of his ears. Qi Xingzhou, with his fair complexion and typically stoic demeanor, was now adorably shy, a refreshing change for Zhou Xi. Unable to resist teasing him, she remarked, Xingzhou, are you a chameleon? Your face is so red, even redder than when Xiao Zhao goes to the sauna. It's quite endearing. Endearing? Qi Xingzhou pondered, wondering if such a term could truly apply to a rugged man in his 30s. In the next moment, his romantic inclinations surged forth. Regardless of whether he was deemed cute or handsome, as long as it captivated Xi and brought her joy, it was worth it. Thus, a bashful smile bloomed on his flushed face, subtly affirming their relationship. Xi, this means Xiao Zhao resembles me, her father. Zhou Xi nodded in agreement. Yes? Just like you. Due to this playful exchange, Zhou Xi could distinctly sense Qi Xingzhou's buoyant mood throughout the remainder of their meal. As twilight approached during dinner, the sun began its descent, and a gentle breeze enveloped them. They decided to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Zhou Xi walked in the middle, while Qi Xingzhou positioned himself on the roadside. They ambled along at an unhurried pace, stopping to admire intriguing vendors whenever Zhou Xi expressed interest. Qi Xingzhou, ever accommodating, would pause with her, ready to pay at any moment. After a while, Zhou Xi purchased bamboo-crafted robots for Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. As Qi Xingzhou extended his hand to take the bag from her, a group of children suddenly darted out, causing Zhou Xi, in her heels, to stumble. Dramatically, Qi Xingzhou instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist. Though the situation was somewhat awkward, it was undeniably real. As art often imitates life, feeling the mingling of their breaths and the firmness of his arm around her waist, Zhou Xi vowed never to dismiss cliched romantic tropes in novels again, having just experienced one herself. Typically, physical contact or intimacy propels feelings between individuals to new heights. While they had not achieved any substantial breakthroughs, that brief embrace undeniably altered the atmosphere between them. Following that fleeting moment of closeness, approximately 5 minutes later, Zhou Xi noticed their hands had intertwined tightly. Thump, thump, thump. Qi Xingzhou felt his heart racing, threatening to leap from his chest. No matter how he tried, he could not contain it. After their hands intertwined, the two exchanged not a single word, yet an inexplicable sweetness enveloped them. One was testing the waters, while the other was accepting, as they navigated this uncharted territory, drawing ever closer. The sunset was breathtaking, and life was becoming increasingly beautiful. Days passed in this manner, filled with meals and small joys, amounting to a sense of happiness. On the day Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao returned to school, Qi Xingzhou and Zhou Xi deliberately set aside time to accompany them. Having indulged in some wine the previous night, Qi Xingzhou felt slightly tipsy and decided to stay at the Zhou residence. Today he had the day off, and Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao merely needed to attend the school's opening day without actual classes, since the family was in no rush. They leisurely enjoyed breakfast before heading to school, allowing them to savor the cafeteria's offerings at lunchtime. Feeling ecstatic about spending the night, Qi Xingzhou felt a surge of pride as he descended the stairs the next morning. In a mere few months, he had made such significant progress. It was a feat not easily achieved by most, unless one were like him. After breakfast, the family of four set off for the school together. Zhou Mingji and Li Huasun had recently taken up health practices, including daily lessons in Ba Duanjin, and were currently in the midst of it, thus not accompanying them. Uncertain of how the principal had received the news or whether he had been waiting at the entrance, the principal greeted them with a smile upon their arrival. However, upon noticing Qi Xingzhou walking alongside the trio, he momentarily faltered. Chapter 191, Happy Ending. What was going on? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. What mattered was that he needed to swiftly attend to these esteemed guests. Secretary Qi, Director Zhou, welcome to our school, the principal exclaimed. Qi Xingzhou, disliking any disruption to their family day, replied with a stern demeanor, we are merely here as parents accompanying our children for the opening activities, and do not require any special treatment. If there is a need, we will certainly seek you out. Parents? What is the meaning of this? Faced with the principal's puzzled gaze and Qi Xingzhou's expression that seemed to scream, I am the biological father of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. Zhou Yu perceptively validated his identity. Dad, the food in our school cafeteria is especially good. They have your favorite braised pork, as well as Mom's favorites. Dad. The principal's gaze flitted between the family of four, and he seemed to understand, promptly excusing himself to avoid being an inconvenience. After the principal departed, the family continued their leisurely walk toward the classroom. They intended to explore the classroom first before meandering around the campus. Thus, Qi Xingzhou walked closely beside Zhou Xi, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao flanked either side of them, strolling slowly toward the classroom. The family of four, all possessing striking looks and being far from ordinary, attracted considerable attention as they walked. While they were largely unfazed, those nearby who recognized Zhou Xi and Qi Xingzhou's identities gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief. After being the subject of such scrutiny, they finally arrived at the classroom, where it became slightly quieter. As the school had no strict time regulations, there were not many people in the classroom. However, the families of Song Lei and Shi Ren had arrived quite early. The four of them entered the classroom in a neat row, prompting Shi Ren to exclaim in surprise. This left the oblivious Song Lei utterly befuddled. What's the matter? Shi Ren, are you surprised to see Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao about to have a stepfather? Upon hearing this, Shi Ren shot him an exasperated glance and retorted. What are you talking about? My second uncle is the biological father of Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. What? Your second uncle? Biological father? When did this happen? Song Lei exclaimed in disbelief, bombarding him with questions. Oh, it's just a matter of over a decade ago. My second uncle has been Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao's biological father for quite some time now. Isn't that obvious? The exchange seemed rather futile, akin to stating the obvious. Nearby, Lin Wanyan and Qi Lanqi also caught wind of the children's conversation. Qi Lanqi's face lit up with delight, while Lin Wanyan mirrored Song Lei's astonishment. Having not seen Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao in nearly 20 days, Shi Ren felt a pang of longing for his two good friends. As soon as their family arrived, he hurried over to greet them. Hello, Aunt Zhou. Hello, second uncle. Zhou Xi offered a warm nod, saying, little Run, you all came quite early. Once the children exchanged their greetings, Lin Wanyan and Qi Lanqi approached as well. The three families were already acquainted, and with this newfound familial bond, they were eager to engage in heartfelt conversation. After the greetings were exchanged, seizing a moment while the Qi siblings conversed, Lin Wanyan discreetly pulled Zhou Xi aside into the corridor for a private chat. Sister Xi, you're amazing. You've managed to capture this high-spirited flower before anyone else could. Zhou Xi gently nudged her head away from her shoulder. I'm quite remarkable myself, you know. He may be a high-spirited flower, but I am equally stunning, a beauty in my own right, a chairwoman with countless admirers. Lin Wanyan found her reasoning sound. The two were indeed a match made in heaven. Yes, Sister Xi is the best. You are my idol. Ever since the divorce, Zhou Xi had become her idol, and now her mind was consumed with thoughts of making money and aspiring to become a formidable figure like Lin. After a brief chat outside, Qi Xingzhou appeared with Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao. Lin Wanyan, ever perceptive, seized the opportunity to join Qi Lanqi, allowing the family of four to enjoy their time together without interruption. Mom, let us go? I heard the school renovated the playground during the holiday. Let us go check it out. Zhou Xi fell back a couple of steps to walk alongside Qi Xingzhou. All right, let us go see. A smile crept onto Qi Xingzhou's lips as he subtly inched closer to her, though his gaze remained fixated on their two sons ahead. Observing the enchanting sight of their family of four, Lin Wanyan rested her chin on her hand in awe. A powerful father, a super-rich mother, and two intelligent, handsome sons. What a celestial family. Shi Ren chimed in with the same sentiment. Indeed, what a celestial family. If Zhou Zhao heard this, he would undoubtedly exclaim with pride. This is my family, our home with my brother and parents. The family spent the day exploring the school, only departing as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow across the playground. In the future, they would traverse many more paths together, living blissfully and abundantly. Let us eagerly await their journey. 10 years later, in the first year following Zhou Yu's graduation, he set into motion a plan that had been 7 years in the making. Just as Zhou Fangfei's prison term was nearing its conclusion, he filed a lawsuit regarding the child trafficking case from years prior, successfully sending her back behind bars. Simultaneously, he completely absorbed the Qi family and the Zhou family of Haiqing. From that moment on, there was only one Zhou family in Haishur, the Zhou of Zhou Xi. He thrived in the business world, ascending ever higher by following in Zhou Xi's footsteps, propelling the Zhou family to greater heights. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhao steadily forged his path in politics. The two brothers, one in governance and the other in commerce, became renowned as the twin stars of Jing City, earning admiration and accolades from all. After 3 years of following Zhou Xi and her children, Qi Xingzhou successfully married into the Zhou family. September 9th marked the anniversary of Zhou Xi and Qi Xingzhou's wedding. Recently, Zhou Mingji, Li Huasan, and the elder Qi couple had gone on vacation to the south, intending to spend the winter there and return for the spring festival. Thus, only their family of 4 remained at home. Qi Xingzhou wished to surprise Zhou Xi, but he couldn't take a leave, nor could Zhou Zhao. Zhou Xi was unaware of any plans. Hence, Zhou Yu became the sole laborer, pretending to go to work with everyone else before sneaking back to prepare the house. As he surveyed the empty home, with 2 rows of housekeepers standing at attention, Zhou Yu retrieved Qi Xingzhou's meticulously crafted plan from his pocket, ready to give orders. Petals for the path, pearls for illumination. Fortunately, Qi Xingzhou's plan was exceptionally detailed. All he needed to do was issue commands and oversee the entire operation. That evening, Qi Xingzhou made a special trip to pick up Zhou Xi. Noticing her slightly anxious demeanor, Zhou Xi feigned ignorance, aware that he intended to surprise her for their anniversary, knowing he would reflect on any missteps later. As soon as he spotted Zhou Xi, he exuberantly called out, "Wife, over here." Since their marriage, his endearment had shifted from Xi to wife. Each time he called her wife, it felt like a declaration of ownership. After all these years, Zhou Xi had grown accustomed to it. He thoughtfully opened the car door for her before taking his seat. Then he began recounting amusing anecdotes from his day or inquiring about any interesting occurrences at her workplace. He justified this as a means of participating in each other's lives and deepening their bond. "Wife, you won't believe it. I found a tiny stone in my lunch today." Seeing Qi Xingzhou chatter incessantly, Zhou Xi tilted her head in mild exasperation, rubbing her forehead. Who said Qi Xingzhou was taciturn and aloof? He was far from silent. He was quite the chatterbox. Noticing Zhou Xi's distraction, he gently repositioned her. "Wife, today." However, his exuberance was endearing. They arrived home 2 minutes earlier than usual, which was not in line with his meticulously laid plans, prompting him to feign a leg cramp to delay for another 2 minutes. Once the time was right, he led Zhou Xi inside. As they stepped through the door, the enchanting sound of music greeted them. Turning to look, they saw a band performing. Zhou Xi, aware of Qi Xingzhou's surprise, was pleasantly taken aback by this unexpected touch. Her heart fluttered with joy as she tightened her grip on his hand. Qi Xingzhou leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Wife, there are even greater surprises awaiting you inside. Let us go in together." "All right, let us go in." Upon entering, they were greeted by a pathway adorned with flowers, flanked by 2 rows of intricately designed flower stands displaying all the photographs of their family of 4. As they ventured further, they found a colossal luminous pearl at the center of the living room. Before her eyes could fully adjust, Qi Xingzhou led her to the right, revealing wax figures of their family. The likenesses captured a moment from a month ago when they had taken a family portrait, vividly portraying the happiness that radiated from each of them. Then came Qi Xingzhou's heartfelt declaration of love. "Wife, meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life. Because of you, thank you for giving me 2 adorable and intelligent children, for providing us with a home that is uniquely ours, for allowing me to accompany you through the rest of our lives, and for loving me." Behind the partition, although Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao had heard Qi Xingzhou's sentimental declarations numerous times, they still found their eyes misting over upon hearing them again in such a poignant setting. The final segment of the event involved Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao presenting their meticulously prepared anniversary gift to their parents, a magnificent sunset beach painting crafted from pure gold, which also marked the family's first portrait together. Approaching their parents, they each offered a heartfelt embrace. "Happy anniversary, Mom and Dad." Despite the 15 years lost, their family had still experienced countless cherished firsts together. Looking ahead, they anticipated many more blissful moments to come. Although the beginning was tumultuous, Zhou Xi ultimately forged a path of integrity. May everyone find a road beneath their feet and light in the distance. As they take steps forward, may they unfold grand visions. The epilogue, a blissful life in a parallel world. How might Zhou Xi's life have unfolded in the absence of the malevolent grandmother? Madame Li nearly got caught, and in her panic, she carelessly left Zhou Xi on a bench outside the hospital before hurriedly fleeing the scene. As it was her first offense, she felt a twinge of anxiety and fear. However, for the sake of the delicious chicken, duck, fish, and the beloved grandchild she longed for, she retreated to a corner, closed her eyes, and muttered a few incantations to the heavens, quickly calming herself. After purchasing groceries from the supply store, she strolled back to confirm that Zhou Xi's presence had vanished from the weathered bench before leisurely enjoying some dried fruit on her way home. Upon returning home, before preparing postpartum meals for Zhou Mingji, Madame Li took it upon herself to whip up a pot of braised pork. Gazing at the evenly colored dish, she disregarded decorum and devoured it ravenously. Coincidentally, at that moment, a neighbor, an elderly lady with a penchant for gossip, caught a whiff of the meat and came knocking. "Sisterly, are you home? My nose isn't working well. Could you check if my pickled cabbage has gone bad?" To preserve her reputation and safeguard that pot of braised pork, Madame Li pretended not to be home, retreating with the pot into a newly acquired box from Li Huashong to prevent the aroma from escaping. However, in her haste to eat, she choked and found herself unable to breathe, while the box's latch had locked, trapping her and leading to her untimely demise. Outside, the elderly neighbor, hard of hearing, failed to notice the commotion from within as Madame Li struggled against the box. Frustrated by her lack of success, she left, muttering about how she had distinctly smelled meat. Suspecting that Madame Li was indulging in secret feasts behind her son and daughter-in-law's backs, the wheel of karma turned, serving her the consequences of her actions. In the hospital, ever since Madame Li's departure, Li Huashong felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, convinced that something terrible might transpire. Thus, once Zhou Mingji fell asleep, he immediately glanced towards the nursery. No, that is not my daughter. Although newborns are often indistinguishable, he recognized at once that the child was not his. He promptly summoned a nurse to inquire and reclaimed his daughter from the Zhou family's arms. In the aftermath, Li Huashong experienced a mix of anger and relief. Once he confirmed that Zhou Xi was unharmed, he cradled her and proceeded to the hospital director's office, insisting that the matter be addressed with utmost seriousness. Following this incident, Li Huashong grew apprehensive about leaving Zhou Xi in the nursery's care. Exiting the director's office, he took Zhou Xi to the nurse's station, where he meticulously reviewed her condition and earnestly learned how to care for fragile newborns. Feeling a newfound confidence, he returned to the ward with her. When they returned, Zhou Mingji was still asleep, while Zhou Xi, nestled in her swaddling, continued to make soft sounds. Li Huashong gently checked her diaper, confirming she was clean, and surmised she must be hungry. Clumsily, he prepared a bottle of formula. As soon as the nipple was placed in her mouth, the previously whimpering infant became still, eagerly gulping down the milk, her frail form melting Li Huashong's heart. Little one, I promise to protect you and your mother. May you grow up healthy and strong. After her fill, Zhou Xi smacked her lips contentedly before drifting back into slumber. Watching her fall asleep almost instantaneously, Li Huashong wiped his hands and lightly tapped her rosy little nose, finding her utterly adorable. As he gazed at the sleeping Zhou Mingji and the slumbering Zhou Xi in the adjacent crib, Li Huashong felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. An hour later, Zhou Mingji awakened. The ordeal of childbirth had drained her, leaving her feeling utterly exhausted. Yet, this was the child they had longed for, and maternal love surged within her. As her awareness returned, her first instinct was to inquire about the baby. Huashong, where's the baby? As Zhou Mingji stirred, Li Huashong knew she was waking. Once she spoke, he offered her a straw filled with warm water. Don't rush, have a sip to soothe your throat. The baby just finished feeding and has fallen asleep. After drinking, Zhou Mingji asked Li Huashong to help her turn to see their sleeping daughter. It was her first glimpse of Zhou Xi, and seeing her tiny, soft form ignited an overwhelming wave of maternal affection. Huashong, our baby is so beautiful. Through the lens of parental bias, Li Huashong nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is quite adorable. She will undoubtedly grow to be as lovely as you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingji quickly scanned the room for the expressions of those present, only to find them stifling laughter, prompting her to shoot a reproachful glare at Li Huashong. Alas, to him, it seemed she was merely flirting with him. By the way, where has Mom gone? Zhou Mingji casually inquired, having not seen her mother-in-law since waking. She went back to prepare a meal for you, but she should be returning soon. Are you hungry? I can whip up some formula for you as a snack until she arrives with chicken soup. Given the physical toll of childbirth, Zhou Mingji felt a pressing need for nourishment and did not refuse. After sipping a cup of formula and nibbling on 2 peach pastries, she still saw no sign of Madame Li. In this unfamiliar place, she began to worry about her mother-in-law's safety. Huashong, the baby is asleep, and I'm fine here. You should go back and check on Mom to see if she is lost. After the earlier incident, Li Huashong hesitated, fearing that if he left, something else might go awry. Huashong, I'm hungry. I want chicken soup now. Please check if Mom has arrived. After much deliberation, he resolved to return. All right, I'll be quick. Watching him glance back repeatedly as he left, the aunt caring for her daughter in the neighboring bed smiled at Zhou Mingji. Comrade, your husband is truly devoted. I've never seen anyone care so deeply for his wife and child. Zhou Mingji accepted the compliment without modesty. Yes, he is indeed wonderful. After all, she had chosen to marry him, and time had proven that her choice was right. When Li Huashong returned, his face taut with tension, Zhou Mingji had just finished the meal the neighboring aunt had brought from the cafeteria and was in the process of feeding the whimpering Zhou Xi. Noticing the palpable shift in his demeanor, she immediately sensed that something was amiss. What happened? Is everything all right? Li Huasun did not wish to cause Zhou Mingji any concern. He shook his head nonchalantly, insisting that it was nothing and suggesting they eat first. Everything could wait until after their meal. for he feared that Zhou Minji might lose her appetite otherwise. "No, my aunt helped me buy some food from the cafeteria. I've already eaten." "You should eat," he replied, his irritation mounting as he glanced at the food container still glistening with droplets of water. Due to the chaotic events, he had regrettably missed the opportunity to prepare a chicken stew that morning. Instead, he had only asked the neighbor to hastily scramble some eggs and stir-fry vegetables and meat, leaving the chicken for dinner. With both Zhou Minji and himself lacking an appetite, he thanked the neighbor before pulling Zhou Minji aside to discuss the matter concerning Old Lady Li. In the second extra chapter, depicting a parallel world of blissful existence, Li Huasan did not conceal the fact that Old Lady Li had choked to death. This revelation brought him both anguish and profound shame, leaving his heart entangled in complexity. Zhou Minji, equally taken aback, reflected on the fact that they had never deprived the old lady of food or clothing. If she wished to eat, there was no need to hide it. They never anticipated that she would succumb to such a fate, merely lamenting the cruel hand of fate. In the ensuing days, Li Huasan juggled caring for Zhou Minji while attending to Old Lady Li's funeral arrangements. A month later, once the dust had settled, they opted for a modest celebration of Zhou Xi's full moon, gathering only as a family for a meal. However, in this era rich with human connection, several close neighbors, including the Qi family, came to offer their congratulations. After a month of transformation, Zhou Xi had blossomed from a frail little red monkey into a plump, fair-skinned infant. Dressed in a bright red tiger outfit, she appeared soft and adorable. Mrs. Li Huilan, known for her warm-hearted nature, arrived early to assist with the cooking. "Sister Huilan, I cannot express how grateful I am for your help. I truly would not know what to do without you." Although meals could be ordered directly from the cafeteria, there were still numerous small tasks that required attention. Li Huasan, unable to take leave from work, was already overwhelmed by caring for little Zhou Xi and could hardly manage anything else. "Oh, it's no trouble at all," she replied dismissively. "We're neighbors. It's only natural to lend a hand. Besides, when I was busy before, didn't your children come over to eat at my house?" Recalling the children confined next door by Huilan's orders, Zhou Minji said, "Sister Huilan, could you please keep an eye on the baby for a moment? I need to use the restroom." Huilan waved her hand nonchalantly. Go ahead. The baby is so well-behaved. I'd love to shower her with affection." After using the restroom, Zhou Minji made her way to the Qi household. Hearing the raucous noise from within, she abandoned the idea of knocking and called out, "Xingzhou, Lanqi." Upon hearing their names, the commotion abruptly ceased, and the door swung open to reveal a chubby little boy dashing out. "Aunt Zhou, what brings you here?" Before she could respond, another small figure emerged. "Aunt Zhou, when will my mom be back to cook for us?" Zhou Minji smiled and patted Qi Lanqi. "Today, we're celebrating Annie's baby's full moon. You're all invited to eat with us." At that moment, Qi Xingzhou interjected. "Annie, are we going to see my fiancé?" "What?" Zhou Minji was taken aback. "Your fiancé?" "Yes, my fiancé. Before the baby was even born, our mothers arranged a betrothal, so she is now my fiancé." Zhou Minji thought to dismiss it as a mere jest, but Qi Xingzhou was quick to dash inside, exclaiming, "Auntie, I'll go get a gift for the baby. Wait for me." 3 minutes later, Zhou Minji emerged from her home, accompanied by the 4 Qi children. Remembering her mother's morning admonitions, the children were on their best behavior, refraining from their usual antics. "Mom, we're here." Although Zhou Minji had brought them, they still hesitated to step forward, fearing a scolding from Huilan. However, Huilan, understanding their situation, welcomed them with a stern yet warm demeanor. "All right, since you're here, sit quietly and refrain from causing any mischief." "Yes, we understand." In contrast to the other Qi children, Qi Xingzhou immediately focused on the baby Zhou Xi, who was cradled in Huilan's arms. Gazing at the beautiful infant, he longed to touch her face but hesitated, fearing he might hurt her. Just as he wavered, Zhou Xi waved her tiny hand and grasped his plump thumb. Delight illuminated Qi Xingzhou's chubby face. "Mom, my fiancé is holding on to me." Zhou Xi, though only a month old, possessed an exquisite beauty with her delicate features, an elegant nose, round eyes, and a charming face, exceeding her peers in attractiveness. She was remarkably well-behaved, only making sounds when hungry or needing a change, and was content to be held by anyone as long as her parents were nearby. Despite it being their first encounter, she responded to the bewildered Qi Xingzhou with an innocent, toothless smile. "Mom, the baby smiled at me. She must really like me as her fiancé. From now on, I will study hard and earn money to support her, saving all my white rabbit candy for her." As Qi Xingzhou rambled on about their future together, Huilan and Zhou Minji exchanged astonished glances. Just then, Li Huasan and his companions returned home from work, overhearing Qi Xingzhou's bold declarations. He promptly scooped the chubby child away from Zhou Xi, admonishing, "You little rascal. My daughter has just turned 1 month old. You're getting ahead of yourself." You can't even manage your own potty needs, yet you're thinking of. Surprisingly, Qi Xingzhou showed no fear of Li Huasan and replied earnestly, Uncle, I promise I won't tea with the bed again. From today onward, I will take responsibility for her diapers, and all my pocket money will be hers. If there's anything delicious, I'll share it with the baby first. I want to be her lifelong companion, and I hope you and Annie will approve. Once a mischievous child known for his antics, Qi Xingzhou had now adopted a more serious demeanor, reflecting on a recent encounter where he witnessed someone confessing their feelings. He had taken that moment to heart and was now applying it to his own situation. As his words settled in the room, laughter erupted from everyone present. Ha ha, you little rascal. As Li Huasan shot a disapproving glare at the mischievous child, he noticed Zhou Xi's fleeting moment of fear. Without hesitation, Qi Xingzhou slipped from Li Weisan's grasp and hurried to Zhou Xi, gently patting her swaddling with tenderness. Oh, don't be afraid, baby, Zhou is here with you. The sight of the little boy, merely 3 or 4 years old, soothing the 1-month-old infant was utterly endearing. Thus unfolds the tale of happiness in a parallel world. One evening, Zhou Mingji observed Qi Xingzhou resolutely handing over his pocket money to Zhou Xi and couldn't help but smile. Huasong, do you think the Qi family has taken this childhood betrothal seriously? At the time, when Yu Huilan mentioned it, she had given it little thought, merely responding with a casual affirmation, treating it as a jest. However, it seems that, upon reflection, they were indeed earnest about it. When Qi Xingzhou broached the subject today, the Qi family did not intervene. Their faces were filled with agreement. Speaking of this matter, Li Huashong felt a twinge of discontent. Nevertheless, he bore no grudge against Yu Huilan. Well, our baby has just turned 1 month old. There is plenty of time ahead, and no one can predict what the future holds. With that, he gently touched Zhou Xi's cheek in her crib, murmuring, Isn't that right, darling? You are the precious little one cradled in your mommy and daddy's hands. Whatever you desire, we shall procure for you. The trivial chatter of adults pales in comparison to the comforting nourishment of a bottle for a child just a month old. As he attempted to poke Zhou Xi's face once more, Zhou Mingji quickly interjected, All right, the baby has just fallen asleep. Please don't wake her. After Zhou Xi's 1-month celebration, Qi Xingzhou visited their home daily. Upon entering, his first task was to seek out Zhou Xi, gazing at her for 5 or 6 minutes before rolling up his sleeves to help. Auntie, where are the baby's diapers? If the baby is sleeping, I shall wash them now. Observing his earnest demeanor, Zhou Mingji feared she might burst into laughter and turned away to stifle her amusement. It's all right, Zhou. Uncle Li has already washed the baby's diapers while he was going to work. What? Qi Xingzhou's brows furrowed into a caterpillar shape, visibly displeased. How could Uncle Li steal my job? Given the circumstances, the only thing left for him to do was to remain by the crib, keeping company with the still sleeping Zhou Xi. Not wishing to disturb him, Zhou Mingji placed 2 pieces of snacks and a cup of milk on a nearby table before attending to her own matters. Half an hour later, Zhou Xi woke herself with a wet diaper. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Mingji entered to find Qi Xingzhou anxiously pulling at Zhou Xi's hand, exclaiming, Annie, come quick. The baby is crying, and I can't lift her. Zhou Mingji felt the diaper and realized it was indeed wet. The baby has wet her diaper. Annie will change it. You go eat your milk and snack first, and after Annie changes the baby's diaper, you can play with her, all right? Qi Xingzhou obediently nodded and took his milk and snack to the adjacent room. He understood that boys should not watch when girls use the restroom. 5 minutes later, having finished his milk and snacks, he called out, Auntie, is the baby's diaper changed yet? Yes, come over. Once granted permission, Qi Xingzhou rushed over, determined to take the freshly changed diaper outside to wash it. Zhou Mingji, alarmed, quickly halted him. No. Auntie will wash it. You just stay and play with the baby. However, Qi Xingzhou nonchalantly replied, It's all right, Auntie. I am the baby's fiancé. This is my duty. After a prolonged tug-of-war, Zhou Mingji ultimately prevailed, and Qi Xingzhou dutifully accompanied Zhou Xi. Hello, baby. I am your fiancé, Qi Xingzhou, and I am 3.5 years old. My father is a deputy commander, and my mother is. He rambled on excitedly while Zhou Xi, oblivious to the conversation, occasionally giggled in response. Yet, Qi Xingzhou was easily delighted by Zhou Xi's coincidental actions. Seizing a moment when Zhou Mingji was not present, he leaned down to kiss Zhou Xi softly, then stared in astonishment at his own lips, exclaiming, So soft. It smells so milky and lovely. He leaned in to place several more kisses on her. Thus, he arrived punctually each day, accompanying Zhou Xi as she grew. Due to his attentive companionship, when Zhou Xi began to speak, the first word she uttered was not daddy nor mommy, but fiancé. This infuriated Li Huashong, who insisted it could be brother or Zhou, but absolutely not fiancé. Under no circumstances. Baby, say dad, dad. Zhou Xi, with her thumb in her mouth, grinned. Fiancé. No, it's dad. After a long while of no response, he decided to switch tactics. Baby, call mommy, ma. Zhou Xi, growing impatient, reached out for a hug from Qi Xingzhou, saying fiancé, fiancé. Upon receiving the signal, Qi Xingzhou promptly stepped forward, taking Zhou Xi's hand. Oh, good baby. Zhou is here. I will play with you. Zhou Xi then focused intently on playing with Qi Xingzhou's fingers, entirely forgetting her father, who was still holding her. Watching his daughter exhibit such disregard, Li Huashong sighed dramatically. Minji, do you think our daughter was truly born for the Qi family? Look at her. She only has eyes for that little fellow. Zhou Minji shot him a disapproving glance. And you dare say that? You are away on missions for an entire week. Aside from me, Zhou is the one who spends the most time with the baby. Furthermore, Zhou's care for our baby is undeniable. He is always obedient, providing whatever she desires. Do not be jealous. He has invested so much, and he deserves her affection. Moreover, I believe Zhou is quite wonderful. If there is a possibility in the future, I support them being together. After nearly a year of interaction and observation, Zhou Minji had grown increasingly fond of Qi Xingzhou. He was cute, kind-hearted, astute, and exceptionally well-behaved. Zhou, Auntie has cut some fruit for you and the baby. You can only give the baby one piece. The rest is for you. Qi Xingzhou accepted without hesitation. Thank you, Auntie. After receiving the fruit, he chose the best piece for Zhou Xi, saying, Baby, eat slowly. No need to rush. After Zhou Xi took a bite and noticed Qi Xingzhou across from her not eating, she urged him, Eat, fiancé, eat. Qi Xingzhou obediently picked up a piece of apple and put it in his mouth, continuing to coax Zhou Xi. All right, let us eat together. They both enjoyed their meal. Yet Qi Xingzhou felt a pang of jealousy at the sight. Out of sight, out of mind, he decided to step outside for a stroll, rather than stew in jealousy. He preferred to buy a gift for his future wife. However, just as he stepped outside, he encountered someone he had hoped to avoid. Yet, he was adept at feigning ignorance, treating everything as inconsequential, and promptly turned to leave. Epilogue 4. A happy life in a parallel world. Deputy Commander Qi was preparing to find Li Huashong when he spotted him and immediately gave chase. However, Li Huashong walked increasingly faster, and he nearly lost sight of him. Upon encountering Li Huashong's somewhat sullen expression, he feigned concern. Huashong, what's the matter? Did you have a quarrel with your wife? Humph, my spouse and I are quite well. However, you on the other hand, were chased out by your sister-in-law yesterday, and still haven't made it back to your bedroom, have you? Deputy Commander Qi choked, inwardly cursing. It must be that ungrateful child who spilled the beans. Otherwise, the Li family would not know. My wife and I are practically an old married couple. She wouldn't want me to freeze outside. But you, why the sour face? Could it be you were truly chased out by your wife? Amidst the mocking gaze of Deputy Commander Qi, Li Huasan expressed his annoyance, saying, Remember to bring your son back with you when you return. Upon mentioning Qi Xingzhou, the Deputy Commander instantly grasped the situation. I refuse. Ever since my precious niece's full moon celebration, my son has completely become your Li family's son-in-law. He spends 24 hours a day at your home, except during the night, and sometimes he doesn't even come back for meals. In my view, that boy should be raised by your family. After all, he will surely remember his in-laws over his biological father, who will inevitably be relegated to the background. Li Huasan pondered this and found it quite feasible. Really? You would let Xingzhou be my family's son-in-law? The deputy commander shot him a vexed glance. Of course not. That's absurd. Li Huasan shrugged it off. Well, your opinion doesn't matter. I see that Xingzhou has big plans of his own. In a few years, you may no longer hold sway over him. This remark further irked the deputy commander, as he already found it challenging to manage Qi Xingzhou. Before Zhou Xi departed, Qi Xingzhou was her devoted follower. Once Zhou Xi became more independent, their roles reversed, and she became the clingy one, eager to be near him. However, Qi Xingzhou was more than willing to indulge her. Knock, knock, knock. At the sound of the door, Zhou Xi, seated at the dining table, immediately ceased her chewing. After setting down her chopsticks, she swiftly slid off her chair and scampered towards the door with her short legs. Zhou, is that you? Outside the door stood a gentle 7-year-old boy, smiling. It's me. Has the baby finished eating? I'm here to take you to pick flowers. The 4-year-old Zhou Xi pushed the door open with determination, shaking her head. Not yet. I still have a piece of vegetable left. Qi Xingzhou took her hand and led her back inside. No rush. We can wait until the baby finishes eating. Zhou Xi remained rooted to the spot, pouting. The vegetables are bitter, Zhou. Can you please tell mommy and daddy to let me skip them? Qi Xingzhou knew she detested greens, but it was unhealthy to avoid them entirely for a week. Yet, he didn't want Zhou Xi to be unhappy, so he gently coaxed. How about this? Zhou will eat with you. You take a bite, and I'll take a bite, and we can eat together. All right, Zhou Xi replied. Though her compromise was fleeting as she immediately added a condition, but after finishing the vegetables, you must reward me with a big white rabbit candy. Qi Xingzhou readily agreed. Absolutely, no problem. Inside, Li Huasun still worried that Qi Xingzhou might indulge Zhou Xi, allowing her to avoid her greens. However, it soon became evident that his concerns were unfounded. After finishing their meal, Qi Xingzhou donned a bag filled with various trinkets Zhou Xi had collected and took her hand joyfully as they joined a larger group. Passing beneath a tall willow tree, they were met with playful banter from the neighborhood aunties. Oh, Zhou, where are you taking your little fiancé? Little ones, where are you two headed? Zhou Xi, still too young to grasp that the adults were teasing, flitted over to greet them like a little butterfly. Zhou and I are going to pick beautiful flowers. Qi Xingzhou had grown accustomed to the adults' jests, and with Zhou Xi's excitement, he displayed no signs of displeasure, patiently waiting until she finished greeting the well-meaning adults before taking her hand to leave. On their way, Zhou Xi began to chatter incessantly. Zhou, the auntie said I am the cutest child in the compound. Do you think I'm really that adorable? Qi Xingzhou nodded decisively. Absolutely, baby. You are the most adorable and beautiful person in the world. No woman, regardless of age, would refuse to hear compliments about her beauty. And even little Zhou Xi was no exception. Yes, I think I'm super pretty too. Seeing her skip along cheerfully, Qi Xingzhou couldn't help but smile. She was just too endearing. The two continued their lively conversation, stopping to pick flowers along the way. Cici baby, here are some flowers for you. Zhou Xi gladly accepted, showering him with compliments in return. For an entire afternoon, they maintained a distance of no more than 3 meters from one another. One making mischief and the other laughing, a quintessential portrayal of childhood sweethearts and innocent camaraderie. This joy and happiness persisted until Zhou Xi's 15th year. Just after her birthday, Qi Xingzhou enlisted in the military. The night before his departure, he invited Zhou Xi for a private conversation. Baby, will you marry me when you turn 18? Huh. Zhou Xi expected him to remind her to write to him, but she was taken aback by his directness. Observing the shock on her face, Qi Xingzhou gently pulled her into an embrace. If circumstances had allowed, he wouldn't have broached the subject so soon, but he feared that she might forget him in his absence. Zhou Xi was so beautiful, so wonderful, he dreaded that someone else might take his place. His fears were numerous, all revolving around the bond he shared with Zhou Xi. Ultimately, he was afraid that their connection might weaken or even sever. However, to be worthy of her, he had to leave. It was a necessary experience. Baby, will you marry me when you turn 18? 18? Zhou Xi stepped back from his embrace. Why the hurry? Qi Xingzhou candidly replied, because I want our relationship to have legal recognition. I want to bring you into my life as soon as possible and deter those who covet you. Gazing into his earnest eyes, Zhou Xi smiled and agreed. All right. I'll wait for you to marry me when I turn 18. In a parallel world, a life of happiness unfolds. Qi Xingzhou, handsome and from a prestigious family, was the talk of the compound. Furthermore, he treated Zhou Xi with such kindness that even Zhou Mingji remarked that he was more meticulous and patient than her own mother. Most importantly, Zhou Xi liked him, so she had every reason to agree. Qi Xingzhou, eyes wide with disbelief, grasped Zhou Xi's shoulders excitedly. Baby, you agreed? You really want to marry me at 18? Zhou Xi, touched by his enthusiasm, smiled back. Yes, I promised you. I will marry you at 18. After receiving her affirmative response, he embraced her tightly once more, though his strong arms trembled with emotion. It was incredible. The girl he had carefully guarded for 15 years had finally consented. Just 3 more years, and they would be the closest of companions in this world. Holding her soft form and inhaling the fragrance of her hair, Qi Xingzhou fought to contain his excitement, quickly calming himself to impart important advice for the time he would be away. Baby, while I'm gone, take good care of yourself. In the mornings. Although Zhou Xi found such nagging annoying, she didn't mind Qi Xingzhou's earnest reminders. She readily agreed to all his counsel. I shall take good care of myself. And you must also look after yourself while you are out there, ensuring you return safely. Qi Xingzhou was headed to a border area, which was far from peaceful. If Zhou Xi shook her head, resolutely declaring that such a thing would never occur. In light of Zhou Xi's concern, Qi Xingzhou felt a warmth blossoming within his heart. Rest assured, I shall live well and return safely. However, my dear, during this time, could you refrain from showing kindness to those unsavory characters outside? Qi Xingzhou was indeed exceptional, yet this did not imply that others were utterly unworthy. He feared that once he departed, those unseemly individuals would swarm around Zhou Xi. And over time, the bond they shared would gradually weaken, ultimately leading to abandonment. You need not worry. In my heart, you are as significant as my parents. I would never forsake you for the weeds outside. Recalling the chaotic events she had witnessed since childhood, Zhou Xi firmly warned Qi Xingzhou, Zhou, I caution you, should you dare to associate with those troublesome individuals, I will no longer want you. She possessed wealth, a noble lineage, and beauty, and had no desire to entangle herself in such matters. Without Qi Xingzhou, I would know. I shall maintain my integrity and return to marry you untainted. All my understanding and patience in this lifetime have been bestowed upon Zhou Xi. There is no room in my heart for another. I have complete faith that you would not, but I worry that your inability to refuse may grant ill-intentioned individuals an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Qi Xingzhou gently touched Zhou Xi's slightly flushed cheek, a result of her anger. I shall not, after being influenced for over a decade. I would never commit such a mistake. Very well, I trust you. The two conversed for a while longer until the persistent coughing of Li Huasong echoed from within the house, prompting Qi Xingzhou to escort her back. The day Qi Xingzhou enlisted was marked by splendid weather, bright sunshine, and a cloudless sky. Yet, the gentle breeze brought a stinging sensation to the eyes. Zhou Xi mourned for a day, but her sorrow was fleeting, as that very night, the Zhou Xi Hua system approached her. Hello, host. I am the Rebate System. Zhou Xi Hua. Thus, the parallel world as Zhou Xi Hua successfully transitioned into Zhou Xi's life. The current environment was not conducive to individual economic development. Zhou Xi lacked suitable opportunities but consistently utilized her pocket money to generate income. From 5 and 10 to 200, her funds steadily increased, along with her optimistic outlook. Every time she stealthily counted her money under the cover of night, Qi Xingzhou, miles away, gazed at the moon, filled with longing. It can only be said that humanity's joys and sorrows are not akin. 3 years flew by in the blink of an eye, and throughout this time, they had not met, yet they exchanged 2 letters each month. With comparable backgrounds, supportive parents, and a childhood friendship, coupled with their mutual understanding and prudence, it was only natural that when the time came, their marriage was seamlessly arranged. When Qi Xingzhou returned, it was a tempestuous, stormy day. On that day, both Li Huasong and Zhou Mingji had obligations, leaving Zhou Xi alone at home. Outside, the wind howled, and the rain pelted the ground with intensity. Inside, however, the atmosphere was bright and inviting, with a vibrant red fireplace, a glass of fresh juice, an exquisite plate of snacks, and an engaging book. A stunning beauty lay languidly on the sofa. Upon opening the door, Qi Xingzhou was greeted by this breathtaking scene. In stark contrast to his astonishment, Zhou Xi was startled by the sudden appearance of this wild man and instinctively grabbed a nearby blanket to hurl at him. Qi Xingzhou, quick to react, caught the porcelain plate. Darling, it's me. I'm back. Zhou Xi sensed something was amiss. Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? Have I heard it somewhere before? Zhou, is that you? Qi Xingzhou nodded, his voice choked with emotion. Yes, it's me. Darling, I've returned. Thus, they parted on a cloudless day and reunited on a stormy evening. Fortunately, everything remained as it once was. They were both well. In an instant, during their first year of marriage, Zhou Xi found herself expecting a child. After a 10-month wait, she gave birth to 2 adorable boys. Zhou, have you decided on the babies' names? Qi Xingzhou turned to embrace the 3 of them, lowering his chin to Zhou Xi's soft hair as he solemnly declared, I have decided. The elder brother will be named Zhou Yu, and the younger brother will be named Zhou Zhao. Zhou Yu, Zhou Zhao. Zhou Xi beamed with delight. What lovely names. I adore them. Zhou Yu and Zhou Zhao grinned broadly, clearly pleased as well. The story concludes here. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.